nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into eye, never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners, call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature, victory practitioner. Life without a limiter, I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature, winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take, under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way, that's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high, they say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion, I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners, call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature, victory practitioner. Life without a limiter, I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature, winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners, I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. knows, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Good morning, good day, and good evening, wherever you are around the world. We are back here with week 2 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. This is Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And like always, if you missed out on last week, I have to ask, where the hell were you? We had some exciting games. We've had some massive upsets. And luckily for you, we had a day 5 kickoff, and we have a nice little recap for you to see what went down before we get into our day 6.
To clutch it again, and the shot, the jumping headshot, no scope. I love to see it.
Oh my gosh, what a play out of score. 4K out of him. score. Spots of the player and pop, and that's a quad kill for him. Just carrying over from the last map. An ace as well. It's gonna be Annihilation who's gonna be flanked. Please get the knife. Oh, he goes for the shot anyways, but the bomb goes down. Nuis gets a quick double.
Was he trying to go for the ninja?
I think he was trying to do that. And oh no, the shots are coming through, the damage is being done, and it is the caster's curse after all. Smoked into the bomb side. We see 789 just running up straight through the underpass. Leaf takes down his own teammate. There's just so much happening here. Leaf, okay, he's already up the A-bomb site. He's taking down Tyke, who was in the air at the time of happening. Leaf just plucks him out of the air, and Fox able to get another. Oh, that's job done. Round 1 already. Well, that's quick.
John Alton, he's on the hunt.
Oh, he's down behind 3 of them. That's the bomb on the floor. The second as well.
GG.
Slowly looking for it with the knife. He grabs the kill.
And that seems like they're ready to play as he just charged straight up middle. Somebody's got to be overwhelmed here, but he gets himself 2, 3 kills. What's going on?
Double nades down the ramp. That's more common as Vici just get destroyed. They got to shoot at one player. They were all dead. Summer's up close though. He's got 2 players to peek into. One with his back turned though, so 1v1's offered up. The smoke not covering him. How is he still alive? What's just happened?
Game Young trying to go over the top. Not gonna expect somebody to be there. It's how does somebody get those 2 kills? He's gonna give it a go here. Quick scopes comes in. What a shot on the slowly, and now it's Summer left alone. Well, as I saw there towards the end, it wasn't the result that we were expecting. Well, I guess in the end it was for Tyloo beating Vici. We were expecting a closer match going to a 3rd map, but it didn't happen. I'm still Jason Cap, going to be hosting here, and obviously casting as we get through the rest of the day. And I can't do it alone. We got Mitch off to my side. We got Bleh. We got Dinka. We're into week 2. Bleh, how are you feeling now? 2 weeks
fantastic.
In. So this is what it's like for you to be on a normal sleeping schedule. How does your body feel?
Normal. All right. Listen, let's not try to normalize this, like, you know, waking up at like 8:30 in the morning. This is disgusting. It's not gaming hours. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm excited. I think all games have some pretty cool matchups, especially the Tyloo Vici game. But I'm expecting to see a few more interesting games here today. And
Dinko, I swear you're literally getting more handsome as every day goes by. At the end of this, you're probably going to be a model if you're not already. How you feeling, man?
Oh, thank you, first of all. I'm feeling good. I woke
Those
up
dreamy
at
eyes, man.
4:55 a.m. It took a long time for me to actually surface out of bed, but I'm ready, and I'm ready for the Counter-Strike. I mean, just inject it, really.
And Mitch, well, I'm a
Eject.
little bit sad we're not matching today, though. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where that shirt came from. A 2-letter store, if I'm not mistaken. You're looking all right. You're all right. You're looking awake, hopefully. Well, there's an and in the middle.
H&M, Mitch.
Oh. Ooh. Mm.
Oh lol, my mic was muted on VMix again. It's the start of the week. It's gonna happen.
So
It's gonna happen,
he said
Jason.
yes, Jason. That is true. That's where I got the
100%.
shirt.
Yes.
We'll be matching better tomorrow. We'll do better.
But we will. We'll strive for perfection and probably fall short.
Yeah, I mean that's our typical style, right? If you guys missed out on last week, let's kind of give you a quick recap of what's all going on here. Jumping straight in, let's just take a look at our schedule overall and how this event works. As it is over the course of 4 weeks, the first 3 weeks will be 5 days a week, followed up by the playoffs at the very end in the middle of July. So you have nonstop action coming in from the Asia region, and more importantly, we should be able to find out who's really likely to take home not only the RMR points, but also that chance to get into the major. That's what it's all about for this entire event, Mitch.
Well, exactly. You want to be building up those beautiful RMR points. And like we talked about before, some teams are in a position where realistically their only hope is winning the next 2 events and having other teams not place that well, which is pretty rough. But I think a lot of these teams are coming in and looking at this from an experience standpoint as well. You get to play against the best teams in your region, get to win a little bit of cash as well. And I think for a lot of these lower level teams, the cash flow is often missing in this region.
Well, speaking of cash flow, you can see right there a little bit of injection of money coming their way. But I think the important part, as we were talking about before, it's going to be those RMR points. 2,000 for first place. So technically you could go from last, which we do have a couple of teams there currently sitting at a big fat 0, and take that first place position away. However, again, like you said, you have to really depend on other teams to mess up or have some mistakes. And then you only have one event left to close out the entire thing. So the likes of Tyloo, Tiger, Vici, they could almost run away with the whole thing right here and right now. So now moving into further on, obviously we had a week of games, 3 best of 3s a day, 5 days. That's 15 best of 3s. If I can do my math correctly, let's take a look at the overview. As you can see, there was 10 teams in total. Only 8 go through. I say only 8 as if it's nothing. Only 2 don't go through, I guess is what I should be saying here, Blah.
Yeah, and it's kind of rough for them as well. Like you mentioned, a couple of this event where they don't have any points. The 3 names coming up would be Bren, who qualified from the SCA, from the Asian Reservoir. We have Invictus, who didn't play previous RMR. Team who had the point change out 3 players, meaning that 0. Now, looking at the 3 teams, though, they've been looking pretty solid. Invictus have looked very dangerous. They took down Tyloo. They're going to be facing Vici today. That should be a banger. We have Bren, was surprising quite with the way they're playing right now, trying to make a claim for the best team in Southeast Asia at the moment. And of course, we have Lucid Dream, who looking a little rough around the edges, but there's still glimpses of surprise. So I think it's going to be an interesting battle to see which team joins Marzalai at the bottom.
Well, speaking of the bottom, let's actually take a look at the overall standings after our first week of play. And we're going to see they're going to have a big fat 0 and 3, unfortunately, over towards there. But Bren, another name you mentioned, currently sitting on 1 and 2. But funny enough, after 1 week of play, I guess this kind of shows how close the region is, where we have no team currently undefeated, Dinko.
Yeah, that's the impressive part, or the unimpressive part for the likes of Tyloo and Vici, which Vici's only loss came against Tyloo. So you can say for those guys, it's probably the most impressive run so far. They've beat who they should and realistically lost against who they should as well. Tyloo have been dominating them in that battle head-to-head. So I think Vici are probably the team that will be happiest with their score right now. But taking a look at the teams, when you take a look at the likes of Lucid Dream, yes, they're 1 and 2, but the match that they managed to pick up, they're starting to look much better. So I feel like Lucid Dream can actually avoid those bottom spots. Tiger were a question mark coming into last week as well, so we'll see if they can keep up their performance towards the end of the week and really ramp it up here in the second.
Speaking of ramping up, we're going to ramp up the show now as we're going to look at today's schedule and get very close to starting our first match of the day. You can see Lucid Dream up against Beyond Esports, the home match between the 2 Thai teams. Marzalai up against Bren as the second. But I think a lot of our eyes are set towards that third match, guys. Vici Gaming up against Invictus, the battle of number 2 and number 3 in China, Mitch.
Yeah, and the thing is, Invictus Gaming were the ones that took down Tyloo, right? So there's really a big question mark over whether Vici can overthrow them. It's going to be a pretty tough series for them. And I'm kind of glad we get to wait till the end of the day. It builds up all the tension as we go throughout.
Yeah, and I think, beyond just the tension alone, it kind of gives an idea of maybe there's a new number two coming to life in China. Obviously, it's early to call it, right? I mean, we've obviously had these teams play quite a few times, but Invictus beat Tai Lu, and Vici seems to have that mental block. So if they can't beat Invictus by the transitive property, and obviously by the fact that Invictus beat Vici, they should maybe fall to the number three team. And Blair, I know you want to jump in there.
Well, but by that logic, Jason, transitive property, haven't heard that in a
They
while.
even need it for that because if they would beat Vici, they would then be better than Vici, right? So
And have beaten Ty Lue as
maybe
well.
they'd
So
be
I
the
didn't
number one
know-
team. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we could find that out. I know we have a lot to talk about that. I actually want to talk a little bit about the opening matchup we have, right? We have Lucid and Beyond, and I feel like that could be at one point in time that was the El Clasico of ICS. So interesting, and Lucid beating Beyond. Beyond would beat everyone else in the region, and then the Lucid kind of Tyler dynamic for a while. But with the new change up, I know like Beyond have beaten them like back to back with the two new laps, but Lucid seem to be growing from. Seem to be looking pretty good, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen here. Expect a lot of messy Counter-Strike, at least from those two.
Well, let's just fully dive into this. We have Lucid Dream up against Beyond, the first game of the day. Looking at Lucid Dream here, we have to kind of talk about who's been the standout player within their roster. And one name that seems to have died down and finally sprung back to life, it's going to be PT Dinko. His op play was phenomenal the last couple of days. My question is now, can he be the one to carry his team through this rematch?
Well, PTC was certainly looking good in the recent matchup, right? We're seeing some MVP performances back-to-back, look solid on both maps. There is times, though, where PTC can look so inconsistent, so we have to see a step up in performance and find that consistency. But like we said, PTC can be a player that can play internationally, right? He can play in different teams. So this guy, he has definitely got the skills to take this team over the line. It's just about finding that consistency and delivering the performances they require of him. Because if they don't, it feels like Lucid Dream do have a little lack in firepower. So PTC has a lot of work to do for this team.
I think we've also, if we're going to keep talking about them, is another player we're going to have to mention, John Olsen. Like, we saw him have his moments, but like you're saying before with consistency didn't go, I feel like John Olsen wasn't really able to hit that same kind of level. What's your thoughts, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, I really hyped John Olsen up coming into this tournament, right? I was really excited to see what he'd be able to bring to the table because, again, the previous RMR event, he was a fantastic player to watch. But I do feel like he's hit the brakes quite a lot between those. Fox as well hasn't quite hit the plateau I was hoping for. And when I look down towards, PTC's been doing a lot of work. John Olsen's been there from time to time. Leaf's been insane in clutches. I really feel like this team could do a whole lot more than what we've seen from them so far. They're just not bringing the performances to these games.
And we have to remember, like, this is obviously a roster, as you guys have pointed out before, that has changed up quite a bit, right? They brought in technically 3 new players. 2 of them joined in the beginning of June. One of them joined, like, after 20 days have passed. So there's not a lot of time for them to really drill out a competent map pool here. But now we need to look at their opponents, the team that seems to be doing exceptionally well when it comes to this RMR event. We got Beyond Esports, and we're going to have to talk about almost off the bat here, Olivia Bleh.
Yeah, Olivia, he has there, right? He's been looking so very good. But apart from him as well, what is Beyond team is when it comes to pure firepower, they seem to possess all the right elements. Like you see KNTs have Merrills. Yeah, they're not real necessarily the guys really big games, but the job. And I think important indeed. We have SDK and QQ as well. They've been looking pretty phenomenal. And as a team, it seems.
Yeah, and like you say, firepower, it's pretty ridiculous out of them. Like when anyone steps up within their team, QQ, he seems to like to play the lurk role. We saw my role. I mean, what stands out to me is him just walking out on the A side on Mirage, getting 3 kills, and then they still lose the round in that one, unfortunately. But SDK was a little bit quieter in their last match, so I'm not sure if he was having maybe just an off day here, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine it was. So far, SDK's consistency has been there in the majority of the games they're playing against. You got to remember, opponent to opponent in this region, it definitely varies quite a bit. But considering they're up against like the likes of Bran, Mazalai so far, I don't think we've really seen Beyond faced with that much of a challenge. Even the Tiger game, Tiger looked very shaky coming into this tournament. I think this is probably going to be one of their harder games so far, but it definitely gets a whole lot more rough afterwards. They've got D13, Tyloo, Vici, and Victus still to play, and those are going to be pretty rough if they can't perform against the likes of Lucid Dream.
Well, as we move into the vetoes, I don't want to see them just yet. I want to hear Bluz's prediction on how this is going to go. He seems to love to do this, and I want to give him a chance to be right.
I usually love to do this, but with these two teams, I don't know, Jason. We're not going to be seeing Vertigo, that's for sure. I think Mirage is a map that Beyond obviously would love to pick and run it. So knows that Mirage is not really going to go the way if these guys go through. So might see it coming out from Lucid just to make things a little bit more interesting. I'm just going to put it out there. I think we're going to see a nuke. I think they both like. We're going to be seeing a Dust 2, maybe a Dust 2 nuke. Throw in an Inferno there. I think that's a map that both of them are going to be okay.
Okay, so Dust 2, Nuke, and Inferno, maybe Mirage if it does get vetoed away. All right, so let's take a look at the vetoes and see how right or how wrong you actually were. Mirage, Inferno, Nuke. Look at that. You know, you weren't sure. You should just committed to it. You had it nailed down perfectly.
But beyond banning out, so here's the thing, right? Lucid Dream banned Vert. If I'm them, you have a smaller map pool than these. Beyond, you have struggled against him quite a bit. You kind of go for a little bit of a big ball play. You're like, I'm not going to ban Vertigo Beyond. You want to pick it. But instead, they got a little scared, Jason. They banned Vertigo, giving Beyond the opportunity to devour a map where Lucid could potentially pull off the Lucid picking Mirage. That is they can play it. Beyond just seem like best team now in Mirage unless Tyloo decide to show up. That position. And looking at this, I mean, I know we're not talking about it, but I think this is going to go real bad for Lucid.
Yeah, well, let's, I guess, maybe start to look towards predictions and think back to when we saw Beyond for the first time playing a Mirage. This team looked like the most well-drilled team out of every team we've had so far on a map like that. Their executes were good. They were seeming knowing how to play. Olivia, again, really stepped up. Dinko, I'm just going to imagine and maybe put words in your mouth here saying that you're probably going to agree with Blood on how this series could go.
No. Yeah, of course.
No?
I think Beyond coming into this definitely looking good on Mirage. We've seen them in their first opening matchup when they finally got to play Mirage. That's when things looked really good. We started talking about them being the team that looked like the best in the tournament, the best system in place. So, yeah, Mirage coming in here for Beyond. If everybody kind of shows up like they did last week, well, this should be a bit of a walk in the park. This is the home ground for Beyond, right? And it's hilarious that their opponent is map picking it into them. So they have free reign of the map pool, really. At that point, immediately, you have so much room in that veto. So, yeah, Lucid Dream really playing to the strengths of their opponents.
Playing to the...
Yes.
So they're making the opponent play better.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. It's too early for that. I completely screwed my mind over. You know, Mitch, let's start to talk predictions here. You obviously heard Blay, you heard Dinko. I'm assuming you're just going to replicate their thoughts?
Lucid Dream 2-0. That's all. No.
There we go.
You were the one supporter out of them, to be fair.
No, I was. No, I'm joking, but it's okay. You don't need to lose it this time. I think Lucid Dream might be able to take a map off them in the right environment. Picking Mirage doesn't seem like the right environment. Considering how the veto's gone down, yeah, I think Beyond 2-0 is more than likely.
Okay, well, we're about to head into our first game of the day. Bled and Dinka will catch up with you after the first map to hear your thoughts on how that one's going to go down, as Mitch and I will jump straight in, out of the plane, drop in onto Mirage, and see how this one's going to go. Now, for me, Mitch, I think it's going to be a 2-0 as well, in favor of Beyond. If Olivia, or STK, or QQ, or MyRolls, or who
Name a few more
steps
players.
up. Yeah, I mean, there's only one more left to go, to be honest, KNTZ. But if they step up in any aspect, I see it hard for Lucid Dream. However, I will say this. There's been some signs of life within the roster. It's just, with a 2 days off, have they really been able to nail out what they need to win these games? Like, have they been able to really prepare onto these maps?
I mean, I'd hope so, because even in the days they're playing one best of 3, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Now, obviously, there's lots of different tournaments they could be playing alongside it, and it might be hard to find scrims with the other teams waiting for their games and obviously not wanting to give away their hands, but still, hopefully they've gone through their VODs, they've looked at the reviews. I mean, Lucid Dream, as we're saying, they've already played Mirage a little bit. The Divine Vendetta game was okay. Not the kind of thing I would transfer over to say they can do the damage against Beyond. Against Beyond, but they did beat D13 16-6. If they can do that, they can beat Beyond. I just don't think they will. We're starting out in the T side here for Lucid Dream. They got a little bit of utility on Leaf, and they're looking for underpass control right off the bat. Sitting outside the B apartments, giving up control of ramp, and this is almost certain to be a B hit.
I mean, Olivia already grabbing some early information as he peeks in towards the top. I mean, he's still going to hang around here as well. I mean, the B site, like Myros is just the only one there. They're gonna go for the smokes, the flashes in. He needs the rotations to help him out. It's gonna be Olivia there to support him, and Myros just can't quite connect any of the shots, though he does have the protection from the smoke towards his other hand side. And Olivia will come through. Myros finally connects a shot. They get 2 kills. Olivia even gets a second, and this push has been shut down. John Olsen left alone in a 1-on-4. He's got the bomb, yes, but a chance to plant it? I'd say no.
Yeah, he's got to find the kills if he wants to get that plant down. And they're just pushing him together as a unit. Beyond take it 1-0. Starting it out in a pretty convincing manner. And I guess when we look at Lucid Dream, we can say at PTC, he's played pretty well in most of their games. John Olsen's been there from time to time, but generally he hasn't hit the form of the previous event over in the road to Rio.
I mean, if we were to say this, like John Olsen, I think his skill potential is easily on par with any member that you pick out from Beyond, but it's about hitting that level. And I don't think there's a team around him to help assist that, right? I think there's a big problem of, you know, selfishness within the team, you know, not flashing each other in. We see that happen all the time for Beyond. Olivia, even on the AWP, is willing to do it. So it's really hard to excel against a team like Beyond who plays around each other, and it's hard for you to excel as an individual player when you don't have that support system.
Oh, 100%. You're coming into a region where, for the most part, it's played as individuals playing Counter-Strike and not a team. When you hit that next level, when you step it up to team play, to playing as a unit, well then, yeah, you're going to dominate a lot of these teams that otherwise it would be a scrappy head-to-head duel, and you never know who's going to win in the firepower department. But when you add tactics alongside the ability to shoot some heads, well, things get a little bit dangerous for your opponents. You can see Lucid Dream come into this round with a much better buy, Jason. They got full AKs. Their opponents have got SMG, so this is very much a bonus round for Beyond. And if they win this, well, just like the name suggests, they get a big bonus. KNTZ able to find the opening a second as well, even going so far as to find a third with a FAMAS.
We were kind of just talking about using utility to get his sites to help assist kills, and there was not a single piece thrown in that round, I believe.
And KNTZ didn't once see a second teammate, not before he'd reset his spray and was ready to shoot again. So his spacing's a little bit off. I will say on the third kill, he had support from, I think it was Stairs. So the player that would have swung, I think at that point they had good spacing. They'd already lost 2 players, and then they got picked off by 2 separate duels. As they came out, the player on Stairs peaked just in time. There's Olivia opening this. I mean, this should be clean. Clean as can be up against Eagles.
So if Mitch, the third round is called the bonus round, and if you win that, what's the 4th round called? Another bonus
Super
round?
happy fun time. No, this is like the money maker, right? Because you're up against players that don't have any armor, and you've still got those SMGs saved over. Not taking a loss as well. I mean, your cash should be stacked pretty damn high. They've gone for an op in this round, which is something I don't fully agree with. I think you should probably just try to farm a little bit of extra cash. If you're an opper, take a pistol. Because let's say they rush B, right? Let's say they kill the 2 players on B. Now you got to retake with an op. If you lose that, so you're probably not going to retake. Probably going to concede the round. And if you do, you risk them getting a free op. So most teams, in Europe anyways, will decide to go in for, like, if that player dies, he'll take a P250 or a Deagle or something. And if he doesn't, he'll just keep the SMG and farm a little bit of extra cash. Because you know they haven't got a bomb plan, so there's no way they have money.
Oh, speaking of farming, I think we're seeing, you know, Beyond, you know, load up Farming Simulator 2020. Probably coming on the Steam summer sale. They're ready to go. I mean, STK, he's just waiting for them to come around the corner. Myros already picking up 1 kill so far. Trying to barrel in on towards this B side. I can kind of respect that, hoping for a peek, but with 20 seconds left, they're going to have to rush through, and, well, extra money in the pockets here for the CT side of Beyond. 4-0 start. Pretty flawless so far. And again, we've only seen the 1 buy round out of Lucid Dream. We're going to see it finally come back to life here. Have the money for the op for PTC. He can buy it up himself. Is Beyond really going to keep these SMGs? Are they that confident? I mean, Myros is on 9K. STK is on 7.7. You don't need to do this. So what is this round called? The last round was super happy fun times. Is this the Beyond special? Like, I don't know.
I guess. Well, see, the thing is, I think they won the previous buy round so convincingly that they now just don't care. They're like, oh, we'll take another bonus round. Right? Let's get all the money. It's like they're playing for the jackpot. But
Man, well, we're not in Vegas.
look, the mollies are on the map. Well played.
Oh, nice.
Look at this. Check underpass. Boom. Molotovs all over. I love it. So we get to see all the utility usage now. Something that PGL were working on for us over the weekend.
They're like, weekend? What's that?
No, well, actually,
we're working on getting this going.
I say weekend, Monday, Tuesday. Nice flash. They don't get the kill off the back of it. But, I mean, it was only an MP9 long-range duel. It gets them information, most importantly. Smoke over deep. They're going to push on through on another flashbang. Get that control.
Have you noticed PTC, when he's aiming down the sight, he likes to shake his mouse?
I haven't.
Yeah, so you'll see his crosshair, it's going to move the entire time he's aiming down sights. And I can kind of understand why. I remember playing like Cow League back in the day, and there was a guy on our team who used to do that. Because it keeps your hand like ready, keeps it like good to go, and it doesn't let your mind just like fade away and relax. Same with your hand, your arm. I kind of like it, but obviously it could technically give you a disadvantage depending on where your mouse does go. Nice little peek through, but PTC's not going to get the shot onto Olivia. And Olivia will uncharacteristically missing some shots. I would imagine not too many more than this. Or maybe more. A commentator's curse comes through. He can't hit a single op shot. And you would imagine if he connects 1, 2 of those, that would have been a shutdown push.
100%. He had the opportunities there to just destroy the short pushes that came through. Then the player up in apartments probably doesn't die quite as easily on the drop back. And, well, that was just a disaster. It comes down to that sometimes, right? You can have a good strategy, you can have the stack, you can have whatever you want, but if you're not hitting your shots well,
yeah,
it's the most basic.
FPS 101, exactly, the most basic mechanic to the game. KTZ trying to make it expensive though. I mean, they still have money, right? Not Myro's on 9K. He should at least be good for 1 here. Let's go around the corner for the second, and well, he won't be able to get it. They're going to be able to back away. And now we go into Beyond's first real buy round and straight into the double up setup.
Yeah, well, that's the benefit, right? That's what they've earned this whole time, picking up that series of bonus rounds. Just not investing, keeping the SMGs. I respect it because now they get to really roll forward with what they want. Lucid Dreams got their first round on the board. It was on the back of a Hail Mary with Olivia missing a lot of shots as they came up through short. You could see the utility wasn't there. Nobody was blind. Nothing was smoked off for them to move on forward. They allowed the AWP to challenge them on range. That's a critical mistake. But Olivia didn't hit a shot, so...
Yeah, good point. No smokes, no flashes. I mean, in their first gun round, they didn't smoke or flash A-ramp either.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of walked out and got picked off by KNTZ time and time again.
And you can't rely on this, that kind of strategy working again and again. I want to point out, Beyond have got a really weird hold this round. So SDK, I'm guessing, is in underpass. Not up in ladder room. Okay. Like, look at B. They've allowed them to basically push all the way up B. May Rolls is playing with the AWP in kitchen. This is the most passive B hold, considering they've only lost 1 round on that side. It's not like they're getting pushed A every single round or something. They only just lost the round on B, and now it's a super passive hold. That's going to help them out a lot. As Lucid Dream walk into the A site, there's basically 4 players here with a quick rotate from SDK. He can watch out window and allow Olivia to focus on connector. That's if QQ ever leaves, but no. Whoa! Okay, I don't know how he hit that, but fair enough.
Oh, missed shots and Beyond right now, and him a better duo. Just in these last, finally Olivia's going to connect this first kill with AWP in this game. Bomb's going to go down after plant situation. Now they still have 789 tucked away really close towards connector. I don't know if SDK is going to expect him to be here, even someone to support him. That's going to be Fox. Fox might be pushed out of position now. And 789 still going to be holding angle. 2 players trying to come in from CT. SDK is going to win that battle. Now the CT players can start to push through. The 2 players out of Lucid are going to be backing in towards the A-ramp. PTC with AWP is able to connect the shot onto Myros. He gets a second on the KNTZ, and they will close that round out. And even though we had the super happy fun times coming for Beyond, they don't have any money left after losing 2.
Oh, I mean, that's the downside of the double op setup, right? You really have to win those rounds. When you pull it out in round number 6, that Unfortunately, both ops getting picked off in those early engagements. The site falls, and we mentioned that Beyond had the passive B hold for the early rotates to the A site. They had lots of control. They had the information once those smokes started to come over, and yet nothing to follow up on. Really, if the player that went down in Connector, the QQ, if he actually found that kill, I think we could have been looking at a much, much better hold from Beyond, but as soon as connectors open and they're able to split through to you, the player that's in jungle can't really assist on the side anymore because he has to focus on that closer push. STK then is essentially useless because he was up in ladder room watching window, but I mean, that's what Olivia's doing now, more or less. And so you got one player isolated on the site.
I think we should be a little bit fair to QQ. I mean, I completely agree. You should have had that kill, but I really wonder what that flick was like out of 7, 8, 9. Like, he wasn't even looking near him, and then straight to the dome. But you're completely right. Exactly. If he falls, that should be a solid defense. No pressure coming through KNTZ. Well, they go for the boost up, but he's been forced back by the flashbang. 789 again opens up on a QQ. The push is coming straight towards B. The Ogg's waiting. The Ogg gets nothing. KNTZ gets one. He gets a second STK as well. And look at this. With the minimal buy-up, they're going to close this round out with 3 players left alive. And they get a double op.
Well, now we know Beyond just need to buy SMGs.
Yeah, why do you have rifles?
Bother. Double op setup, you've lost a round. Guaranteed.
Is this week 2's conundrum? You know, it was like 2 deagles and you win rounds, 2 ops and you lose rounds now?
Yeah, this is it. We figured it out. No, but in all seriousness, that was just really, really well played by the likes of KNTZ. Lucid Dream, though, going to reset, and their economy is going to do the same. PTC with the AWP, everyone else on pistols. Very spread out at the start. I want to keep an eye on PTC, though. He's got his
crosshair.
Yeah,
sorry.
Wiggling.
Yeah, just wanted to point it out, because you haven't seen it yet.
Hey, you're all good. Yeah, I mean, I think the likes of Stewie does that when he's holding an angle for too long. Like, if he was, say, holding apartments there, he would have just been left, right the whole time to keep awake. But, yeah, for Lucid Dream, PTC's the pivotal figure in this round. He wants to be taking most of the fights so that if he dies, they can pick up that AWP. Nice bait to start with, but Olivia's too quick getting off that angle.
I mean, I like how they were going to have Leaf go out, so PTC would get the shot into that spot. But I don't think they expected Olivia to hit Leaf in the dome. I don't think Leaf expected. I think Leaf's picture kind of sums it up perfectly. Like, really? Where's the refrag? Kind of disappointment.
I'd love it if we had separate pictures, like one of them smiling for when they're alive and then one of them looking sad when they're dead. That'd be great. Let's do that some event. PTC, okay. So the original fight in Palace was basically to win him the angle so he could hold into jungle or hopefully find a trade if he's lucky. But he couldn't find it because they smoked it out. Oh, no. I thought they had a chance here.
I mean, it was only the op buy for PTC, right?
Yeah,
I was about to ask, where's the smokes? Where's the flashes?
Oh,
just give me a set execute to A, Lucid Dream. A set execute. They like to be very mid-heavy. They played passively at B, at least they have with a double op. And then go for the post plant. Though I would imagine their post plants, as we saw before, it's going to be a little bit weak. This shot, though, that's a hell of a shot.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, the thing is, the whole point of that fight was to pull the op off the angle. Hopefully on his retreat you hit the shot, if not you hold it. But they smoked him out. At that point they'd won back the angle. PTC wasn't going to stand there 30 seconds and wait. So instead he makes the rotate to ramp, finds the opening duel, but just got shut down by KNTZ there. Here's the set execute to A you asked for, Jason. And with the passive hold by Beyond, without even losing a player, they're going to have to concede this and allow the bomb plan to come through.
Yeah, that's fine though. I think they're going to be fine with that. They will lose KNTZ. That was through a smoke. They have still so much utility left to use on the retake and on the side of Lucid Dream. 3 flashes and a smoke. Time to start ticking. Incendiary is coming through to force him out of positions. At least clear those angles out. Fox trying to watch over towards stairs. He's not going to be gifted any shots just yet. John Olsen's going to respawn though. That's the first towards Sandwich. He gets himself a second. Now Olivia and Myral's double ops. I think you just run away. I think you just save this. Maybe try to get a couple of kills here to punish them. Keep their economy in check. That's going to be Lucid Dream getting around. And hey, maybe I should become a coach. Because I swear, before that round began, I said we should just see set execute towards A.
Oh, wow. That was damn close. Let me know how that goes for you, Jason. Let me know how the coaching goes.
I mean, it can't be worse than my casting career. Like, my casting's
fair,
terrible, so.
fair. You ever think about Overwatch coaching? You go back there.
I mean,
It'd be pretty easy, I'd imagine. You just go like, hey guys, so all you gotta do is just don't play this game.
or you see the comp they're running? Yeah, just run that, but better.
It's exactly the same. I think I'd be a great Overwatch coach. Be like, all right, this is this game called CS:GO. Use that to warm up your aim, and then don't stop playing it. And that's what we're gonna do.
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad strategy. Oh, Olivia. Okay, so maybe it was just some fluff shots earlier on.
Oh yeah, I mean,
He's definitely woken up.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. It's early. Well, maybe not for him, but it's early for us. So
Okay,
let's
NTZ.
give it to him. He's gonna be peaked. John Olsen's just close clear in that. I think either way, he's gonna be looking very close to it. Mayroll swings out, but couldn't get the scope in time. John Olsen, double openings, looks for more. The flash around the corner doesn't catch Olivia, but John still follows through. Delivers on a 3K, opening up the A side by himself. And there you see actually something from Lucid Dream that we haven't for a while. Great team play. John's got flashes coming around the corner. He's peeking and finding duels. Now, the first one, sure, he didn't. But there in the third kill, you see it when he's going in for the aggressive CT control. Flash around the corner. An easy kill.
I'm just more confused in how they walk into the A site and get that close to KNTZ. Oh, the timing. STK looks to turn around and gets caught out. They survive with 4 players. They do get the 4th on the board, but again, you know, if we remember back to last week, most teams, if not all teams on this map, would put up like 11 rounds T-side. Obviously not going to be possible anymore. It's already a little bit of a struggle just to look back on their previous results for Lucid Dream. Yeah, they had a 12-3 half up against D13 on Mirage, and ended up winning the map against them. Then they had only 4 rounds against the 11 up against Vici, but that's Vici. That's kind of expected, I guess. And then they had a 10-5 half up against Divine Vendetta on Mirage. So they definitely can put up big numbers, but they're starting to struggle here. Best they can do is a 9-6 if I can do math correctly.
I mean, I'm not I think the point that we're at now essentially decides who's going to be dominating the half or who can. Like, if Beyond win the next round, you're in a spot. I mean, they're doing an awful lot of damage considering the pistols. Luckily, it stops there, but if Beyond win this round, they should be able to pull up to a decent position, at least get 8 on the board, hopefully hit the 9. But for Lucid Dream, they're in a spot where Beyond are investing all of their money. A win here guarantees them 7 rounds. At that point, they're going to be comfortable. And Mirage can be more of a 50-50 map, I think, a lot of the time than what we'll see in the likes of an Inferno or a Nuke later on. If you're getting, you know, an 8-7 T-side there, you're going to be over the moon. What a shot by Olivia. Swinging through to PTC. Top mid control. Not quite taken out of the hands of Lucid Dream, but at least threatened. QQ wins the fight and apartments are up in Palace, excuse me. And with that, a 2-man advantage. I mean, Lucid Dream needs something for the men they've lost, and it looks like they're going in for the B site. 789's looking for control. His teammates aren't there to support him. They even started moving towards underpass and slowing it down for a second. That costs a little bit more time. Left him there threatened and alone, but luckily they're able to follow through. Still another for Fox. A smoke in the window to stop the push out, and now a bomb plant should easily be possible.
I thought this was a done round. They got 2 first frags. It was a 3-on-5. Now down to 3-on-3. Down to 3-on-2 in their advantage. QQ falls. He went over towards short. KNTZ's finally going to respawn, but at least on 3 health, and he has to hit these shots. Fox needs to stay alive to stop this retake from coming through. We're going to be looking at a 7-5 scoreline. He's going to hit the first. KNTZ falls, and now it's STK in the 1-on-1. 3 HP left. He doesn't have a kit, though, so he has 5 seconds left to play with here. Leaf's not peeking it. And he's not even going to spot the barrel. He's going to have to just stick it now. Leaf can just come around the corner and go for the knife, and Leaf will do that. He's going to miss the first op shot. Pistols come through. Oh, don't tell me you're going to lose this, Leaf. You what? He came off the bomb!
What?
No!
Why did he do that? What? I'm lost.
Did he not have time? Did I misread the situation?
I presume so.
I mean, I gotta wait 3 minutes now to see the diffuse timer on the UI, but he had over 10 seconds when he started.
I don't know how he wouldn't have. I guess he accidentally let go of it. I don't know. That was incredibly weird. It was 4 seconds left. He was being spammed by a Glock and had what, 80 HP?
Yeah.
He was solid
And
on health.
as we could see, Leaf was nowhere near his opponent.
Yeah, it's not like he was being pummeled by the Glock shots. He was still safe. That was so bizarre.
I'm gonna wait for this to come back up on the stream so I can see if it was just maybe me misreading the situation, if he didn't have time, but I swear he did.
I thought so too. I actually, because it's early morning and we've had a little bit of a break and we're getting back into using this UI, I forgot we can see the diffuse timer on the left. It's one of those things that just doesn't process in my head. It's day one. We're getting back into the swing of things, I guess.
It's unfortunate too. Again, that was a 5-on-3 in favor of Beyond. It's not going for the shot there. 5-on-3 in favor of Beyond. And they go to lose the round, and Leaf he wins it for him with 3 HP. I mean, I don't want to say he wins it for him. That was not even him playing well. That was just a mistake being made. It ties things up at 6 apiece. Olivia going to be back on the op again, as I saved it from the round before. They have a little bit of money if they lose a round. And Mario's is quickly going to come to the realization that, oh crap, they're coming towards B. Olivia's rotated in, but he's been smoked off. Well, we see Reed Eagles. And we're going to see a CT round.
Oh my god. What is this? 2 players just jumping out of the window, and it's like bungee jumping without a cord. They land and die immediately. Well, that's depressing. 7-6, Lucid Dream. They set themselves up for success and immediately took a dive.
Okay. The stream's about to catch up to where a defuse was.
I'm waiting
So I'll be able to
this.
give us that information. But that, I mean, that round right there, I was going to say we have 3 Deagles. Maybe 3 is the magic number today.
3 ops, let's do it. It's the way to go.
Yeah. I'm full street. I'm super focused on this now. I really want to see if he had
No,
time.
I want to know. I want to know.
He had time. He had time.
Yeah,
He had about a second extra.
you always got to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe we're messing up, but yeah, that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. The fact that he just decides to stop. I think the smoke might have been about to fade and he got a little bit worried, but come on, dude. You got to just stick it in that situation. Got to try to win the round. Oh god, the knife is coming in. Leaf just ran out Palace. Takes an AK, gets a nice shot up the top stairs. And he's looking to pull them back into it, but the god of 1v2s isn't winning today. His divinity called into question as John Olsen's left in a 1 versus 2 himself. He's got to pull off what only Leaf could, and unfortunately, he can't quite do it. 8 rounds for Beyond in the strangest of ways. And you know what, Jason? I'm going to just stop at this point. I'm going to completely give up on saying, oh, well, if they win this round, then their opponents are eco, so that should be a second round. No, no longer. We're taking it round by round. There is no such thing as a guaranteed second.
I think I'd agree with you in that, especially when you got Invictus playing. Okay, so flashbang through. They're gonna rush up to ramp. They smoke off the Molotov. They're going extremely fast. Will they check KNTZ? Well, they will. They'll get some decent damage done, but they get the kill either way. QQ now pushing through. The smoke. He stops the bomb from being planted. And now they can wait out these smokes almost like you need to see Lucid Dream pick up the bomb and get the play, but Olivia's gonna deny that. The smokes are gonna start to dissipate and fade away. And this is just such an awkward round. 9-6 for Beyond as the conclusion of that first half, but I mean, I can respect the rush through, but not going for a safe plant, that's a little bit confusing.
It has been a confusing half so far, Jason. And, you know, I woke up today and I was like, oh, well, I don't know what happened last week. But I think this week, you know, everything's going to be leveled out. Everything, all the crazy plays that were happening and the games that didn't make sense, they're gone. Yeah, they're behind us. It's the week 1 jitters, the start of the group stage. It happens. Boy,
So
oh boy, was I wrong.
Coming out, yeah, I was going to say, so what do we call what's happening now if we're not going to call it, you know, jitters?
I don't want to even guess. That's it's honestly
Super unhappy fun times.
super unfun times. They're
My God.
things are not going according to plan, are they, for Lucid Dream? My God, yeah.
Yeah, Droney
1v4.
McDrone Face even wanted to come in this round because even he thinks it's going to be over.
Oh,
Okay.
Not the chance.
Droney McDrone Face. I mean, I'm glad he's not going to be betting with my money. It's not over just yet. He's got a kit. He's going to have a potential 1v.
Oh.
What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't miss your shots. Don't knife him. Thank God. Some sort of sense of normality, but credit to 789. That was a hell of a round.
That was one hell of a round. My God. Headshot after headshot. We thought he had it. So close. But not today. As Beyond go up to double digits, Lucid Dream have got to be getting worried. They're down to an eco. Not going to say that means they lose the round, because you just never know. 789 just gleefully switching to his knife and back, QQing all the way. As we come into this round, it is just USPs. Realistically, we shouldn't be looking at many losses for the T side. It should be clean.
Yeah, did you forget match forecasting?
They've got SMGs, 3 of them on the T side, so it's not like the CT stand a great chance. Now let's watch them get an ace.
You can see it happening. Fox with a P250. Okay. No, not gonna happen. Alright, maybe so it's gonna be super clean. Alright, we will have a clean round. That's more of a normal round for how that should go. Get themselves up to 11-6. We're gonna see the buy up for Lucid Dream. Again, the bonus round coming through for Beyond with the 3 SMGs. I would imagine this has got to be like a 3-2 split a day, or she's got to be a B rush. Leaf on a scout.
It's a hell of a weapon. I mean, it can soften up these guys for the M4s. I think it might impede his 1v2 abilities, but we'll see if he can...
Or maybe it'll enhance it.
Maybe he'll just avoid getting into those scenarios. Doesn't look like he's going to have any say, though, as they move in towards the B site. This is fully stacked up. It was a solo hold with a scout on A. Now the rifles come out to play, but oh man, they're not having a good day. Both shut down. A short completely opens up. John Olsen and PTC look to hold down B, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot to do unless John Olsen gets 3 and pulls them way into the lead. May rolls on 25 health, and he doesn't survive all too much longer. What a hold by John.
I mean, he gets 4 kills. They lose a lot of players. They're going to have to rebuy up Intis, and their rebuy is not going to be nice. I mean, 789 was on 3,300. They dropped 1 to him. Fox on 1,200. He gets dropped. PTC. He didn't actually... He was fine on money, I guess. Leaf was struggling. Still a scrappy buy-in, technically now. If you're Beyond and you win this round, they're going to be on an eco, and you're going to see yourself up potentially at 13. I mean, they even almost had the round. If John Olsen doesn't get those kills, they get the super happy fun time again. Yeah, bonus on the bonus. I think Exhibit would be happy. Heard you like bonus rounds, so we put a bonus round in your bonus round. So you could bonus round while you bonus round.
No, here's the B push. Lucid Dream look to hold on yet again. PTC's good for 1, baits them in. Fox from afar doing the damage. And although he gets taken down, the kills are still easily going their way, with BTC going in to get another 4K on the B hold. That's himself and John Olsen. 2 rounds in a row and Beyond. Well, I hope they've learned their lesson, but if they haven't, got another round too. As they should just be a light buy with pistols. They can afford deagles, but do they buy them?
No. No, not happening. P250, yeah. Tech 9, yeah. Some utility, yeah. Are they... Oh, no.
If at first you don't succeed, maybe try to think of a different strategy. But
What's
no.
the definition of insanity?
It's repeating the same thing again and again, expecting a different result. Well, I guess this is a little bit different because they've got pistols, but that is the only variance on it. The smoke on QQ to allow them to drop it on a Molotov. Problem is, they're getting dropped by the SMG up close. Moneymaker for Leaf. He has hit the jackpot in this bonus round. It's like he's on a game show. Stacking up his cash high, looking in for another player. I'd just go for the reload at this point, mate. Yeah, there you go. Get an extra MP9 kill. Why not?
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop! You're definitely too young to know what that is.
Not a clue. I thought you just had a stroke.
I actually wonder if Bled knows what I'm talking about. If he knows the game show. This is like mid 80s, late 80s. Sick game show though. It was like a futuristic, tons of TVs. I'll show you a video after.
Okay.
Thing of beauty. So Leaf builds up a lot of cash in this round. Another one under their pocket. And the SMG's picking up every kill in that round. And we still have yet to see a full buy out of Beyond. Full buy in the sense of, you know, full AKs or AKs and op with utility to back it up. There's still some holes within what they're currently using. So a chance for Lucid Dreams to build some momentum, to get one step closer to tying things up, stabilize that economy. They already have 3 players on 5K or more. Maybe this is the bounce back for Lucid Dream. I mean, they've won it the 2 times out of 3 they played it. The only team they lost to was Vici. And already off the bat, QQ's fallen.
And with QQ down, Lucid Dream get aggressive even further. This is just catching Beyond completely off guard as PTC went through the smoke into connector, finds a kill, and bails back. Beyond now in a spot where they shouldn't expect any more aggression. That's why 789 says, hey, you know what? It's my turn. I'm low HP. Going in on the left corner. They check it, though. They saw that booty sticking out, and they gave it a big smack.
Too many squats. You need to stop working out.
Exactly.
Myrals. That's going to be 2 for him. Olivia, again, great refrag comes through. Actually does get in towards jungle, being shot from short. They have the A side open, and they're going to get the plant down. There's a big rotate, though, out of Leaf in towards T-spawn. And I almost am certain they're not going to expect this. If Olivia hears the running, though. Oh, no. Fox has fallen. All he had to do was kind of just wait, but I guess he didn't expect the aggression. And now it leaves Leaf alone. He said he was the 1v2 master.
The problem with this is you've already got KNTZ clearing out spawn. He knows he's not here. They know he's not connector. They know he's not jungle. Where can he come from? Well, ramp or palace, and they know now it's ramp as Olivia falls, but he was low HP. Now it's KNTZ to deal with. Last spotted towards jungle. No info on where he is. Leaf's running around like an absolute lunatic trying to find some info. Drops the smoke. Here's the peek from KNTZ, though. Before it even blooms, he's got the shot. And so Beyond win out that round, and I think we're yet to see the real threatening part of Beyond. When Olivia gets that AWP out, that's when I start to get worried. At the same time, PTC can do a lot of damage with it, and he will win the race to the AWP, pulling it out for, I think, the first time that we've seen it in this half so far. It's quite late.
I almost think there's a world, by the way, where that smoke does plume, and Leaf sticks the defuse and pulls it off. I can totally see that happening with how this match has gone so far with bombs and smokes.
There's also a world where he diffuses it down to 1 second left and runs away.
Crap, I don't have time.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when you're playing matchmaking and the enemies go no time. So you say, oh, no, I don't have time, okay. Runs away. It's like, mate, there was 20 seconds left in the clock. I didn't think I
didn't have time.
They told me.
They needed to pick up the op and T-spawn. Oh, my rolls. You've seen him be successful at pushes like that before. He will be shut down with a nice flashbang at a PTC. Something we, again, criticized Lucid about. We're starting to see that teamwork come into light. 789. I mean, he's pushed up, but QQ, he's going to get the better of him. It's going all the way of Beyond now. 4-on-2. PTC almost has to think about the next round and saving the op. Finally, the bomb that's make its way through. It's going to be Olivia to be carrying it. And they're both towards CT spawn, but they're peeking PTC. Why are you peeking PTC? Stop peeking them. STK, long range with the MAC-10 gets the kill. Leaf on 26 health. This is doable.
And he's trying to just hide out and bait him into thinking that Leaf is to... Oh my god. So STK wanted to bait him into thinking that he was towards the connector. But Leaf had the perfect angle there for the swing out. Obviously, he thought the player was on the left side. You could see by where he was looking, but it's easy to hit the flick when the player's 20 HP.
Well, I think Leaf taps the bomb at first, and it pulls the STK back.
Yeah.
Because he was gonna run for connector. Like, he was 100% about to do it. I mean, he hears the bomb being tapped, and he's like, okay, I have to stick around. I have to check it. If he has a kit, it's gonna take me over 5 seconds to be able to see the bomb again. But I don't know why you peek PTC.
Yeah,
You already
that's
talked
the thing,
about what
right?
he can do.
You see the AWPs there, you swing one after another, give him every single opportunity to win that round. Well, he took them.
Oh, but they got the deagles, though. It's 4 of them. It's Olivia with the Hero AK.
I think week on week we've got to change our formula, right? Based on what we're seeing today, so the jury's out. 4 deagles. Does it result in a round win? Is this the formula for the week that will be guaranteed to work? Well, we'll find out as they look to hit this A bomb site mid control. Already in their favor, but they have left the bomb way back in T-spawn.
Maybe it's the magic formula to solve world hunger.
By
Maybe
4
it's the
deagles.
coronavirus cure. I don't know how it would be.
You never know. Inject those deagles straight in your veins. Find out.
See the next announcement coming from the president.
Oh, well, at his rate, I think that's probably a better proposition than what he's bringing to the table. Just inject some bleach. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It cleans you.
I mean, next thing he'll be saying that, you know, Tide Pods are delicious.
Had some for
and
lunch.
nutritious.
Feel great.
Yeah.
Just a
I
disclaimer
make the best
for,
Tide Pods, the best.
for the sake of
I only eat the
PGL,
best.
please don't inject bleach. Don't drink it. It will kill you. Don't eat Tide Pods. Although we don't have them in Europe, but things that look like them.
I think most Americans are asleep, so I don't think we have to make that disclaimer. Most people are gonna realize that's a bad idea.
And most people.
And I can say that because I am American.
And most people here are from Europe and Asia, so we're okay. No one's in danger. That took a while. The PTC's cleaned it up. Man, at the moment, Lucid Dream are getting away with murder, honestly. I think Beyond are getting a little bit too big for the boost, a little bit too cocky. Some of the plays Lucid have been pulling out have been nice. You saw like the re-aggression and connector, for example. And those plays always interest me as well, Jason, because I have to say, when you see a team take mid-control, you find the opening duel and you pull back. And then a player goes through the smoke, hides in connector and finds a kill. It's just as easy for him to look like an idiot as a genius. If he dies there, you're like, why would you give away the man advantage? But when it works, it's really smart aggression. So it's one of those things. You either
Well, it's like the victor writes history, right?
well, exactly. I think it's one of those things though where it's very dangerous in the commentary world or the analysis world to look at something and say it worked out, therefore it's good. That's definitely not how it works. I like the connector aggression. I think it's a risk, not one he had to take, but you have to vary your gameplay. You can't just go, oh, let's go into default positions, and like that's not how this game works. You got to take risks sometimes, and sometimes it pays off, but it's about understanding when to take those risks. And even if it fails, it's like, yeah, as long as you can see the idea behind it.
So they're trying to set up for a B play. Myral's been able to get in towards ladder room. Now they're going to push in towards short. I'm not sure if they expect Leaf to be here. Well, it doesn't matter if they do. KTC's going to fall. QQ's going to respawn. Unfortunately, PTC can't hit more than one, but you still have Fox here. Shot off some bullets. They know he's going to be here, and that's going to be a clean, quick kill. John Olsen's still alive. He had a quad kill earlier on from this position. Not this time. And that's 789. And the 1-on-2. STK's low on HP. Please don't peek into him 1-on-1. And Olivia will close that out. But this has been, yeah, 9-6 half, you know, understandable. It's been an awkward 9-6. It's been even more of an awkward 13-11.
I mean,
We're seeing the save come in for Lucid Dream.
Beyond won that round, but I mean, you pointed out perfectly what they needed to do, not peek alone. And what did they do? Peek alone. They won the fight. So it might look like what they did was good, but it was not. That's another one of those things, you know, just because it works doesn't mean it's good. And for Beyond 13-11, but yeah, you can see the mistakes they're making, you can see the opportunities they're giving, and you can see why I was saying Lucid Dream, they can take a map off Beyond. With the current map pool, it doesn't seem too likely, although I do think, I agree with Blair that Mirage was a very odd pick. I wouldn't come in and try to just heads up confidence a team like Beyond.
It was their strongest map, I think.
For sure, but as Dinko even said, you know, sort of playing into the strengths of your opponents as well. I get playing your own game, thinking about yourself in the veto and what map you're most comfortable on, but there's a certain point where you got to think these guys are just better than us. And when you come
Yeah,
to a map
that's a
like
very
Mirage,
defeatist attitude, though, right? Like, obviously,
Sure.
I mean, whether or not the facts are true, I don't think that's a mindset you want to have as a team.
Oh,
Going
no.
into a series.
Not going into a series, but I think that's where the captain or whoever, sometimes it's the coach, whoever's doing the veto, needs to have a very grounded and realistic approach to the game. Because at the end of the day, that aspect of Counter-Strike is just statistics. It's just analysis. There shouldn't be any kind of, I don't know, emotion behind a veto. And I think that's...
It's like saying, "Oh, our nuke's all right." Okay, so we're gonna pick nuke against Astralis.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know. I don't care how confident you are. You don't do that. It was what Singularity did versus North when they picked Vertigo, and we were just like, why would you do this, you fools? And they got absolutely stomped on it. And it's like, yeah, okay, you're a good Vertigo team, but North played it like 24 times in 3 months. So just don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. And we go 14.
That was an expensive round, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually pretty costly. They get 3 kills with like minimum investment, but now like we're seeing, we're going into potentially a 15th round win or beyond here. This is pretty much last chance saloon. You can see Leaf on the off this time, not PTC, so changing some things up. Actually have him going over towards the B site, which seems to be the direction the T's are heading. Oh, this is perfect for Leaf.
Straight out the window as well. He's bailed successfully. That nade was perfect by Fox. Exactly what it was meant to do. It put smoke around the Molotov or something. Oh, QQ surely doesn't get that second kill. He's already lit Leaf up, and there you go. I mean, that started out so well for Lucid Dream. Losing Fox there, they even still looked good because the Leaf had the AWP. The rotates were almost there, but they arrived just a second too late. Bomb still not planted, and 789's able to drop it in the open, just jumping out of kitchen. Crossfire eventually works out, but QQ's got to get a 4K, and PTC's on the rotate. 3 health remaining. He's got to rely on catching this player off guard. Misses the jump up to short. It's going to have to be the long way for him, and as he's on his way, QQ's clearing out kitchen. He's seeing absolutely no movement. And on the back of that, he just tucks in like a turtle over towards the van, clears out up above in the apartments. Still seeing the site to be clear. I mean, he has got to be getting a little bit suspicious.
I mean, you're seeing PTC's attention being pulled back over towards mid, expecting maybe QQ to get aggressive, which is kind of what he's doing here. But with only 27 seconds left, I don't think he has the time to really get back towards the A site unless he goes for the full sprint. Even tapping the bomb, he's really unsure where PTC is going to be. Thing is, it's going to take more than one shot to kill QQ. I can't say the same thing for PTC, but he spots him out. Oh, what a clutch in for PTC, saving the round for them, maybe saving the map as well.
QQ's decision making there was a little bit odd. Plant the bomb, stand right on it in the open. Exposed to short and kitchen. He was almost certain PTC was coming from one of those angles. I can't quite say I understand that play. But you can't put the onus of the round on him. I mean, the rest of the team really needed to do something else. When that push came out, I don't know how 789 is able to do what he did. QQ was out watching short for the push up. The players on site, though, just gave all the freedom to the CT side to get back out there and do some damage.
Droney McJoneface, first appearance in day 6. 54 grenades being used. Didn't we have something like ridiculous? I remember last week, I think it was on the 4th or 5th day. It was like some ridiculous amount of grenades, and it was like only like 1/2 a play.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was around 50s.
It was indeed.
Throwing his entire kit every round.
Yeah, it was just took the belt off, pulled all the pins, and chucked it at someone. Get flashed, blown up, and burned alive all at once.
I feel like they should almost add some realism to the game, where if you get flashed, like a certain amount of... Actually, the more you get flashed, the more permanently deaf you become in-game. So eventually, if you eat like 10 flashes, you just can't hear anything. You just hear a ringing in your headphones.
I'm glad you don't design games, Jason. Very happy about that.
I mean, maybe like an April Fool's Day, they do that.
Yeah, maybe. Like, the more you shoot, if you use the A4, you're just going to go deaf from spraying it. So everyone switches to the A1S for a day.
They should attach some like crappy silencer to any gun. This is still like a risky proposition here for Lucid Dream. They don't have the best to buy ups. Leaf trying to get close against Myrals. SMG versus SMG and beyond. They get the first 2 kills. John Olsen's going to be there. He might be able to force Myrals to go for the challenge of the Molly. It's a little bit too deep here. But Myrals goes for the challenge either way. Down to the 3-on-3. 1 grenade left for STK. QQ trying to make sure to watch the back, which PTC might be, well, having an inkling for. He did head back in that direction, but they come from the same spot. And QQ's here to watch this angle. Oh, this is going to be tough for the retake. They're all going to come out, but he misses the shots. PTC connects. 2 players on low HP. STK can't do anything. And now Olivia with the AK left alone. Time is taken away. They're going to go for the defuse. He gets the tag. He's almost getting the spray. He gets the kill. 8 seconds left. They're going to have the kit. Going to have the defuse. And we're going into a 13th round here for Lucid Dream.
Another wild situation. Beyond had so much time to play with. They take every fight one at a time and get nothing for those first 2. A 3v3. Lucid Dream are going to retake out of kitchen. Nobody's in position on site to swing to take those players down, so QQ really shouldn't be playing that angle. He should be further back on short, watching the cross to up close if that's how the approach is on site. And it looks like it's just blatant miscommunication by the T side, or just lack of organization in how they're going to play in those late rounds. They have an approach to the early. They have a let's get to site, and we're going to get to the B site. This is how we're going to get there. But no one's thought about what happens when you're actually there, or no one's communicating. Something is going wrong, that's for sure, because that was sloppy.
I mean, I think sloppy is like not a bad word to describe a couple of rounds, to be honest. Again, thinking back to that defuse where you had time and he came off the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's 4 Deagles. There's a Tech 9 for Beyond's side. And already that last round was a lot closer than maybe it should have been. Kiki's gonna just solo push up or towards B short. And we'll be a player there as the rest of the team is looking to push in out of apartments. I think they're gonna be spotted here in a second by Leaf. Flashbang comes through. Incendiary throw down. No smoke to cover it off. They split the entire team. SDK gets the first kill towards site. Leaf gonna respawn though with a nice flick. He pushes up against SDK. Now there's gonna be support out of Olivia in towards apartments, and Olivia hits the shot. Oh man, they're gonna get the plan off of this, and it comes down once again to the retake.
Lucid Dream really not fans of making it easy for themselves, but that molly makes it so much easier. John also didn't even realize he got 2 kills on that spray. He's looking around. Where's the last guy? Where is he? Just killed him, John.
He's on 26 kills. I mean, he was also a talking point we had about he does have that potential to play easily at the level, if not further than Beyond Esports individually. But the consistency of it hasn't been there this tournament.
That's exactly it, right? We're saying that the previous RMR event, he was pretty fun to watch. Now things have slowed down. But in this game right here, yeah, he's back on form. John Olsen has returned. Long has it been awaited?
It's been prophesized. Or prophesized. Prophesized.
I can't really hear the difference between what you were saying.
Prophesized.
Sounds like you just said prophesized 7 different times.
And then I said it with a TH. Prophesized.
Oh, you're an interesting man.
I'm having
Jason.
a stroke.
Yeah, I really think I was on point earlier on with my guess. Oh, the flash through the push. 789 gets 1. The return isn't there, but look, it's a 4v3. That's it. They've already won the early round. The problem is, I think Fox is stuck in underpass now. He's going to have to try to bail on back. Luckily, though, the T's have completely abandoned their posts. They've lost 1 towards Palace now at 2v4, and Beyond in danger of losing this map. Fox makes it out of underpass towards the B site. He's the only one here. If they can deal with him, a bomb plant should come in. And then a 2v3 with Mayrolls and Olivia that I would feel quite confident could go Beyond's way.
Well, after the last 2 rounds, I don't know if I'd agree. Incendiary comes down. They have a smoke for it. They're going to use it. Rotations have come through. They're going to have 2, now 3 players to defend the site. They're going to have to hit some ridiculous shots. And look at this angle for Fox. Doesn't hit the shots himself. Lucid Dream do get themselves indeed to 15, and the money's not going to be there for Beyond. This could be Lucid Dream stealing away this map when they never should have had a chance.
I mean, even just look at the mistakes that Beyond made, though, so far. It's been very wild. The post plants have been horrendous. We saw people defusing the bomb and then running away when they've got more than enough time to actually defuse it. This whole map has just been a disaster for them, and I think resetting into the next is going to be more than likely what they have to do. They've already lost the opening duel coming into this round. They have to recover it in a 4v5. No control of top mid as they come in through underpass. They're lucky that no one from Lucid Dream has been poking for that map control. They've left it. They've allowed top mid to sit firmly in favor of the T side as they come out. It'll be a boost up. Olivia sneaky beaky like coming in through the window, but they're going to check it. John Olsen's on his way, the Terminator of the CT side, but Olivia manages to catch him off guard. The timing was perfect. Now they just need to deal with Connector, and they do so expertly, moving towards the A site with a man advantage to play with. PTC on the op, only good for one. This is looking much better for Beyond, and we should be seeing an overtime.
3-on-2. There can't possibly be a chance they're going to throw this one away. Olivia in towards window, trying to lock down any sort of presence out of Fox, looking to get in there. Both players coming in from Connector. QQ spots out the first, gets the kill. And Fox now left alone. Maybe there's still a chance for Beyond in this map. And we will indeed see overtime here in our first game of the day, in our first map of the day. John Olsen on 27 kills, KNTZ on 28. Myros is actually having the quiet game for once. And unfortunately for Fox, he hasn't really been able to get going, finishing the regulation time on 10. I don't know what to make of this first map, to be honest. I know it's a local bout, local match between two tied teams. They obviously know each other inside and out. But there's just been a lot of mistakes being made.
Oh, yeah. It's been very unusual. Just even for this region, even for the games we've seen so far, it's very odd to see this many questionable plays all at once. In a game that Beyond are looking quite decent, and I think the majority of the mistakes have been on their part. So maybe it's not entirely down to them having problems, more so than them just not coming in on their A game, knowing they're against Lucid Dream. Maybe they think this is going to be an easy matchup. It's not uncommon, right, for teams to come in and not give the full respect to their fellow countrymen. You know, if you're the big fish in the region, you're going to just kind of, well, what a lot of teams do is look down upon the other ones there and kind of think, oh, well, yeah, we'll stomp these guys easy, because they've probably played with these players. They've probably trialed them for their team at one point. I mean, it's a pretty decent chance. The thing is, some of these guys could genuinely be on that Beyond lineup. You look at someone like John Olsen, like PTC at times, certainly considering he's IGLing as well. And look at this, the aggressive IGL. He wants to get in their face. They're holding for it. The head spotted, the shot hit. The fade back's going to be next to impossible, though.
Yeah, they didn't quite catch out my rolls. We're seeing a Krieg for the first time this entire tournament. Almost forgot that weapon existed, to be honest.
I mean, there was a good couple of years where we didn't see it ever.
And then we saw it every game.
We only saw it. So just eco till the Krieg.
Oh my gosh, this is wow. QQ finally gets revenge from the round on the CT side where he peeks Connector towards middle and 789 wasn't even looking at him, and then just flicks directly towards his head.
789 shot.
4-on-3.
Still
Yeah.
more impressive.
It's true.
It was like, what, a 180 or like probably 140 degree flick. It was gorgeous.
I think it was like 142.5 degrees.
Oh, okay, you're doing the calculation.
I brought out my compass and measured it.
Jason's a Terminator. Forgot to tell you guys. I think Beyond have got this one. They've certainly locked down the A site. It's more a question of how they play this. You know, KNTZ can't move forward within jungle. If he tries to cross from window to jungle, he's going to be spotted by John. You ready for this, Jason? You ready? Oh, they're not saving. It's 10 KOT, guys. Be careful. Playing trash overtime. But no, it looks like they are going to go for it. I respect it. Let's see what you got, Lucid Dream. I'm in your corner now. They're not giving us a terrible OT. QQ and KTZ both low. Yeah, but 2v4, you have to go for a save. Really, they don't know about the HP of their opponents. It's a shame.
Look at KTZ, though. He's trying to get ahead of them. I don't think they're going to get past my rolls at the moment, or even QQ is peeking in. 1 kill. And, well, KTZ should be able to close this out. If not, okay. It was an op. You just lost now.
It's a worthwhile trade, really. I mean, John Olsen's more than happy. 3 kills, AWP carried forward. Hell yeah. Now, look, the T's aren't going to have money problems, but counter-terrorists aren't going to have as much weight on their shoulders because they get that free op. The 10k OT is trash for a number of reasons. The main one is that you see teams save a lot of the time, where a retake would be possible. Like, even in that 2v4, they would still go for that if this was 16k. But Valve mandates that for the Valve events, it's 10k because they hate us. I don't know.
Well, now I know why you're not doing any majors. I was watching this, like, I can see Gaben right now just watching this, like, who is this guy?
Well, hopefully...
Who do I need to pay to kill him?
Hopefully, if one of them's watching, they'll change it to 16k. I mean, like every other tournament has. That's the thing that always confuses me. You know, if it's standard within the community, why are the biggest tournaments, the majors, not running with that? Because it's not like when ESL do it, when PGL do it, they don't get a choice. You know, that they have to do 10k. It's just odd.
Well, the saved op is going to be dismantled. PTC is going to fall. I like this aggression, though, towards A ramp. No one actually spotted out. And look at this. QQ has an idea, though. This is a little bit of a flip of the script. The CT's now trying to push back in towards the A side from A ramp. There's a Molotov flash is being thrown in to keep them back, to keep them at bay. QQ peeks around. He's going to fall to the first. I don't know if he expects a second player to be there, though, but it doesn't seem to matter. STK pushes in towards CT spawn. There's no pressure coming from that direction. Even KT's getting the spray, so they know at least one player is going to be towards A ramp. The second going to be spotted out. And that's 2 rounds back-to-back on the T side for Beyond.
Well, here we go. Lucid Dream. They bring
Wow,
out
look at the direct duels.
We're out down the bottom. Okay, 8-2. Yeah, it
Sorry,
took me
yes,
a
the
while. I was
bottom
going
of your
through
screen.
kills, cast, 80. What was he talking about? I see. And here's the problem with this overtime. You got FAMAS. You've got an SMG as well on Leaf. John Olsen and PTC on ops. No pistols to back them up. No head armor. Not that that makes a big difference in this situation. Up against AKs and Kriegs and ops. And very little utility. That's another problem. This round is going to be a big struggle. But with that double op setup, they might just be able to make up for the lack of utility. Use those longer range sight lines that should be left open. Also, the thing is, Jason, you can see they would not have a second op had John Olsen not have been able to save it in the first round of overtime. And there's the impact.
But will it get them around? Utility is almost non-existent then to defend. You got Fox and PTC with the last pieces remaining. And currently, those players are over at the B site. So maybe you're going to use them on the retake. They have... Oh, it just comes down to raw aim now. John Olsen, 31 kills, looking for number 32, maybe number 33. It's the leg shot, and look at this. The CTs are putting up a formidable defense here. Fantasy can't get the spray down, eventually closes it out as he picks up the 1, but it seems like it's 1 and done for the rest of his team. John Olsen, another 3K, 34 kills, as they will take 1 round in the first half of overtime.
I think John Olsen just can't be stopped. 34 frags, as you said. You know, he's playing like an absolute animal. I think as we move forward, we got to keep an eye on him. This guy's going to do some big work in this tournament alone. For Lucid Dream, he's been a missing factor in some of the games. But if he keeps this up, they can actually win some of their upcoming. The issue, I guess, for Lucid is that the games they've had have been D13, Vici. Those were hard rounds, hard games to try and win. Then they come up against Divine Vendetta, they win that. They've still got to play Bren, Mazalai, so their chances of staying into playoffs are pretty high. I'd be surprised if they don't make playoffs. I said that from the start. But And so far, we haven't even seen their true form, I guess, their full power. Here we go with the push out towards the A site. KNTZ, good for an opening. Beyond, start this one out well, but the trades are there. Lucid Dream getting access. Olivia with the op. What is that flick? 789 is down and out.
Our wrist is going to be sore later today. Yeah, person rotating in from CT spawn. It's going to be my rolls. You notice the numbers actually changed? It's creeping me out. Because normally on the right-hand side of your screen, it's supposed to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. And now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, my head. My head. And Olivia's got the sight line. They have 1 flash, 1 nade, 1 molly. They don't have any way of dislodging him unless they can catch him perfectly, and this tiny crack is peeking with a flashbang. And they don't. He's gonna swap the cross. Should be a first kill. No, he misses the shot. Very uncharacteristic of Olivia, but I guess very characteristic of how the series has been going for him. Thinking back to the first play on it. Nade comes through, 10 seconds left. They're gonna have to get this bomb plant down eventually. They're gonna come around the corner to try to stop it. 1-for-1 trade. The bomb does get down. And now Beyond Esports, 1 round away here from closing out this first map when it looked like they were almost gonna lose it.
Well, they came pretty close. It's not for lack of trying, Jason. I think we saw Beyond give away a lot more rounds than they needed to. But now they've come into OT and they've looked like the team that we expected from the start. It was a great shot by Olivia. And we said that when he pulled out the AWPT side, that's when he could do some serious damage. But vast majority, it was just the AK form in regulation. I think now OT's helping out because they don't have to have those warm-up rounds that come straight in. And pound for pound in buy rounds, where they've got everything they want to work with, and Beyond do take the trophy quite a lot. 789, look at that aggression. Straight up connector, pure confidence. It's paid off. They've got the A side. I mean, there's only Olivia to deal with it. He's stuck in CT, mollied off at this point. He's been flanked out as well.
They don't know he's there. Oh man, Olivia should fall. They're just waiting for him to flank around and clear this out. There you go. A side's taken. A side's open. You almost look to save here. The last 3 people. I mean, you're obviously gonna be looking for a peek. PTC, he's low. STK, he's on the flank. He's on his own lurk of his own. Go through Palace here, but they've lost out on QQ. They can't afford to lose many players. They need to just buy time.
There's utility left for the CT side. You see Merrills as a flash. I'm imagining that's going to make its way forward just as STK comes around that corner, but 20 seconds left. They've got to make a move. They've got to go fast. The flank is on its way here from the T side. 789 in through kitchen. They obviously think it's going to be a save, but no, the CTs are still here. Merrills needs to go forward fast. He can cover off CT as STK goes for the defuse.
No,
5 seconds. They've just about got
no.
time. Merrills trying to block the bomb, but oh, he stops it as well. PTC goes down before he can fire, still blinded. And what a round for Beyond. Lucid thought they were saving. Oh. Wow. And I understand why. It's 10 KOT at the end of the day. You know, a lot of the time your opponents are going to save in that position. As a matter of fact, every fiber of my being was telling them to save. And they managed to pull it off. That's ridiculous. Wow.
Well, Dinko, can you guys just come in and just take it away for a little bit? I need a moment. Are you guys
I
muted?
need a moment.
Okay. Dinko's muted for us.
Of course, Dinko's muted.
There we go.
As usual.
So,
It wouldn't be Dinko without that.
So when you take a look at this game overall, there's something just up with diffusers and STK. This guy doesn't really play well with the bombing. But did make up for it a little bit later on in overtime there, taking the defuse. But I think that game was just scrappy from start to finish, right? You had the big lead from Beyond coming in, then it all claws back. It's even up again. Then it was looking like it was going to end pretty quickly. 15-11 up. Then they choke it. It goes to overtime, and then Beyond turn it up again. It's kind of a strange game, I have to say.
Jason, you're right. Like, you look like you really need a breather there.
I mean, we just go from like not sticking the bomb and coming off when he had time to defuse to, hey, let's just run him back to the site when they're running away and just ninja defuse it.
And even that final, you know, when they got the ninja defuse, the flash which blinded the terrorists coming up from T-spawn, was that like a team flash?
No. I think I don't think that was. It couldn't have. No, because no one was even near the site. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
that
that's
was
true.
just the other player. That wasn't STK who threw it down.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mayroll
well,
still had a flash going into that, so I'd imagine he just dropped it there.
Yeah, Leaf. Again, Leaf getting a number of clutches, but I agree with you. I feel like beyond, well, just to quote Jason, I think they threw a couple of those rounds there. That one round where he stuck the defuse, and he's like 2 seconds remaining. I mean, there's nowhere to go. Just stick it. Like, there's nothing to do there. But yeah, like lots of weird rounds going back and forth. But I kind of expected this, to be honest. You know, Mirage's mad at Lucid do like playing.
You expected a team to like come off of a bomb with like enough time remaining for the? Are you like a prodigy?
I have been watching this scene for a while, Jason. You're always expecting unexpected, you know? Like, if you're expecting logical Counter-Strike, you know, get the hell out of here. What are you even doing, like, casting this game, right? But yeah, that was the one chance for Lucid to probably take it to the third map, I feel like, and Beyond even gave them opportunities. They're like, we want to play in a final map, guys. Here we go, a couple of free rounds. Make it work, but it's really hard to break out a game like that, to be very honest. I don't know about you guys. It's very messy, very ugly. Some cool moments, it's definitely entertaining, but it does kind of break your mind a little bit.
Wait, I'm watching the replay back, and 789, remember, he ran into Kitchen towards the B site. He kept running away. He shot at my rolls and just kept running to go back towards Catwalk, where he couldn't even see the bomb being defused. Oh my Atlanta.
36 kills though for John Alton. That's kind of nuts.
Well, at least there's something for Lucid Dream. Yeah, PTC was also kind of looking okay. I mean, there's that 1v1 clutch that kind of got them back into things, kept them alive. So I think Lucid Dream definitely going to be kicking themselves about not picking this map up. They should have been able to take this towards the end. It was looking good for them, but now that they've lost Mirage, I don't really see a world in which they go on to win the series now. I'm a little scared for them, but if it keeps up that way, I mean, Beyond definitely showed so many weaknesses. So coming into Inferno, if their system is flawed and the players are making a lot of mistakes, then potentially there is a chance where Lucid Dream can claw it back here, because this game is just so close, scrappy, and that's what you want from a domestic matchup, especially in this region, right? Because we have a lot of question marks beside Lucid Dream, how they're going to be performing. You can excuse the mistakes coming in from this team based on them not being a team for that long, whereas Beyond, a couple of errors they were making are kind of questionable. And one of the team that we were talking about, which is the best in the tournament in terms of the system, they just didn't show it at all. So I'm really confused going into these next few maps. I think Beyond are just going to be taking a sigh of relief, really, going into this next one that they managed to pick up Mirage.
I just want to blast through the rest of this post-match just so we can go to a break at this rate. Let's take a look at the MVP of that game. And then just wrap this up, because not only do the players, I think, need a mental reset, I think we need a mental reset. 9 multi-kill rounds for QQ. Finished off 27 kills with that big ADR. Again, there was like so many of these individual plays. Think back, you know, to his push out of connector on CT side, 789 towards his left, not even looking at him. He can't quite hit the shot, or more so 789 can hit the shot and it completely decimates him. Eventually got his revenge, but this is also a player that hasn't really, I guess, been towards the top of the scoreboard for his team in any of the matches they've had so far. Again, playing more of a lurk role on the T side, though this time he wasn't playing that. But you know what will be happening? We'll be going to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the second map here of the series between Lucid Dreams and Beyond Esports. I don't know what's going to happen. We've already had some crazy plays so far, so you're not going to want to miss this.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones. The forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. Nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him take us till your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry.
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强 ，A2 楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2 楼总有出乎意料的故事上演 ，Nifty 就曾端着大狙开镜连跳，精准爆头。离开 A2 楼，来到 A 大坑，在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。A 连接和书房作为重要的 CT 回防通道，来往的人群也是络绎不绝。2018年伦敦 Major， XCC 头顶烟破坏了风连接的烟味。随后依靠个人实力，围绕书房和连接游刃有余，拿到5杀。
No, he isn't. Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting from Xcure.
而香蕉道就更是著名的网红打卡点了。Shokes 自信驾狙。
Changing things up. They're gonna flash their way through the smoke, and now it's gonna come down to Shoxy. He's gonna get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth. Shoxy is a god. The ace. What did we just witness? Furnace Pro get a flip.
地点通道口 Happy B 的杀鹰灭队。这些精彩操作都给玩家留下了深刻印象。期待本次比赛中，亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜哦。
Well, I guess you can probably guess what the next map's going to be here, as you saw there in the lovely video. It's going to be Inferno between these two teams, and that potential for a 2-0 is starting to rise. But then again, domestic matchups, after that first game, Mitch, I was still at a loss for words of what happened. Who knows what's going to happen on Inferno?
Yeah, I think we can pretty much leave it at that as far as pre-game analysis goes. Who knows? Not us, not anybody. That was a wild first map, that's for sure. 16-19 in the end. Picked by Lucid Dream, won by Beyond, and now we move on to Inferno, where I think we should say Beyond will take the series, but it's not like they've got.
So you say that,
yeah, and then we noticed like the last game we saw versus Bren, for example. 19-17. They had to go to overtime. Beyond significantly better than Bren. Therefore, by the transitive property, as you were saying earlier on. You got me excited as a Mats boy. I like it when we pull those out.
Lucid Dream did beat Invictus on this map just a few days ago, like 10, 11 days ago. We're actually in July, by the way. Have you realized it's July 1st?
There you go. I did, because I had to throw my milk
halfway through the
out.
year.
We've hit it, and I hope it ends soon, because my God, this year's been terrible.
And they played Beyond back in the 5th of June, and they ended up losing 13-16. So I think there's still a potential to have an extremely close matchup here. They've only played it twice in the last 3 months, whereas Beyond, they played it 7 times, but have a really bad win record, only winning twice. And one of those was against Lucid Dream. The other was against Bren, as you mentioned before.
Yeah.
And that was just a few days ago. They did manage to push Invictus into overtime, though. Multiple overtimes. I actually won't do the math on this. And they lost it 28-25. So maybe that's like 3-4 overtimes?
Yeah, I think it's 4.
I can't do math.
It's 23 rounds total, right? So, yeah, four overtimes. Yeah, the thing is, when you look at a team like the teams they've been playing, 5 out of 7 are top level. You got Invictus, 2 Vichis, a Tyloo, and a D13. Pretty good. And teams you can accept the loss versus. Then they beat Brennan, Lucid Dream. They should be beating. I'm not terribly upset about it. I don't think it was the best choice, really, for them. I think when you come into a series like this, you set a precedent. Lucid Dream should not be picking maps that exclusively they are comfortable on. You have to give your opponents a little bit of respect in that sense and try to find the one that you have an advantage on by them not being as good. But for Beyond, they can do whatever they want. They can play a veto for themselves. And I think probably pulling out a nuke would have been pretty good for them. I know that's down as the decider, but I feel like that's where they're massively favored. I mean, we see them absolutely annihilate. They've won the vast majority of their games on it, albeit against worse teams, but they almost beat Vici there. And when you compare that to the game that we recently saw by Lucid Dream versus Vici, where it was 16-5 against them. But look, they can take it as they want. Maybe they've got something set up for a Siren Inferno, but based on that previous game, I don't think they've done a lot of homework. I don't think they're coming in on their A game either. This might be Beyond just letting the breeze carry them forward. And again, something we talked about in the group stages. Maybe you don't always want to give your strats away, but then again, that wasn't quite strats that were failing for Beyond. It was just everything.
I'm kind of worried if John Olsen doesn't drop 36 kills yet, going plus 12 in that map, would they have had a chance? But the same aspect, if Fox gets more than 10 kills, because he was 10 and 31, so negative 21 in his overall plus or minus, could they have won that game more heavily handed? It's a little unfortunate they have one player really step up and one player not be able to kind of play his normal standard level. I think that's kind of the result, or I guess the lucid dream we've seen in this tournament. I mean, we've seen individual players stepping up. Usually it's like PTC. We've seen, thinking back to the train game they had, 789 and Leaf be able to do so. But we've not seen them be able to like kind of all step up or all have that decent game across the board. And that's kind of worrying for me. It's a map like Inferno. Who knows how this one's going to go? Beyond's going to be starting on the T side. I'm worried if they start to get the ball rolling, this could be a very one-sided map. But again, domestic matchups, I don't think you can ever count them over.
Yeah, look at the CT side that we saw play out versus Beyond last time. It was only 6 rounds for Lucid Dream. They need to do a damn sight better than that. Moving on into this matchup, we'll see what they've got in store versus Beyond. Look to move towards the A site. They've got one player lurking down to watch for the banana push. Flash goes over on short to clear it out, get them a little bit of progress towards top mid. Smoke on the left side. They're looking to push through. Flash over. Here we go. No one's there. So they've spotted out and they've cleared a lot of these angles. Now looking to split into the B site, but they're walking right into a stack.
And they can tell they're aware of it. There's the first going to be spotted. Leaf able to connect those shots off the bat as they do push straight through, but the CTs are being very careful about this, not over peeking, not to give away too much information, but it doesn't seem to matter. Cue the Lincoln Park. The site's going to be taken. They lose only one player. Now it's the 2-1-4 retake. Please tell me you know who Lincoln Park is, Mitch.
I do.
Okay, I didn't know if you were too young.
I don't think I could name any of their songs, but I know the tune of them.
You're... Ooh, ETC.
No, it doesn't look like this is going to go his way, does it? KNDZ SDK shut it down before it even starts and 1-0. Yeah, it's like I've tried so hard and come so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. There we go. I know that part is accurate.
Still messed up the words.
Well, you know what?
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
Had to fall.
and lose it all. Is that it?
Well, can I cast with you? I think if I remember back, you actually were my first choice. And then you weren't even available, and then you became available, so maybe I wasn't your first choice, is what I'm hearing.
Let's do some look, AC/DC. I know that. I'm good on that stuff.
Okay, name a song.
Bat out of hell.
You're seeing the Deagle force up for Lucid Dream. I mean, obviously investing into this with the pistols. CZ as well for PTC. Maybe over in towards CT spawn, now rotating back towards B. I mean, Beyond did throw the fake over towards B, trying to get the aggression. Trying to maybe bait out any utility they had, and they're picking up the pace. I'd imagine the next few seconds when the smoke does dissipate. Still gonna have one left for Leaf, but he's gonna be over towards Pit. He's over towards the car at the moment. Or the haystack. Hay... I don't know. What do you call that?
Hey, Bill.
I don't know the official wording.
That would be the one. Just wanted to see you go for it a couple times. No, Leaf's got one at least on the Deagle. Looks like that's going to be shut down, though. Beyond coming in, getting their SMG kills, their dirty deeds, and they're not doing them dirt cheap. They're getting a lot of money for them. Building up that little stack of cash. Lucid Dream just going for the save. And in a situation like this, it makes sense to save for two reasons. So in the current position where they force bought, obviously you want those weapons for the next round. Your 3 versus 4 retake is not too likely because you've got to push into them, into the already entrenched T side. But if you were to bring these weapons through to the next round, you can then hold down angles and hope they push into you. If they were eco, it would also make sense because you don't want to give them extra SMG kills and let them have that extra little bit of cash. Because if you do, you'd be in quite a lot of trouble. You'd be hearing hell's bells ringing out in the distance as your opponents get a lot of money stacked up. As the bomb blows up like TNT, it's dynamite, and it looks like Beyond are going to win that fight. 2-0 up. Good start.
I know you guys couldn't hear it, but I completely agree, Blah. I can respect the play, though. It was a nice try. It was a nice attempt.
Yeah, I was just making some Guns N' Roses references, you know?
Oh, my. You're just making it worse, Mitch.
Trying to see if I can drive you more crazy than the last map. See how far we can push it.
Oh, now you're going full NSYNC on me. I drive myself crazy.
I have no idea who that is. Is that another caster or a player?
Yeah.
I see 1.6 Pro, right?
It's like VSync. And it's a new technology. There's G-Sync coming out, and then there's NSYNC.
I see.
Yep. Well, just the pistol saved over. Looks like Beyond might be able to get a clean third round. Again, build up some economy. Not lose out on too many players. Definitely using... I think you can definitely tell it's like a domestic matchup because they seem to really know how each other play. I mean, they even had the nice stack in the pistol round with the 3 players towards the B side. They just couldn't hit their shots. Speaking of the B players, they're going to be under some pressure. 789, the sole defender. He will have the smoke, though. In flashbacks to the Invictus Gaming match that we saw here on day 1. Up against Bren. I think it was Bren. He's going to play up close to the smoke, and they might be walking straight into these shots, but it's just going to be himself. So you'd imagine one and done, maybe a second kill if he's quick enough. But he has no support. But he's going to die eventually.
Yeah, they wait till the smoke phase. A wise decision, only losing KNTZ. They'll get a bomb plant in. And really Beyond want to just minimize the amount of losses they take here. STK barreling forward, clearing the site with the SMG. And here's the pistols ringing out. You see he's starting to get close. He wants to get some damage done, but they swing through and manage to do a lot more than they should have gotten away with. Fox on a double kill with the Deagle. And now 1v2. It's even winnable. Only a P250, unfortunately. But look, even though they don't win it, they still do some pretty decent damage. Beyond's money is stacked pretty high coming into this round, but at least now they've got to invest quite a lot of it. I think Lucid Dream will be happy with what they've just managed.
I think for me now, it's about watching PTC if he can get going on the AWP. Also see where John Olsen's at. I mean, he's currently on 0 kills. It's not the best of starts, but considering they haven't had a weapon yet, or a real weapon, it's understandable. I mean, if you get PTC stepping up here on the op, and you get John Olsen replicate his performance from Mirage, I think we could have a third map. It's definitely two insanely strong players as they're just busting towards the A side almost. They pushed STK up. He has the Mac 10. He catches John Olsen turning away with the flashbang. And Leaf even gets blinded up, but is managing to get himself the 1 kill and the second from Pit. Third's not going to happen as the Mac 10 is seeming to reign supreme. And the bombs will go down yet again. The bonus round, the super happy fun times maybe coming to light here. Oh, Mitch, it's all gone wrong.
So I won't criticize Lucid Dream too heavily there because what they did was correct. Unfortunately, the flash went way too deep in towards Pit. It landed, I think, just to the left of where SDK currently is. And because of that, although technically, if you look on the map, they were all blind, they weren't really. They got a small little bit of a flash for a quarter of a second, then they were good to go. So that was a big problem then for Lucid Dream because a player pushed through the smoke, then immediately the other tries to follow up to get the trade, and that pretty much concludes the round where it is. It's a big shame. But Beyond are having their super happy fun times indeed as they come on through up against a pretty weak investment. Now, I think this is probably where Lucid Dream can play a decent default with pistols and armor and allow PTC to just have the AWP. Considering it's Inferno, you see quite a high rate of force buys on this map, but I think with the way they'd be set up for the next round, it makes sense to just have the pistols in this one and allow the op to try and do some work.
Yeah, I think, I mean, try to support it as well. Just have a flashbang here to help him get away if needed. Oh, he's locked in. He gets the kill, though. Yeah, it works out. Gets in, gets out. They're trying to rescue the weapon now, Fox, but I think that AK is going to be a little bit too far. Myro's as well going to be on a Cree. Just want to bring that up before we see it come into action. Early man advantage. For Lucid Dream. Leaf, I mean, this is going to be insane deagle shot if you can connect onto STK. They're getting so much ground, so much information here, especially Olivia over towards the long side. Flashbang comes through. PTC is going to fall. That's the op now gone. That's a big kill. And where did it die? Can they even rescue it? I don't think it matters now. John's left alone on the site. Olivia's just picking them off as they rotate away, and this is almost as clean as you can get here after the initial start. And, of course, 789 gets a kill.
Gets an AK on that. I wouldn't even feel confident that that's the end of the damage.
I'd almost say save it, though, for an AWP. So you, like, minimize the financial investment. Yeah, he's going to run away.
Yeah,
Beyond going to go up 5-0.
With the loss bonus he's got, let's say 34, so he should be able to get that op out for the next round, buy himself a little bit of armor as well. He'll be light on utility, but I think it's worth it to have it in the hands of PTC. Or, no, PTC can probably buy his own. Instead of being a greedy boy. By the way, an AK, it's got that one-shot headshot ability. That alone makes it worthwhile carrying through to the next round. And also,
some talking going on between them. I wonder what they're saying. I can't read Thai, unfortunately. I can't even see the chat. That's probably the first problem.
Yeah, more than likely. What I will say is that PTC is doing something we didn't really see from Olivia on that first map, which is just light buying. You know, he's leaving himself shy of extra utility of a pistol even, so that he can find himself the AWP in the next round. We saw Olivia go through a solid, 9, 10 T-side rounds without picking up an AWP. It was on the Galil even a lot of the time because he was the one taking hero rifles and stuff like that, so... I do feel like that was a missing factor for them, but obviously they felt comfortable. And we mentioned it about Olivia a couple of times that he is a player that does well on the AWP, 100%. He's a good opper. But he's also one of the oppers that if you put a rifle in his hand, like if you give all 5 players on Beyond AKs, you will not be able to tell that he's the opper.
It's true. I mean, it's 100% true. And I think that's also like a nice backup to have, is considering the op play we did see the very first time he got it on CT side of Mirage. He missed like 4 or 5 shots. And they ended up losing the round, you know, partially because of that. I'm not going to say it was fully his fault, but it definitely didn't help. And PTC gets very aggressive. I like that play. Gets himself the early man advantage. Backs off more importantly to buy some more time. And they even have Fox now pushed up very far down Banana. He's going to have a flashbang. Seven's got the smoke, so I almost would like to have seen if they want to hold this position, put 7, 8, 9 down there. The smoke will come back through. Fox There's the first shot. He's not able to get the second, though. They get past the smoke, so that utility is just now gone and out, and 789 has nothing left to stop them from coming through. But he does at least have the support of his teammates flanking him from the back.
789's got it all to do. PTC picks it up on the AWP on the cross. Nice little no-scope for Olivia. Looks into CT, but doesn't hit that shot. Oh, man, I was getting excited for that one. But PTC was just holding the angle, waiting for that P. 5-1. Lucid Dream get their first round on the board. Can they follow up, though? And luckily, in this day and age, there's no such thing as resetting the loss bonus. Not in quite the same way. So they won't be punished massively if they lose this, but they definitely do need to start answering back. As we said, they found 6 rounds last time they played on the CT side, ended up losing 16-13. So there's definitely a possibility for them, if they can have a decent, you know, somewhat normal 9 rounds in the CT side.
So Fox pushed past the Myrals. That's 6 HP. He's still trying to push in STK in the meantime. We'll spot out the 2 over towards apartments. The bomb's actually in that direction, and they're still being shut down across the whole map. I'm not sure what happened. I almost thought that was going to be, for sure, beyond round.
That's one way to throw away an advantage. They just keep going as well. To be honest, Jason, I don't quite know what the logic was there. I guess in one way now they know that the op is playing in apartments. There's the one positive we can drag away, but oh wow, they've walked past each other in the smoke. So Mayorals through the molly, down to 6 HP, pushing B by himself. They push in apartments at the same time, trying to claim a little bit of map control. I understand, but that's not the way to do it. It was a very, very messy round from Beyond.
I mean, even Myrals, like, the first Molotov, yeah, there's nothing you can do there. But then he goes through the second one. I can kind of understand, because you're maybe trying to catch them when they're trying to retreat away. But as we could see, like, they were already back in sight. They were already fine. There was no pressure. It takes a lot of extra damage from that. Again, Incendiary is being invested to go for that early control. QQ is just gonna hug inside of the smoke while there's fire burning around him. And Fox is still gonna hold this angle. 789, the flash comes through. He gets the double. The flick on a 789 was phenomenal. And that's a B-side take. Yeah, I don't even think you can go for this now. They use minimal utility to get in towards the site. Flashbang. And that's not good. Losing the op. QQ, he's done waiting. He's done losing rounds.
You gotta respect the man who stands up for what he believes in. And QQ firmly believes this is their map. And I mean, that's the upside, right? That they can play messy Counter-Strike. They can play loose and make mistakes because they're already on 6 rounds at this point. They were on 5 when they started to play a little bit wild and wacky. And it's not the end of the world. At the same time, you know, when you're winning a half out so convincingly in the beginning, when you get that 5-0 lead, you do not want to lose focus. We've said it many times, you know, you can see teams win the pistol, win the first buy round. They've got a 5-0 lead. They're looking good. But if you end on 5 or even 6, Lucid Dream come out of that half, or your opponents, whoever they may be, come out of the half as the better team. You can't just feel like it's already in the bag, or else it's going to jump out pretty quickly. That spray transfer was absolutely gorgeous from QQ, though. Love to see it. And here's the last buy for Lucid Dream. They're going to be down on pretty low money. 3K for most players, so it'll be pistols and probably not even armor, to be honest. They just deagles and see how that works. So Beyond could potentially be up 8-2. Come on, you know what that molly means. The smoke on top of the Molotov there for PTC 100% gave away that he was going to peek that with the AWP. You don't smoke like that unless you're going to peek it. And more than likely, it's going to be the op that's peeking Banana. And they still go for it. Just, they're so curious about what's going on. Luckily, it was only a shoulder peek.
I'm surprised he actually even smoked that off, because, what was it, the round before or 2 rounds before? He peeks through the Molotov and gets a kill, then backs away.
Mm-hmm.
Really telegraphing his position. They're leaving PTC alone, though, to hold Banana. I think Myrals is watching him to potentially flank in, which, as we can see, will be happening.
Oh, wow, okay. So I don't like the aggressive play, but it seems to be panning out pretty well till he gets shut down. Now B's open and they can plant the bomb. That's why I don't like the aggressive play. Like, if you're solo B, you gotta just hold it there with the AWP. I mean, pushing all the way down, you don't have that much versatility. How are they all the way back here before the smoke even goes down? Leaf's gonna push through. Here's the... No flash. What? Hello? Anyone? Anyone home? 789 didn't have a flashbang, but why is Leaf going through the smoke? I sort of just assumed one was on its way.
Well, QQ did actually push in towards the A side and get a kill. Oh, he's gonna stick it. 2 seconds left, no chance. 7th round on the board. I mean, they got 2 players on 6K, 6.5 or higher. They technically could, I guess, force into this round. And they do buy an op. They get over to PTC. He's on 7 kills. John Olsen's on 2 kills. And obviously, I'm not trying to call him out or anything, but he was their top fragger in map 1 by a large margin, 36 kills. He's having a very tough game here, and I do worry that if he's not able to step up, then I don't know if they're going to be able to contend against Beyond on this map. Maybe he just ran out of gas. They're going very aggressive, very quick towards the B side. Flash is being thrown in. They're going to have some pistols to use here, but no real weapons. Oh my. Oh, no.
Well, that's one way to take the B side, I guess. Entry with a molly. I want to see the day where Mayrolls gets to the B site with more than 20 health. I wonder if it's ever going to come. But 8-2 is going to come. And despite the couple of weapons in play for Lucid Dream, they will not be able to have any say. At least in the late round here. I'm avoiding taking them KNTZ or anyone on the side on the exit. So Beyond build up quite a lot of cash. Lucid Dream not necessarily struggling for money in the next round. It's not going to be a problem,
crazy?
But they're so far behind.
I mean, speaking about money and like struggling, like Beyond Esports really don't have that much money considering they're up 8-2.
Yeah. I mean, those first 5 rounds, you don't build up a lot of money, right? Because in the pistol, you've got your armor. Then the next, you're going to have to invest into SMGs most of the time. You win that, you win the next one, and then you're on rifles again. So you're never really getting to... You know, if you win 5 straight buy rounds in a row, you're going to have so much cash, even if you're losing 2 players. But because of the reinvestments that have to be made on those upgrades, I think combined with any damage, you never really get a nice boost.
29 grenades being used for STK. I mean, he was top fragging 8 rounds in with 8 kills. Not only is he doing some serious work, going back for a rest. Have a little nap over there. Joining Big Joe and Face will appear later on.
It has
actually
been...
STK still.
Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's been a week, so I feel like Dinko really better have a good name. By the end of today...
I almost guarantee he didn't even think about it.
That's why I'm saying, end of today, we want a good name for that drone from Dinko.
I mean, I've been hearing in chat, or reading in chat, that I can kind of guess what he's been up to over his weekend. I like the actual flashbang. PTC was completely blind. Oh, and Olivia really wants this. Oh!
A little bit too much.
Yeah, he wanted it too much. Just a little bit.
Too much off the top. And what even happens when that happens, right? When a barber says, oh, yeah, is it good? What are you supposed to say? No, you took too much off. Glue it back on.
Yeah, like, I don't want to, like... I hate it. And, like, what is he going to do?
Yeah,
like,
he's just going to feel bad.
You just don't come back, you know? Just don't be a jerk. Just say, yeah, it's good. And then just don't go back to the barber.
Never go back. That's what you have to do, really.
Well, see, my problem is the guy I go to, I'm not a big fan of what he's doing to my hair, but I see him, like, every day I walk by. So I don't know what to do. QQ. 16 HP. No bomb, though.
Chokes the
and and 3 CTs coming behind him.
It doesn't look. There's another op there anyway, so it's not gonna be. They won't save a double op setup. They'll at least get one. Yeah, what do you do then? I mean, if you end up walking past that place with a nice fresh haircut, he's gonna be looking out like, you son of a... He'll know what's going on.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of how he only spends like 5 minutes on my haircut. And then I always see like different parts of my head have different lengths of hair.
Oh god. Is this guy a barber or are you just walking by?
I don't know.
Someone just sat on a chair going, I'll cut your hair, bro.
And then he brought up the, you know, oh, I just started a Instagram account. I should tell you my name. And I'm just like, oh god. Oh. Oh wow. My rolls. Ends up seeing him through the smoke and gets a big kill. Again, PTC, 10 kills for him. Definitely the top fragger for the team in one of the aspects they've been able to get these 3 rounds, but it's looking like there could be a 9. 789 gets the op and gets away. There's still no rotations to help him. Nade comes in as well. Down to 50 HP. Does he have any utility? He has a flashbang left. He has no smoke. Why is no one rotating to help him?
It's an odd situation, that's for sure. 789's just left on an island by himself. His teammates eventually come in to help the marooned individual, but the bomb's already going down. It looks like we're gonna have a pretty rough retake on our hands here. Lucid Dream already at a massive disadvantage in this half. They've lost 789 eventually. I don't know how he survived so long. The smoke, I guess, bought him a little bit of time. Firing squad in CT looking for QQ. He's just behind the fountain. So far, he's using that to stay squeaky clean. This is looking like we should just see a save even from the CT side. They're still going for it. This late on, they can't really afford to let it go, but a 2v1 then emerges. Leaf on 5 health. Has to try to pull it all the way back. He's got a smoke, but he'll never survive that defuse. He's so low.
Does he have time?
That should
Does
be
he have time to defuse?
Surely.
He doesn't have time.
They didn't kill him. If he got on that 0.5 of a second earlier, he won that. I don't know how. He was 5 HP, for God's sake. How did they not kill him?
I mean, they did with the bomb.
True. True, I guess.
So we go from teams leaving the bomb when they have time to defuse, then to sticking it when they don't have time to defuse. What a conundrum here, Nick.
Yeah, it's not exactly the reality I'm used to, Jason, I'll be honest. I do sort of understand. He can't see how close that is, right? They don't have the same timer we do. So unfortunately for him, he's thinking, no, maybe I have it. Maybe I've just about got it.
Okay, on that note, by the way, I remember in like the early days of CS, we were like told, you know, make sure, you know, at least once a game or once a map, you know, mention that players can't see where the enemies are through walls like we can spectating.
Dude, honestly, that was a conversation I even had with my girlfriend when she was at an event where she was like...
Same with my mom.
Yeah, she's like, what? But it doesn't make sense. Like, why are they...
This doesn't look hard. They can see each other.
Exactly. She's like, why can they see each other through the wall? It's like, what? You think the players can see each other? It's like, oh, he wall banged him. Wow, how would he know? Like... I guess it makes sense though, right? If you're seeing it from this perspective.
I mean, that's what's crazy about how good the players are, is that if someone watching has no clue, thinks they can see them because they're hitting the shots like that.
Yeah.
And that's like, yeah, they're just that good. Like, that's insane. Push back into the B site, going the way of the CT side. So far, 79 gets caught changing weapons. PTC's gonna get the kill to him. Bomb's being stuck. No scope comes through. Bomb does go down though. Olivia now left in a 1-on-3. Gets the first on to leave. Don't tell me he can somehow pull this off. He's got the one flashbang. Tries to reposition. He almost gets a spray onto Fox. It will eventually fall, and that will be a 4th round now done for Lucid Dreams, but still 9-4. Beyond are looking good to take this 2-0.
100%. I mean, any round they get from now on is just a bonus, isn't it? If they can hit double digits on the T side, they'll be over the moon. And we mentioned the best Lucid Dreams were able to muster previously was those 6 rounds. To say every single kill here, every little bit of aggression from Lucid Dream was so essential. PTC especially, both kills, kept pulling them back into a position where they could stick around, where they didn't have to save. And where eventually those duels would work out. The molly down, 789 runs straight through it. 54 health remaining, but he's managed a very early flank. Gonna keep on pushing.
No
this
way.
is dangerous, but they have no idea, not a notion that he can be here. A free kill? What are you doing? Sticks around, knife out, runs to T-spawn. He wasn't sure whether to go back into banana, but instead he plays as a thorn in their side. They know he's around here somewhere. and they're going to spend precious time trying to clear him out as 789's on another flank. Mayrolls didn't seem to suspect it. Oh no, but he gets KNDZ from behind, a second flank kill. And now they're looking to deal with him, but he's already on his way towards the other side and catches another off guard. That is 3 players who don't know where he is, 2 of which were searching for him. As QQ gets deleted, it's all on STK, a 1v5. And one of the best rounds I've seen played out, 789 with 3 kills. That was incredible. I love it.
I mean, at first I was going to question why he shot right away onto Olivia. Why not just kind of wait a little bit longer, get some more information? There's no way they're going to expect you to be there. I guess maybe he was expecting someone towards T stairs to be there. But then he also like re-peeks into mid. He finally does back away and get another angle off like that. I think there's definitely a little bit of luck involved with that beyond the skill to allow him to get those kills like that. But still, it gets him a 5th round. You mentioned he got 6 rounds on the CT side before. And they're almost about to do it again. The money's not there. This is the last round of the half. It's just the pistols. They're going to have a repeat from their last match. It's weird. History repeats itself.
Could be seen as 16-13. Oh, hello, Olivia. That's the B-side open. Lucid Dream really playing that round nice and loose, weren't they? Smoke.
Yeah, they give the... Oh, okay, I was going to say, if there's no smoke or something, that'd be a massive misstep. And PTC, I think it just needs to stay alive, more importantly here.
Yeah, they can just push in now with the banana players and clean this one up. Only the 1 M4 for Olivia. And yeah, he doesn't get anything done. So 9-6 we go at the halftime. Lucid Dream, they're not a worse spot than they were last time. Let's put it that way. In the exact same position. They found 7 rounds on the T side when they played against Beyond to bring it 16-13. This time they've got to do 1 better. And those 7 included winning out the pistol. But they did lose immediately afterwards to the force buy. And then later it was, well, obviously 6 rounds in a row on their full buys. So I'll give them somewhat of a chance to at least keep this close, to reach double digits, sure. But winning this map does seem a little bit unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, considering John Olsen was the big stand-up player, I mean, he was on 2 kills for a while. He ends up finishing at 7. So he's kind of in the middle of the pack for his team. He had 789 on 13, but 3 of those kills came from 2 rounds ago. PTC on 13. I don't know how effective his op's going to be on the attacking side, though, up against Beyond. And obviously, we need to see both teams even get to that point. So we have the Kevlar bought up for KNTZ, QQ, and Olivia. Kit and Flash for my roles, and STK, well, he'll go Kevlar as well. I think this is an important pistol round here for Lucid Dream. If they want to have a chance to bring it to a 3rd map, I think they have to start off with this.
The pistol needs to go the T-side's way, and John Olsen's making sure it does. A nice little double opening for him. And STK sticks around aggressively, but gets flashed off the angle. A 3rd for John as he moves up more aggressively to Banana. Mayrolls looks to deal with him, can't connect the shots. One's up close, but Lee falls. And John Olsen looking to continue doing damage, but he's so low. 1 hit to the body will take him down. Headshot after headshot for Mayrolls. Puts it to the 1v1. KNT said doesn't have a kid to play with. Spam through the smoke, not connecting either. 7 returns. Now both players have the info on where the other is, but 7's picked up a USP. He had his knife out, but now he's holding the smoke at least as KNTZ moves forward on the fade. He has no idea where 789 is. Doesn't have the info to work on. Moves up on top of the barrels. Oh, he spotted the side. That should be it. 789 peeks straight into the USP shot. And double digits connected for Beyond as they win out the pistol, despite a huge effort by John Olsen.
No, also a huge effort by Myrolls. 3 kills on the solo defense. I mean, he kept re-peeking into John Olsen, gets him low, gets rushed down by Leaf, picks up that kill. So well done. Time bot. Yeah, that first shot was great. The second, the third one as well. The fadeaway headshot was amazing. Good job by KNTZ to clutch it out. Like you said, double digits being reached. Lucid Dream gonna be on the Deagles. So we'll see them buying up AKs in round 3 of the half. Maybe they can recover some weapons here. deep smoke comes through so they can get some early banana control. Kind of funnel the T's over towards mid, which is going to be waiting on the other side of this smoke, and that nade's going to come through and unfortunately not really connect. Even though I do see blood on the wall from PTC. Okay, so it did 1 damage, but that's a lot of blood for 1 damage.
As time ticks away, the T side moves slowly towards A. Looks like that's where they want to be. They're going to take their time. They're looking for opportunities. They're hoping that as they run this clock down that the CTs make a couple of mistakes, give them some opportunities. John Olsen, one of the only players with armor, has just been gooshed up by QQ, down to 18 health. PTC takes up the angle, not able to find it on the cross either. And you can see the logic in this round. They're probing out on middle. They're showing the CTs their presence and hoping, as you can see from Leaf, that there's a banana push. That they can bait beyond into playing aggressive, but it's just not happening.
It's the hardest thing about domestic matchups. They know each other so well that you have to really go off the cuff and change things up. This is going to be a clean round. And obviously knowing Yawn, it's probably going to be the bonus round coming through and maybe a super happy fun time again. That sounds so wrong. I don't like that. I think we should change that name. We need to do better than that.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what
Let's
could
put it on
possibly be
Dinko.
wrong with that. Okay.
Let's put it on Dinko. You know, he didn't come up with anything better than Johnny McDrone face. This is a chance to redeem himself.
I think you should have to do both, though. It's like when you're, you know, in school when you used to turn up without your homework done, so they'd make you do that homework plus more as punishment.
No, I never showed up late.
No, not late, just without your homework. You always did
No,
your
I
homework?
never showed up without my... Yeah, of course.
Lol. God damn it, Jason.
You didn't show up with all your homework?
God, no. I was playing video games. What do you mean?
Oh, man. Oh, the player towards short. KNTZ. They're challenging him 1 by 1, and he wins the first 2 duels. STK comes out with the final kill. He's going to risk himself an AK. No, he doesn't. Just a little bit shy, but they get the round anyways. I mean, he probably wants to keep the SMG. I mean, the worst case scenario, he keeps an SMG against a team who's not going to buy armor against him, so it's really not that bad of a deal. 12-6. They get the bonus round and 1. That's what we should call it, the and 1.
And 1.
I mean, you know American basketball a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So if you're shooting and you get fouled and you make the shot, you get the extra shot on the free throw line. So you call it an and 1.
Okay.
For all those out there who didn't know. I'm assuming Mitch didn't know. But
are those the ones that are like, you take 2 shots and it's worth 1 each?
Well, no. So if you're shooting and you make it, you only get 1 shot. If you're shooting and you miss, you get 2.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So you can either get 3 points or 2 points from it. But it is only worth 1 from the 3-point line, yeah.
Oh, no. Nade through. Player jumps. Doesn't matter about the nade because he gets head shot out. That's nice and clean by Beyond. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm not so well drilled on my knowledge. I think most of it comes from NBA 07 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a new rule.
Oh, yeah. The rules haven't changed at all, have they?
Not
I suppose
much.
they don't really in normal sports, I guess.
But to be honest, I haven't watched basketball since Michael Jordan's era, so...
I don't think I was alive.
97, I think was his last season?
Nope. Wasn't alive.
What the hell? Wait, what?
98, baby.
Oh my god. You missed like one of the greatest time in sports, hands down. I don't think there'll ever be another person like him.
But luckily, I was born in time for e-gaming.
It's true. And you basically missed out on CGS, so that's an upside.
Yeah. No, I did. I did miss out on that. Yeah, I've heard the stories. Not sad about it.
We're seeing the buy-up back for Lucid. They got the AKs. Look how cocky my rolls have been, and I mean, why wouldn't you be after the pissed around? He's on 7.6. Gets early information. 50 seconds left, and Lucid Dream really have yet to make any ground amount around the map, as Fox will be the one pushed up most aggressively towards B, looking for a shot. Even Myro's playing on the edge of the smoke, and QQ's actually going to get aggressive. Nice two-man push, gets them the first kill, gets them the man advantage, and gets them a lot of early information.
The push through on the back of the flashbang, not solid enough, so Olivia takes a kill. They know there's a player close left, though. As they emerge from the smoke, surely! Oh my god, Leaf, what a shot. Opens it up double. We're gonna have to see that back, because I think that was a spray transfer over. It was so quick. PTC onto QQ, leaves KNTZ to 1v2. Not the easiest of situations. He's managed to sneak on into construction. He has a molly to play with. There it goes down to first oranges. He's going to be able to catch the player in the open. Easy kill. John Olsen down. PTC, low health. NTZ just dry peeking it. Looking to move towards the site. Fake the steps up close. Hopefully now PTC would think he was on site, but it doesn't look like that's the case. He's going to be able to tuck in. He might even be able to stick this. He'll hear the steps if the player comes close, and just sticking it. Pros don't fake. As 14 on the board now for Beyond, and PTC's got to be kicking himself. He ran forward and faked a couple of steps, but then stopped. And as soon as he heard that, KNTZ knew he was good to just deliver that.
Even had the flashbang too. I was expecting him to go for the defuse and flash at the same time, but I guess that would have given it away that he was going to commit to the defuse anyways. And credit to Leaf coming through. And those are two big kills, and then John Olsen to follow up on SDK. That shouldn't have been a clutch. Puts him on 14. Mr. Dream back on the AKs. Olivia going to be on the op for the first time on CT side. No one's peeking into him. Even has the assist out of KNTZ, but they're gonna, I thought, look to push through the smoke here. Fox flashes himself through. He's met by his own smoke, though. And this is becoming a struggle with 16-13 in favor of Beyond last time they played this, and it wasn't really that long ago. Within a month, within 30 days. Obviously, we have seen the addition of Leaf on the team since then. I think CBBK was still on the roster when they played. Maybe I could be wrong, I'm not sure. Flash come through, Olivia's gonna miss. QQ's just trying to span through the smoke, so they will get another kill. It's down to the last two players, John Olsen and PTC, trying to wrap around. And QQ's just gonna be there, and he's just hitting his shots. He's connecting. He's the MVP of map 1. He might be the MVP of map 2 at this rate. PTC just can't seem to find him. Don't tell me QQ wins this fight.
Oh my god.
This is awkward.
Oh my god. I've never seen a fight that awkward in my life. He was one hit as well, like. QQ's just playing with them. 15-6. Man, the position Beyond are in right now, there's no way they lose this. The molly kill. That one, but this is the most impressive. 7 health. Look at this. Absolutely toying with him. My god.
Just want to point out CBBK was on the roster when they last played on this map. So Leaf wasn't on the team just yet. Oh, that was a shot that I think Olivia would normally hit. Almost the nail in the coffin. I mean, Leaf's on the Mac 10. They have the AKs to support with, but it's just been tough. They haven't won a single round T side.
You know what, Jason? I'm going to say it now. I don't think they're gonna.
Oh, you've gone and done it.
OT incoming.
You've gone and done it.
Changes that dealt with QQ. Through for the peak. There's a kill at least. Clears out long completely. Now they look back towards the site, but the players are just waterfalling out. 7-8-9 able to eat up 2 players. And put this into a position where looks like they're about to prove me wrong. This Beyond should just be saving these weapons and pulling through to 15-7. Is this the start of the comeback? Probably not. But who knows?
Well, I don't think they're a little cool J just yet.
Who's that? Oh.
Ever seen Deep Blue Sea?
Oh yeah,
the Smart
sharks.
Sharks.
Yeah.
He was the cook.
Oh yeah, he's in.
He was a rapper before.
I know.
He pulled an iced tea, pretty much.
I know him from
Or, sorry.
NCIS. That's the only place. I've never actually heard his songs. I don't think.
No, wait. Sorry. Not iced tea. Oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Ice Cube, thank you. Oh my God, it's still early for me. It's 9 a.m. You pull an Ice Cube. I mean, I guess Ice T technically as well. Rappers before, and then went on to the acting roles.
Yeah, Ice-T was a rapper. Yeah, he does. He does Law and Order.
Something like that, CIS or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Ice-T's Law and Order Special Victims Unit. He's a
Nerd.
Hey, listen, I watched a lot of TV as a kid. What can I say? Gaming and TV. That was my life. And reading. Nerd.
Why'd you laugh about reading's important?
I haven't read in years. I don't even know what to read anymore.
You should.
I have to memorize these people's faces. I can't read what's written beside them.
I mean, that just sounds like you had a stroke and you forgot how to read.
Maybe.
Because I sure as hell know you'd be reading those menus in restaurants.
You see me looking for the milkshakes.
Just look for the picture. Do you have one with pictures?
Can you read them out to me, please? That's why I always say, yo, Jason, what are you getting? Like, yeah, I might get
or
that.
what's good here? What's good here? What's the specialist? All right, I'll get that. Which one, sir? Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, that's the worst. Sometimes they tell you. Sometimes they go, oh, they're written on the blackboard over there. I'm like, tell me. I don't want to turn around. I have a neck problem.
I'm paying you for your service. So service me.
Got a neck problem, god damn it. Like we've wasted away a minute of the round. Luckily, we haven't really missed anything, Jason.
Yeah. There's not a lot of money left for Beyond, so we could start to see a comeback coming through. No. But QQ even gets a dink on a PTC.
They're just getting shredded, mate. That's it. PTC's 10 health. Good luck to you pushing forward on that. There's 2 players here as well. Look, SDK is going to die. Maybe. No, okay, but it was a bait either way. Even if he died, immediately you'd have Mayrolls swinging through to take the kill. An impressive recovery by Beyond there. 16-7. I expected it to be much closer, but they managed to take it 2-0.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one. I expect it to be kind of a lot closer than it turned out to be, since it was a 16-13 last time. But hey, I mean, again, like John Olsen, he couldn't have the same performance. He finished off around like 13-15 kills. Fox, unfortunately, was still at the bottom of the table. Leaf barely approached the 10 kill point. 789 did step up, credit to him, but Beyond didn't slow down from the first map. They didn't fall off, and I think that's kind of the problem in that ended up second map here for Lucid Dream. We're going to bring in Bled and Dinko. Didn't have quite the interesting finish this time. So let's start things off. Let's start to talk about that last map here, Dinko, off the bat. Who do you really want to focus on, or what do you really want to focus on in that match?
I think not just one specific person, but the entire team of Beyond, because for once, actually, just a full team effort coming across the board, a really convincing performance from everyone. And I'm looking forward to seeing if this can continue, because, you know, usually we're talking about the win conditions for Lucid Dream is, oh, PTC, John Olsen needs to show up, and, well, they didn't really do that too well. So, you know, when you've got a team like Beyond where everybody's showing up, it's going to work against the likes of Lucid Dream if none of their big hitters are coming up. So this is a good showing from Beyond. Coming into the second map, after a pretty scrappy showing on Mirage, I think they needed to make this statement on Inferno. And now that they've done it, I think they've confirmed themselves as the best team here in the situation. You know, Lucid Dream always coming into this as the underdogs. Although they put up a fight in Mirage, can't quite keep it up going into Inferno.
Yeah, it feels like when it came to that first half, especially Beyond.
I'm assuming Bled will give us his thoughts in a second once he remembers to unmute himself.
Well, I pulled off a Dinko there. I do apologize. But
Mitch doesn't unmute VMix. I don't unmute TeamSpeak.
No.
And I do both.
Mitch doesn't mute himself in TeamSpeak. That's the problem.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah,
when we're
he's
not
the worst.
casting. He definitely muted himself on VMix for that.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason. It was an interesting game. I feel like Beyond had a very good T side, but at the same time, that CD side from Lucid wasn't just bad. It was just all over the place. They were just throwing away kills, losing so many individual duels. That one round, yeah, we saw. I forgot who it was.
789.
789 who just pushed down. Who pushed down Banana. He gets a first kill, yeah, and then he gets 2 more kills. Great round, but again, like it's just some weird rounds they played. Sure, they got lucky here and there, but it was very clear, at least in Inferno, that Beyond were by far the superior team. And for Lucid Dream, they have a lot of work to do, a lot of homework to do if they want to ensure they don't get knocked out at the bottom too.
Yeah, 6 kills for Fox, 9 kills for Leaf. 789 was the standout player this time. I mean, John Olsen, he dropped what was it, almost 40 kills in the first map? I'm just gonna look this up again really quick so I can make sure to be correct about it. 36 kills on Mirage. On the other side, I mean, yeah, KTZ down to only 10, Myro's down to 11, but it's still just in general, like more consistency across the lineup. And let's take a look at the MVP. And I think it's going to be back to back here as QQ again, going to be able to pull this one out. 6 multi-kill rounds, finished off with 19 kills, 100 ADR. I think he's probably been one of the quietest players on the roster in their other matches. And I'm really proud to see him step up for his team now and show he can definitely be one of the top fraggers as well.
Participate in a lot of those early fights. He had the most of his team up there in 7. It was 4 for 3. So not doing terribly when it came to it. And when you're starting out in the T side, you expect that if you're the one taking the majority of those opening fights, if you're first in, you're often going to be the one that loses those and rely on your teammates to trade out. That's something that I think we saw from QQ quite a bit. And then obviously with the multi-kill rounds helped out. Honestly, I'm blown away by Lucid Dream's performance, though. The fact that we've now seen Fox on a pretty consistent basis just not show up, and he was the takeaway. I mean, it was even when we talked about this team before we even came into the tournament. It was before their game versus D13 off air. I was even saying, I think they've got a pretty good chance versus D13 because Fox is an animal. And that was something that you even agreed with me on, Blatt. What's happening? Where is he? Like, this is ridiculous.
That's the problem with, I feel like most of the Thai teams, where they rely on individuals really showing up, right? And for Lucid Dream, either they work well together as a team, or they have all the individuals showing up. And right now, especially against Beyond, when they have your number, they know the way you like to play. If your system kind of falls apart, and let's be real, Inferno, they showed nothing. And yeah, you might get a kill here and there, but you can get traded immediately. Beyond just didn't give any space for Fox or anyone to really shine. PTC was doing a pretty good job towards a B bomb site, towards Banana with that AWP, but it still wasn't enough. We saw a couple of plays coming from 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he had the hero round with a 3K. But if you're playing against a team who know what they're doing, your players aren't going to shine. This isn't one of your tier 10 Asian SCA teams going to be playing against. This is a team who are contending to be maybe a top 4, top 5, maybe even a top 3 team in the entirety of Asia. So you better bring your A game. Unfortunately, they didn't bring their A game. They were hitting the shots, but it's never going to be good enough.
Well, let's take a look, though, at a head-to-head between two players. It's going to be our MVP, QQ, up against 7, 8, 9. I mean, you could just see, like, the ADR alone, that's like 1 extra kill every 5 rounds, if I can do math correctly. And rounds survived, I think that's a kind of stat you can kind of ignore in this, considering it was such a one-sided game, but all in all, equal duels. But I kind of still think back to what you said, Bla, when you push down Banana like that, you get a kill to just back away, keep a man advantage. But that doesn't really seem to be necessarily the plays we've seen, I think, over the course of this whole event. We've seen much different styles compared it to like EU or towards NA.
Yeah, and I feel like if you look at, for example, if you notice VG play, right, and even Invictus to a certain degree, and even Tyler at moments, they do play it, well, in quotes, the right way. You can even bring up Tiger over there. There are moments where they approach it the right way, and then we're like, okay, when they go for a weird play, we're like, all right, that's a little wild, fine, it doesn't work out. But there are times while it might work out. You look at Beyond, you look at a Lucid Dream, you look at some of the other teams like D13, that's the norm. That is what I'm not a big fan of. I'm okay with going for a random plays here and there. I'm okay if they want to catch your opponent off guard. But like you said, Jason, you need to hedge your bets. You need to play the odds. And these guys, it's like they don't know how to play normal Counter-Strike. So almost every round is so wild and so chaotic and so individualistic. And then suddenly we see a round of normal Counter-Strike and we're like, oh, wow, okay. They know how to play it. I wish they'd do it more than 2 rounds or 2 or 3 rounds entire game.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. And I also see the fact that because of that play style from Lucid Dream and in terms of not really being able to do it consistently, we can see them actually play pretty close against some of the weaker teams in the tournament. I mean, Divine Vendetta, they look really strong against them. Against D13, they took a map off them. But when they're going up against teams that are just slightly above them or much above them in terms of Vici, they look so lost and so incomplete. They lose so convincingly. And it's the little mistakes that you will get away with against the weaker teams. When you go up even one level or a few steps up, you're just going to have a few issues that crop up too often, and that's going to allow rounds to be picked up for your opponents. So if Lucid Dream want any chance in competing against the best teams in this tournament, they've got to really step up massively, start fixing those mistakes, find consistency, because for some reason it just feels like even in the series that they won against Divine Vendetta, PTC showed up in the first map, went quiet on the second a little bit, and then stepped up towards the end. But there's times where the players just go AFK within the series, so you can't really be doing that if you're Lucid Dreams. You've got to find a system that works. Obviously, it's going to take time for that, but right now they're probably not going to beat any of the best teams or better teams in this tournament.
Well, it does put Beyond on 3-1 now. It puts, unfortunately, their opponents down to 1-3. But we have another match coming up a little bit later on. It's going to be Mazalai, who are currently sitting 0-3 on the bottom of the table, up against Bren, who are 1-2. That match, though, will be coming up in about 40 minutes' time. We're obviously running on the schedule that they are running over in China, so we kind of have to stick to that one. No accelerated schedule happening, at least in this match alone. But when we come back, we'll be kicking off our second game of the day. We'll see you guys in about 40 minutes.
Coming up next, Mazalai versus Bren Esports.
Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I lead. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Nobody can stop this. Forcing
nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I lead. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're becoming the dark. Let me feel it. Give me vision. We will never be apart. Going nowhere, nowhere special. We will never be apart. We will never be apart.
Welcome back, everyone, to Perfect World Asia League 2020. This is the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL, and we're into our second week out of 4 of games. We're into our second game as well here on day 6, and I'm Jason Kappa. I'm going to be joined by the lovely, the handsome, the phenomenal Mitch, Dinko, and Bleh as we cover all the games going on within these next few weeks of time. So, gentlemen, we're moving out into our second game of the day, currently with one team on 0 wins and one team on 1. I think for me, most importantly, looking into this, Dinko, is can Mazalai finally pick up a victory here and have a chance to stay out of the bottom 2?
Well, this is probably one of their best chances, right, coming into it. One of the weaker teams within the tournament. Mazalai last week looked completely uninspired. No one was really showing up. Even the stars, right? We look at the experienced players, Zulkenberg and Machine Gun, none of them really showing up. So there's not a whole lot going for this Mazalai team. You just got to hope that they somehow flip it all together coming into this week. So I don't really know what this Mazalai team can bring. They haven't shown anything.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, they have legends like Bleh. I know we talked a ton about Machine Gun and Zulkenberg, but they've just not performed. And I don't know what it is about the team. I mean, you still have Sugu's been able to step up a couple of times, Nuez, Bartek, but they just seem to be missing something. And I really don't know what that thing is.
I feel like when it comes to star players, yeah, you can't take anything away from what Zulk and Machine Gun have achieved in Asian Counter-Strike, right? And Sugu has been playing with them for a while as well. These are known players in the region, but I'll be real, I feel like, you know, we're just looking at them through nostalgia glasses, and we feel like they should be playing the way they did back then. Like, think about Zulkenberg. He was away for almost 2 years. I hadn't seen him in the scene around for a couple of years. I believe he was in the US doing his studies. We saw Machine Gun had taken a sabbatical from Counter-Strike Counter-Strike as well for a while. These guys coming in suddenly, yeah, you have the achievements they've had in the past, but let's be real, you're facing against teams, up and coming new teams who are trying to make a point, or trying to make a mark, who are hungry. And unfortunately, I feel like sharper and maybe even more talented than some of these players in the Mazlight lineup. So if they're relying on the individuals, it's not good enough. But they could be trying to win based on the experience, trying to play a better, a cleaner brand of Counter-Strike. But I'm not seeing that either. So yeah, unfortunately, they haven't won a single map, Jason. They played 3 games. That's rough.
They're 0-6 in maps overall. And then Mitch, looking to the side of Bren in particular, or Dinko, depends whichever you want to take this in a way. We've seen those individual moments really step up. We've seen Pro have some own moments. We've seen Papa Chulo as well. He's had some great plays. Wits, but I guess has been a little bit quiet when it's come to the AWP. But if you were to look at this, Dinko, I guess in this series alone, who's that man you're looking to step up?
I think obviously Papachulo is the most experienced player. This brand team, it's kind of hard to call because they're kind of inconsistent in terms of who actually shows up. But when we take a look at the results they have in terms of their matches against Tiger, you've definitely got to be looking probably towards. It's actually so hard to call. Derek, probably for me, honestly, is one of, like a player that can be an X factor for them. He's not so much the player's always near the top, but for me, I'm gonna pick Derek just because when he does show up, he can be an X factor and deliver a lot for this team.
What about you, Mitch?
I think as well as to echo the sentiment Dingo's making, it definitely is a little bit hard to call. A lot of these guys, like I think Wits has been one factor that I want to see a lot more from. On the AWP, it just hasn't really been there, and I think they've got a really good chance to have him step it up now versus Zilkenberg on the op on the other side. I think both of these operas have been underperforming. I mean, at times it's been an argument to say Machine Gun's done more with it on the secondary op than we've seen from Zilkenberg. So they may have had the experience previously, but now it is a little bit lacking. So this is an opportunity then for Wits to step it up. I think Jazz been super impressive as well in the rifling department. He had a couple really good games, and if the two of them can step it up, you get Derek performing pretty consistently. Papachulo, I think Brandon win this in firepower, but for Mazlight as well, they had a really rough set of opponents beyond the D13. Those are damn hard games. So if they are going to get a win on the board, here's where they need to do it, at least to get a map.
I mean, you say that, and then what? They still have yet to play against what? Tiger. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to look through it just to make sure I'm correct on this. Yeah, Vici,
Invictus,
Divine Vendetta, and yeah, Invictus. Like their matches don't get easier. So when you're saying like they already had hard games to start off with, the games only get harder from here on, right? So being 0-3 down, you were looking to mostly pick up those early wins and then use that as like your ability to maybe throw a couple of losses later down the line. Let's take a look though at a head-to-head here in this matchup. Zilkenberg, it's got to be a name that we're going to be talking about. It's going to be Papi Chulo on the other side, and this is within the last 3 months alone. I know Bren has definitely been grinding things out here, but this is heavily favoring Papi Chulo already off the bat. Blair.
Yeah, and also based on the fact that I don't think Miles and I have really played that many games as well either, right? But yeah, Bren have been kind of busy. And I also got to point out, when you have some of these, we also have a few of these online events which usually aren't tracked on HLTV or usually aren't tracked on various websites which cover Counter-Strike. So I feel like Bren have been way more active that ways. And yeah, even individually, I just got to point out, even individually speaking, I feel like Bren are the better team. Although, yeah, you have Papi Chulo, you have Ja, you have Derek. Man for man, like you have teams like Beyond, like Vici, like Tyler, who I feel are just like way more superior than the Bren Esports guys when it comes to pure firepower. But against Mazlight, I just feel like, even individually, look at Zilk, look at Machine, you're like, all right, they got something going there. But then Poppy's been stepping up, Ja has its moments, Derek was phenomenal as well in a couple of games we've seen so far. And honestly, for Bren, they beat Tiger. Now, it was a messy game. It came out in the final map, some pretty wild rounds coming out from both the teams. But a win is a win. They have shown that they can compete against some of the better teams out here in the region. So I don't really see a world where Zilkenberg and his men can probably get the win here.
Well, I mean, we can guess, look towards the maps as well, since we can kind of get more of an idea of what will be played and more of an idea of how this series potentially could go. I'm just curious what maps in general they're going to go for. Maybe Mazlight been practicing something in particular to use in their favor to hopefully pick up their first map. I mean, if you look at their previous last 3 months, I mean, you got 33% win rate on Nuke. That could be a possibility, but they're unwinnable. Actually, well, they've only played 2 maps on Mirage. They've only played 5 maps on Dust 2, and then they have a 20% win rate there. 2 maps on Train. It's kind of tough. And even at Bren's camp, I mean, obviously there's matches being played off of HLTV that aren't being recorded, but they clearly have like a much better win record. They've looked better. And even beat Tiger, which is a team we didn't think a lot of teams would be able to beat coming into this. And hopefully get the video on your screen here and see what maps actually will be chosen between these two. And give us an idea. I guess Mirage, Overpass, and Inferno. I mean, you're already making some grunts here, Blair. What's going on?
It's kind of weird. Again, it's very hard to kind of like point out what's wrong or right in these map picks. But I don't know. It feels like they could have picked. Well, Dust2 getting banned up by Brent, that's a little surprising. They're actually pretty solid on Dust2, albeit they haven't played that much, and Mazdalai did have signs of life on Dust2 in a couple of games we've seen from the past. Mirage getting picked by Mazdalai kind of makes sense. It can be a map where they can try and rely on the individuals to make something work. The Overpass pick from Bren is okay. I mean, they did bit Tiger on it, but although it was a very, very messy game, if you ask me, and Mazdalai haven't played it. Honestly, it's very hard to really gauge how this one's going to play out. I'm going to be siding with Brent. I feel like they're a better team on all the 3 maps over here, except for the Mirage pick coming in from Mazdalai. They haven't even won a game there recently. I don't think so. I think they lost both the games they played. Yeah, they played against Beyond and Tyloo. Beyond was a 16-5 drubbing from the side of Beyond, and Tyloo, it was a close loss, 16-13. But you also know how Tyloo like to play, right? They kind of play the level of their opponents at times. And for Beyond, for Brent, they lost to Beyond 16-8. I think that's expected. Beyond are probably the best team in Mirage right now. But they beat Tiger on Mirage, a map that Tiger can play. They are pretty decently comfortable on. So I don't know. For Mazdalai picking Mirage, it's kind of weird. But then again, what other map is there? You pick Nuke. I feel like Brent's still a better team on Nuke as well. So it's just unfortunate for Mazdalai. Whatever they pick is still going to go the way of Brent, I feel like.
I definitely agree. There's no way that this really goes down cleanly for them. I think either way as well, Mazdalai, both teams could have avoided Vertigo, banning that out if they wanted to. I don't think either of them are really going to be ballsy enough to pull that out. I think Mazdalai went with a real safe route in pulling that one out. But yeah, pick a Mirage. One thing that comes to mind when I look at these two teams, I think Bren definitely lead the way when it comes to duels. I don't think that they have... that Mazdalai have a firepower advantage. So pick a Mirage is a little bit iffy, but considering how messy things have been, I don't even want to make a call on this one. I don't know if this is going to be a clean 2-0 or 2-1.
If I can interrupt you real quick, I want to get, while we do have about 30 seconds before we get into game, I want some quick predictions here out of you, Dinko and Bless. Let's start off with you, Dinko.
2-0 Brent. I think it's going to be pretty convincing. Maybe just touching double figures, but Brent 2-0.
And Bless?
2-0. I think I can't disagree with Dinko there.
Okay, so let's hop into our next game. Thank you very much, Blair and Dinko, for your time here. We'll join in with you after our first map is done and dusted. And Mitch, well, we are moving into Mirage and Mazdalai. I think this is their week. I think if they drop this game, it was 0-4, I think that's guaranteed to be a team that's going to be knocked out, especially since they only have, I think, 5 more games in total to play. And other teams are looking pretty flawless from here on out. And their road doesn't get any easier than what they started out with. It's only going to get harder as time goes on. And for Bren, I mean, they beat Tiger. They beat them they beat them on Overpass. This is one of the maps, within this series that they're able to be successful on. But let's see now. As they're starting off on the CT side, Bren going to be looking to pick up the pistol around his Mazdalai on the T side and invest into some smoke, or a smoke and a flash here. It looks like it might be a hit towards B. Just going for some early underpass control. Was going to be spotted out by Papachulo, and Ja, I like how he's just jump spotting this as well. They have no utility to counter this except Wits with the smoke, and well, Wits, he's going to be over at the A site.
Mazdalai are slowing it down, looking for the mid control to start. They don't fully want to commit to B off the bat. The 1-for-1 trades down. Pro spots the player in underpass, and now it's commitment. Rushing into the B site. Jazz got to find all these kills as they push on forward, swinging through, not finding a single head just yet. Eventually connecting, though, and with that, they are miles in the lead. Brand should be able to close this out. The Glock's now up close. Wits needs to be very careful. Double dinked. Luckily, the wall was saving him, I think, on one of those shots, and they blitz on through, go into the CT spawn, and straight to the A site. Cut off. Pros at least managed to spot one and can hold the cross on site. The Zilk really has to take the fight, but no, he had a smoke in his back pocket. And so that's going to allow them crossed over and get a bomb plant. Good recovery by Mazdalai, I gotta say.
It's a good recovery, but can it be a good win? Zilkenberg, again, rounds off some shots towards Papachulo, who I guess is going to rotate towards jungle. They have a player over towards stairs. Pro's going to be there. Both players tucked away in sight. The kit has been picked up here for Papachulo. Now they're going to push in together again. The 1v1 right off the bat. Zulkenberg wins that trade. Hit now on the ground. 15 seconds left to go. Pro's going to have to pick up the pace here and get these 2 kills before he even go for the bomb. And he's being shot from behind. Zulkenberg plays in towards CT. And Mazalai, I'd say, play that one pretty perfectly towards the end of the 2-on-2. And they take the pistol round.
Just touching on the veto a little bit, when we look down towards Overpass, I mean, this is where Bran had that good showing versus Tiger, obviously beating them. They had a 16-11 over against Vici. They lost that game, but quite a close one overall. And then Inferno, you remember they very nearly beat Beyond. We were casting that 19-17. They went to an overtime. And with that, I mean, at least a 2-1 should be possible. I don't really see Mazalai having a huge advantage when it comes to Mirage. As I said, when it comes down to firepower, I think Brand do take the cake, but there is a possibility that we'll be able to see Mazalai come out on top. But if we do, they'll struggle to close out the series, I think.
Yeah, and I just think ahead to the future, right? Like, you need to almost beat Bren convincingly in my eyes, for you to have a good chance against your Vici, Invictus, Tyloo. Like, that's 3 games that you can almost expect a loss, at least from what we've seen in their performance. I don't want to say they can't beat them, but we need to see like a completely different team today. And I think this map alone will give us a good indicator if they can bounce back throughout all the rest of their matches they have left to go in the group stage. Well, let's see, they're gonna move over towards the B side. There will be 3 players here waiting. There's 2 Deagles and a Scout, so I'm a little bit worried. Utility will come through. Papachulo, this is like a one and done spot, if anything. And yeah, Nuez, nice little shot. He's and Derek responding onto this one. The Scout left for Wits, and he will fall. And you know, when it comes to this op battle head-to-head between Wits and Zulkenberg, I don't really know who I favor. I think Wits, funny enough, has been playing better. I know he had 1 good map, but I feel like he's in general played a little bit slow. And then you look at Zulkenberg, and he's just not really been able to get anything going.
Yeah, like, the thing was, we gave him a little bit of faith coming into the start of this tournament. The reality for Mazalai is I think there's only 3 teams. Yeah, there's probably only 3 teams I think they could beat. You look at Divine Vendetta, who they lost to in their opening game, Bren, and Lucid Dream. Other than that, I don't think they've got much of a chance. Those are the 3 teams they need to beat to make the playoffs. They haven't beaten them. They already lost to Divine Vendetta, and I think if they lose to Bren in this series, which is likely, that is most of their hope of making playoffs completely gone.
Are they gonna turn around, Papachulo? I mean,
Papi just doesn't care. He's like, if I can't see you, you can't see me.
that is how it works, right?
I think so, yeah. It's like the electrons. If you don't look at them, they just stop existing.
Is that like Schrodinger's cat then, kind of?
Sort of. There's like a theory that basically if no one's observing a certain part, like if everyone in New York was to look one way, that the city behind them would turn into like a soup of electrons. It's to do with when you observe an electron, it's becomes static. Like, you dictate what it looks like. It's very complicated, but
so
yeah,
it's
pretty
like
cool.
if
It's
a
like,
tree falls in the forest, there's nowhere around to hear it.
Exactly.
Doesn't make sound.
If no one's looking at a building, is it a building? Sort of thing. Like, it solidifies when you.
It's kind of creepy. Then imagining at every second of the day someone's looking at. Wait, because that doesn't make sense. Because I'm not looking at the backdrop behind me, but it still exists. If I just turn around and touch it without looking at it, it's still there.
Yeah, but it's like it's super. It is basically like Schrodinger's cat in a way that. I can't remember the exact logic. It's been years since I looked into it, but it's essentially anything behind you that no one's observing in any way turns to like a soup, because you don't actually know where the electrons are positioned. In the same way, like if you measure how fast an electron's going, you actually slow it down and stop it.
Well, that's some philosophical stuff that my mind can't handle this early in the morning, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I'm explaining it very poorly because it's so.
That as well.
We'll try
makes
later.
it difficult. We just see the gun round come in for Bren. It's going all the way up Derek. 2 quick kills. Naisugu's gonna respawn. He gets a second. I would imagine he should have been able to get that one. Does get dinked up, and Jaw's gonna finish it off. So finally, the first round for Bren, and it comes in on the gun round. But Mazalai's still gonna be able to buy up either way. Zulkenberg gonna go straight to the AWP, but so will Wits. And then I think this is gonna be interesting to see who's showing up on the given day. We know how good Zulkenberg can be, but he hasn't been that good with the ops so far. So I don't know. I want to see him step up a little bit more. I want to see the good old Classic Zulkenberg. I swear, didn't... I mean, Blood can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but like, didn't we cast him in our first event ever together? Back in Kuala Lumpur? I feel like we did. I feel like he was on some team, like him and Machine Gun together. Say it again for me? Oh, for the Indian team. Okay. Neck break. Oh, man. Man, good times. First event I ever met Blah. We hit it off instantly. We knew it was love. We knew it was meant to be. I was expecting you to get a little bit jealous. Maybe that's why you're not talking here, Mitch. Give me the silent treatment. I'm used to it. I've got a girlfriend. He's probably 10 back then, that as well.
Yeah, I think that's it's pretty close.
I just want to stop talking about soup though, because I haven't eaten. So
No, you made a mistake. I had a bagel.
Intermittent fasting, mate.
No.
I dropped those kilos before beach weather. Oh wait, can't really go to the beach.
Can't even go to the beach. That doesn't stop some people, but you know.
That's true. Especially if you're in Florida or the UK.
Yeah.
So they're all grouping up towards A to hit the attack here from Azalai, but they're leaving Nuez over towards underpass to kind of catch him out on the rotate. Smoke's going to be going in, so a very set play. Delayed nade out of Pro going to come through and connect pretty decent. Nuez does catch out Jaws. He looks to peek out in the middle, get the other information. Pro, though, I mean, in towards Palace is going to be tough. If they peek around this corner, Sugu should have an easy kill. And Pro tries to rush forward. The bomb's going to be planted for short. Apachula comes in and only gets one, but Zulkenberg's just not going to be moved, and this is going all the way of Mazalai.
Nice and clean. Derek's got to pull it all off. At least a bit more damage to Bartak. He looks for a small bit more. The flash even makes him lose 50, 60 HP. And if only he hadn't have been so low, he could have went for this in the 1v2. Opportunity to take another weapon away. Sogu tags him up even more, now down to 15. And he's looking to lurk around in case they chase. But luckily, Mazalai are going to allow him to save this weapon. They think he's earned it. Go on. I don't know if that would actually do damage, would it? I feel like that wall's quite thick.
Oh.
Never mind. He miscalculated his HP there.
It happens. I mean, wasn't there... I keep seeing this all over... For some reason, Instagram. And I don't know what this was, what event. But Ensel dying to the bomb?
I don't remember that.
No? Okay, I thought it was like relatively recent.
Maybe I just missed it. The one thing I do remember about the bomb is most recently that G2 game a few months back where they just couldn't find it.
Which time?
Which time? That's a sad statement. Or sad question. I think it was I can't even remember what game it was. I just remember seeing G2 running around the lower bomb side of B, going like, "Where's the bomb?" And it was there. And they ran away to go to A, thinking it was planted. Oh, it was just madness. City boys.
I mean, at least they made a meme for themselves.
That's the one thing I will give to G2, man. Every time, so their org's always in the Twitch chat and just self-deprecating the whole time.
I mean, that's Carlos for you.
It's not even Carlos. So I remember at one point someone was like, "Yo, is this Carlos?" And he was like, "How dare you? How dare you insult me like that?"
Wow. Oh, nice little headshot of Pro. Good Molotov on the Wits. Have to transition, but they don't actually hold the angle to get the kill onto him off the back of that. So, not sure exactly why for Sugu, but the rotation now over towards the B site where there's going to be Jaw waiting. The gun's going to be rescued for Pro. So now they got an AK in their hands. There's a realistic chance Bren could pull this back, especially since they're rotating all their players to help defend this push. There was a window for Mazalai to capitalize off of this, but that window has been slammed shut. Can they get these kills, though? Now comes into the question here for Bren.
Well, yes, they can. The pistols coming out on top pretty massively. Nade onto Ja. Won't even do that much because Zulkenberg's got the op, so he'll get that damage done completely. And so 1v2 still. Not easy. Not in the slightest. He's got a P250 he could pull out. And coming into these players with the AWP, I think I'd rather than have the P2. Oh, he almost hit that. That is very close. And speaks to how good of an opper he is. You know, that shot was not easy to hit. I know he didn't get to fire, but he definitely had the lineup for it. 0.1 of a second later, that player was dead. And he's in a 1v1. But it's just a hard clutch to win out 1v3 with an op on the B side.
Definitely. Oh, nice position on Job. They don't even check towards bench. And again, the Deagles really shining in this region and how like decimating they can be. You get them into the right hands, you hit a couple of good shots, and you can really snowball that round, in which they did. Now 2-4, Mazalai, they're going to be on the save. They're going to not have a Deagle on their side. They will have a couple E250s and a Tech 9. Smoke comes in, flashbang as well to get around the corner. They're just looking for the plant. To win this round would be insane. The extra money on the side is going to help out. Papachula just lining him up and knocking him down. That's 2 already. Artek's going to follow. Papachula, does he want the ace? There's 2 left. You got 1 in sandwich. You got 1 towards A ramp. Why do I keep talking about food?
Just keep bringing it up. Well, down towards the ramp, or as a lot of people call it, pizza, Zulkenberg is just holding down with the P250, looking to spray away, just like you'd spray a pizza with a little bit of drizzle, like the chili drizzle sometimes. What a shot. Pinpoint accuracy. I bet he could hit a pepperoni from a mile away.
I hate you.
By the way, Jason, just as we were on the topic of electrons and all that sort of stuff, do you know when the first theory of the atom originated? Like what year, roughly?
Well, it's got to be before World War II.
Yeah, quite a bit before.
Yeah, 1838.
Quite a bit before that as well. It was 370 BC, or
wow.
before that. A guy called Democritus. It's the best story. I'll tell you in a couple minutes. When we get to an eco round, we can talk about it.
I mean, you don't need to because you're just a massive nerd.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, you say you don't read, and yet clearly you're just studying textbooks over there. Spam comes in onto Nuez towards B, and it connects with a little bit of damage, 15 in total. Papachula getting burnt up as he tries to get out of the window. A little fire drill going on. Even the nade, directly in front of Nuez. So pretty even damage being traded. I think it was a slight favoring to Bren. The bomb's still back towards the top of middle. They're actually trying to get someone in towards window, which I don't think they've done so far. Witz is going to be here, as he's going to try to protect from the other side. So they're going to go A, and they're going to use machine gun inside of window to catch... Okay, or go B and use machine gun inside of window to catch rotations.
Yeah, I'm most certainly looking for that B hit. I like the position machine guns in, but they need to be successful on this push forward, and running right into 3 players isn't going to help. The rotates are going to be late coming. Like at most, he probably just finds Pro, maybe Papachula through spawn. And as the push comes in, Jat tucked in the corner. He gives away his position. The spray doesn't catch... Oh, actually does catch a Nuez, a little bit delayed. But still, the frags are going their way. Machine gun eventually strikes. They now know he's coming behind from kitchen. Derek has to go out in the open. Now they know where machine gun is. 1 HP left. And easy pickings with the USP. Derek deletes him. Yeah, as I said, the onus wasn't on machine gun there to do more. Like at most in the position he was in, he finds 1, maybe 2 if the stars align perfectly. But Brennan already rotated heavily towards the B site with 3 players in position. If that 4-man push doesn't work out, you've already lost the round. There's nothing else you can do. Can't rely on machine gun to pull it.
And they're also getting the grind on here too. I mean, it was it 4? Yeah, it was 3-1, 4-1 in favor of Mazalai, but it's starting to really pull back the CT side of Brennan. Again, we've seen a lot of success when it comes to, I guess, most maps in this region. It's very T-sided. I was expecting maybe some more out of Mazalai. They're going to be on the eco this time, so not really expecting necessarily to win this, though they do have 2 Deagles, so there's always a chance.
Always a chance. I mean, that's
always
a
a
sad
chance.
reality. Yeah, the funny thing about it, right, about the whole atom situation is it was discovered by a Greek philosopher, Democritus, who was just the smartest dude ever. And unfortunately, when the Library of Alexandria got burnt down, we lost all of his books. The names of them still exist, like, so we know it was called Theory of the Atom or something like that. But the book itself is lost. But the way he found it is so cool. He was sat in his house, right? A ray of sunlight coming through the window, and there's dust. And the dust, you know the way dust moves? It goes down, up, like it messes around randomly. It moves very unpredictably. And there was no breeze. So he was like, well, why does it flutter in the way it does? Like if the air was empty, it would just fall straight, right? And so he realized there must be lots of small things that are bouncing off it, like a sea of little things that you can't see. But the irony
sea of
of
dust
it was...
he can't see.
Well, exactly. Of even smaller things. The funny thing was it comes from the word atomos, which is Greek for indivisible. But obviously we know it is divisible, so that they kind of got that wrong. But you can't blame them, really, can you? I think it was it was a pretty solid period. It didn't change for like 2,000 years. It just, everyone was, that was all, and they also thought he was wrong, so poor chap.
Should have just Googled it.
Exactly. Honestly, I think, you know, we're all so much smarter than them because they never thought of Googling it. Idiots.
I would imagine what the Latin name of Google would have been. That would have been
Probably something to
interesting.
do with like just random words thrown out. Encyclopedia.
Okay, so that's going to be the Eco round 1. Well, I guess lost for Mazalai. Wits!
Jeez.
Okay. I mean, we know he can play well. I wasn't sure what Wits would show up today. 2 quick kills to shut down this push out of middle. And the bomb's still back towards T-spawn, so they're going to go for the pickup, or they're not going to pick it up, actually. I thought Zilkenberg was going to secure it. He's actually trying to watch for any sort of A push, which Papachulo has done. Clean round, actually. Very fast round for Bren. Zilkenberg's going to respawn, however. Keep the pressure on towards the A site. Keep the defenders guessing. I think machine gun's in underpass, I'm guessing. Actually, no, he's up in ladder room, so he's actually going to make this pincer move on towards the B site. Jaw's going to be waiting. Wits is even rotating away. This actually could be good. If they get this kill quickly and then push in towards the site, maybe get a Molotov to push that kitchen position away, that window, and we could see actually the round still go Mazalai's way. It's all about this first kill. If Jaw can get a kill and fade away, then this should be their round to take.
Machine gun at least opens it up. They've got a chance to get to site. They just have to cross Wits. A flash and Molly still in play. Hopefully they'll be deployed before they swing through. Molly to the window, so they know that Wits should be towards the door. Machine gun looks like he wants to peek it, and he wins the fight as well. Now down to just Pro, retrieves an AK and looks for the 1v2. A Molly and a smoke left. The Molly towards the back, it's not quite going to reach in. The machine gun, the spray, even blind connects, but Nuez luckily finds the head before a few more bullets found their mark. And so 5-5 we go. Mazalai are doing well. They're definitely keeping it tight. And a really good comeback into that round as well. Got to give props to Machine Gun, who we were crediting earlier on as being a fantastic secondary offer, but there you're seeing what he can do with even the rifle.
I don't know how I feel about that round, though. It was a 5-on-3. They get 2 kills right off the bat. I feel like they shouldn't have lost that round. Like, Wits ends up missing a shot into a low HP player near the van, or I guess towards the bench side of the van. That should have been their round. I don't think anyone out there can really disagree with me. I think there was definitely some mistakes made, but obviously credit to Mazalai to capitalize off the mistakes. I don't want to knock the achievement of winning that round, but they shouldn't have gotten that. Still going to be 5 apiece, however. One is going to be tight on both sides. Whoever wins this round might get themselves another to follow up with. Pro is already going to be pretty much dislodged from this fight. He should put a smoke down himself. I think he's trying to peek. Or one-sided smoke.
Also just ready for the Molotov to come through, right?
True.
And make sure he's not going to be ticked up on his way. You're probably going to get spammed too. Oh, unlucky there. Ja with the peek straight through apartments. The problem is that robs them of a lot of information. At this point, they could be starting to shift walk up. So Derek has to go and peek that. He sees no one here. Smoke comes over, though, towards the kitchen. That really convinces them it's going to be a B hit, so they stay 2-man stacked up. The A site very much weakened. Wits doesn't know a player can already be close left, so Zilkenberg gets a free kill. And now he's saying, Papi, come on. Thought you were watching that, bro. But he was looking in towards the window as he comes to check on the A site and see how much damage is being done. He sees exactly how great this infestation is. There's T's everywhere. And because of that, Bren decide, let's just move house. Stick towards the B site. Accept our fate and come back another day.
I mean, smart call to save. I mean, yeah. It's so frustrating, I think, to be in Wits' position and then just not expect a player to come up from connector. Like, he had the angle held towards A ramp. I think there's a person coming out of a palace that would probably have eventually caught him. And that was a round that they if they won, they could be up to 7 from. And now because Mazalai get it, they get it cleanly without losing a single player. Their economy stabilizes a bit, and they can be looking to take the first half lead.
pulling on up, pulling on in. Mazalai looking to begin this beautiful best of 3 with a victory on their map pick. Look, 6 rounds, as we said when we were previously looking at this map, 50-50 isn't too bad. If they end up on an 8-7 score line, I think that's pretty achievable for both teams then when they swap over to the opposing side. Bren, probably a team that strikes me as having the better T side versus Mazalai. Well, most days. But if Mazalai do manage to connect this, get their 9th round on the board, it's a long road, but I mean, they should be on 7 here. Then that's a beautiful little start. They've spotted the AK. Sogu, though, on the swing. He shoulder peeked first, and that was a mistake because Pro waited for him to come back, pre-fired it, and there's an extra weapon to be retrieved.
Oh, if Papachulo ran quicker. I mean, obviously in that situation, you're not going to. Would have been able to catch the bomb and T-spawn. This is the first time I think this entire event we've seen a person boosted up on the box in sight. But Wits is not even going to have a pistol behind this, so maybe he can stop the planter. There's still a lot of time left, so even if he does, they can pick the bomb back up. They're not expecting to be here, and there we go. The first kill's going to come through. That's out of Jaw. And Wits, it's not going to work out. Bartek flanked and played from a different position. Out to Pro and Poppy. 2-on-3. I mean, I think Poppy's got to make the play first. Like, Pro is basically locked in. Poppy can't really even peek out because he gives his position up, and they're just gonna have to save, I guess, these weapons, put into the next round, so he can afford up and op. And there we go, 7-5. It was still costly though, and even more costly now with Pro getting that kill. So the round that they had clean before means nothing.
You're going to have a short exit for Nuez. Possibility to peek him and take him down, but they decide not to. And that's the right call. But yeah, you're 100% right, Jason. This is significant damage done by Bren. They walk out of it with 2 rifles, which is a great outcome for them. Obviously, Sogu came in with 1, but still. Having those 2 allows them to... I mean, they could even go for double op setup if they wanted to. Although, so far from Bren, I actually don't remember ever seeing a double op. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but... Well, here we go. I'm seeing it now. And I don't remember Ja having one. Maybe he did and I missed it.
I don't think so. I think you're right. I don't think we've seen it happen just yet.
With that much money, it's pretty tempting though, right? This late on in the half as well.
Especially when you feel like nothing's really hitting, and fortunately they lose one of the ops. Wits is gonna die. Derek's gonna fall, and Jaws left alone. He gets the first gun to Zilkenberg. He's gonna need more than this. Takes down Newest. Maybe he should have had the op earlier on. That's 2 kills, even the smoke to buy him some cover. They rotated back towards the A site. Machine Gun realizes, hey, A's open. They should be able to get a plant here. And will they expect Machine Gun just to be watching from CT? Oh, this is gonna be bad. Pro's gonna round the corner. Straight into an op. Even a second player is gonna be there. They should know about this. And this is gonna be an 8-5 now.
And as we said, Mazalai had the possibility to get up to 9 rounds. Now it seems like it should be an unavoidable reality. The outcome pretty much determined by the fact that they only have 1 op saved over at most. And this late on, now when you're coming into the last 2 rounds, you're never really going to talk about the damage at this point. Yeah, you get 2, 3, 4 kills. Hell, it doesn't matter. Mazalai with bomb plants and round wins can just keep buying. For Bren, it's all about bringing this op forward. They can get an M4 on Papi Chulo. Outside of that, and maybe Wits as well. We'll probably see a force buy up, actually, not the eco. It was if Jad died, I think that'd force their hand to take pistols. But they need these next 2 rounds. They cannot allow this to go towards Mazalai. 2 M4s, 1 dropped over by Ja as well, so it'll only be 1 weakness. And this is definitely workable.
But again, what's so big about this is that Mazalai haven't even won a map yet.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be their first map, and it would be their first, well, obviously winning of their choice. But then you still have Overpass next, and I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, thinking that Mazalai will win the map. It's not over at all. And Wits has been having a rough game so far, I'd say. I mean, he's on 7 kills. We saw a couple of missed shots that could have won them the rounds and changed the tide. I mean, he obviously had that amazing double kill in middle, and they ended up losing that 5v3. So any progress he did have didn't seem to matter.
I think the issue we're facing though is that, like, for Mazalai, it's hard to really estimate them properly because, okay, they look bad day one versus Divine Vendetta. Then they played Beyond, then they played D13. Those are damn hard teams to beat. Now they're finally playing at their level versus a team that, yes, I would estimate is better than them, but that they have a chance against. I don't think you're a lunatic for saying that the opportunity is there. I see definitely a 2-1 for Bren either way, regardless of how this map... Well, not regardless. I mean, either a 2-0 or a 2-1. I think they'll win the series either way. But for Mazalai, yeah, this map would be huge for them. It gives them a chance to come back into the tournament. Because they, as we said, they need to win this game. If they lose, it's... I mean, you're going to rely on them beating a Vici, a Tyloo, a Tiger, Invictus. Those are not teams they should compete against. If a third map even comes out in those kind of series, it's a very bad sign for the team they're playing.
I think maybe the Tiger one, they can be a little bit more confident considering it's more of a domestic match, but I completely agree with what you're saying. Jaw is going to be under a lot of pressure. Wit's there to help support him. I think Wit's is going to miss the shot and he gets tagged up and then he dies. Both players fall on the B site and Mazalai make that look all too easy. They don't even need machine gun. He's sitting here trying to take away the rest of the weapons. 9 to 5, going to be going Mazalai's way. Papachula's going to get 1 kill, but 1 kill is not going to win you around. Now Nuez knows exactly where you're going to be, and he's going to watch for you to re-peek back out. And Pro only has an SMG, MP9 over there. He's just hoping that someone pushes him and he can trade up for a rifle. But they have money to spend. I mean, this is 9-5. We're going to go into the last round. They obviously just need to buy one more time, which they can clearly do. Not even that.
Wow. Yeah, it's a bad half for Bren, that's for sure. Mazalai have done an amazing job. They're getting themselves up there. Machine gun. He had a great start to the half, and it's obviously continued the whole way through. And there you go. Our beautiful little drone showing off Machine Gun's prowess. 12 flashbang grenades used. Couple mollies. This is decently enough using up his util, but it's all about the kills, really, isn't it? 15 enemies killed. 11 headshots. Accuracy is pretty damn high. We come into the last rounder, Jason, with Bren having a mixed bag of utility and weaponry. They don't even have a kit. No one's gone in for one.
I mean, I can kind of understand it, considering they haven't been able to even go for like really any retakes. Usually when the bomb gets planted, they're down like 3 or 4 players.
Yeah.
Bro, not in a bad position. He's gonna get 1. We'll expect a second player to be there as Bartek's gonna rotate around. Doesn't get the weapon, unfortunately. Just backs away and towards B apartments. Gonna go for the retake now. I think even using that smoke just to secure it, that's gonna be a trade I think he'll be happy with. I'm pretty happy with as well. But it seems like there's still gonna be the execute towards the A site, and they're still leaving Machine Gun to lurk. I mean, his lurk has been fantastic. I think part of the reason they've been able to get so many rounds now on this attacking side. Bartek comes through, they're winning all the 1v1 battles, and that's gonna be the 10-5.
Oh, is it? I think you might have cursed it this time. So close to getting the bomb planter. Derek allows him away. It's like a movie. Those shots just running right past the player. As he bails out towards the ramp. Now a difficult retake. The nade deployed. 2 players are... Well, I guess Zilkenberg isn't that low, but Bartek would be eliminated immediately by the nade. Luckily, it went towards the back of sight. Molly. A little bit of damage. Forces the player back. Up goes Derek. Full blind, and Bartek takes advantage of him. Derek swinging around the corner before he could even see. And just like that, it's 10-5. Mazalai with an absolutely outstanding half, considering the game that's in it. This is why I was saying you can see Mazalai maybe take a map. If they do it this convincingly, I don't know if I fully believe in that 2-1. Then we need to see Brand step it up. I do believe their T side is going to be better. The problem is, the fact that it's gone 10-5 means that they need to show up massively in this pistol round. If they lose the pistol, well, if they at least don't manage to get a plant, excuse me, and lose the pistol, they are screwed. At that point, Mazalai are so far ahead, it's not even an uphill battle anymore. It's a climb.
Okay, not a bad start. I mean, they were setting up for smokes and flashes in towards the site. Sugu gets completely blinded up. And we'll capitalize off it, and oh my god. That climb is being made a little bit easier with the bomb plant and potentially the pistol round. Just 2 players left. I don't see Mazla retaking this, but they still have a kit, so they can play a lot of time, and Nuez has been able to get so much ground, able to peek out towards the right-hand side where Poppy's going to be waiting. He's trying to bait Jaw in, and to be fair, Jaw's playing this pretty well. Not over-facing. I think Zilkenberg just ditched away because he has a kit. And that will be it. That'll be the clean round here for Bren. So they will bounce back to get the 6 on the board. But they still have a long ways to go to get into the lead.
This should at least allow them to close in that gap a little bit, right? We're probably looking at a 10-7. The eco coming through from Mazalai to allow it up. If they take a force buy, I think they're throwing away the lead that they have. At this point, I would rather them just take it all the way. But no, they're going to go in for the pistols. I don't know. I guess they're up against SMGs for the most part. Brenner likely to pull out. I mean, we've seen teams in this tournament take 4, sometimes 5 SMGs. At that point, coming up against pistols and armor, you're actually at a pretty big disadvantage. But no, Bren have got the big brains. They've come in with the rifles, and that doesn't speak volumes for what we can see from Mazalai. Flash over on mid as they take control. The range duels always in their favor in a round like this. Papichulo leading the charge straight down middle. He's got a MAC-10 in hand, looking to force some high reward fights with relatively low risk as well.
Shingo gets forced out of connector. The Molotov landing just like perfectly between 2 smokes. I'm curious if they actually do take mid away completely from Mazalai, even in the gun rounds. Oh, we saw Witt struggle dealing with middle. Struggling to hit shots. Silkenberg's been all right. Hasn't been too bad. Nothing to write home about just yet. But he still has a while to go before he can even afford that weapon. But they've been allowing Pro to get up towards short. He gets dinked up and killed off by the CZ. Gun's not rescued. I think they're trying to barrel him before he can pick it up. Darius is going to jump down. He's going to get one, but in the meantime, Zilkenberg gets one. Now it's over towards the A site. I think that's the, sorry, it was towards B, but that's, I think, the only kill they're going to get. Sugu left alone now with the CZ and a smoke. Maybe recover a weapon. Oh, there's not going to be many great things to recover here in towards kitchen. But he has Kevlar, like, and the head armor. I would say just run away.
I think I'd agree with you here. Even sit outside the site and try to rush in and pick up a weapon afterwards, but I think he's being calmed to that both players died in short. And so that's probably where he wants to go afterwards. Problem is Brenner exiting there with 2. He's hearing the player up above. Maybe that's another opportunity. Maybe that's an exit kill. In goes Papichulo. Sugu almost looks away at the wrong moment. Papi trying to bait him out if he's down below. Up he goes with the CZ in hand, trying to get the jump shots. No, it's not happening. At least he does manage to save it over. I don't really see a way that goes better for him. But there's your problem, Jason. When you take that force buy and you lose, now it's 10-7, likely to be 10-8, and Brenner already right back in the driver's seat. They've built up momentum with the rifles that they bought up. Yes, they lose a couple players, but they still managed to save over 3 out of 4, which is decent enough. Now they get a chance to farm a little bit of extra cash. And we'll see what can be done.
I still want to see the gun rounds out of Mazalai, though. In the T half, oh my god, there's a CT in the smoke.
Big play. Big play by Sogu. He's behind them, but they're rotating. They're going B. Going B with the bomb. Even though there's only 1 player left now, they've realized exactly what's happening. He runs out of ammo. 2 kills. It's okay. I mean, I think Mazalai did decently to find that many, considering it was such a low buy. They had the scout on Zilkenberg as well, not really netting a whole lot, but he's able to get an AWP out, and this is where he can do some serious damage. You would hope. These are the 2 teams, though, Jason, really, where I feel like the Alpers just don't deliver. I know they're doing okay, but up against each other. I expect one of them to dominate, considering the weaker performances we've seen game on game for both.
Yeah, I mean, you put them against an Annihilation, and
yeah,
well, I don't think they're going to be able to compete, at least in terms of the amount of fragging power they're going to provide for their teams.
That's not an opping duel. That's just an execution.
Yeah. What I did want to say before in the last round was that, you know, the gun rounds in towards the first half, especially towards the end, it seemed like Mazalai were just winning the 1v1s over and over. And we haven't had like the true gun round till this round come in for them. So if they can continue that pace from before, I still don't think they're out just yet. And only being 2 rounds in the lead, lose this one, especially the op that you invested for Zilkenberg, it could continue to be tough. Smoke's being thrown in. No smoke towards CT though. I'm a little bit worried for that. Flashbang comes through. They don't even have the smoke for CT.
No, they're out of util at this point. It's a very light utility buy. Remaining in the last minute.
Are they faking a fake?
So I think the idea is to open up a bit of space for Pro. They've managed to seize the angle with the flash is over. Zilk left himself into the CT spawn. Now here comes the connector play. Papichulo loses a lot of health, but he's still alive for now. As Ja frags out and puts it in a 4 versus 2, he looks for a little bit more, sees the player on the right. Nuez is gone, and this is about as clean as can be. Only losing 1 player. Low health on Papi, he just swings on out. Playing like a CCTV camera there. He was trying to get a bit of information, but instead he gets himself a kill. And the problem is, yeah, at 10 to 8, I agree, Mazalai are not out of the game, and they still aren't. The only problem is that the advantage that they gained in the beginning, or actually in the end of the previous half, now starts to fade away. We go back to the point about Bren being more solid individuals. That's where the problem starts to emerge. You can see why we're worried coming into halftime. You know, if Mazalai win the pistol, don't allow Bren to plant a bomb, all of a sudden you could be looking at a 12 or 13 to 5. But instead, they're yet to come off their starting point in this half as Bren easily catch up on them now against pistols. It should be easy. It should be 10 to 10. But their economy, I mean, it's not huge. It's not a massive lead, so they do need to... Oh, the molly didn't even land, but Zilk was preemptively rotating. So yeah, the thing is, they're... for Mazalai, they need to find a couple kills. 2 to 3 in this round. 3 ideally. I don't expect them to win, but as long as they can find 3 frags, they'll be happy. Or I'll be happy with them.
The thing is, for people who are thinking that, you know, oh, these casters are biased, well, Ren beat Tiger, the best Mongolian team, based off of, you know, the road to Rio. So you would imagine they should be able to beat, like, the, I want to say, like, the 3rd best team, because D13 looked way better than Mazalai when we saw them in their matches.
Mm-hmm.
Pachulo, though, oh, he's in such a good position. They don't know he's here. 1st, 2nd. I mean, yeah, just the pistols, but they're gonna have the sight again. The bomb would be top and mid, though. If Witz goes down, they might not have a chance. And there's gonna be a player over towards connector. That's gonna be Nuez. He's got the deagle. He starts towards short. As we see Witz try to push connector, and Witz will get the kill. So that should be a safe plant coming out.
And Mazalai are doing it. They're doing the damage, doing what we want. The AK in the hands of Zilkenberg, things could definitely continue to go their way. 1 more kill and I'm happy. Bartek not able to get it done. Papichulo's here for the fight. And Zilk pushed back by the flash. Might just go in for the save. He's not even being allowed to, though. Derek already on the quick flank. We're watching for the push into kitchen. And I agree. Definitely when it comes to the point about Bren being the favorites. You know, they did beat Tiger. Tiger have been on very shaky ground, though. I mean, they have not looked... not looked solid at all. They lost to Bren, they almost lost to Beyond and Invictus. To say, you know, when people were saying, oh, this is the top team in Asia, Black came into this tournament immediately highlighting, no, they have not proven that yet. Like, I think he even said himself, like, it might be just a fluke. They need to consistently put up that kind of performance. And so far in this tournament, okay, they are 2 for 1, but they haven't been doing it in a fashion that's indicative of them being able to compete when they come against Vici, against Tyloo this time around. They need to improve quite a bit. We got another full buy coming through for the Brand side. 10 to 10. They're tied up as Mazalai pick up a double op setup. Zilkenberg and Nuez the ones to deploy those, and Nuez is already dead.
I mean, in their first full gun round, they need to win this. They need to have a clean round. You need to be very careful. Zilkenberg, even while blinded up, gets the kill onto Jaw. I can see the T's backing away, so at least keeping things even out 4 apiece. Mid's left completely open, however. You're seeing Machine Gun on the minimap kind of struggle to realize that and to back away in towards window, where Derek's already in towards underpass. Smoke gonna come in. I think that's gonna be in towards window. Machine Gun's just gonna give this one up. I mean, technically, Derek can get in that window without making, or sorry, he can get in the window by himself, but it'll be making noise. So whether or not there's anyone around him to spot it out. Zolkenberg with the op as they make their way in towards Palace. There's no smokes left. All they have is the incendiary and the 2 flashbangs, and the CT side of Mazla have all rotated. Gonna leave one player towards short, but that's it. All the fake Derek over towards B.
Pulling them off, but Sogu is able to take Papi Chulo down. The kills go their way. Wit's only good for 1, and Pro's got to do it all. He's already out. He's being watched by 2. And that's the end of that story. 11 on the board for Mazalai. They manage to get themselves a buy round, but Bren have built up that little stack of cash. They'll be able to invest right here. The rifles will still come through, and so the road does not get any easier for Mazalai. They're still on the dirt track, not yet hitting the paved streets. The clean, fast rounds that result in them flying ahead of their opponents. Instead, they're still pretty much neck and neck. And with the way things have been going, you can have one solid hold when a team tries to push through a tight bomb site like that, but I want to see it repeated again and again. How are these early fights going to go? We saw Nuez get picked off with that secondary op towards B previously. This time has a little bit more support. Bartak was even peeking and shoulder peeking it to make sure they weren't coming around that corner. Try to bait them into Nuez's scope. Now the pixel angle being held, a flash pulls them off. They know there's a player there. Another flash through. Wits, come on. This is the second shot, gets tagged out of there. He has to bail. And that could have been it. That could have been the opening that pulled them way ahead, but instead Bren are forced to retreat, give up on the map control they saw towards B, and so it's going to be a late mid-take for them.
Tough times for Wits. Sugu. Oh no. That should have been a guaranteed kill. He jumps the gun on the shot. John lives to fight another day. The smoke is going to have a gap in it. You see Machine Gun playing around it. Looking to even push up. The incendiary to come through. It's going to force him completely back. Have to control going the way of Bren, except you see all the CTs starting to rotate back in. They're going to leave. Yeah, it's Nuez to defend the B site. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Bren are going to have to pick up the pace here. You have 1 smoke. They have 2 incendiaries, or sorry, 2 Molotovs themselves. Bartek's going to have a smoke. Nuez as well, but that's over towards the B side. The double op set up a heavy investment. Machine Gun being spammed down. He's going to fall. 18 seconds left to go here, Mitch, and they get the first 2 kills they needed, but they're being flanked from behind. Where are they going to plant? Can somehow Sugu stop the planter? Oh, he could. It's a connector plant.
No, they've managed to get it down, though. He was a little bit too slow on the reaction. And the problem with that is when you allow them to plant, you're also allowing the rest of the players to go out and clear all those other angles. So when the planter stops and he realizes they've got connector, jungle, CT all pushed up, well, he's just going to turn around and go, oh, I guess I'll watch the ramp then. It's easy as can be for Wits.
If only people I played with are that smart.
They're like, oh, you've pushed CT? I'll watch CT, bro.
Yeah.
I got you. It's like, no, I just cleared it. I got you. Got you.
Look at this. The money. It's gone. Yeah, Machine Gun on the scout, but I don't know where you go from here. They finally get themselves a victory. They finally get themselves, you know, back on the board with the 1 round, but then they go for such a heavy investment. It's going to cost them essentially the round thereafter. And Bren, for the first time in this game, oh, sorry, second time in this game, are about to take the lead.
Well, it certainly looks that way unless Zilkenberg's got the best CZ I've ever seen. He's gone to Valorant and picked up the golden gun. Start one-tapping people. Sadly, that's not the way things are going to go. 12 to 11, Bren take the lead, and as we said, you know, their T side was definitely going to be something to be feared when they swapped over. Call it bias if you want. I would call it having a brain. You know that obviously Bren, as better individuals, something that we've all highlighted coming into the start of this game. Where do individuals perform? It tends to be the T side, and when they come in with their team play, with their individual ability, that's where Mazalai start to fall apart a little bit.
Oh, they're going quick, eh? They rush straight through Palace. Sorry to interrupt you there, Zolkenberg.
All good.
I mean, How does he get more than one kill? He gets a second before Jaw does come around the corner and take it down. He's actually continue to push in towards CT, smoke it off. They have the smoke set down towards stairs and jungle, so it's not like they can peek in to stop the bomb from being planted. And such a fast plant coming through. The two players completely blinded up towards CT spawn. Jaw wants to beat this flashbang as well to assist it. He pushes in. He gets the spray a little bit wild, but eventually the kill, and Papachulo is able to pick off Nuez. And the last two players are coming from stairs. It's down to the 2-on-2. Wits has got the op, but he finally starts hitting some shots. He gets the first, but he needs the last to close out this round.
Machine gun's been huge for Mazalai so far, but the shot from Wits confirms the round. 13-11 as Bren take it and close in on that victory. Will separate themselves from Mazalai. Should just be a light buy from Mazalai. I don't expect a full investment. They can't really afford it. There'd be no AWP. There'd be very little. I gotta say, Silvenberg impressed me with that second shot. The player was coming up close right. He had no way to really know that. But a big mistake by Sogu. In there in CT, you see him push forward while Nuez is nowhere nearby. He's clearing the angle, so he's peeking into players that can very easily be watching him. Only when he gets flashed does he decide to go back, at which point it's way too late. And obviously Nuez couldn't get the trade in time, even picked off from the site after he found it eventually. And you really need to have that better spacing when you're going in for the retake. You have a very finite resource of players that you can't just go throwing away.
Hard to be a Mazalai fan at the moment. I mean, they look good. 10 rounds, T-side. I was fairly impressed. They've only gotten one in the last 9. It seems like we're going to have a set execute towards A. I don't know if they're fully going to commit to this push. It is a big 4-man stack here to defend against us. I wonder if they're just trying to sell a fake another time. Smoke's all coming down. Pretty standard. They're going to come through. They're up against just the pistols. They even have a Mag 7 for machine gun. I'm not sure how I missed this. Suga's burning up. They're going to hear that. He's going to fall without even getting a single point of damage. Bartek, though, with the deagle, he's going to get one, and that was a fantastic shot coming through as he had the smoke there. Oh, Nuez.
Do they clear it? Oh, they don't. He's got a chance. He wants to get more than one. He's been spotted now. At least manages to deliver that. Nothing hurts more, Jason, than seeing a position where a player has got the perfect play. He's being sneaky, and because of a random flick by someone, turning to look at ramp where his teammates are, for no reason, you end up getting exposed and killed.
Well, they changed that you can't spin and defuse, but they haven't changed you can spin and plant.
Oh, there you go. I don't think many people do it. The you know, like, no, I think that's the second worst thing that can happen in that situation. The worst is when you're sat in a corner, like 1 or 2 players run past, and the third guy checks it. You're like, why?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? Stop. But you know, it's not because they're thinking you might be there. It's because they're so dumb they don't realize that their teammates have cleared that.
Sounds like you've had this happen to you from personal experience.
Too many times, Jason.
Oh, Barb, what?
Wow.
Doesn't even see him. Hits him through a smoke. So the pace being picked up yet again. They're going to be hitting onto the A site. The utility not being thrown down, though. No smokes to cover anything off. They're hoping that Wits can hit shots to cover off multiple positions. Jaw, he's got to take down the man towards CT. It's going to be Sugo. He's going to fall. They can now plant the bomb. But Wits has it. He's going to sneak over. Look at the spam coming through. That damage! They haven't seen a single player there. They spammed him through, and they're both on about 20 HP. You can't. There's no way you win this as Bren. You shouldn't win this as Bren.
Surely not.
And you don't win this as Bren.
Good. I think I'd lose my mind a bit. That's at least going to be 14-12. Mazalai keep themselves alive, keep themselves in it. Bartak on the back of a huge performance as well. I mean, his short hold there was spectacular. Look at this. Pop through the wall. Pro is already very low from the machine gun spam earlier. But Bartak's just through the wall, headshotting everyone. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, who needs to see people if you can just shoot them through walls?
It's like we were talking about earlier, right? They can see the X-ray, right?
Yeah. Rebuy up though for Bren. They have enough money to buy yet again after this round. So Mazalai really have to put on a clinic here and take rounds back to back. and then finally break the economy, and then be up to 15 off of that. If you imagine they can take these next rounds, these next two. And they very well could get themselves onto map point and take it. Go on to overpass with a 1 map lead, and more importantly, finally get their first map victory under the belt. Machine gun. And this shot comes through. There's no flash. There's nothing to stop him. What? You shouldn't win that. Don't tell me he's in his second as well. He spots Phantom short. He doesn't expect the other player towards the B site, and Bartek almost fluffs it. So down to the 4-on-4. Nice push out of Zulkenberg, and even Sugu getting the kill stops him from taking that full control of the A site.
And we're going to continue on for a while then. Mazalai, 4 versus 2. Time's running down. They haven't spotted a whole lot. They have no idea where these players are going. Oh my god, they've just walked right past each other. Poppy. No, he didn't even see him on the turnaround. What is that? They've actually just ships in the night. Oh god, and as they push out, there's no way that Poppy Chulo is going to be expected to be towards Palace. They kill Zulkenberg, and Zilk's like, wait, what? I thought you came through Palace. Oh, that's embarrassing, but the thing is, Poppy won't know about the ramp play either. So, this has worked out pretty terribly for Bren. 20 seconds, he's got to go get it. I doubt he even looks at ramp. This should be the freest kill of Sogu's life. And it's Machine Gun that takes in the end. You don't see that every day, do you? It wasn't even 4x3. It was just the perfect blocking of the pillars as they walk around.
I mean, I'd be pissed if I was Zulkenberg there. Like, how did you just push through Palace, and this guy kills me from Palace? What's going on? Tactical timeout coming in for Bren. They have money to buy up again. This is a very important round. This is a very crucial round. They lose this. Mazalai goes to 14. Then they don't have a lot of money in the round after. They have to force up. Mazalai could go to 15 off of that. And then you're just playing for overtime.
It's definitely been a bit of a back and forth one. And in a way, it's sort of a shame that we saw Mazalai get off to that poor start. We could easily be going on a map 2 with a 1-0 for them if this second half, had they just won the pistol. It was like we were saying, that was the only chance really for Bren to stick into a position where they could reasonably do this. They took back the lead. They're close to conceding it. Mazalai come in with a double op setup. Machine Gun taking that secondary, and he is a force to be reckoned with on this sniper. We saw it before. I think it's arguably the one that stood out more so than Zulkenberg in the opping department, even despite being the secondary. They're moving towards middle. Both ops were focused up on that position for a while. Now just Machine Gun. He's over on short. Not playing aggressively, only looking for the connector play. And boost up. Straight through the window.
Nice. They have no one watching this. They have no one watching middle at all.
Sogu's got that responsibility as they cross over to site. The smokes were blocking him for a little bit. Oh, he went greedy. He went to go and peek out towards Sandwich. That's really Zulkenberg's job. And as he falls, now they know that the window is closed off, right? Those players can't come in through there without breaking the metal grater.
Why not just smoke CT? Why are you fighting it? Didn't they have a smoke?
No, so they flashed around
it
because they hadn't got one. So it was an okay play. It even sort of got blinded. The flash was just a tiny bit too shallow.
Well, again, they still don't know they're all coming from CT, considering the vent hasn't been broken yet. Babachula needs to hit his shots. Pro as well. Poppy's gonna miss. Someone needs to start connecting. It's gonna be Pro off the bat. Pro gets himself 2. Derek gets 1 as well. Now it's all on Machine Gun. And speaking of money, they don't have much to spend in the following round. This could be round 15 for Bren. And potentially the map. Oh no, he switches away the last second.
It's a game of timing, really, isn't it, Jason, this time? On this run, we had a crazy Mirage previously. Now it's not so much because of a lack of strategic depth or wild gameplay, but the universe conspiring against them. Same with Sogu, you know, the smoke fades. As they do, he starts to peek in towards Sandwich, make sure no one's coming up close. The second he turns away from that angle, boom, he's shot in the head. Player swings out on it. 1 more to go for Bren. 15-13. Could be the same scoreline as what we saw one of our earlier games. Shot not going to connect. Oh, which was blocked by his teammate as well. Takes a little bit of damage, and that SMG only serves to close in the distance a little bit more. Derek's waiting for it with Nuez. Oh, he's turned away. That's such terrible timing. They wanted to flash on the corner for Derek to peek, but instead they just allow Nuez to find the opening duel.
He doesn't get the gun though, most importantly. I mean, I guess the kill is the most important part, but as a silver lining, they don't get the gun. 2 SMGs. It was on 1 health. He might as well just be a fly at the moment. Smoke comes in towards mid window. John's still holding towards connector from middle. They're looking to make an A play, and Sugu is looking to push in. Oh no, it's Witz coming around the corner. If Witz doesn't pre-aim the shot, this should be a kill for Sugu. We're going to the final round. 2 on 5. I'm not a believer.
No, I don't think so. Pro's got to do it all. And peeked in by 3 all at once. That's the end of that. 15 to 14. Look at the money for the T side. It is not pretty. They can get an op out if they want to. I don't think I'd really go for. If anything, I'd probably take the AK, chuck it over to Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, if Witz gets that kill, good chance they can take the round. But the op just hasn't seemed to work out really too well in general for, I'd say everyone but Machine Gun, but I can still think of a lot of missed shots out of Machine Gun. And they had to force up for Mazalai. Like, they had 2 SMGs. And now they have everything that they could possibly want. Let's see, Bren. Well, 2 AKs, 2 MAC-10s. Maybe they're going to rush out a B site. Maybe split. Chulo going to be looking to, I guess, lead the charge here for his team. Derek just going to peek out and towards mid. And again, that incendiary used to just slow the pace down. They have 2 players here to defend. A Machine Gun in middle who looks to come over to join as well. Altov comes down, smoking to clear that one out, and they have to start hitting some shots now as Bartek's gonna get the first. Nuez is here from short to help lock this one down. Derek's gonna get one, but Derek comes in from behind. He gets himself a quick 2-piece. The bomb gonna be planted, and just like that with a minimal buy. We're in the after plant situation. Zulkenberg, he has been swatted up, and now he shoots off, and he gets finished off by Derek. This man is single-handedly saving this map here for Bren. Sugu left alone now in the 1-on-3. And I think they might have been able to do it just in the nick of time. You got a smoke, you got a flash, but you have no health. And Derek, the quad kill in the final round of regulation, saves the round for Bren.
And there you go, 16 to 14. Definitely didn't make it easy for themselves, that's for damn sure. But pulling it across the line, an insane performance from Poppy Chulo. I think we got to give him props. Without him dropping nearly 30 kills, they didn't really stand a chance of taking that. And a good showing by Masalai, but again, the map just evades them. It's a shame.
Yeah, still another game and another map loss, unfortunately, for him. Bleh and Dinko, let's start things off with you guys. Bleh first. Super close game. Did you expect it to come down to that close?
Oh, no, especially after the first half, it looked like Masalai really showed up, right? They had an incredible T side, 10-5. I mean, you get 10 rounds on a T side, that's almost the win condition met right there. But here's a little bit of stat for you guys. You might find this interesting. The first 7 rounds, so on the second half, out of the first 8 rounds, Bren won 7 of them, right? In the 7 rounds they won, Masalai got 8 kills in total. That is ridiculous. Like, I know, yeah, you had a couple of rounds where you just had the pistols, but even they had a number of buy rounds in that. And basically, in the 9 rounds before, of course, Masalai managed to almost bring it to the final, almost brought it to overtime. 9 rounds that Bren won on the T side, only 14 kills for Masalai. That meant the money was looking so dang good for Bren for the longest time, except for the final round where it, of course, came down to a couple of AK-47s. But I feel like Masalai, they only have themselves to blame. That CD side, it could have been much better. They just got picked apart one by one. No trades really taking place. We talk about spacing on the T side, but on the CD side, there were no real crossfires happening, and there were multiple rounds where Bren just ran away with it. I felt like they'd pretty much win the round without losing a single man, or maybe just losing one player, and that is not sustainable. And well, Mazlai yet to win another map, yet to win a single map, Jason. That kind of hurts me deep down inside.
It hurts me a lot. It pains me to say. I think one thing you pointed out was the 1v1 battles, especially towards the end of the second half. Like Dinko, Bren just wasn't able to compete. I don't know what kind of switched on in their heads coming into the second half that if they came out the gate swinging. I mean, I know Mitch pointed out before that pistol round so pivotal to Bren's comeback.
Yeah, I think throughout the first half, we actually seen Mazlai looking good. I was kind of saying, okay, maybe we've got Mazlai showing up this week. They've went and done their homework. They've prepared coming in today. I mean, Machine Gun definitely looked good throughout that first half, but when we go over to the second, everything just went downhill for Mazlai. They clawed their way back into a somewhat winnable position there. The end, Derek actually just stopping the overtime a dream. But for the most part, I think Bren just have better individuals across the board. And with the rounds playing out, so many of them coming through, on average, you're going to see Bren take those wins. So it's a bit unfortunate to see Mazlai drop off. And I feel like that's going to be a big issue throughout the tournament for them. Can they keep this up at all? Can they find any sort of consistency? Because it drops off from one half to the next. So Mazlai, they have the pieces. They just need to try and figure out how to work it out. And I don't even think their pieces are good enough to be able to compete with pretty much any team in this tournament right now.
If I saw that correctly, Derek was even aiming for Bartak. At bench.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He was spraying at the player towards short and then just randomly connected with like the first bullet.
I mean, a little bit of luck plays sometimes, but for the most part, Derek did get himself into that position, and for the most part, he was actually a little quieter than I was kind of hoping. He does really step up towards the end of that map, and I think Derek, like I said at the start, can be a bit of an X factor for them. You know, if he's really showing up in a couple of rounds, you can win some very important rounds. We've seen that towards the end, so I think you just have a few more pieces here to work with on Bren, and I think Derek's the perfect example. He's not the star player. He's not a player that you'd expect to be at the top of striking out, right? That's not really his role. He's more around the mid-table and can pick up a few important rounds for you, and those rounds end up resetting the economy or putting yourself back into a winnable position, and those are the small rounds that go on to win you games. So you may not get the most kills, but you'll get the impactful frags as well.
Well, speaking of most kills and speaking of impactful frags, let's take a look at our MVP from that map, and no other than Mr. Chulo, Mr. Poppy, taking it home. 8 multi-kill rounds, 28 kills, 101 ADR. I find it hard to, unless you put just that last round alone as the only round you're looking at, to see anyone else that was able to stand out like he was.
I just want to add in just one quick little extra stat to that. He wins 5 opening deals. He participated in 6 opening deals. He went 5-1 in opening deals alongside Wits, and I think that was and a pro as well. He won 3 out of 3 opening deals he had. So I felt like when it comes to initial deals being taken by Bren, they were just coming out on top time and time again. And also, yeah, we saw, for example, right, from Machine Gun, we saw him have a couple of really, really cool rounds, but a few shots, like, up towards Cat, I believe he missed one of the opening shots, scope train. You can't afford to have those misses. Not when everything's on the line. You haven't won a single map. Small little mistakes. I don't really want to harp on it, but you can't afford those anymore.
Especially when it's a 16-14 loss, right? You think back to a lot of shots that were missed. Whether you talk about Wits or you talk about Machine Gun, that could have turned the tides of the entire game. And that's what it comes down to, unfortunately. Like, it's either you hit and you're successful, or you miss and you're a martyr, I guess.
It's those player interviews, Jason. We hit our shots, we play our own game, and it comes true. I mean, it is a cliche for a reason.
All right, well, we're going to head to a short break here. When we come back, we'll be getting into Map 2. It's going to be on Overpass. This is PAL 2020, the Asia Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL, and we'll see you guys in hopefully about 5 minutes' time.
Overpass 地图往事。Overpass 是一张上演了无数奇迹的地图，开阔的地形给了选手们充分发挥架点创意的空间。从 T 家出发，来到长短馆，一面通向工地，一面通向 B 包点。在这里 ，Nothing 曾经隔墙穿射爆头，完成了2个不可思议的击杀。
That's incredible, actually. Yeah, that's definitely noteworthy.
下水道连接作为地图的核心区域，是著名的交火区域，上演过一幕幕惊心动魄的故事。Garcia 就曾在下水道楼梯中径步前行，绕至敌方背后，亮出匕首，一招制敌。
Dude, if I'm Zeus, I'm pissed. That's right, Doja.
What are you doing?
A 点是 CT 的出生点 ，Fnatic 的奥拉夫曾在这里用一个出其不意的3架，重新定义了什么是战术架点。
This is Pronax being a genius. They did use and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up shot on Meister. You've got to be kidding me.
来到 B 点，同样是他。2014年 ESL One 的比赛里，对阵 Big Natas， 奥拉夫以一己之力在熊熊烈火中拆掉了 C4 炸弹，而这正是 CS:GO 著名彩蛋“烈焰天使”的由来。
Just about gets it as the flames come in and look at the little.
每个点位都如此精彩，不知道本次比赛选手们又会带给我们怎样的惊喜呢？
And we're back. 2020 going into our second map of our second game of the day. We're covering 3 best of 3s throughout today and 3 best of 3s up until the playoffs, which will be kicking off in the middle of July. We got Mazalai again, unfortunately not able to pick up a single map in this entire tournament. And Bren, well, they skated by, just barely finishing off the first map, 16-14. But I feel like we're all in consensus when looking at Overpass. This might be a little bit one-sided, Mitch.
Yep, no idea what what Mazalai are going to bring to the table. We've seen Bren take down Tiger, close game versus Vici. They picked this map. I don't really see a lot from Mazalai. Where are the things that we look at as positives? You know, Zilkenberg's definitely been lacking on the AWP. Machine Gun, he's been good. I think, honestly, there's a conversation needs to be had about potentially giving him the primary op. I think that when you look at someone like Zilkenberg, he's making too many mistakes. Yes, Machine Gun missed a couple shots as well, but when you're secondary opper, you're not dedicating as much time to perfecting that aspect of your gameplay. I think if he stepped into that role, we'd see a completely different team emerge. And really, for Mazalai, the problem is there's just no individuals there that we look at and say, he's the savior.
Yeah.
He's the one that will step up and massively frag. Bren have Papi Chulo. Derek can do it. We've seen Ja in some games. Like, they have so much versatility when it comes down to just the individuals that can show up. And if you don't have that as Mazalai, if one person ain't showing up today, well, you're pretty screwed.
Yeah, and I'm also like looking towards the op play on a map like Overpass, which can be so impactful. I'm not really sold on any of the oppers in this game. I mean, Witz, he's been missing a couple of shots. Machine Gun missing a couple of shots. Zilkenberg missing a couple of shots. I mean, there's obviously been those moments where they have connected. There's been those moments where they have looked good, but consistency doesn't seem to really be there for both these teams' oppers, and that's going to worry me a lot when it comes to this map. But let's see. We're going to have Brent over on the T side, Mazalai on the CT, and they're already going for a very early boost in towards Graffiti. They really want to pick off someone coming towards short, but there's no one coming that way at the moment. They're actually going to be going up connector.
You hear the jump peak going through as they look to try and find a player down in con. Bren open up the door, start moving forward. No idea about Machine Gun's position. That's 1 kill. Fades off afterwards without a second. But still, and see, the problem is they've given away 3 players on this B side. The bomb hesitant to move forward. You could see he was definitely contemplating movement up towards the A site. I think for that to really happen, Wits had to just barrel forward and seize some map control. You're still potentially talking about 2 guys A. I know there's not, but Bren don't know that. So they are a bit hesitant. Eventually, though, it looks like commitment towards the A side, but you've got Wits slow playing up on A. He's maybe coming in for a flank afterwards. If they can drag the rotates down, they've got to find kills to make that happen, and it just ain't working. So eventually it's an A hit, but look at the position by Zilkenberg. He's gone up on long and waited for Wits, taking him down and now leaving Bren in no man's land. They have no control of any part of the map. Derek went forward with the bomb before Pro even made it into toilets, and it looks like this one is going to go down the drain.
Yeah, not a great start here for Brem. Good to Mazla to throw something a little bit crazy into the mix. As you saw, the 3-man stack, and that's the 1 kill, early man advantage. And it seemed like Bren were really confused at what to do from there on. And I did like Witz's position, but Zilkenberg just watching and waiting and lurking just completely shuts down that play. So really well done here out of Mazla to get the pistol round. But again, I think it's for me when it comes to the gun rounds, are they going to be able to defend against Bren, who's already beaten Tiger?
Oh, as we come into this round, yeah, the eco is going to be fairly one-sided for Mazla, you would hope. Honestly, if Bren walk out of this round with more than 1 kill, I think they're already doing spectacular. Just the deagle for Derek is what we have to look towards. The 2 Glocks lead the charge in connector to bait some gunshots out, find some information. Zilkenberg not able to find anyone, but here comes Derek. Derek the deagler. He's actually taking up the back of the pack, allowing the Glocks to charge forward into an SMG and almost certain death. Eventually going up to try and trade. I like that, but it doesn't work out. The Zilk on 3 HP makes it away. I would have preferred Pro to stick with the rest of the team on this one and try to actually get that. I mean, that would have been at least 1 kill. They dropped the set of armor, but a utility, a kit as well on the floor. And overall, that wouldn't have been a bad conversion. Problem is, Zilkenberg now gets all that damage done for free, right? He's managed to pick up or maintain his armor. He doesn't even have to reinvest into a rifle because he'll keep the SMG for this as Mazlai play it as a bonus round. That 1 kill would have cost them probably 4k, if not more. And then if Bren won this round, that would be damage that was irreparable. And with 2-0 on the board, a flawless previous round. Mazlai now on the bonus. Utility already deployed as they look to make it into short early on. Nuez could have been heard. He stepped in a Molotov. There's a possibility that they will have got the sound cue, but it looks like, for now at least, that he's in the clear.
Trying to get a feel out of them, right? Trying to see if they're going to get aggressive with these SMGs. The smoke going to come in towards short. You have still Zilkenberg trying to watch long. You got Sugu. He's watching over towards Banana. It should be a decent take. I mean, they have so much utility behind this. Shigun's got the M4 tucked away inside. He's up in the one-on-one. He misses the first couple of bullets, and Papachulo's going to drop him. Now going to go for the smoke over towards Heaven. And we'll lock that down. They will clear out the remaining players at the site, and they will get the post plant. Zilkenberg now tries to push up. He's got 1 SMG, and Zilkenberg's got the last. Sorry, Sugu pushes up, and Zilkenberg's now the last alive with the SMG. I mean, saving it. Don't really need to. Maybe get a kill. Maybe save an AK somehow. But realistically, this should be the first round now done for Bren.
Indeed, it should. I don't see a way in which he 1v4s this. Maybe the ninja on the cards. They're leaving a player behind. And yeah, Zilkenberg, he saved over this weapon in the previous round. He was 3 HP. Oh, he's going to go for it. Yeah, that's not working out. I respect the play, though. He was 3 HP, top connector. And he stood there fighting, managed to take them all down. We saw, I think it was Pro go down to the B bomb site by himself. And had he just been there with his team, they would have killed Zilkenberg. They would have forced reinvestment in the previous round. He wouldn't have participated in the previous round the same way he didn't there. Probably would have saved the M4, and they wouldn't have an AWP up right now. So you see that just that one player not going with the team in connector, deciding to go back and look for a solo kill on B instead of following the strategy, or maybe that was the strategy, which then is almost worse. And that's the impact it has. Now the CT's having off. This is why you play with your team, albeit glass cannon.
It's already fallen back too. Rotate Sugu actually push up towards long. Maybe Zilkenberg's there to help him out. It's not going to have that flashbang though to assist the aggression if they want to go for it. So they're leaving Banana completely open, which we're not seeing the T side out of Bren punish. Seems like they want to slowly make their way towards the B side, kind of poke and prod. Derek, the one who obviously saved the map for them in the last game. And Sugu, oh, he's in such a good position. They expect him this close, though, and they're going to do it. Poppy. First kill comes through. Man advantage to the T side. And some utility being thrown as they try to go for the peek over towards Monster, but Bartek's going to spot absolutely nothing. Taking their time. I mean, 40 seconds left to go. Bomb's still down in T spawns. It's not that they could even execute here if they wanted. And I know if they take this, they're going to be looking at a 3-2 lead. Anyways, oh, so close to pushing forward. Derek just right around the corner. Who's going to hit their shot first? Derek's going to spot him out. Doesn't get the better of him initially. Going to push towards Monster as well. And Pro's going to get the initial kill. It's still being traded pretty efficiently, pretty evenly until Wits gets in. Maybe just give him an AK instead of the op. He gets 2. And Zuckerberg now left with the op in the 1-on-3. Now the 1-on-2. Tries to push forward towards water. He gets the kill onto Papachulo. He can't quite connect the quick scope onto Jaw. And Bren will live to get themselves a second round and force Mazlai now to be on the eco. That clutch would have been massive for Mazlai. And a great job by, I think, Bren here. You see Poppy just being very smart, being very careful about any aggression out of the CT side to suss out some information. Now Bren looking to have a clean round here. Keep that economy safe, right? Don't lose out on too many weapons. You might need them later on. Mazlai getting aggressive towards connector. They do have only the one Deagle bot up. And the one flashbang and a machine gun. He needs to be sitting over at the B site with that. And it seems like Bren are being, again, very smart about these rounds. They saw how close the last game came. Or the last map came down to. And they're holding so many angles. They're really not trying to give any ground to Mazlai. No weapons. And ideally, this should be a map they win relatively cleanly. We haven't seen Mazlai really play it. So after the almost clutch out of Zulkenberg, and the 1-on-3, now it comes just to the pistols to hopefully make it expensive here for Bren.
That's all they can really aim for, really, Jason, isn't it? Do the damage, take some of the weapons out of their hands, and force reinvestment. Problem is they've stacked this strategy towards the B site, and Bren poked around at the start of the round, realized they didn't really want to take part. They were moving to A. Bomb's starting to move on back. As they cleared out long, didn't see anybody. Looking for toilets control, they're taking their time. In the meantime, Mazlai rotate up through connector. 2 players spotted at least, still out of 4. Molly down deep, that's going to force Sogu forward. Should be a nice free kill. Yeah. They have no info on the final 2. I don't like that Derek's sticking around. I think falling back is the only choice. You've got to give up the weapon realistically. Oh, well, no, he doesn't actually. The player died over in party, so... There we go. Nice little spray down. Yeah. Stat patter even.
Yeah, he deserved it. 3 kills. He saved them the last map. He's that final round machine going straight to the AUG. And we're not seeing the op, and kind of sucks they didn't have the money for it, but again, I feel like the op hasn't been effective. I mean, I think Wits on the AK in the round that came down to the 1-on-1 was start off as a 1-on-3. Gets a double kill. I feel like he's had more impact with the AK than AWP. You know, except maybe forgetting about the one round he had with a nice double kill in middle on Mirage on CT side, but they ended up losing that round anyways, 5-on-3.
I like the connector play. Problem is, if a nade goes through, that's going to do some damage. Luckily, they're not sticking around too long. There we go. Start to move back. Bren weren't moving in through water anyway, so it doesn't cause too much hassle. For Mazlai, they've got to eventually start to move back to the A site. I think they overstayed their welcome a little bit, considering there was no presence on short, but it worked out. It just means they have to... You see the amount of utility they burn on their way back. It's a risk, you know. Sometimes you'll catch 1 or 2 players coming through water, and in that position, it's definitely worthwhile. Just unfortunately for them, they didn't get that payoff. Serious lack of information as well, Jason. I mean, Mazlai have seen nothing.
I mean, they don't have any smokes left. They have some flashbangs, but they're not playing that peak position. Eric gets the first kill, and a nice little flick from Bartok over to him. But it leaves him super light on the B side now, machine gun. If he doesn't get a kill like in the next couple seconds, I feel like you just save. You save all 2 of these weapons now as Witz takes down Zilkenberg because he's actually lurking. Actually, his jaw actually lurking over towards the A site. We're going to be down 4-2, and you're not going to have the money to buy up. Save everything you got here and try to come back in the next round with a couple of cheeky shots, and they're already going to lose Sugu. That late lurk out of jaw working out well for them. They don't know machine guns towards Graffiti, though, and he should be able to survive with this.
At a certain point, though, it's no longer about saving the weapons over them, right? And they're getting very close to the point where we need to draw a line in the sand. You'll hear us on Mirage on a Dust 2 saying that, oh yeah, 8-7, that's not that bad, regardless of which way it swings. Even 9-6s are comebackable if you pick up those opening rounds, excuse me, the pistol, the first buy, or the force buy even. But when it comes to Overpass, this isn't somewhere we expect the T side to excel. Usually we're talking about 6 rounds being a nice, comfortable ground to play from. But when we look towards the Tiger game, in which Bren managed to overcome them, it was 11 rounds. They started on the T side and found 11 rounds total. It's pretty damn impressive. So we know we're up against a formidable T side. But when they swapped to the CT, they definitely did slow down. And I guess that's where the main hope for Mazalai comes from. You hope that they can at least build up enough on this defensive side.
It's also about how strong is their T side going to be as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not just about them, the other team defending. It's about how successful they can be. Machine gun, speaking of successful, gets 1 kill. They're being pushed in from a couple of different angles now. The T's are. So the bomb's going to be planted here. It's on Witz. I don't know why you put it on Witz, though. I feel like you want him to watch a position with AWP, or maybe just need Derek. He gets a double. Machine gun will fall. They'll have money to buy up anyways. Look at this. 10K for Ja. 10K for Papachillo. 9K for Witz. It's going to take a couple of rounds to bankrupt the T side.
I'll tell you the problem as well is that, okay, we talk about that game versus Tiger, where Bren found 11 rounds and ended up closing it out, what was it, 16-9? In the end, let me just double check that. Sorry, no, Overpass, 16-9, yeah. They were 5 for 5 afterwards. Thing is, Tiger play Overpass a lot. You know, they've got 7 plays the last 3 months, 6 coming into that game. And that's not the same thing we can say for Mazalai. Their T side, I don't expect to be anywhere near the same level as what we saw from Tiger. And so we revert to the point of there has to be a line in the sand drawn. I think this is a fair round to do it in. Losing here almost guarantees Bren a 7th. Means Mazalai will take an eco on the next round, as they won't have enough money to even grab M4s on any player. And at that point, Bren take a pretty significant advantage, regardless of how the rest of the rounds go.
Yeah. And if Bren keep the pace up, I mean, this technically could be a 13-2 if they're able to get that many rounds against Tiger. And Tiger is a stronger team from the same country.
Mm-hmm.
You have to hope that Mazalai have another gear to shift into, because they're going to need it. I mean, Sugo, he's trying to watch towards the bathrooms. Poppy's going to peek into this. Poppy wins the duel. This is like the reverse of what we saw towards the end of the first half of Mirage, where Mazalai were winning every one-on-one battle. Here, they're losing. Seems to be every one-on-one battle. And they have to save this, don't they? Like, once they hear the bomb go down, 3-on-5, maybe get a couple kills, but the money's going to be so light next round.
Now, this is exactly what we were talking about, or rather, what we were talking about is the reason for what they're doing. As they come in with no money and the inevitable 7th round, if Bren were to win this flawlessly, eliminating all of them, you then have to see them take a position of ecoing to bring these weapons through, to give them some chance. But they have to be so careful. Their job right now is not to find kills on the CT side. It does not matter what you do to Bren. They have so much money, it will not have an immediate knock-on effect, and not one in the long term that's even going to matter for the most part. What matters is saving these weapons, and they need to do that. Bartek baits them in. He's throwing utility. He's making them look his way, but that's the end of Nuez. There were too many players to deal with up close. Already this is successful. Bren can throw themselves forward. Just one more kill would be well worth giving up these weapons. They give up one. But the trades they've found on that, losing 2 for even one of the CTs, is more than enough to make that a worthwhile investment. Mazalai lose 2 weapons, and on the back of that, they can't get a full investment anymore. Those 2, because they had armor, they could drop over rifles. Now that's not the case, and there'll be at least one weakness, but I think they have no other choice but to go for it. In fact, actually, they managed to pull out the rifle, just with no utility on Sogu.
But utilities, it's such a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
On a map like Overpass, like, you have to delay time. I mean, we're seeing how slow Bren's playing. Maybe you can get away with it if they're going to continue to play at that pace, even if you're not using utility against them with no smokes or no flashes or something. Sugu's also been playing over towards the A site, liking to get aggressive towards long. Saw him towards alongside bathrooms in the last round. Yeah, picked off by Papachulo.
I think especially in a round like this where you have low util, you have to make up for it with, or you will normally see teams make up for it with a bit of controlled aggression. You look to take early water, you look to push up on middle or long and find just some semblance of extra map control, but Bren are too quick in this round. They've gone straight down to B. They're up on short. Wits opens it up with an op shot, falls back immediately to the point where his rifles can provide that cover and trade out if he does get pushed. Mazalai have lost an opening duel, and most importantly, almost a player that had a basically full utility belt, one of the few. Now they remain with 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs, 1 kit, and a man disadvantaged to try and hold off the T's that are looking favorably towards their site. It looks like B will be the one that's hit. There's no control on A. They haven't got connector. At this point, they've locked themselves into this position, but they slow it down, and for the exact reason of the rotate that we're seeing from Zilkenberg. When they delay, they allow one of those CTs to move position, weaken up the B defense, and now as they move forward, they'll find a much easier time.
Papachulo almost shooting his teammate. Bartek, though, comes in big. It's 2 quick kills. The bomb they planted. Bartek's gonna fall. The spray out of Papachulo gets himself a 2. And now Sugu left alone with no utilities we talked about before. How the hell are you supposed to retake this site in a 1-on-3 with no flashes, with no nades, with no smoke? Well, I guess the answer is you've got no chance. You'll be saving this, and I feel like we've been saying that the last like 3-4 rounds for Mazalai.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of the decisions they're making, but it is unfortunate that they find themselves in a spot where this is the correct choice again and again. But oh well, we'll see if Poppy, yep, just destroys him, ship walking around the corner. My god. 4 kills for him in that round. He's been a beast this series. What I mentioned in the previous round was that I wanted to see early aggression, right? Controlled early map control. And they didn't manage to do that. They instead waited for Bren to have fully pushed in and seized control of water and then started to move forward. At that point, you know they're holding you. You know they're posted up. They didn't expect them to be quite so close on short, I think. Instead, looking down towards connector or lower water so they could flash around the corner. I presume there was one about to come around for Nuez as he got off. But just going for that aggression, not Nuez again. Oh, this time it's straight down on B. Through the smoke they rushed. And I don't really blame Mazalai for not expecting that. I wasn't even looking at that part of the map.
I mean, that was one of the first rounds they picked up the pace and rushed.
Yeah, I really don't blame them. I thought that was a short aggression yet again from Nuez, which is why I was so confused. But no, that makes sense. That's versus this kind of buy as well, Jason. I can easily see a world in which we're sat here going, but they're versus pistols. Why did they rush? Now they're all dead.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I don't think we want to see that.
But I think we've seen enough of it.
We've seen it too many times. We've been burned too many times, Mitch. We've been betrayed. Just now a common occurrence. This is 8-2. And Bren, they lose the pistol round, they lose the follow-up, and they've looked so damn good these last rounds now. These last 8 rounds. Is this going to continue? Can you come back from a 13-2 if you're Mazalai?
Oh, I really don't think so. Very few teams can. Maybe the Cloud9 of old. We go back about 5 years, but this is not the team. This is not the matchup, and this is not the map to make those sort of comebacks. Mazalai really need to step it up and start now, or it's more or less done.
That would be a 0-4. I don't think there's really much coming back from that when you're, again, games only get more difficult from here. You still have the 3 Chinese teams of Invictus, Vici, and Tyloo to play. Wits, I haven't really seen too much of him on the op. He was on basically 16K. Jaw's on 12, Papachulo's on 11. I mean, even if Mazalai start winning out, Bren are going to have a bye every round until this half's done, it feels like, because of the loss bonus. Like, by the time they're broke, they're going to basically be on max loss bonus anyways, right? So, not only like their tournament, this map as well is only going to get more difficult the longer it goes on.
Well, Bren are on their way. Them and their stacked up bank accounts. Looking for the A side. Silkenberg's holding that. Oh no, he was holding toilets. Couldn't see Wits going up above, and I think that more or less summarizes how this map has gone. Just completely caught off guard. Mazalai don't get a thing done. Look at that. That looks like it was versus an eco, but I guarantee you Mazalai had weapons in their hands for the short amount of time they were alive. This is always the funny thing to me, Jason, because having done a lot of online Counter-Strike, I'm sure you've experienced this as well. The consistent idea when you come into a series and you can just see a team is favored, especially on maps like Overpass in this matchup, and there'll always be the narrative from some people of like, oh, they're biased. Like, you know, Mazalai go 2-0 and we're like, well, you know, let's be careful here. Let's not get off to a running start when really it's a walking race. But then you really see what we mean.
Well, what gets me is when people are like, oh, these casters are biased. Well, I mean, we have bias for a reason because of past results and doing our research. I mean, there's literally a reason we're saying this team should win, because hey, they beat the best Mongolian team, and now you're against the number 2, arguably number 3 Mongolian team. I would say number 3 at this rate. Like, yeah, I mean, they beat Tiger, they beat him convincing. On, I think it was Mirage, and Overpass is a lot closer. Actually, no, Overpass was still, was it 16-9 you said or something?
16-9, yeah.
Yeah, like there's a reason we're saying Bren are the favorites in the series. It's not because we don't like Mazalai, we definitely like the team. But they're 0-3, about to be 0-4.
I think it's something that, I don't know if it flies under the radar, but we never take pleasure in a team not doing well. Like, it's more exciting to watch a close matchup where both teams know the map, where both teams are, you know, showing us some good Counter-Strike. It's obviously what we want to see. I couldn't give a toss who wins the series. It makes no difference to me. I think if Bren win the series, I get to eat sooner, I guess is the way it works, but it's about where it stops.
That is a pretty convincing point for bias, though.
Yeah. Let's go, Bren! Sorry. I had my mic muted. No, but like, in all honesty, I think, especially because it's people's career, and I think that's something you realize the longer you're in this industry, like, you can never really wish ill for someone for any reason, because like, these teams have, at the end of the day, whether it's well, yeah, if only they got the memo. But the thing is, these teams, I'm sure Mazalai have put a lot of time in. It's very easy to sit here and say, oh, look, what are they doing? You know, where's their strats? Where's this? Where's that? It's like, it's just not fair.
They're still better than 99.9% of the players out there, right? Like, they're still better than the majority of teams that exist.
I mean, when you realize, because you're trash. Oh my god. That wouldn't work for me. Papi Chulo especially. Huge scalp to claim at the start of the round. And through the smoke, Silkenberg falls. I mean, live by the sword, die by the sword.
I'm going to go down. I mean, they still took their time in this round. There was about, like, what, 15 seconds remaining before they go for the plant. And Machine Gun didn't move to position. I guess he thought he was. His mind was somewhere else, thinking about the suit behind him of electrons. We're gonna bring that one back up, and yeah, Bartek and Sugo again gonna have to save. 10th round on the board here for Brent, hitting double digits. Gonna get an AK for your troubles, but your money's hurting. I think what's even worse is that being on the CT side and losing a large streak of rounds, because obviously it costs you a lot more. Okay, that was a little weird. It costs you a lot more to rebuy up. You know, the M4s, you definitely need the utility a lot more. Whereas if you have the losing streak on the T side, well, hey, AKs and armor every round, or maybe Galils and utility. I mean, which is on 16K.
I do love the beautiful irony of Zilkenberg headshotting Papi Chulo through the smoke and then immediately getting headshot through a different smoke. Well, not immediately, 10 seconds later. It was gorgeous.
It's beautiful sometimes. Beautiful
Full
chaos.
circle. Exactly.
For some reason, when he said full circle, I imagine Happy Gilmore. Yeah, and probably another movie you haven't seen.
I've seen that. Come on.
Come on, just it wants to go home. Just tap it in. Full circle.
Tap it in.
Great movie, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a big Adam Sandler fan. I think
I was okay. I'm gonna kind of agree with you. I'm a big early Adam Sandler fan.
Well, I don't know if you've seen. I haven't seen it yet.
If I have to see one more movie with
Diamonds?
him and Drew Barrymore, I'm gonna be pissed. Yeah,
Well-
Gems. I think it's called.
Rough Gems,
Rough-
something like that. Yeah, that's supposed to be really good. I'm gonna watch it soon. But yeah, I think that's probably his only serious acting. Like, I mean, non-comedy, where he doesn't just do the exact same thing movie to movie. There's the beautiful. In a way, that's almost a beauty in itself, right? I know it's like people say, "Oh, he's a terrible actor. He just does the same thing again and again." It's like, yeah, but it's funny. So what's the? I mean, you ever watch Laurel and Hardy? Guys did the same thing every movie. They were the original Hollywood celebrities.
I mean, if Robin Williams was still alive, I watched Mrs. Doubtfire like a week or two ago. Honestly, I could watch anything he does, because you imagine, like, you see the movie, right? We see what they're showing us. It's one thing, but if you're like a cameraman there, or if you're him in general, like you're supposed to be put on this whole like skit, this whole persona, and he goes like so in detail and depth with it. I don't know, it's such a great thing to see. It's very sad that obviously he did pass away. But I think it's very hard to be a comedian. I think it's much easier to be like a serious actor, because to be a comedian, you have to be different. You know, you have to be out of the normal. You have to think of things like a completely different way. We're completely off topic, but
That's a tech pause. We can be here for about an hour or so, I think.
and even Patch Adams. I mean, so you talk about, Adam Sandler doing more of a serious movie. Patch Adams was a comedy, but it was like a serious comedy.
I don't think I've seen this.
Patch Adams, so he's a doctor, and his medicine is laughter, and he's helping like terminally ill patients to give them some life.
He's a real dude, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. So we're having a tech pause here. We're not sure exactly what's going on. Maybe Mazalai realized like their mice weren't connected or something, or the key bindings completely changed.
We're just off a conversation about players are putting their best foot forward. They're trying their best. Like these guys don't even have their mice plugged in. Turn your monitors on, guys.
I'm not from the south. I didn't go.
Goddamn nerds.
I'm not goofy.
Well, I mean, more than likely, though, it is probably something to do with ping. I mean, stability amongst these regions.
I mean, it's a massive region, right? Asia.
Yeah.
And 100%. You have
100%.
teams from Southeast Asia playing against teams from Central Asia. I don't know if that's technically
Ireland doesn't even have it. Like, Ireland is small as hell, and we haven't got internet in some parts of the country. Or, like, we do, but it's, like the really terrible, you're getting at 1 meg up, down kind of thing.
Hey, back in the day, 1 meg. I remember, again, this was before your time, dial-up internet. Good old AOL. Logging into that, having to watch the wait screen, and then you log in and you hear you got mail. And you're like, oh. And you realize it's all spam, but that was my go-to. Oh, man.
Yeah,
I remember my dad
teaching.
I remember my dad installing, like, AOL and, like, making the internet. Like, the first time I remember seeing the internet work was, like, on a laptop of his in our place in Arkansas where we grew up. blew my mind.
Yeah, we used to have
Back before pop-ups. Oh man, the internet was an amazing place before pop-up ads. I think even the I'm pretty sure the inventor of pop-up ads regrets him ever coming up with that idea, just like the guy whoever came up with the idea of K-cups regrets it.
Of what?
Yeah, the inventor of K-cups, like you put in the coffee machines. It's like that little cup, you put it in and it like punctures the cup, puts hot water through it because it creates so much trash around the world.
Yeah.
But hey, we're back in the game, so.
I was gonna say I used to have like a USB stick that was the internet. Because I used to have to travel a lot because my school was like 100 kilometers away from where I lived. So we would I'd have the laptop with just a little plug-in USB stick. It was pretty cool.
What? You can take the entire internet and put it on a stick?
It's crazy, isn't it? What is this world? I have them permanently plugged into my phone these days.
We're back into the game. As you can see by the score, 10-2. We're a little off topic, obviously, from the tech pause, but it's also been a very one-sided affair. I guess we could try to like look at what does Mazli need to do differently. But I feel like the problem is it's as simple as this. They're just not winning a lot of these aim battles. I don't think they're getting a great read on the utility either. Like we haven't seen many flashbangs come through and then kills to follow up with. This should oh no. As I say, that should have been a kill if he held the angle.
These things happen, unfortunately. Moving forward towards the A site, you've got Zilkenberg flashed off, smoked off, and he's back over towards bank. Oh, he's going to go back out. A little bit of a retake after taking down Jab, and now mollied off. How does he get out of here alive? He doesn't. That's how. Happy Chul getting revenge for the previous round now. Making his way over towards the truck. The smoke goes down. That's a deep one, though. It's fall. Did it fall below? Doesn't matter. Machine guns out. Taking absolute heads. The smoke's a little bit too shallow. Pro, though, catches the angle as he comes on through. Looks for more up close. Gets tagged, but through the truck. So he's good to continue aggressing, but the spray wasn't there. And that should be the round. Wits is so low. Surely they don't let him get one after another, and he even misses the shot. 10-3. Mazli back on the board at last.
Yeah, nice bounce back comes in. We've seen that happen quite a bit off of, tactical or tech pauses. But will it be enough? Again, there's an endless supply of money for Bren left in this half. They're not going to run out anytime soon, and there's only 2 rounds left to go. We need to see Mazli. I'd want to say almost pick up these last 2 rounds. Even before that, they needed to pick up way more than this. A little bit wary of their T side. But it's finally some life within this team, and we haven't seen that since basically the second round, which was the last round they won.
Well, let's see what else they've got for us. They need these last 2 rounds on the CT side. They're going to be having one hell of a rough time getting their first map on the board for this tournament. In their 4th best of 3. Machine gun on the swing after the flash. Can't follow through on the kill. The nade, too shallow. Derek gets away with his life. Just about, though. Stops any aggression towards B. Indeed, it stops the notion of them even taking the B site. Derek's going to recover that bomb. He's now the dedicated bomb carrier and support player, considering his HP. But whilst it looked like they were going to rotate to the A site, this could be a heavy fake playing out, with Derek sticking around down on lower B. Now starting to move, though, towards the connector. Now starting to move backwards. And I'm guessing, from the movement of Derek alone in this round, that Bren don't quite know what to do. They've not got any control. They're smoked out on short. I guess that's what's pushed them back towards this B site. But they're very much just in no man's land. Any direction is lost, and now they just look for an opportunity to find some form of an advantage back.
Oh, don't get too cocky, though, Bartek. Wits is watching the angle. They're slowly working their way forward. Smoke comes down. A good smoke, actually, considering how much time's left on the clock. They're almost have to going to push through it or hope somehow Pampachulo can come out short. Jaw also still holding towards toilets. Here we go. They're going to push through the smoke. Bartek's waiting. Flashbang gets completely caught out. Jaw gets one. They haven't dealt with Bartek. They actually didn't spot him out because his teammate picked up the kill on the man who pushed forward, and they get the 4 clean kills. Jaw left alive. 8 seconds left. You're not going to win this. Trying to maybe limit the economy out of Mazli. Take away some of these weapons, but they've got the double upset. Oh no, Bartek dropped it last second. Okay, so I guess they don't want to go into double op. So Brandon gonna have money. Not a big deal for them.
they might expect a faster play out of Bren coming into this round, and I think with the lack of an AWP, that's definitely a strong possibility. Let's see how things move. And T-spawn, they're favoring the B side straight away. 3 players moving forward, 2 for utility on the back. Going through the water, smoke down, there's control. The Mazalai haven't got anything to work with there. They come down through connector, but yes, a faster play is exactly what comes through. Bren already coming out onto the site. They've got control, but not finding any players yet. Those smokes obscuring them. Nuez through the smoke even connects that shot. And is tagged up heavily by a Molotov on his fade back. 36 health remaining. But now the CTs deploy their smokes to try and isolate some of these angles. Nuez keeps on going through the smoke, gets himself a third even, and that is the end of the round and the half. 10-5. Mazalai, they do the bare minimum in the situation they were in at 10-2 down. But their half is still pretty terrible overall.
Where's this Mazalai been? And maybe the tech issues were bigger than we thought. Because ever since that pause, they've won out. And it looked much better. I mean, you see here, it's 5-on-1. But here we go, Pistol. This is what they need. Keep things going and keep their momentum going from the last half. And I guess their chances alive to potentially take their first map in the whole tournament. And not to bring that up to talk badly about them, but not getting a single map, the only team to not be able to. But what does our T-side have? I think that's the underlying question we've been wondering. Because we haven't seen him play overpass. His T-side is going to be very difficult against the experienced guys out of Bren.
We did mention before that we expect better performances from Bren T-side on Mirage, right? And I guess the same thing can hold up when you come through to this one. They're better individuals. You're looking at a map that they're very comfortable on. Obviously, then they'll probably perform, oh, this is a heavy B stack, 4 players, pushed back by the utility, but they can still take these fights one after another, look to overwhelm them. Pro goes down. The jump in the water, though, I think he realizes that's a mistake immediately. But with Nuez and Bartik both finding kills, that should pretty much be it.
What?
Wits coming through on 2 huge headshots. Now a winnable 1v2 for Ja. He's got armor to work with. Looking for the players as they cross over. Not able to isolate the first. The peek out. Just well handled by a machine gun. Just baiting him into the fight. But even still, not doing that much damage. Only 11 connected. Machine gun in danger of falling. Sogu might well have a 1v1 on his hands, but no. A headshot finally found. That will be Mazalai taking a 6th.
And I kind of like the play there. Run away. Make it as you're heading over towards the A site. You saw the bomb. It actually came back through towards heaven. And the second he was spotted again, when he was shooting over him at machine gun, he went back to go into plant towards the A side. But they've invested again. We're going to see the Kevlar, head armor, pistols, even a scout for Wits coming into play for Bren. If Mazalai get this, they're up to 7, most likely up to 8. And then we have a game on our hands here. We got a map 2, which I would expect to be sane after that first half, or at least after that first 13 rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely early days, though, with the, I mean, I wouldn't quite call this a swing round, but whenever Bren do get the full buy, if Bren win this, that puts them in massive favor. If they lose this, they'll have to eco, and as you said, 10-8, then that's a swing round. If Mazalai win that, they're right back in the series. But for now, they're still looking in. From the outside, window licking.
You just say window licking?
Yep. In French, that's what they call it. Instead of window shopping, it's window licking. No idea why. They're weird people. I always thought we should use it.
I just honestly don't know what to say to that.
I can't remember the actual term for it. Let me look it up.
Is Jaw gonna push this? So he's gonna tuck away. They already have the man advantage. Well, now they have a big man advantage. Second kill for him. Number 3, the last bolt in the chamber. Bartek falls. The scout shot's gonna land, and it's all going so bad here for Mazalai. Sugu left alone against 3 players. He likely has the bomb, but he's got a man coming from behind. They're not even gonna get the 2 rounds on the board after the pistol. Oh, even dinks Derek.
3 players surviving though, 2 of which have armor. I mean, that's huge. And helmets. That is huge for Bren. My god. Maslai are going to be kicking themselves. Yeah, they got a bomb plant, but it's irrelevant when you're coming into round number 2. God damn. Yeah, it's or is it Liche vitrine, which means like licking the showcase. It's the word for window shopping. French are an odd people.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to insult an entire country, that's on you.
Yeah, I'll go for it. Why not?
Just go all in.
I'll tell Kenny S next time I see him. See what his response is. I think he'd agree, to be honest.
He's my Thunder buddy.
Alright, fair enough.
I'm not even kidding. If you ask him who's his Thunder buddy, he'll say me.
I'll ask him next time.
Have been since 2014.
Either this is true or it's going to be he'll just look at me like, what the fuck is wrong
no,
with
he'll
you?
know. He'll know. Yeah, from the movie Ted.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get the reference. I didn't really like Ted. That was alright.
Yeah, probably don't like him. Oh.
I like Family Guy. That's the weird thing.
American
like
Dad?
Ted was, not as much, but it's alright.
Cleveland Show?
Never seen it.
Good answer. There's a reason it was canceled after like 1 season. Oh, Scout again, the bonus round. Coming in here for Bren, and Wits is hitting shots. 3 players left. Bartek's already low on HP. Crossfire trying to come through, and they unfortunately both miss. Wits gets the headshot on Bartek, though. It's down to the 2-on-2. So technically still going to be winnable. Or Mazalai. Still not going to be easy, however. Zuckerberg needs to reload. He's got the AK. There we go. Oh, now he's gonna have a chance. Oh my gosh, the flashbang as well. Gonna rescue double AKs? No, just the 1 AK. And they put Mazlai now onto the Eco, 12-6, looking at 13-6. Still have obviously on it like one of the craziest games coming up after this. We had last week Tyloo against Vici, ended off 2-0 for Tyloo. Got to see some Vertigo, which is nice. And now we have after this game Invictus versus Vici. It's kind of a battle of second or maybe first place. Invictus already beat Tyloo. If they can beat Vici, then it opens things wide open when it comes to China.
Yeah, I think that's probably the game of the week. I'm excited for the last game on Sunday, which is Tiger Vici. I think that's going to tell us a lot about Wits. You're sticking around a while. That AWP, I'd be out of there, and that's why. It's 2 weapons picked up. I mean, Mazalai can do this.
They don't have the bomb.
Mazalai can't do this. They could bait the players into full rotating, I guess. But oh, look down below. Look at B. Pro's on his way. He's coming behind through T-spawn. He's going to see that bomb. The second he sees that, they're done. They don't get the opportunity to fight. But he's not moving. He's stuck down. He fears the rotate.
Will he hear them rotate? Yeah, that's my question.
I think depends where he steps, actually. Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh, yeah.
He's heard him, yep. He's heard him.
Resident push now, then.
Well, because... So, it'll be very hard to distinguish if that player's actually ran away. Or if he's coming towards you. So even now he's worried about the player having gone down connector. Maybe he stepped, ran back towards Con and shift walked down the ladder. So he's got a lot on his mind there in terms of where these players actually are. There's been no presence on A for a couple seconds, but here we go. Plank goes down. He's just going to rush connector? Yeah, okay. The right call. The rest of the team should wait for him to get in position. Hopefully that door is open for him. Oh, no. Maybe it was closed and he realized he doesn't want to open that. He'll just retake with the team. He's also the only player with utility. So, again, look at Bren's decision-making. This is something that I wouldn't normally point out, but that we normally wouldn't see from this region. He goes right back over to CT spawn so he can flash them out.
Both players are towards restrooms, though. He's got the nade, but they need to hit the shots. Machine gun going to miss. Nade comes through. He's being pressured from both angles. He's going to fall. The second player's going to be noticed. He can't quite hit the shots on the guy defusing the bomb. And he's going to fall as well. Not going to have time, though, and that will be Mazalai to win the round. I thought they had no chance, considering they left the bomb back in spawn. They pull it out.
They sure made it close, right? Didn't make it easy for themselves, but that's not what Mazalai like to do. What a round to win out. And
Wits died in restrooms with the op.
Yeah.
He should have ran away.
Exactly what I was going to say. It again brings it back to that point. You know, I don't even remember what we were talking about, but we were just having a chat, and then I realized, like, why is he still there? You take a shot, cool, you know you're against pistols, get back to site, run. Don't try to post up. If it's versus rifles, I think risk reward might pay off there, but pistols are going to just swing on you like crazy and be pretty accurate while they do.
And now we're seeing Bren on the save. You have wits with the op, but again, I haven't been convinced. In a couple of like key moments where he needs to land something, then to lock out a round. Those couple of moments haven't really gone his way.
Yeah, I don't know about the hero AWP for wits. How much impact it's going to have in this kind of situation, you know. I think we're possibly looking at that 12-9 realistically.
Maybe. I mean, Wits at least is in a decent angle to make the op work. Oh, there you go. First shot hit. Eric with Famas. Not able to quite connect though on a machine gun. At least get some low. They've rotated away. They've gone back towards the A site. Jaw's going to be here. We saw him with the Deagle. He's got the CZ this time. 1 kill would be great. 2 would be amazing. And 0 is going to be unfortunate. I think you just saved the AWP at this rate. Maybe even the FAMAS. I mean, Pop even has the Kevlar and head armor invested into this. And a kit,
Yeah.
more importantly.
Definitely worth the save. You let your money stack up, and it still gives an okay chance for the next round. Pro's got the CZ. He can drop that to a player, so you've at least got 4 weapons and then 1 USP to work around. John 1K, maybe he goes for Deagle too. It's not the worst situation, so long as they survive with all 3, and it looks like, considering where Maslai are at with 10 seconds left on that bomb, that we're in a good position for that to happen. And again, really love the UI that we have, that we actually get to see the time left on the bomb once it's planted up the top, as well as when they're defusing, down to 0.001 of a second. It's pretty sick. It helps so much for us. Like, let's pretend we were on the standard spectator and we're looking at the players in spawn. We're like, I guess there's like 20, maybe 25 seconds. You don't know exactly how long is remaining for those players to start hunting. Whereas when you see them with 12 seconds running away from the site, you know, okay, they're definitely not going to make it to T-spawn.
And I've always talked about this, and I'm a big fan of being able to see when it's going to explode and if you're going to be able to defuse it in time. But the only argument I've ever had really against me is it takes away from the suspense, right? Of like not knowing if he's going to pull it off or if he'll barely pull it off, if it's like, you know, 0.01 seconds left. But I think in general, like those happen so little that it's more helpful to see like, okay, he just barely has time, or at least at the top, even if you don't have the progress bar, just to see like, okay, there's like 20 seconds left on the bomb. They have to move now. You know, they have to get in there to go for the defuse. But I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, I like it. It makes our lives a lot easier anyways. But I can see how, like, when it comes down to those last for example, the round there, you remember when the player was defusing on Inferno inside the smoke, and he touched it, and immediately you were like, he doesn't have time, because we could see on the bars. So I guess like in a different situation, that would have been a little more exciting. Where it'd be like, oh, does he have it? Does he have it? And then he dies the bomb explosion while trying to ninja. So I get it, but at the same time, it helps us out a lot where we know, do they need to go for it? Do they not? All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Another tech pause. Not the round for it.
Maybe an upside. Or for Bren this time, because last time there was a tech pause. Maslai bounced back with the final rounds of the half. Not sure if it's going to work necessarily in Bren's favor when they give it a go, but, you know, It's been a tough game. It's been a tough series. 16-14 map 1 on Mirage. When the first half was 10-5 for Mazalai. Potentially going to go 16-14 here with the first half going 10-5 to Bren. Really don't know which way this is going to turn out, and I don't think neither of these teams know either, to be perfectly honest.
Be quite worried if the teams knew how it was going to end at this point.
Yeah, a little rigged.
I think we'd have some iBuy power in the chat. And you, of course, if you like iBuy power, you probably like I Sell Power, which is a team that one of the guys on the broadcast here played for. Well, Dinko. He's muted on TeamSpeak, so I can talk about it without being shouted at. They only had one game on record, Jason. It was a cobblestone game, and well, it didn't go too well, Jason. I'll be honest. They lost 16-4 to a team called Titans with a Z. Really good team. They've got Crad, Vinny, you'll recognize from Fury, Crad from Hard Legion, Maniac, a guy called Mitchman. He was insane. He was really good in the series.
How many frags did Mitchman get?
He got 15. It was a 1.15 HLTV rating.
Where was he on the scoreboard, though, compared to the rest of his team?
Second last.
Who was last?
Shaka, Maltese player. I Sell Power had a Sergey from Ents, who lost 2 1v1s to Mitch. Don't worry about it. And Dinko with a 0.70 rating. He tried. You know, he did try. I'll give him that. His very hardest.
I mean, it sounds like those teams were a little unbalanced. I mean, having Mitchman on the Titans team, like, that's clearly gonna skew it in their favor. Big push in towards B. Pick up the pace quite a bit. This is a force up out of Bren. I say force up. It's the 3 saved weapons from the round before. Cho's gonna get 1. It's still a 3 or a 4-on-4, but it doesn't seem like a convincing one because they're kind of taking their time. I don't even think they're gonna go for this. They look for some exit frags, gonna take away some weapons, maybe secure yourself a weapon for Jaw, maybe a better one for Papachulo. Going to the next round with pretty decent weapons, pretty decent buy, and hopefully stop Mazalai in their tracks at 9.
Well, that's the plan, yep. Oh, there's another little exit for Pro, and he's out of there immediately. Ja might have a weapon he can pick up. Is Nuez going to survive? Yes, he is. Ja's going to look to finish him, barrel him forward, and he gets it as well. He even survives. Wow. Okay, well, that's some damn decent damage done by Bren. And you can see the benefits of saving over in the previous round. And at 12-9, whoops. At 12-9, we're where we expected to be. No real surprises in terms of how the rounds... or who the rounds went to, but how they went definitely is more skewed towards Bren than I expected. The full buy comes through, the AWP for Wits. It has been underwhelming this series. There's been a lot of problems. Again, growing player. But for now, they need him to start sprouting. And as Mazalai looking towards the B side very favorably. 4 players on short. This should be a very quick round because they've got no control elsewhere.
Oh, he turns at the wrong moment. They try to flash in to get aggressive. In the meantime, Derek locks down Monster Control. He just can't quite pick up the kills after that. 3 players here, and it's gone the way of Mazalai. And go down.
Sick.
2 smokes and a flash, no nade. They have 2 players on such low HP. I think Jaw actually might be able to clean this up. The smoke towards short. He has the ability to close this distance, close this gap. He's got Nuez off to the left-hand side. Now he knows he's going to be there. There's the first. Still has 2 more to go, though. It takes out Zuckerberg. That was a healthy target. Suga's left alone now. He's at 7 HP. Jaw has a flash, but he's running out of time. He's got the kit picked up. Got the smoke. Doesn't have to stick it just yet. He's going to sit on it for now. Pushes through the smoke. He's got time to defuse it as well. And finally, Bren. They'll let go of that defuse button. Get a bounce back. And get themselves up to 13. It's taken a lot of rounds to get here, though.
Oh, yeah. Mazalai have been putting up a fight, that's for sure, but their T-side, how long can they hold on for? They're going in for the full buy-in, and you can see that they're just about at the end of their tether. Losing out on this pretty much leaves it to Bren. It'll be 15-9, and a very difficult comeback. Look at these entries from Nuez. How much damage he's doing there, completely shutting them down. Spotted the op up above. They even spammed through the smoke to try and take the op down, but Zilkenberg missed by a hair. And unfortunately, that is, or could have been, the round going their way if they landed it.
A little bit worried now for them. They lose this round. Mazalai, just to reiterate. That's 14 to Bren, and then they're... I mean, they're on eco or they force? And then that's 15 for Bren. They win that follow-up. It's getting very troubling now for Mazalai, who are currently sitting 0-3. Bren only at 1-2. So they're going to rotate the bomb back towards the A direction. And Jaw was still holding up close a little bit in two restrooms. They're going to back away and try to play around this AWP, and Wits is even really checking too much towards long. Should be able to win the aim battle up against Bartek, Op versus AK, and even have a rotation to come in out of Pro to help out. And Jaw, not anything really done. He's going to fall. Long's going to push, and Wits might get overrun.
That's way too aggressive. Way too aggressive. So, okay, Wits falls back. This is being watched by Pro, but Wits can't support it anymore. All his util's gone. Bar's nade. Pro's dead. He's going to be peaked by 3 players. It's a firing squad. 16 seconds left. Ja didn't need to play aggressive. He really didn't. The spray is actually decent, connecting quite a bit of damage. 50 health off Nuez. As they look to push forward afterwards, Wits goes down. Had a kid in play. At least Pappy still has one, but 2v4 is unlikely to go their way. Starting to back on off. I'm going to look at that timing. As soon as he falls back, Nuez starts to move forward. Not catching them off just yet. Slowing down the pace, so the CT should get away. They get around that corner just as Sogu comes down. 10 seconds. Heaven Peak's going to be the big problem for them. Sogu causing a bit of a distraction. Now they know where they are. Oh, we didn't need a peak just yet. Again, one of these situations where if they just played it together, if Sogu dropped down, if Sogu stayed, Nuez dropped down, they could peek that from 2 different angles and probably take down at least one of them.
Almost surprised to see them chase it. Like, I get it. Obviously, they're going to be saving next round. The money's going to be really rough, but also your money's not necessarily clean either. Still able to full buy up. Sugu should have his utility behind this. Their money's still going to be hurting. Again, they're in a situation where if Bren can somehow pull this round out, they're going to be on 14 and most likely 15. And that was one of the last timeouts coming through in this match. Oh, I thought he was going to take off and show some stats, but he's just chilling.
Just having a nice time.
I just want to zoom in because I think a white part looks like a mouth to me, and there's like 2 eyes on the side and like a little hat. Like that's what I see.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know why it's getting randomly bigger and smaller. With breathing, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
It's alive.
He's taking a break.
I've just been playing Detroit Become Human, so I don't want to think about it.
Hashtag ad? I don't know. You've been talking about it a lot. I feel like...
Dude, it's such a good game, honestly.
You know what's a really good game? Counter-Strike Global
Overwatch.
Offensive.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you were going to say. You're big into the OW, aren't you, Jason?
No.
No? I thought you were casting...
Not anymore.
Was it Contenders?
Hell no.
Sure of that?
No, I didn't cast Contenders.
What was it you were casting with Puckett?
I've never cast with Puckett in my career.
Wait, what? Am I losing my mind?
Yeah, I've literally never cast with Puckett my entire career.
Huh, a tall man that looks like you.
There's not many. I mean, you can't get a tall man and handsome that often in this world. Like me.
You cast with Uber, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what was it you were casting with him?
Not Contenders. Just casted tournaments.
Okay, fair enough. Still.
Don't taint my legacy.
You're big into Overwatch, that's all I'm saying.
My dad made it.
Loves it. Jason's all about all about Hanzo.
Okay, I was gonna say this was starting to look pretty decent. Jaw's gonna be over. Oh, Wit's covering his back. I thought he hit the 180 there. Pistols and now the 2 rifles. Nuez is gonna fall. This is looking good. Bren, again, as I said before, if they win this round, they're gonna be up to 14, most likely 15. Because Mazalai are not gonna have much money to spend in the round after. That's why I don't know why they chased them so much in the round before. They lost out on 2 or 3 different weapons. And look what they have to spend. Nothing.
I mean, what do you do here, Jason? Like, buy 2 AKs and let the other guys buy armor?
Well,
Give them the AKs?
If you buy and you lose, isn't it still almost over then?
It is over pretty much. Yeah, but it looks like they're going for that. Oh no, I don't like that. Or 15, 16, 17. Yeah, Bartek could have bought an AK, given it to Machine Gun. Machine Gun could have dropped the pistol or something. I don't know. I would have preferred that, but either way, they're coming on into this. 14-10, forced buy for Mazalai. On the back of Zilkenberg saving that AWP, he had no money for the next round, so they said, screw it. They think their AWP is their best chance. Based on what we've seen so far, it absolutely is not.
He's on 8 kills.
Yeah, this is not the round to take a risk. Look, if you've got Olivia or someone, you got Annihilation. Hell yeah. Forced by every damn round, he's got an AWP. Let's go. But when you're talking about Zilkenberg, as we said, his performance has just been pretty terrible across this tournament. I think there's an argument to replace him with Machine Gun as the AWP, or look for another one within the region. I don't know how fruitful that would be. But if Machine Gun's shown some promise, I think if he could focus on AWPing, already, I think if you just put him in that role, I think he would do better than what we've seen from Zilkenberg so far. Maybe it's a rough tournament for him. I don't know. I know he's definitely a legend of the region, but at the moment, that's not showing.
I'm not a big fan of Jaw's position either. Like, it seems like every time he takes this aggressive hold towards the restrooms, he just dies.
Mm-hmm. Last time he screwed himself, though. Like, he flashed in and made it very obvious he was around here, and then sort of shoulder peeked out and then swung. So they just knew exactly what was happening. They saw him the whole time. I don't mind where he is now, but it relies on him having cover from the site. Witz was covering for a second, but had to turn back. Now he needs support. The smoke was down because Witz had to look at long. He's managed to back off to another position, but he's got to win this 1v1. Good damage done. Okay, I still think that's a positive position, but Witz forced in the open on the back of that Molotov. He goes down after just one. Bartek falls, but a 2v3, a 1v3 with Derek going huge on the site. 5 seconds left, and this round is gone.
And no money. Suga dies after time, so he has 0. He literally has no money.
Why would you run towards the site there? Like, there's 3 seconds left. The chances of them peeking are very low within that time. And then you leave yourself in a spot where you cannot get away. I mean, there was nowhere he could run as soon as time ran out.
It's looking pretty over, but it's not necessarily over, Mitch, because there's still 2 deagles. 3 deagles.
And see, the problem is, Jason, the formula hasn't worked today.
That's true.
We've not seen it pan out as we expect.
I wonder if Bren knows how low their funds are. I mean, you have Sugo on 0 with a Glock. No utility. He has to hope like someone dies and he picks up a rifle. I mean, I'm assuming they're not even gonna give him the rifle because there's no armor. A pistol, he's just gonna die. Okay. Not the person you really wanted to kill, to be honest. Nua's gonna fall, as he takes down Witz. And there you go, the Deagles. They get themselves 1 weapon, potentially the AWP. I think he died a little bit too far in sight. Actually, no, they do have it. Machine Gun picks it up. Now it's doable. Got a rifle with armor, got an AWP with armor. Derek, though, the off this position. He lined up. Last time, he's not getting anything this round. The Pro's still here. Pro gets 1. He can't get the second, and don't even tell me the 2 Deagles was enough. The formula might have come out true finally. Papachulo 1 on 2.
I was gonna say, I hope he takes his gun out. Player up close to him in the smoke. That's Zilkenberg. Smoke's about to fade. The nade goes out of his right clicked. Pappy knows there's a player close left. Let's see if he's got what it takes as the smoke fades. Hasn't quite got the angle there.
Oh, he's not
going through. No. Unlucky. Unfortunately,
why do they hold
time...
so close again? They're against pistols. They hold close. They lose 2 weapons.
Yeah. It's just consistent, really, isn't it? I mean, that's one thing, right? They're making the wrong choices, but you got to give it to them. They are consistently making the wrong choices, at least. They stick to it. Stick to their guns. Not what I'd recommend, but...
I mean, speaking of guns, they're not going to invest. It's a deagle for Pro. Just going to save, and they still have 4 rounds to play with. No point throwing anything away just yet. Go for the full buy next round, and then look to win it out. Martek's still far pushed up. Zogelberg's trying to watch for any flank from long. Now, I do see we have 2 deagles for Pro and Derek, by the way. But I don't know if that's the magic formula, if that fits all the criteria. Like Zulkenberg almost fell asleep there on the wheel, on the scope. Maybe expecting a repeat to come through.
Jason still coming into the last 55 seconds. There are 2 deagles in play. But they're not going to go anywhere near the B side, unfortunately. Yeah, Mazalai just bail, and they're going to go plant B, and this should be the round going their way. I don't like that Nuez is sticking around. It really seems unnecessary.
I kind of do, only because Bartek got tagged by the spam of the USP. So they probably thought it was the player there running away.
Yeah, sure.
That's the only reason. Only reason.
But even like if they stay top con, smoke fades, and 3 players come down, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to get them all. And even if he does, let's say it's a 50-50 chance that he dies versus the 2 deagles or survives. If he survives, he gets basically nothing. And if he dies, they get an AK. So risk reward didn't really pay off.
Well, they're going to buy next round anyways for Bren. Gonna make it expensive. They don't have a lot of money to spend.
There's the AKs. Just such a valuable upgrade. Getting a little bit of cash for the kills, but really it's all about those AK-47s, those one-shot headshots that Bren now have to work with.
And Pro was on 7,300, so they can easily drop an op over for Wits. I almost don't want to see it. I feel like they've been doing better without his op, to be fair.
I gotta say, the rotors on the drone move very slowly. Or no, I guess it's like just a blur, so it's an illusion.
If you look in between them, you can see the other ones. I wonder how much he gets paid.
The drone?
The drone, yeah.
I wonder if it's the drone operator. I wonder where he is. He sat in one of the offices here on the PC.
It's Bardolph. He's like, I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free just to get some drone time. I mean, when we're not, or when we're playing out a round, he's just racing the drone around the map. We just can't see it.
Just going wherever the camera isn't. Yeah, all those free cams are actually just the drone.
Here we go, though, Mitch. 15-12. Match point here for Bren. We're going to get very aggressive towards Fountain off the bat. Take away a lot of ground from the enemy team, but as we can see, they're going to be going over towards water. I think they're going to be spotted. I think that was Derek to spot at least Nuez out. A lot of noise being made. They're going to smoke it off. They're rotating players there, too. And this will be a quick hit. They're going to rush straight in towards the site.
Hoppy does well to keep them back, finding the first. The teammates on the rotate down. Pro's already taken out, but Derek's there for the trade. Again, taken down. They know where Poppy Chulo is, and straight through the Molotov, excuse me. Sogu's able to land it. Ja almost taken down by a nade. He's left in a 1 versus 2 with 9 health. The player down below, Sogu, should be able to seal the fate of this round. I don't imagine this is going to go all too well for him. Saving might be the call, and then 15-13. Now looking almost certain to be on the board. We are going the full distance yet again. With no money remaining for Bren, they should just be taking a nice light buy in the next round, if a buy at all.
Did they even opt that round?
I don't think so.
I don't know either. Let's see, John 43, Pro on 4K.
No op.
That pushed to the smoke, or the Molotov.
You just never expect it, right? Molly's in full bloom.
I mean, the shot hit anyways. It's not like you were ever going to kill Sugu there. You pre-shot it. But hey, they got one deagle. They got two deagles. I'm not counting them out. Oh my. Is that a wall shot?
Those are the USPs, I think. Zilkenberg, Nuez, both dinked. It's a pretty damn good start. Flash around the corner, even blind Sogu, gonna cost him a bit more time. Did they notice last time Bren had a full stack on A when they played pistols, right? Oh, it's gotta be careful there. He's being spotted. He baited them in though perfectly. There's one kill for them. Ja, AK-47 in hand, is rotating up. He's now on the site, but Mazalai realized that's a probability. It looked like they were going to move back and go to B down connector, but instead they're actually sticking around, going for a late execute. Pro 4x3, bro. That's costing their AK. It's costing the round.
Again, they didn't invest into it, so it's not a big deal to lose the round. Yeah, just a couple of pistols, but that was it. And Derek can look to take a couple of guns away, but we're going to go into round 30. Derek, okay. 1 on 2. He gets an AK. Don't tell me they win it off this. I would feel so bad for Mazalai, who fought so hard to get back in the second half. Okay, so he's just going to save the AK.
Mazalai doing better on their T side of Overpass on their first official play in the last 3 months than what Tiger, a team that play Overpass quite a bit, were able to muster against this team. And it's the sort of, it's the really confusing thing, and I know it happens within all regions really, when you look at which team should beat which, but it feels more occasional when you look at European or CIS Counter-Strike, well, maybe not CIS, but NA. And then you come to this region, to CIS as well, and you're just like, anyone can beat anyone. You know, there's the top maybe 2 teams that should, 9 out of 10 games you think they'll win, they do. And then the rest, it's a crazy mix-up. Deciding who's number 4 in Asia, good luck. Good luck to whoever has to make that decision.
I think you just leave it up to the rankings for that.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Final round of regulation. Op versus Op. Apachulo is going to have money here in a few seconds. Or he has money. Just waiting for the final timeout to go through. Comes down to this. Are we seeing overtime? We already had it happen in our first game of the day. That was over on Mirage between Beyond and Lucid Dream. A chance for a second.
And we come into it now with a decent buy for both teams. It's one I don't mind seeing it decided like this. You don't really like when you come into a round at 15-14 and one team's got pistols or something like that. It feels dirty to decide the map like that, but I guess it does depend on the rounds before. As we come in with an AWP for Wits, I want to see a little bit more from him, but he's playing over towards A. This is a B hit through and through. As Mazalai look to move forward, flashes around. The first one didn't actually connect, so Pro can still fully see, but he bails back to short, catching nothing on his way out, and it's all down to Papi Chulo on B. He's got to get the damage done, got to stave them back. Smoke down beside him, looks to the... Oh, he's dead. Shot in the back by Zilkenberg. And that should well be an overtime. A 2v4 retake that they have to go for. Wits with the off has been underwhelming for sure. Good spray by Ja, but Wits falls in the meantime. So Ja's got an ult to do. Off retrieve. 3 shots needed to be hit. 30 seconds to get in there. Stop this defuse. He has a kit. Not a snowball's chance in hell. 15-15. OT is coming.
Wow. Honestly, I have no words. I don't know what to say. Bren looks so good. So dominating on their T side.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tac pause comes in. Sorry, tech pause comes in, not even tac pause. And then Mazalai bounced back to finish off the half. And then Bren just looked like a shade of their former selves.
What's amazing about this really for me is Mazalai being able to keep their heads in the game this whole time, and that's incredibly impressive. As the team that are the underdogs, 10-5 down, I don't think you keep your head held high. Most teams don't, certainly not at this level, but they manage it, and props to them for it.
Yeah, if this goes to a third map, I don't know how you bounce back if you're Brennan. You have to definitely take that timeout, the break, and use it, because it's got to be so frustrating to be so close to closing out this game, to be up with such a lead, such a dominating lead. But let's see now as they're looking to start to pick up some rounds in the first half of overtime. Jaw's really far pushed up, by the way. He has the quick flank from behind. If he plays this perfectly, there shouldn't be a round Mazalai can win. 50 seconds left. Incendiary going to come in to separate them. He pulls out another nade and he gets overran. Flank going to be coming through, but it might just be too late. Bartek gets the first 2 kills. Papachulo, well, he's good for 1. But that's it. I don't know why Derek took out another nade.
Well, this round
they lose their flank as well.
Round's completely taken out. Just like Derek when he pulled the nade. Wit's 28 health. I guess he's got players everywhere. There's not really a whole lot he can do. Steps are heard. Maybe they think he's gone too short. I think that's the best case scenario for him. The scope heard. He's dead. I mean, yeah, okay, he doesn't die the first time, but there's players everywhere. 11 seconds left. You're talking 20 before this round's actually over, and there's just no way with 28 health he survives that long. 16-15. Mazalai coming ahead. Their T side has been impressive, I gotta say. I did not expect this. You look at them never playing overpass, how this matchup should go. Bren picking this map, looking good. I don't understand how they've ended up in this spot. I really don't.
Me either. Again, it was so dominating on their T side. I don't know what's going on with them on the CT. Just like simple mistakes. Jaw had a good flank, but the team didn't stall for time. He puts on Incendiary, cool, like it. Takes out another nade, gets overran by the other 2 players. Then they lose the second player thereafter. This B site hold and the peaks, like where's the flashbang just to peek in a monster? Like where's the assist? Even a couple of rounds before, I think, was it Pro who was about to round the corner, and then he pulls out a grenade and they start to rush forward and he just jumps back around the corner as the teammate flash comes through. They don't accomplish anything off of that. And now Mazalai, since the second round in this game, they have a lead once again.
I like the change up, leaving Wits down here with the op, and he gets the kill as well. Opening duel to Zilkenberg rather than the passive utility hold they've been having. After that opening duel, then you can resort to that and hopefully not stand out with a nade on the other side of it. I don't know about the water aggression, considering they haven't controlled a monster for 10 seconds now. There could easily already be players here. Wits is to clear so many angles. Gets the kill, okay. I don't think it was the right move, but it's worked out.
As I said before, just because it worked out doesn't mean it was the right play.
Mm-hmm. It's a very dangerous game. You know, you can take a massive risk. It can pay off. You know, put it all on red. Okay, don't do it again.
Put it all on green.
That's the play. Yeah.
Then you never need to play again if you do that. Because either it would be flat out broke, or you'll be rich.
Either your life's over, or you're just insanely rich.
Oh, okay. Well, this is looking like a much better B hold. Snoo is left alone. 16 seconds left to get the bomb planted. It shouldn't be possible. And they keep peeking him. And maybe he will be able to. Yeah, 8 seconds. Just save. There's no point. Maybe if you can somehow pick up an op that you lost earlier on and keep it into the next round. It wouldn't necessarily need to do that. Everyone has some pretty good money on their side. 16 all. Thing is, if Bren get another round here, or even maybe just that one round, I could see them just 3-0ing their T side if they can kind of replicate the form they had earlier on today when we were in that first half. Or do you disagree?
No, I don't. It's been a long, long road, Jason. A lot of trials, a lot of tribulations. Mazalayev, I think, put up a better show than I expected. I gotta give him big props. Not over yet. They can definitely bring it to another map. And you got, like we were saying, losing this series pretty much guarantees they don't make playoffs. I mean, they would have to beat a Tyloo, a Vici, an Invictus, and really, as I said before, losing even one map to Mazalai would be an upset for them. And it's not like Mazalai have a map, you know, that they're god tier on, that they can outbrain them. Why, Wits? Why do you always do this to me? It works out yet again. This man is some sort of guardian angel these last couple rounds. The Toilet's aggression cost them rounds in the past. With a man disadvantage, he went forward for it. He took the risk. It paid off at the start. 2 players low pushing. B, Derek can't get the spray transfer, but Pro's there. Down to a 2v2. That's an AWP, but Pro takes him out. And 16-16. 1 round advantage for one of these teams, and it comes to a 1v1 to decide it. Wits picks up the M4 right after the shot, but Sogu too damn clean on those headshots. Bren peeking 1 by 1 in that last fight. And that's what cost them at the end of the day.
I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore here about this map. I mean, questionable peek out of Wits again. I feel like it cost them more rounds than it's ever won them rounds. From him getting that aggressive. But hey, Mazalai, they pull off 2. Now swap over to the CT side that to kind of remember how to do it, how to get back their former glory. As Bren were walking all over them. Yeah, they took like 10 straight. Yeah, 10 straight. Lost the first 2, lost the last 3. But I just imagine Bren might be defeated, maybe frustrated. To go so dominating, then to just have that downward spiral against them. To not be able to close out any of these rounds, to suffer. And really figure out that nothing's working. We'll see if they can bounce back here. Going for the spread over towards A2 into connector. 3 coming out towards playground. Well, 1 playground, 2 fountain.
Pran have to get off to a flying start, really. Considering the way some of these rounds have gone, I mean, it's truly heartbreaking. They've had risks that pay off, and then they get punished immediately afterwards. 40 seconds on the clock. As Brown look to make a move, this could be their final stand on Overpass. Losing here will mean that the best they can get is another overtime. Gotta be flawless on the T side. This is where they picked up most of the rounds before. 10-5. Can at least find 2. They'll be in for another OT, but Sogu in with a double. He was blind on the second kill and spraying away, looking for more. He might just save the day for that CT side. 8 seconds left. They've got a plant, and it's only Wits left alive. He spammed through the box. He's shot while blind. And 18-16 we go. Guaranteed Mazalai another OT at worst. And if they pick up one of these next 2 rounds, this will be their map, and we will move on to Inferno.
What a spray. Gonna get the last one blind. Where are the smokes? Where is the utility? Wits still had a smoke. Why do they try to walk into that site with nothing thrown down except the flashes? Zuckerberg going for the peek in towards middle. He's not gonna have a shot though as the smoke was put down. He's gonna back away quickly. After gonna be gang for the Bren side. Yeah, I don't know. I think just sloppy play. They had at least 1 smoke. Didn't use it. I didn't catch if anyone else had it because everyone else was dead.
They all died so quickly because there were no smokes now. Yeah, It's one of those situations where I feel like things are just unraveling for this side. I don't know what specifically, whether it's communication, the leadership, the individuals just not bothering. But when you come into a round like that, that's so important. You run down the clock and then you push into a site without even using an ounce of utility. What's happening? What's the logic? Where is it? Because I can't find it. And Bren picked this map. Mazalai have not played officials on this.
Mazalai haven't won a map this tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And of all the times to start, they're choosing it on Bren's map pick after a fairly deflated first. Wits opens up this first kill of the round. The molly will keep them down. They can go for a bomb plant now if they can smoke off left side and get across. If they just smoked on their own Molotov? Is that giving Sogu a chance to push up ramp? It looks like he's not going to, but he had the chance. Shot, good connect. Sogu's on fire. These last couple rounds, he's been absolutely huge. Looking for more towards short. He should be double peaked here. They heard the flash. There's the swing. Pro only good for one. Still down to a 3v3. This could easily go to Mazalai as they move on forward. Not ready for two players. Short, surely. This is where it can go their way. I want Derek to peek first. They spotted him out. The spray down, though, from Papi Chulo. Absolutely huge. Oh, man. So I wanted Derek to peek because he would have been right side peeking. And in that situation, you're basically a sacrificial lamb. But he got spammed through the wall. Papi Chulo immediately swings and double sprays them as they look for the bomb defusal. That was clean. An 18-17, Jason. One more round for Bren and we hit another overtime.
But what about second overtime? Might be going that way. Double op set up for Mazalai. Still not necessarily a big fan of it. Zongelberg on 17 kills. I mean, he's definitely stepped up. I think he was on 8 kills. Like, even into the second half. Like, pretty deep into the second half of regulation. He's able to get up 9 more, which is good to see. 6 kills for Ja. Zongelberg's going to be spotted out. Smoke going to go down to buy him some time. Flashbang as well. And I don't know how he stays alive. I don't know how he gets that cross without even taking any more damage. Such a weird map. And how it's played out. Oh my.
That's one way to start off. And returning the damage that was dealt to him. An eye for an eye.
An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind though, Mitch.
An eye for 2 eyes makes the other mofos not be able to get yours.
Well, get your second one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've already lost an eye. I mean, I think it's a pretty good trade then.
So you're saying a one-eyed person will be able to take 2 eyes from another person who what? It's impressive. It's also
really
impressive
is
potentially this attack or potentially this defense. They've gone the players here, and I think that's going to do it. We're going to see a map number 3, 19, potentially to 17, and there we go. Mazalai will finally get their first map victory here. It's taken a lot of games, but they finally do pull it out when they needed, and now we'll go on to that third map of Inferno, like you said before.
Yeah, we're going the whole distance. I mean, what a fight, first of all. It was incredible by Mazalai to actually keep themselves alive in that. I think most of us didn't count on them actually being able to make that comeback. 10-5 down. They were 10-2 down at one point, and still they kept themselves in it mentally, which is really difficult to do. They win the pistol. Things are looking up. 4 spot immediately afterwards. At that point, I was happy to just end the map. Let's just move on to the next series. But no, they had the fight in them, and their T side was spectacular.
Well, you know, we've been talking for, I think, about an hour and a half, if not more. So let's get Bled and Dinko to give us their thoughts and then hopefully throw us to a break so we can get a little bit of a breather as well. Bled, you go. You got this.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game. I don't even know what to say there, to be honest. I feel I still cannot comprehend. I can't wrap my head around the fact that Mazalai were able to close it out. Look at the T side coming from Bren, right? You've done it. Like with that side, with that, I think 10 rounds on your T side of overpass with your map pick, you've done your job. You pretty much won the game all on its own. And then CT side, here's a cool thing. Mazalai won 10 rounds on their T side to take it to overtime, right? Out of the 10 rounds, 9 of the rounds they got the bomb down. that means that they were not able to defend a bomb sites for Bren. They were just playing it against pistols, playing up close. Like so many weird decisions being made by the side of Bren. I don't know about you, Dinko, but this was Bren's game to lose, and they just threw it away, I feel like.
Yeah, Bren came into this one, and, you know, they finally pick up map number 1. It wasn't the cleanest of affairs over on Mirage either, but we get here to Overpass. We're expecting Bren to take this away. I'm looking at the scoreline, I'm seeing it just tick up. Bren off to a brilliant start, 10-2 on the board. Then it all starts to crumble. Mazalai getting back into things in that second half. What happened on the CT side of Bren? Like, they just completely changed into a different team. Needless aggression. There were setups, didn't make sense. They had crossfires, but they were playing too aggressive against the low buys. There were so many times where Bren could have won this game, and the fact that it's now gone to overtime, and then obviously the win here from Mazalai, it's unbelievable how this has gone map number 3. Bren are going to be on full tilt heading into that third map, and well, they just got to hope they can mentally reset. This is the true test for Bren, because coming into this event, they're not even one of the favorite teams, so yeah, this is going to be a little rough for Bren moving on to this third map mentally.
Well, that 30 seconds of talking must have wiped you guys out. I was expecting you to go a little bit longer than that to give me and Mitch some time off. But yeah, that was Bren's game to lose. They had it dead to rights. I don't know what happened, but they messed up big. And now going into Inferno, they have to mentally reset themselves. Mazalai got to be honestly super excited and firing all cylinders now. They're able to finally break that curse, get the first map victory under their belt, but more importantly, keep their hopes alive here overall within the tournament. Again, it's not going to get easier for them as the rest of the tournament progresses. They still have some extremely hard teams to take down, but this is a good first step for them.
Yeah, this is the must-win game for Mazalai, right? They have to try and stay alive and get above those bottom 2 spots. Like discussed, if they lose this one, it's probably confirmed that they'll be towards the bottom with the matches they've still got ahead of them. And even then, I think they're still probably confirmed to be one of the bottom rosters because, I mean, the team they're going up against the former Bren right now aren't looking good. Yeah, so Bren, for me, when they go up against some of these better teams as well, they're going to be looking pretty rough. They're kind of lucky they have a win against Tiger under the belt at least, but for the most part this Bren roster looks pretty average, not even, but maybe even below average in terms of that CT hold. So yeah, you've got a few individuals popping off but not enough. And well, here's the MVP, Machine Gun. I think this is probably one of the most exciting things about this Mazalai roster. Machine Gun has started to play well today, Blair.
Yeah, and you can't even forget the fact that both even in the previous map, which you lost in Mirage, Machine Gun and Zilken were with the 2 top fraggers for the side of Mazalai. So we keep harping on these 2 legends in the scene, the first 2 Mongolian superstars to come out of the region, and for the 2 of them to really step it up here, and it required some miraculous rounds, right? There was a 1 round where they were in map point, I think, where Bren map and match point, and then 2 AKs and Deagles, these players just popping off 3K, 4K, Machine Gun with some crazy spray control as well. So yeah, kudos to Mazalai for getting the win. But if I'm Bren, like you guys mentioned, it's rough. You're coming into this as qualifying the Asian qualifier. You have 0 points to work with. You want to win these games, and I feel like looking at all the games we had here today, you look at Invictus and VG.
Yeah. Well, people always wonder if he's man or machine. And I think we figured out he's more machine than man, unfortunately. We'll catch up with your thoughts a little bit later. We're going to head to a break here to get the teams ready for the next and final map of the series. We'll see you guys soon. This is PAL 2020, the Asia Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL. We'll be back in a few.
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强， A2楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2楼总有出乎意料的故事上演。Nifty 就曾端着大狙开镜远眺，精准爆头。离开 A2楼，来到 A 大坑。在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。A 连接和书房作为重要的 CT 回防通道，来往的人群也是络绎不绝。2018年伦敦 Major，XCC 头顶烟破坏了风连接的烟位。随后依靠个人实力，围绕书房和连接游刃有余，拿到5杀。
Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting from Xcura.
而香蕉道就更是著名的网红打卡点了。Shokes 自信驾狙。
Changing things up. They're gonna flash their way through the smoke, and now it's gonna come down to Shoxy. He's gonna get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth. Shoxy is a god. The ace. What did we just witness? Furnace Pro get a flip.
地点通道口 Happy B 的杀鹰灭队。这些精彩操作都给玩家留下了深刻印象。期待本次比赛中，亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜哦。
Hello everybody and welcome back. Bren versus Mazalai going live in front of our eyes. Obviously, knife round has to be played out as this is the third map, Inferno. After one hell of a good comeback by Mazalai, an impressive feat on overpass, the map choice of Bren to pull them into a position where they still have a chance in this series. My name is Mitch, alongside myself is the beautiful Jason Kaplan, and we are ready to bring you one more map of this gorgeous region. As the knife has just concluded, you saw Papi Chulo with the final kill as Bren get to choose where they start, and the CT side should be where they decide. I highly doubt we'll see them take the offense first on a map like this. Maybe if it's a Dust 2, a lot of teams, especially CIS teams, actually mostly opt for the attacking side on Dust 2. But when it comes to Inferno, no one wants to be putting that much pressure on themselves. And so here we go. With 10 seconds left as the pistol's about to start, we'll see what the teams are buying. Bren indeed on the defensive side. Presumably a kit to come out. They've yet to properly invest. And you can see there, Pro is going to be the one taking, and he's got a flashbang as well. And moving early towards Banana, I'm guessing. And yeah, you can just about see him creeping behind the players. He'll flash over, and this is going to be an early Banana take. Here we go.
I would have thought they'd want to take T side, actually. Because that's where they're getting the majority of their rounds. Whether it was our first map. Yeah, we only got 5 rounds on CT side, if I remember correctly. So they go for the early flashbang. They got one more left on Pro, who's still sticking around. Flash comes in yet again. But Mazalai aren't that far pushed up. They don't get blinded. They don't get caught out. Counter nade comes through Tex. Oh, down to 77. Pro is going to respawn. Still peeking, though. Really wants these kills, but it's just cost him his own life. It's cost him his own HP, and it costs his team around here as he's left to Jaw to defend, and he's just being swarmed over.
They're absolutely overwhelmed as Mazalai take the B bomb site, and Bren have to now get back in on a 2v4. The USP's on range looking for a fight, but this isn't one that they're likely to win. The T's are just tucked in. Mazalai biding their time. Papi Chulo first to find the opening. Looks for a little bit more, but see how cautious he's being? His players lurk around every corner, and eventually they just swing on through when he's least expecting it. To put them up 1-0. Winning out the pistol on their T side. That's what we want to see.
A good start for them. I mean, maybe that was the curse, right? They couldn't get that first map victory. But now that they did, watch them go undefeated the rest of the group stage. Maybe that's the trick for them. Take a lot of pressure off their shoulders. They need to continue that, right? Like, I think we need to see them be able to close out more and more games. And thinking about, you know, Bren, thinking back to day one, they were up against, I think it was Invictus or Vici in our very first game. Their Inferno T side really wasn't that convincing based off the fact that they would forget to smoke things. They didn't smoke B, CT spawn when pushing in. So that cost them a lot of rounds, a lot of missed utility. To be fair, we saw a lot of missed utility even on Overpass. So hopefully they've been able to fix a lot of the issues they were having previously in the 2 days they've had off.
As we said, even day to day, what I really like about this format is the fact that teams only have one game to play per day. So as long as they don't overload with other tournaments, which I think would be really irresponsible when you're competing for a major spot, especially because any other tournament they would be for far less money, first of all, and for far less, this was reputation. You would imagine that they won't compete in anything and fully focus on the tournament at hand, unless it's, you know, the likes of the Pro League quals and all that sort of stuff. When those are going on, obviously you're going to be involved, but you know what I mean? No, you're not taking part in like a 2K tourney that's going to be like 2 best-of-3s a day. As we move through, the 1-0 for Mazalai is not going too well on the second round. I mean, they are being picked off 1 for 1, and those are not the kind of trades you want to make up against just Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, they're still doing some decent damage. John, 3 health. I mean, saving the Deagle would be ideal. I think it's, I mean, we've seen teams win with, like, even less than this so far in this group alone. So I think maintaining these like a little head armor as well, very important. Especially when they're up against 2 SMGs. Dodge is trying to run away. He's being chased down. I think he's gonna fall for this. But Pro at least will keep the rifle up.
Overall, the damage that's just being done to Mazalai is it's pretty awesome. All in all, I think Bren are going to be smiling cheek to cheek. I think they're fortunate to get out with as many rifles as they did, considering how some of those later parts played out. As we move on into this one, you're taking a look at a side of the CTs that has, what, a Galil, a Deagle. That's it. This is one where Mazalai essentially have to win cleanly. That nade, that should be a nice little opening, and it is indeed. Derek's fallen, Pro's gone. That's the Deagle. That's the Galil already removed from play.
I mean, the Galil, what's going to accomplish with it in that position? You can see him just spamming away in case there's more players. There still will be 2 here, the last 2 remaining for Bren. Now they're going to realize it. They should just be running back towards the A site. You even see them starting to flank in towards CT spawn. And yeah, 4 players left alive. $7,900 in the pocket of Zilkenberg. 3-0 start. Now we need to see, can they continue going at this pace? Can they continue this rate? And if they do, they could have not only their first map victory, but their first match victory. And that'd be a good place for Mazalai again to maybe keep themselves out of the bottom 2, because it's the top 8 teams out of the 10 teams we have in total that got thrown in the playoffs. We've been fortunate to be, you know, one of the 20%. Big push up for early control. And Mazalai towards Banana. Try to get that forward control. They actually just back away as quickly as they take it, though. I think they want to head back towards A, at least cause a distraction. Utility being thrown towards Banana. That's going to be the Molly and the smoke. Artek expecting maybe a boost up. A little bit of pre-fire coming through. A little bit of spam. And now the smoke down towards balcony, but that's going to start to fade away, and it's going to leave Derek alone in pit. You got Papachula off towards Short. Short? I still have a ton of utility left for this hit. A minute left to go. They don't necessarily need to commit, but they're going to go for it. You can see Suga trying to lead the charge here with the Mac 10. He drops the bomb in pit. Why do you charge forward with the Mac 10? What are you doing? Give the bomb over to an AK, or you're going to charge forward anyways. Anyways, now, he obviously lost a lot of teammates. He does pull off 3 kills before he falls. But why? Such sloppy play. In a world where they don't necessarily like lose that many players so quickly, the bomb's still gonna be down in pit. It's still gonna be hard to pick up. That's a lie. I mean, throwing away their first gun round there. I don't know why he was the first person to charge forward. Why there wasn't a return frag onto pro.
You know, this gonna be one of the few times in my life, Jason, where I agree with Twitch chat. I was watching back one of the VODs, and I remember someone saying, lol, these casters' problem is that they're trying to use logic. It's like, so one time I was like, hey, you know what? I think you're right.
I mean, I was fine with the push towards A, but then when your first player, Sugu, to lead the charge in, that's okay. That's already bad. First of all, it doesn't matter if it's a MAC 10 or AK. You have the first player going forward, the entry fragger with the bomb. If he dies and like the rest of your team's flashed and they fall back, well, there you lost the bomb. But then he does it with a MAC 10 and charges towards pit. So then the bomb's now down in pit.
Yeah.
Like that gets that. I don't understand. That shouldn't happen.
No, it definitely shouldn't. And this is something that we've talked about for these teams again and again. The discipline, the practice there. You see, you can come into rounds and you're seeing... Oh, that was a weird flash. Oh, what did it bounce off of? It's like a texture there. I want to see him swing out again. Oh, the window. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, you can come into these rounds and make mistakes, but oh, they haven't smoked CT, but they're going for it. They've smoked off the left side of sight. No, they haven't, not fully. That's a massive gap, and Wits just annihilates them on the push forward. What is that execute? I mean, you're either going CT, so double smoke left side, or you're going sight. If you only have one smoke left, you don't have the option to go CT. That was just why. Just why, Jason?
Sounded so angry, but I think for good reason.
I don't know what I am right now. Confused, angry,
hungry, angry.
Probably, yeah, hungry definitely. But that's always an emotion I feel.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, they even had like incendiaries, so they technically could have thrown them like towards coffins to maybe hold them off that angle, so he wouldn't be able to spray you down. I think the problem is there's no mid-round calls, but there's like no person who like takes in the information of what they have remaining to use and then like makes a strategy for that. Like they technically could have incendiaried coffins, they could have smoked off, they could have pushed into CT if they wanted to, or they could have went the other way, pushed into CT, or sorry, smoke CT and Molotov coffins to force them back or something, or maybe the close boxes. But on Inferno, where mid-round calls is what you have to make, and you have to be successful and smart with them, that's just not going to fly.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. There's something missing when it comes down to those executes. But even when we see them play faster, there's gaps. There's players going forward when they shouldn't be the ones entering. There's players taking the bomb when they shouldn't be. There's always these mistakes that are being made on a pretty consistent basis. I mean, look at Bren. When they're on the CT side of Overpass versus these kind of buys with pistols, Wits is pushing toilets. After finding a kill, he's sticking around. He's letting them overwhelm. It's like those... one of those first Walking Dead episodes when... is it Tyrese saves Carol, just runs at the zombies and lets them take him so that she can get away. And it's like that's just what's happening sometimes. They're sacrificing himself, but then they'd still lose the round. And it's very odd for both teams. And that is what we expect at this level. It's not like they're coming in and we expect them to be a Tyloo or a Vici. You know, we say, oh, Maslai, they just won their first map of the tournament. But we expect that, really. It's not like they're underperforming versus our expectations in that sense. But what's more frustrating is that we see the potential. There are rounds, there are games where we see what they can do, and then the next round they turn up as if they've forgotten what Counter-Strike is.
Big rush in towards A. Pro's going to be overwhelmed completely. Smokes have gone down as well over towards library. Should give an avenue attack from Moto, and well, Papi Chuli's gonna be watching it, but he's a boost up in top of the box inside. He's got Derek to help cover off from Pit, but he's lost his teammate. There's the first. He almost gets the second. Sugu's gonna be dinked down and on 1 HP. And even the flank coming through with Zilkenberg is gonna take that down. Wits left alone against 3. And he won't be able to accomplish anything there. Mazalai will bounce back and get themselves another round. Yeah, I was expecting more like defensive utility, but I guess they just completely overwhelmed him. Didn't expect the players to come flying through. Bartak leading the charge over towards long. A little bit of a shame that Derek and Pitt couldn't get more than that 1 kill because they definitely needed it. And I was about to say, Brenner off to a great start, like able to get some consistent rounds on CT side where they struggled to on a map like Overpass. I mean, other T side should be decent, assuming they don't have these giant gaps in their smokes like they've had before. But Nuez, he's going to be on the MAC 10. AKs for the rest of the team. The other side, we see SMG, AWP, and the 3 M4s, and they also have a massive amount of utility behind this. I do wonder if they're going to go for a peek. Can't see where... Okay, so Wits will be over towards the short side. Or is he going to go in towards apartments and hold an angle? He's going to go short. This is really risky to do, I feel like. As you die here, that's like a massive investment. Now, Gone, he's just going to hold the close angles. So he's hoping someone swings wide into his line of sight.
I don't mind it so much because he's got the support of the double boost, the double hold, the boost. They find one fallback, that's not really a worthwhile trade. Really, you wanted something else on middle, or those guys to actually find a double in apartments, or get out cleanly. This is really one of the worst case scenarios for them. Now they lose Ja. B-site's almost completely open. Pros to hold it by himself, he has no util. Smoked off, he can't push back through that. Especially a flashbang guaranteed. There was no way he stayed aggressive, even if he was posted. Now it's to just rely on them making a mistake, but they've smoked him off. They're even spamming, but he gets them through the smoke. Okay, so with 3 versus 2. No need to spray here, Pro. If he goes for it, it's going to be 2 players ready to return fire. Nice nade. They just need to bide time until the smokes fade. They know the T should have basically no utility, and then push back in for this retake.
Oh, man. They're just being picked apart. So clean on the retake. He's gonna tie things back up at 4 again. Good molly usage. Everything pretty much being thrown down to a T. I mean, the thing is, like, it's kind of what we were talking about before. There's these glimpses of like really well thought out, smart, and well executed plays, and then there's another round where they're just gonna rush down middle now for Bren, and then just get completely decimated. Same for Mazalai. There's always that glimpse or two, and for the 3-on-4, good takes, good shots out of Wits. And you can just see, I mean, the entire site could be burning. It'd be Dante's Inferno on that B side, and clean kills coming through. So all tied up at 4. On the other side, well, we see the force up. Deagle, MAC 10, 2 AKs, and AWP. It's actually on to be on machine gun, by the way.
Yeah, T-side opping is always difficult, and I feel like Zilkenberg isn't the aggressive opper that you need for a half like this. Machine gun definitely strikes me as a better candidate for the op in general, for T-side opping Inferno. I don't know if I would, like, commit into that, though. I feel like the rifles are going to bring them a better chance in a lot of these rounds, especially with how they're playing it, but evidently you can see they're swapping up their playstyle. The issue is, Bren thus far, I'm trying to think about aggressive banana control at the start of the round, and we haven't really seen that. And that's currently what Machine Gun is with the most expensive weapon and one of the few heavy weapons they've got to work with, is dedicating himself towards for the first minute of the round. To no avail. Now they've got to push into the A site with this weaker buy.
Still have some smokes to work with at least. Flashbang catches Derek completely off guard. Machine Gun opening things up on the A site. Still 2 players to defend. Not going to be holding from Pit, however. Buy some time for Jaw to rotate back in. 30 seconds left. Maybe they're trying to sell potential fake. Wits is not going to be peeking down bananas, so they're not going to have the early information. He's actually going to push up now. With an op shot being routed off and the flashbangs being thrown in, they can assume it's going to be committed. There we go, rushing out of Pit. Straight in towards site. Pro gets the first. They're still staying alive for such a long time. Pro gets a second. Papachula gets one as well. Will fall thereafter. Now Wits left alone against 2 with the op. And he's just going to save. They have no money. Neither team's been able to really have that stable economy.
But that definitely harms Bren more than it harms Mazalai. We did mention on every map so far, we expect Bren to do better on the T side. Just because better individuals, better experience in the map, and indeed history on Inferno dictates that as well, right? I mean, I think you were saying just before we get into this, or in the first couple of rounds, about how we see Bren performing here. You got Beyond. It was an overtime game that they lost. Okay, the game versus Vici didn't go according to plan, but then versus some of the lower teams in their region, again, dominant. Well, I wouldn't say dominant, actually, 16-13, 16-11. But that Beyond game is really what sold me. The only thing is, as I look back, it's actually not how I remember it. It was 4 rounds on the T side that they got. So Bren really didn't perform there, but again, that's Beyond. That's not Mazalai.
I mean, it should be a round they get. I say should with a slight grain of salt, considering how this game's kind of gone, this whole best of 3. They got a mag 7, at least for Papachulo. He's not really playing in apartments. He's playing up close towards short, and he's hoping that Witz can hold an angle. Speaking of holding an angle, Zilkenberg, respect that he goes for the shot, but he's not quite able to hit it against Pro. But yeah, they're trying to be cautious. I think they're looking at taking a 6th round here in a clean fashion. Maybe they can stabilize. It's been so back and forth in this whole map so far. First 3 rounds go the way of Mazalai. Next 3 rounds for Bren. And 1 for Mazalai, 1 for Bren. And 1 for Mazalai. I had to kind of do math in my head since HLTV's behind where we're at.
And 1 for Bren. And 1 for Mazalai. It's like sharing is caring. That's their motto. I'll take 1, you take 1. I'll take 1, you take 1. Keep it all nice and fair. The push into the B side. AWP through the smoke, but Witz only good for 1. That's the end of the round. Immediately, 2 players towards the A site. They just save. Shannon Pappy has to save over a mag 7, but sometimes it be like that.
Sometimes it just be, indeed. I think, I don't know, it's getting a little bit, I mean, I want to say this is getting a little bit tough, but at the same time, it's not like they're not able to bounce back when they get to the T side, right? Like, they still have an insanely strong T side of every map they play. And I think that honestly the pressure is basically on like Mazalai. Like they need to be careful. They get some extra T rounds. I think their CT side is going to be a real struggle, especially thinking back to Overpass that we just had. It was 10-5 against them, and yet those 10 rounds weren't even close. Like they got to 16K on like multiple players. So get some more rounds under their belt. If they get this round, which I guess they should pretty cleanly, then they can stabilize their economy, and that'd be a good start to go in for that 8th and first half guaranteed victory. But then again, there's a mag 7, so you gotta be careful.
Well, when you look back to that other map, actually, what you were saying about the 16K, it almost makes it more impressive, though, that Mazalai then came in and won the last 3 rounds on their T side. Or their CT side, excuse me. Because they had to face against a full buy again and again and again, and they managed to do it. I think, honestly, like, we are seeing some good signs. The only problem is Mazalai are now performing against a team that look lost. And that is almost a bare minimum for any Counter-Strike team to do. Bren are lacking direction in the majority of their rounds. We can see this one is at least a little bit better, but looking back to Overpass, there were so many mistakes.
Oh yeah, a ton. It was a battle of who could have the least amount of mistakes. I mean, that's typically what CS is, but it really was there.
In a way, it's like the dream for a coach. If you were just starting out, you'd be able to write a book on what they can improve on. Like, it'd be fun. It'd be so easy. I guess it's actually harder to coach teams like, imagine coaching Astralis. What the hell do you tell them? You know,
let's pick up 9 players in total on the team
and just see how it goes.
See how it goes.
But no, I mean, when you coach a team, I'm not just saying Astralis, but when you coach any top 10, top 20 team even, what they'll do for the most part is going to be close to perfection. Oh, that is dangerous. He's up behind. One, not able for the second, but there's the AK. Now he can go through. Hello? Hello? Barsak, do you know what day of the week it is? He was lost.
How do they win this round?
If you want after this, we could go through like I don't know, spend 20 minutes rewatching it, and I don't think I'd be able to tell you.
I gotta go do another event right after this.
I don't think I'd even be able to tell you after that amount of time. These rounds are just wild. The amount of decisions being made versus weaker buys that just make very little sense. Again, that turned into a B split when they were up against the Mag 7B. Still pushing through
Wait,
Banana.
I got it. I know what it was.
Go for it.
Because Mazley won the last round. They're like, okay, Bren, you have this one.
Of course, the trade back. I take one, you take one. I take one, you take one.
I take two, you get one. Or maybe two, who knows? And now the economy that Mazley were looking to build up is gone. They have to invest everything into this. Suga's going to have the 1K left. On the other side, able to rescue a lot of the weapons from the prior round. Witz is trying to look for a shot here again. Very aggressive position. How does he not get hit there? I for sure thought Zulkenberg was able to get at least a tag on the Witz. No such luck. Surely you can't lose this 5-on-3.
You just love tempting fate, Jason, don't you?
I mean, it's just like, it just shouldn't happen. I don't think it will. Yeah, I mean, Bartek's on 22. They have him covered off towards long. They have definitely amount of players here to defend against this. If they go towards B, they're still met up against a 2-player stack. Stack 2 players. They go towards A. They have to clear so many angles. And then honestly, like a flashbang could be coming through right now.
Who threw that? Derek, you fool.
I was gonna say, like, they could flash you and peek you, and yet no one's playing anti-flash there.
He just flashed from pit. From pit. And didn't reach anywhere near the corner. What was that? At least they don't lose the round, and Derek makes up for it with a couple of kills. I'm only joking around with good old D-Dog. Derek, my man.
You can call him D-Dog because you guys are friends.
Yeah.
And you're cool like that.
Yeah, Derek, yeah, that's right, Derek. I call him Derek because I know him. We're cool like that. Bet you didn't know that. No, but
Oh, I did know that. That's why I said it.
Oh, I was trying to meme the Twitch chat spam, but I always forget what they actually are. There's the whole thing, you know, when they say their first name, they're like, yeah, that's right. I call him that.
I call him his first name.
We're tight like
cool
that.
like that.
But yeah, for like that flash was, I saw it on the mini map and I was like, I think that's a little bit too far. And yeah, it just popped around the corner. Pro Herd was like, I got a flash for you, bro. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Swings around. No one's blind. He's just like, I can't believe you've done this.
Well, even like stuff like that, I feel like when you watch like EU or NA CS, they're gonna have someone playing anti-flash. Now, maybe not that situation necessarily because there's only 3 players left alive, but like once he spots you, once like he peeks around the corner and he notices you're there, then you should assume that there's gonna be like a flashbang coming for the peak. Oh no. Running straight into nades. Sugu. I mean, even thinking back to Overpass, and someone in chat brought it up. I mean, it was like 15-10 or something like that. I remember the round, Sugu had 0 money. He actually ended up winning that round. He had no weapon, he had no money. And they win with basically pistols.
But Jason,
this should have been done for Bren.
See what you just said about you expect the flash to come around the corner. Because of the region they play in, and because of, as we were talking with Vlad before, like nobody likes to be the support player. Because if you're throwing a flash, you can't shoot someone. And like people measure you based on, oh, are you a good player? How many kills do you get? It's like, no, I play support, you know, I'll flash you in. It's like, oh, so you're bad. Like, and if that's the attitude of the region, I also want to say that it even reinforces not, what just happened there reinforces not playing anti-flash. Because yes, Bren tried to flash, but they missed it. So from the players on Long's perspective, they're living in this false reality where if they were to play against a decent rank EU team, they'd get wrecked because the player would peek, he'd go back, flash around the corner, all 3 of them are blind, and he probably gets a cool clip for his YouTube of a 3K spray down. But In this instance, they see him peek, they see him go back, and then they see him peek out again. They don't see the flash. They don't get blind. They get rewarded for their poor tactic. And so next time,
Just because it worked doesn't mean it's right.
Exactly. I mean, that's the motto of this tournament so far. But then the next time, they'll do the same thing because it worked last time. They're getting a reward system for doing the wrong thing. And that's the problem with when you see, it's been a problem in the Irish scene for a long time.
There's an Irish CS scene?
Back when there was one. Oh yeah, I mean, we sent some players through to play in UK, some that go to MDL and stuff, but like Laney, we got Cinder, Connor, Windansky, but the thing is...
Windansky's Irish?
Yeah. Well, he plays in the Irish scene. I'm pretty sure he's Irish. But I mean, like Cinder, for example, I think he's from Lithuania, but he's Irish. Like, he's lived here his whole life and stuff. The thing with the Irish scene, the problem is that, and this is a problem for the UK scene especially, even when you look at players like Smoothie and that, they exist in a small pond. And they're used to being the big fish. So they can beat the UK teams. They can go to an Epic LAN and they can stomp everyone in sight, win 2K, and go home happy with a couple beers. And that's their reward. But when they play higher level, they get wrecked. And the feeling of getting wrecked by higher teams isn't fun. So what do? They go to Epic LAN, they win their 2K, have a couple beers, happy days. But the problem is you never expand outside of your scene then. If you just say, well, what I do works here, what I do doesn't work on a European or an international level, so they stick in their own box. And that's something Smoothie has struggled with. He was playing UKCS at the top level. Like, I mean, he was playing on big, he was playing on all these teams, but he was playing UKCS in his head. That's the kind of Counter-Strike he was playing. And it took a long time of being under God B for that to change. And now I think he's in a better place than he was even a year ago. It was just a long road. Someone like Mantu, I think I have massive respect for, because I don't think he's come through with that. He's been able to discard that mentality very quickly, which I think is very difficult to do.
Mantu's a beast.
Yeah, 100%. But that's why that was a long-winded explanation of why things like that will happen where players don't play anti-flash, because they're not put in a situation frequently enough where they're punished for not playing anti-flash, so they don't need to, you know? Matter of fact, they're probably punished for playing anti-flash when the dude just runs around and shoots them, and then they're like, well, why would I do that?
Because then you have one person aiming there instead of two.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Wits. I'm going to come in towards the B site. So again, where's the CT smoke? Like, were they going to rush CT? And if they were, where was the second smoke? So Wits wouldn't just peek from that angle he was able to punish them before. And they ended up getting the round, or at least a good chance of getting it, but it didn't really play out. The execute wasn't proper. I'm so confused. Because they smoked CT late. So they had to have been looking to push CT spawn. Zuckerberg's trying to lock down any sort of banana push, and well, Derek will get the kill, turn it into the 2-on-3. He's gonna have a decent amount of utility to use here. Is Nate gonna come through? The pro flat Derek. Derek, stop it. You're not getting the flashes. Wasn't Derek who threw it from pit?
Yeah, it was.
Derek, please.
No, that love of God, man. Learn some flashes. But, hey, you know, I've just thought of something. I don't know how you feel about this, Jason. I'm gonna spit it and see what you think.
I don't have feelings right now.
I can't anymore. I've been hurt too much. But no, I want to know what you think. If you're a professional team and you're boot camping and stuff, right? We're at that level. You got a team house. Although there's significant proof to say that I've heard from people I trust within the top level scene that team apartments and team offices for gaming are better than gaming houses specifically.
Yeah,
because it's like a psychological thing, right? Separate it's like you're not supposed to sit in your bed and watch TV and stuff and play games from your bed, because in your head your bed should be for sleeping. It knocks off your mental I don't know, association of those things. Well, I
mean, if that's what your bed's used for, then that's cool. That's not
sleeping
what my bed's
and
used for.
Some other things, but you sleep on the floor.
It's my table. No, I just eat on my bed.
That's why you can't sleep, Jason. No, but genuinely, if anyone out there is having trouble sleeping and you find that you spend, a lot of time on your laptop in bed or whatever, just watching TV shows and stuff, don't sit in your bed. Do it. Sit in a chair. It's apparently it helps a lot. We're into the pistol round, though. We can talk about my idea in a sec. You got caught up on that point. The T's are pushing forward. They're looking for control over the B site. Molly in the back. They know that's clear. They got to check dark. That's done. And I really like that approach. Smoke CT, molly back. You check first oranges and coffins is your only 50-50. But there's a smoke down on coffins. So he's either head peeking it or he's not there. So that's fine. You go in, you to check left, that's clear. Check dark, that's clear. You have the sight. 2 pieces of utility, and the B take is a million times easier.
Can they defend it though? Okay. Just everyone fighting everywhere across. What is happening? Eric alone versus 2. Is everyone missing shots?
I got him.
He just barely has time.
Well, that was a little bit awkward, but you can see what I mean about the B take. Obviously, the retake is something different, especially because you have no utility left for it. But I really like that take. Excuse me. Smoke CT, smoke coffins, molly back. That gives you just first oranges, second, and dark to clear. This is clean as can be. But I want to ask you, Jason. So I think I've thought about this for a while. I think a good thing to teach players, if you had a team house, that you include in practice, maybe just once a week, poker games, and you teach them poker. I mean, like proper poker strategy, the mathematics behind it, because it would teach you mental arithmetic, right? Which is obviously just valuable in any case to track an economy, damage done, all that. So it's going to be helpful no matter what. And then, secondly, I think we'll teach you about all these risk reward, about taking, actually assessing properly, you know, if you do the right thing 3 times and you get punished for it, that's something you have to be ready for in poker. You can make all the right plays, but just chance comes in and smacks you out, tells you, no, you lose that hand, but you did everything right. And those are the kind of things you accept. And I think that poker's almost unique in that because it's a purely analytical. There's no mechanical skill. You know, in Counter-Strike, you can always chalk something up to the server, I missed my shot, this, that, the other. But in something like poker, it exclusively teaches you that mental skill. I think it'd be helpful if teams were... I think good poker players would make good CS players.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I honestly have no thought on that whatsoever.
Fair enough. That's all good.
I don't know.
I want to talk to some people about it. It'll be the new coaching system.
I don't think you need to make people play poker to learn risk and reward.
Yeah, sure. I feel like, though, for me anyways, it changed my thinking on a lot of things. The more I learn, and I'm still nowhere near, you know, good, but the more I learn about it, the more I feel my actual thinking in general change. Oh, man, with an MP9! Straight through the smoke! 2 kills! This is versus AKs. This is a bonus round for Mazalai. Yes, the plank goes down. Yes, Bren will probably lose this round, but already that has paid off. If they manage to bring it down to like a 1v1 and still lose, I'll be over the moon for Mazalai. This is a great round.
Or what if they win it? That's always the option. And it might be coming true. What's with the AK? How many AKs are they going to get now? There's 2.
Yeah, I think it's just 2. Still, that...
There's 3.
That's a good little, right?
Was it? Okay,
yeah.
That's 2.
Come on, Jason. What a noob. No, but
sorry, I didn't play enough poker today to tell what gun that was.
Exactly. Now you're catching on. No, but this is that was a great round for Mazalai, man. Because the way it started out, they should have lost that. But the fact that was it Zilkenberg just 2K sprays them down as they rush forward. Oh man. And for Bran, I feel like you got to know a little bit better than to try to pressure on a round where you know they're going to be bonus. So they're going to have SMGs, they're going to have the FAMAS, probably full utility alongside them, and you're going to straight rush B like that through a smoke? No. That's not going to work. Just not going to cut it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting tilted by this average HP picture just because the T always has dualies.
You don't like that?
It just... I don't think I've ever seen a dually kill in a game that I've casted.
You've never seen a dually kill? Oh, come on.
In the game
they're
that
not
I've casted.
that bad. Not that bad.
They're pretty horrendous. Watch them get like a buff next patch, and they're like the new go-to pistol. But we're gonna see just the AK for pro, and really not much HP left on them. Down to 1. Just give it over to someone else. Even though they don't have armor, I mean, they have more of a chance of getting a shot now than you would. But he's gonna keep it, okay. I mean, the armor doesn't give you anything now. Look how aggressive Zilkenberg's being when he's all by himself. Kind of interested to see why he went for that smoke though, because he could have just waited a little bit longer and like jump spotted and then smoked and then bought even more time from it. But maybe without the incendiary, he's afraid they're gonna push.
Yeah.
They're pushing into a 4-man stack here for Bren.
It must have gotten spooked somehow. Yeah, walking right into the belly of the beast. Mazalite waiting patient. That's not where that was supposed to go at all, and they've lost a player because of it. Man, at least it wasn't Derek throwing that one, I guess. He gets away with it this time. But he's picked up a kill. He's done some damage, chucks the AK off. I think that's the right call. Picked up an MP9, not fancying using it just yet. Coming over the range duel towards Pit, so the Deagle's obviously going to be favored on that fight versus the MP9, but he's not getting anything anyways. They're going forward to look for the AK, but it ain't there, boss. So that's, again, I mean, Mazalai 11-7, they're ahead. They're doing well. If they win this, they're going to fly up in the lead. The comeback that they've made in this series, and now I don't want to cause any disillusions. This has been a messy series of Counter-Strike. Like, ESEA intermediate level Counter-Strike in terms of the strategies, the decision-making at time. It has been shocking. But I'm impressed by Mazalai for the simple reason that the fact these guys didn't tilt off the face of the earth after that first game, coming into round 3 of the second half, having won the pistol, a 10-6, and then they went down 12-6. I thought that's it. Because I can't see most people sticking in it, especially considering how this tournament's gone so far for them. They have been stomped into the dirt in almost every series. They hadn't even won a map at that point. And yet they kept it in. They just focused round by round, and that is admirable because there's some far higher rated teams than them that would give up.
So, perseverance.
Exactly. Exactly.
I just summed up what you said in the last 20 seconds, 30 seconds with one word.
I'm just waiting for them to start making a move, Jason. I don't know.
No.
Could have said perseverance a lot.
The more you're
silence,
talking,
you know?
the less I'm talking.
There you go.
It's appreciated.
Because they're playing the super slow T side, so we gotta fluff out the points a little bit, you know.
So poker.
It looks like they might have an ace of spades up their sleeve. That's no better than any other ace, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Here they come. Molotov to split them off. Really well timed by Machine Gun. He's flashing himself. He doesn't trust anyone else to do it for him. Not after what he's seen Derek do on Bren's CT side. Oh man, maybe he should have trusted them. My God! Headshot after headshot, and the side is seized. That was insanely quick.
Considering how that started off too, like they had a peek from long, and from Arch side, quick kill, and then they don't really get anything after that. I'm actually surprised. Like maybe not necessarily need to re-peek into that. Derek hits a shot, Witz hits a shot. They're gonna get the round off this and go up to 8. There's still gonna be a decent amount of money to spend like left for Mazalai, so it's not like they're gonna run out anytime soon. Well, I mean, they will run out soon, but they're still going to have a buy-up. You know, I don't know who to say that I'm favoring anymore on this map, because I've just seen a lot of, like, glaring mistakes from both teams. And that's kind of what Counter-Strike boils down to at a base level of who makes the least amount of mistakes usually wins the map. Well, let's see. We got the op still in Witz's hands. Derek's gonna have the AK. I mean, there's a big chance for a comeback here. If Bren take this round cleanly, you know, stabilize a little bit, we could see the save, or we should see the save for Mazalai next round. And then that's the stepping stone to get things back at 11 apiece. But winning this cleanly is going to be the toughest part of it. Look at Zulkenberg. Look how far he's pushed up. Got a smoke. Once I've used just to force him out of position, and it will do just that. Meantime, Derek's pushed up towards A. Looking for a peek. He's got some support. The bomb's still gonna be back down though towards T stairs. Even with the kill, they're not committing to it.
the 4 dudes right behind him, or 3 dudes, I should say. They come on out on short. Derek just cleared out apartments, made sure no one's getting froggy up there. And it's time to move back down towards the B site where Banana's going to be hit. Someone's got to grab the bomb before they start this push. 40 seconds left. I mean, I want to see them move. They've got no control.
There's no utility to stop them from coming B. There's no smoke. There's one flashbang.
This is going to be CT and coffin smokes, and then one for the post plant, I guess. No, it's a fake. Chucking it over CT. Here's a nade. Here's Ja making a little bit of presence while the rest of the team go up. But the problem is they cleared out apartments before. Now it's not clear. The timing for Bartek. Oh my god, Bartek, no! The timing was so bad. That's literally some of the worst I've ever seen. Not only did he miss them coming up mid, but then he swung left as he walked out the door. Just about a pixel off his screen was a player, and he walked right into them. He's got to be so... I hear typing in chat. That's him 100% going, what the... How did that happen?
High sensitivity, man. If he turns his mouse any slower, he would have seen the player.
Very true. That's just depressing. Honestly, I feel for him. Because he did nothing wrong. He was in a great position, had a great read on how they were playing. If he goes out a second earlier, he gets the kill. If he waits a second longer, he probably catches the 2 of them. Because as you saw, exactly as I was alluding to, Bren had already cleared apartments. They were walking up short without even glancing into that doorway. If he waits a second longer, 2 players walk by. He sprays them down easy as can be. The second earlier, he gets 1 kill, fades back in apartments, and gets out to the site to defend. But instead, the one possibility... Oh, man. My heart's broken, honestly. I'm crying.
I at least saved 2 weapons. Actually not gonna force it behind this at all. See Bartek just with the flash. Zogberg with the CZ and the smoke. Nuez got the deagle. So potential to put a 10th on the board here for Bren. And well, I guess the luck continues here for Pro. Gets flashed by Jaw. Machine gun will drop him. Wait, what? There's no one at B. What?
I think they've realized that themselves. It's one of these rounds where you can afford to make these kind of gambles, I guess. Because you've only got the pistols, that 1 AWP, you stay stacked around it, and if they go to B and they plant, then at least you'll be able to save that weapon. Machine Gun's found another. There's no more saving. Now they're going to go for this no matter what. Risking that AWP is definitely worthwhile to try and get this round on the board.
Oh, and he's back. He's back for more. This man has put his steps in this round. Oh my. Papachulo 15, Jaw 8, Wits on 100, but he has the AWP. It looks like the gamble might have worked out for the bomb plant, trying to go down. He can push this and get a relatively easy kill, but the bomb does get planted. Wits is going to fall, though. They lose the op, and they should be losing Jaw here. And see, he's somehow still alive. Both players in the same area. Both players on low health. And that's going to do it. Machine Gun, a quad kill. Get the round for Mazalai. And get them 1 step closer to taking their first series of this tournament.
There you see the whole logic behind it being
quick schedule for final game. If you guys are wondering, we still have Vici up against Invictus later on. Just gotta wake Blandinko up.
After the 1.5 hour previous map. But you see the logic behind them just not saving at that point. Like once that second kill's found by machine gun and cleanly, you're always going for it. You never save. And the timeout coming to a conclusion. Brent need to show up now. I mean, not only would they be giving Mazalai their first map, which they've already done, but their first series. And imagine the storyline. And no, even at the moment, the storyline is just whack. Bren come in. They lose to Vici. It's relatively one-sided, kind of what we expect. Put up a bit of a fight overpass. Then versus Tiger, they win. There's some absolute madness. 16-12, 16-9 on 2 of the maps. And then they lose versus Beyond. Okay, you kind of expect that. It was close on Inferno. They put up a decent fight. You know, okay, maybe they can contend for 5th spot or something. And then they lose to Mazalai. It's like, well, what conclusion do you draw from all this? They're beating some of the best teams, putting up a good fight versus them, and then losing to the worst. Makes no sense.
I couldn't help you. It's sometimes insanity. Double up set up on the defense, Silkenberg and Machine Gun. And Witt's going to respond with his own. I mean, we don't really see Op on the T side on Inferno that often. And we've seen Bren using it quite a few times now. It looks like they want to push in towards the B site. Hopefully they have a flash ready to throw over the top. Don't tell me they're going to give Zilkenberg a free shot. Oh. Nice trade. Nice 1-for-1. Good kill comes through. Molotov as well to slow them down. But Papachilo just cracks open this site like an ice cold beer on a hot sunny day. Or if you're me, nice soda. So I'm not a big fan of beer. Please drink responsibly. Just gonna add that in there just in case. And it looks like they're gonna save.
That includes soda, right? And sugar.
Oh yeah, of course.
Dude,
yeah.
So I was over in the
look what's doing
States.
to the US.
I was over in Florida, and I asked for a large meal. Oh my god. Did I regret that? Oh, the drink was huge. It's bigger than my head. So used to asking for that, like for the drinks, because I drink a lot of. I like inhale liquid. No, Nuez might have a chance here. 3 players coming down. He peeks right into an AK. Never mind. I think Witz was watching it as well. So he was dead no matter what. But yeah, it's crazy. And I remember we ordered so like at home, we'd have a large pizza and maybe like a side or 2 between myself and my girlfriend. We ordered a large pizza and 2 sides in America. Yeah. The sides did not get eaten.
Yeah.
But
Large there. I mean, large in Europe is like a small in the US.
Yeah. No, literally though, like that's not even an exaggeration. It was so weird going up and be like, "Can I have a small?" I was almost like, "Can I get a kid's meal, please?" Like with the pizza, we did eat the sides the next day. We're in an apartment, so just microwave them. I'm nice and hot. By the way, Jason, if you got pizza left over, do you just eat it or do you microwave it and eat it?
Depends on the pizza. I mean, the best play is an oven because it gets crispy again and melty like it was just delivered.
Yeah.
If I'm lazy, there's the microwave. And sometimes it's nice to have. I think like in the middle of the night, you know, you wake up in the middle, 3 a.m. You're hungry.
Oh yeah.
Cold pizza, just go for it.
Oh, cold? Oh no, I'd still microwave it. 1 minute.
No.
1 minute on
Too much time. I want that instant satisfaction. And Witz wants the instant satisfaction of this shot. Zuckerberg. Oh! See, there is moments of glory out of Witz. This is what kills me when we see him miss some shots that he should be hitting. Shots that might cost him rounds, and well, even with those first 2 kills, it's not clean just yet. Jaw's gonna fall. Puts into a 3-on-4. 2 players over towards the A site, and there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go, and I would imagine Brenner are gonna use the majority of that time to figure out where they want to go.
Oh man, oh man. It's the Wild West to Counter-Strike out here. Wit's showing up, shooting from the hip and hitting every shot. Just in this round. Doesn't mean he'll do the same the next. But with that, the man advantage goes their way. They're moving to B. All 3 players now here. So heavily telegraphed. CTs know exactly what's going on. Sogu again, the hero of the previous map. He kept them alive. Not only that, I'd say he won a lot of the rounds towards the very end. Oh man, Bartek's dead, and I think we've got a very lucky machine gun out there. He was crouched. Shot went right above his head, gave him a haircut.
They were gonna boost over the smoke.
That's like something from a movie, Jason. He turns to look at him like, "Hey, I got you." Boom.
Oh, that's like Saving Private Ryan or something, like any war movie. Yeah, you're talking to your friend, "Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, just drinking, having a good time." And then a shot comes out of nowhere from a sniper.
Yep. He just drops. Blood's making a good point, yeah. In our team
I had that all off. I was talking to him all off stream because I had no idea what he said. I wanted to clarify it.
Okay.
If you ever get caught looking at a picture of your girlfriend or wife, probably gonna get shot, unfortunately.
Just throw it away, honestly. I think it's the best move to avoid death.
Or no. What you do is you wear a locket with the front open so everyone else can see it. So you charge at them with a picture of your girlfriend in their faces, and then you can't be hit.
There we go.
You can't miss.
The 300 IQ moves here from Jason.
Thought about this extensively if I ever got drafted. Now I just gotta find a girlfriend. That's the problem. 12 to 11. That's a lie. They'll maintain the lead, albeit by 1 round. I wouldn't be surprised if we go 16-14 with how this series has gone, or maybe into an overtime. Just 2 Deagles. Machine Gun taking a hefty amount of damage here, but again, he will escape. Sugu's going to be left to defend the B site. No more utility, though, for him. And I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of understand why, but he's got the money. I feel like they should have had a lot more utility to survive the round. I mean, yeah, why haven't they bought? Artek's on 4,300. I mean, I guess maybe that's when they bought it. Not everyone could. But either way, I'm running around in circles in my own head. 3 on 5, and it looks like they might try to commit towards the A site push. Kind of eco. Adam Mazla still has a chance to net them another round. Again, machine guns off was all they needed in a couple rounds prior where he gets a 4K. His job is done. 12 apiece. Seen the full buy though out of Mazalai. I mean, it still was a costly round, even though Bren did win it. They lost every single player. Same aspect, so did Mazalai, but they didn't. What's up?
I was muted on VMix. I'm so sorry.
You were muted the entire time.
Yeah, I'd been coughing, so I clicked to unmute it, but I think the thing disappeared, so I just clicked on the screen. I'm an idiot. That's sad. I'm sorry, people. Please forgive me.
I mean, now you gotta make up for it by doing this part of the round.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, Wits, you fool! It was in a Molotov, got the smoke down just in time, but look at that. Wits and Pro both so low to start this one off.
Funny enough, think back to the first time we saw Wits pick up an op in this event. He burned to death.
Yep. And in the same spot, same molly, exactly.
Yeah.
This time he's gotten better. At least 6% better.
He's learned. Yeah, he's learned. With him low, with Pro low, I mean, Wit's not a big deal because he's an op. With 2 players low in HP, it's going to be a little bit tough to push in towards this A site. You got Machine Gun watching over towards Arch. He's going to miss his first shot, however, as they're going to make the push in towards the site. Now they're still going to leave Pro back over towards T-Stairs to keep them honest at the B site, at least towards Banana. And Jaws actually got in towards CT Spawn, but Zilkenberg's going to spot this out, and that's an easy kill for him. An AK going to be picked up. He does give up his position in the library, though. 37 seconds left. They're definitely taking their time to make this move happen.
And they most certainly are. Eventually, they're forced into making that aggressive play. Bartek, I don't know how he's still alive, but it should be that round. Look at the HP left. It's Wits and Pro. They've been low since the very start of the round. As Wits swings out, he spots both players, so that's info at least to play for Pro. Or to play off of. The molly in the back, that's Bartek dead. Bomb, though, is out in the open. He's got to go to retrieve it, excuse me, and, well, that's going to cost him his life, really. There we go. 13-12. Mazalai getting the round on the board at last. And even after all those rounds consecutively, Bren don't have the money to buy. They're back down to taking pistols.
Oh. Here he comes.
Zoom.
What we got here? Okay, machine gun. I think he's deserving. He's definitely come up big. I mean, he might have the most missed op shots, but he's definitely put his team on his shoulders in some of these rounds. Thinking back to all they had was, yeah, there's chat catching up. Caster's asleep.
That's the best thing, yeah. It's like, Caster dead. Caster's dead.
But again, he had like a nice quad kill when all they really had was the op. He went towards B, gets a pick, goes towards A, gets a pick, goes towards B, gets a pick. Now they have the 1 round lead, and potentially 2, because looking at Bren, all they have is the AK and some pistols behind this. Not even Deagles this time, just the P250s. Because they want to run and gun a little bit more. Again, early control being given to and kind of fought for out of Mazalai with a lot of early investment of utility. I feel like if they kind of stop doing that once in a while, they would have so much extra utility to hold on to the late push in towards B, which we've been seeing Bren do so many times. They like to really drag the time out. Imagine having to smoke it in an incendiary with 30 seconds left at the B site, and they're trying to push you. So he's got to be careful. Ash comes through. He's got to be able to back away. It's low and at the site. Yeah, and he's got both of those.
He's playing a big risk here by just shoulder peeking this again and again. They can push up and get quite close. There we go. He's spotted, but look, that's just not the play. I don't get it. Like, as soon as the players can get around the corner with decent timing and you die, is it worth risking that for the round when you're up against pistols as well, or a weak buy? You at least know that Bren aren't going to be full bot. As a solo B player, I think the second that smoke went down, he needs to drop the Molotov. Maybe even a little bit deep, past the car, past the wall even, down towards the tree, maybe halfway between wall and tree, somewhere around there, right? That just stops them rushing him. Then he can jump spot, if they don't smoke it immediately and you know, rush him down. He can jump spot the wall, see if they're actually there. And if they are, so if he dies, at least that's an extra few seconds for the rotate. And if he presumably doesn't, most of the time you won't, he'll spot the info and be able to combat. Then you can fall back, smoke off your way back, and then call for rotates, right? Decent enough round played out. But instead, he falls and that's it. Round's done immediately as they have to save. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
I think, and not to be disrespectful, there's been a lot of plays that haven't really made sense in this series.
Oh, well, 100%. I
wasn't just leaving it there. I was just thinking where we could go from this, because again, I don't want it to sound too disrespectful or anything, but it's
at the end of the day, as we said before, Jason, these guys, they are pro players, but they perform at the level we expect them to. Every pro player in the history of Counter-Strike has been at this point, and I think the difference is the ones that we know have grown up or have played, run it professionally in a, oh my god, that was a double little spray down. It didn't even look like that. I just watched that from his perspective. He saw and killed one person, but 2 are dead. You'll never be able to explain how. It was perfect. But yeah, the thing is, the other guys, when you grow up in the European or the NA region, you face a much higher level of competition, even just down to teams. There's more teams, there's less issues with ping and servers and all that sort of stuff. It feels like the Asian scene is a little bit behind. I think it developed a little bit later as well, so it's understandable. I mean, you look at some of the old plays that are made, some of the big hype ones. You know, we were only saying it actually when we watched the Inferno video. The Shox 4K on Banana, or was it an Ace? No, that's with the Deagle. Shox with the AWP, and he kills them one after another, playing on old Inferno sandbags. And they come up, one shot, comes back out, another shot, another shot, another shot. The thing is, back then, that was like, oh my god, he's sick. How did he hit those shots? But from those things happening, people learned spacing was important. This is just a natural evolution of Counter-Strike over time, right? That you would now look at that and say, why the hell are they all peeking in one at a time? Why are they not pushing? Why are they not smoking? Why are they not flashing? Why are they not mollying them out, doing something? But instead, they're just like, I'm going to go shoot him in the head. And I think we're seeing a lot of that in this tournament so far. Maybe not from Tyloo, maybe not from Vici, from Tiger at times, but certainly from the teams below them. And that's just an issue that will develop. The longer and longer they face off against each other, eventually one team will innovate, will get good at playing that other version of Counter-Strike, the more kind of modern one. And then in order to compete with them, you have to play that game as well. You're forced to learn that or be left behind. But I think because there's not much crossover between the Asian region, I mean, what? In every big tournament, there's one Asian team, like the major, one slot. Now, I'm not necessarily saying there should be more for the major, but for other tournaments, I think we could do well with integrating more so.
Well, Mitch, in the meantime, we're basically on the precipice of Mazalai winning their first match. 14-13.
Versus
you see that Bren, I mean, they're kind of playing for the overtime at the moment. They're going to have the buy up into potentially the final round of the map. We're already into round 28. It's been a real long game, a real slug of a match. I mean, 16-14 map 1, 19-17 map 2. Let's see if they can bounce back off of the back of Derek's AK. Maybe John with the P250, and you can see there's a player off towards the side. Smoke coming in towards library. They're going to be pushed from Banana. I mean, those two players are just ready coming behind.
Counter-terrorists win. Well, that was a round that they're supposed to win, right? And they've done it, and I'm glad. But here's where the true challenge begins. Bren have got the rifles, they've got utility, everything they want to work with. Mach 10 on wits. Other than that, now we need to see him step up. Again, I want to just point out Nuez himself and Sogu. Sogu more so on the previous map, and in the end of the previous map was god tier. These last two rounds from Nuez were insane as well. Just the peeks through to middle to grab the double opening, and then in that round the triple. You see the comfort level even peeking down towards bottom mid, knowing there's not going to be an op in play as we come into what could be the final round. Mazalai, they've given up Banana control. They got smoked off the top of Banana, and so pulling back makes sense. They're going to go for the boost there, but Bren might not even ever find that out until they watch the demo back, I guess, because they're stacked up on a holding passive for Banana pushes there on Papi Chulo. The A side is going to be the one that's hit Nuez in the same position as the previous round. They have utility, but only one molly, so I'm not sure if I left at this point, so I'm not sure if they're actually going to flush him out of that position.
One minute left. You're gonna have to make their play eventually. Incendiary in towards short to force machine gun out of position. Good placing on it. I'm a little bit worried though out of Nuez if they're gonna check the spot. Thing is, he doesn't have anyone to fake for him. Oh, he might even need the fake because he gets 2 kills just by himself, tucks himself away. Flashbang to come through, even has a smoke. They do molly him off. Now they can maybe poke back towards the B site where 2 players are still gonna be waiting. You've got Dilkenberg there. You got Sugu there. They have no utility except the one flashbang, so they can't delay this any further. Coming through, it's gonna be Nuez. He has a smoke. Why would you not smoke this? I don't know why he's not smoking. Just go straight in with the flashbang. They get the kills. It's all on Derek, left alone versus 4. And that might be it here. He still only has 10 seconds left. He doesn't have time to plant anymore because there's still a player on site. Mazalai. 16-13 in the final map. They will pick up and get their first victory so far in PAL 2020. They go 1-3 now, and Bren as well are going to be at 1-3 at the same time here, Mitch.
Wow. All I can say is wow. Picking up not just their first map, but their first series as well. Our analyst said 2-0 Bren, easy. And yet here we are. I mean, I agreed. I think we all did. No one expected Mazalai to pick up a map here. We can't lie about that, unfortunately. Although, Jason, you didn't give a prediction, so this is where you say, oh, I thought 2-1 100% of the time. Yeah.
I'm not going to be a jerk. I thought it was 2-0 as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well played to them. I think they showed up versus a very messy style of Counter-Strike, and they delivered.
Well, let's hear what Blade and Dinko have to say about that last game. You guys had a nice, I mean, you guys look well rested. Well, nice break, 7 hours as we started the show, as we finally finished off our second series. Still one more to come. Blade, talk us through that last map. There was a lot of mess, I think, is the general consensus Mitch and I had from it.
Start from round one, Blair. The whole way through.
The whole way through, right? Look, here's the thing. We said 2-0 to Brent. They had match point. They had 5 match points in overpass. They threw it away. I'm sorry to say it, to put it that bluntly, but you throw that away. And then on Inferno, again, very messy affair from both the teams. We saw so many just bewildering moments coming out from the side, but from Mazlai, they did everything they needed to do. It was bear in mind they won both the pistols. I believe they did on Inferno. Yeah, they did. They won both the pistols, and yet it came down to a 16-13 win. So a lot of mistakes being made by both the sides. I think for Bren though, this is just a big tell, right? They're not there yet. We're talking about how they could be the team to potentially, be crowned kind of second best team in SCA, maybe being a top 5, top 6 team. They're coming into this qualifying from the Asian region, not counting China. They have 0 points, and they need to have a higher placing. And this is one of the games where you win it. You just win it and you forget about it. This is basically free points on the table for you guys. And I'm sorry to say, you kind of threw this one away. Kudos to Mazlai. I mean, they made it work. The sheer mental tenacity to kind of drag it back off of that first game. Sorry, that first game lost. The second game, 5 rounds in a row to take it to overtime, win it. And then Inferno, they come swinging machine gun. Despite missing a lot of shots, the ones he hit, it does count. And there you have it. They win the first game. Congratulations to them, I guess.
Yeah, coming into today, I think Machine Gun was always the big question mark. He's been pretty rough throughout this tournament so far, not really ever hitting the form we know and the peak that he can hit. Zulkeberg kind of the same stuff, so it's a much better performance from them today, and I'm excited to see if that can continue. You say Bren aren't quite there, I agree completely, but then again, Mazlai don't really look all that convincing either, right?
I never realized Jaw had 8 kills. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I wanted to mention that before we came off the scoreboard. I didn't even realize he had such low effect in the rounds.
Yeah,
it was quiet.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a player underperforming that much, especially in such a close game, it's so back and forth, and it's definitely a telltale, right? Because Brand just aren't there as a consistent unit. So moving forward for this team, they've got so much to fix. I think Papachulo has been okay for the past couple of games now that they've played, but for the first couple of matches, he was pretty much AFK. So Bren, I think they're one of the most inconsistent rosters in this tournament. It's very hard to say where they are at. So moving forward for this team, they're going to have to find that consistency. I think maybe a roster change or two is needed on this team as well to really take that next level, honestly. From what we've seen, they don't really have enough firepower. When I was posed the question earlier, who's the standout player? You can't pick one. And there's so many teams there that you can just, okay, maybe the rest of the team are rough, but there's generally one player that can shine. This Brand team doesn't really feel like there is that one player.
Well, let's take a look at the one player who is the MVP of that match, and it's got to be none other than Machine Gun. Again, I think just the quad kill he gets with the AWP is almost enough in my book to give him give him the MVP. Sorry. So 21 kills, 7 opening kills, and 5 multi-kill rounds. I feel like that's the most opening kills we've seen in a match so far in this event.
Yeah, I agree. I think the previous ones were like the max out at 5 kills, I believe. But Machine, he was a part in 9 opening deals, and he wins 7 of them. I think that's a pretty good opening ratio. But then again, we saw that stat coming from PGL, a 30-degree window, right? He's been missing too many AWP shots where you shouldn't, not at this level, not when you're trying to survive. And despite that, Bren still managed to lose that game. I don't really have high hopes for either of these two teams going into, when we go into the remainder of week 2 and week 3. Bear in mind, I mean, for those of you probably just tuning in, wondering why am I harping on this fact, it's that 2 of the teams from the 10 are going to be knocked out in the league stage, in the group stage. And right now, Mazlai is still looking very rough around the edges. And we're thinking maybe Lucid Dream might be the other team. But Bren, they're battling for that spot as well. It's not looking good. I feel like it should have been a clean 2 over Bren. But, well, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and we're going to be heading to a break now as we prepare the third and final game of the day. It's going to be Vici Gaming up against Invictus Gaming. It'll be in about 10 minutes' time. This is PAL 2020, the Asian Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL, and we'll see you guys after on the other side of this break. I'm going to change things up this time.
Coming up next, Vici Gaming versus Invictus Gaming.
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're a beacon in the dark. Let me feel it. Give me vision. We will never be apart. Going nowhere, nowhere special. We will never be apart. We will never be apart.
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. As we move now into our third and final series of the day, I'd say typically, at least within last week, we'd be finishing about right now, if I'm not mistaken, with a lot of 2-0s, but the last game alone really pushed us back on the time. So hoping to catch things back up for us. We got Mitch, we got Bleb, and we got Dinko here to cover what's going to be breaking down in this last game alone. It's going to be Vici Gaming up against Invictus Gaming, the battle. I can't even say second place because Invictus beat Tyloo and Tyloo beat Vici, and the transitive property then says that Vici should beat Invictus if we know anything. I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but let's start things off by talking about them in particular. So let's, I guess, start things off by talking about Invictus. And there's one player in my mind that really stands out. It's going to be Flying, and we have to talk about him because he's had a stand-up performance every single map he's played so far today, or it's this whole event, Bleh.
Yeah, I think definitely Flying would be the player to watch out for. I mean, coming into this event, I felt like Viva, who has been a star player for the longest time, would be the guy to step it up. But it's cool. It's cool to see how Xiao Sage, he's had his moments. We have Viva having his moments as well. But yeah, the consistency, which I've been looking for in most of his teams, I think is something that's been lacking for Invictus. And Flying has been the one constant thing for this lineup. I think that's going to be very important for them coming to this matchup, because this is a revenge match, if you ask me, for Invictus. They've already beaten Tyloo, and they had this crazy game in the final day of the EPL, of the Pro League qualifier. It was like 2 best-of-3s and then a best-of-5 against Tyloo, and they won the first best-of-3 against Beyond, a very, very long series. And then the second one came to the final map, but in the end, I think they kind of ran out of fuel and they lost on Inferno, if I remember it right, to Vici. So this is kind of like a revenge matchup. And like you said, Jason, I don't really believe in the transitive property of, like, you know, them winning the series is going to make them #1 team, but I feel like it's going to add a lot of value to their team overall, that, hey, this is a team who can take on the best in Asia on a good day, and they can get the win.
And another name we're going to have to talk about, a name that Dinko definitely struggles with when talking about, is Xiao Sage. We need to mention him because, again, he's been a little bit quiet. If anything, he was maybe the one we kind of criticized the most within the team. But in the last days, he's definitely stepped up and he's become a very solid player for the team.
Yeah, I think, you know, over the past couple of days, I've been putting the hard work in, trying to learn his name and really get it locked down. And so I think I've got it. So we'll see if that comes through in this. But Xiao Sage, I think he's a player that actually has the potential to do a lot, right? I think we've actually seen him step up in quite a lot of the games in terms of maps individually. And maybe not so much across the series, but he's definitely a very solid fragging in-game leader, right? He's not going to be tactical, but what he does give is the fragging ability alongside at least organizing the team somewhat. I think this team, they're very good at having this loose style of play. They have a lot of individuals that can pop off. I mean, Blair mentioned Viva earlier on. He's kind of a little inconsistent, but when he shows up, he can be that X factor for them. Flying has been a consistent star, but the thing is with this team, they just have so much firepower available to them. And while going up against Vici, we get to see the clash of the loose style of play in game leading, and then we have also this more tactical in-game leader in the form of Advent coming up here for Vici.
And obviously, we talk about in-game leaders. We're going to have to talk about the side of Vici as you crowned them, Bleh. I think it was Advent of being one of the best in-game leaders, if not the best in-game leaders when it comes to Asian CS. However, that doesn't necessarily translate into fragging power for him.
Did you see the size of his skull there on its right-hand side? He's got a massive forehead. The guy.
I'm not one to criticize anyone on large facial features, okay?
Well, in this case, well, a little bit more brain power right there. But yeah, all jokes aside, I feel like man for man as an average fragger in Invictus, I think they have the better overall average level of fragging. I mean, if you're just talking about base, fragging in the server. But then if you look at the peak performance of someone like Jam Young and Kaze, I think that's the best you're going to find in this particular matchup, right? But then again, Zoking and Almond, I don't want to touch upon Advent too much because he's like the man, he's a master of puppets pulling the strings, while it's Zoking and Almond who have to kind of be a little bit more consistent, step up a little bit in their game to kind of net them the win over here. Tactically, they are definitely by far the superior team. They have the better map pool, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like, for Vici, what's scary, against Tai Lu, Jam Young didn't show up. And guess what happened? They just got completely demolished, rolled over by Tai Lu, who do have the superior players. They have this very explosive style of playing. And for Invictus, we know what they can do. We know, like we said Viva, Flying, Xiao Sage, all the players in that server, they can have a pretty decent day, even Destroyer, for example, and they can, if everyone individually shows up and Zokeng or maybe a Jam Young has a bad day, boom, that's a win coming in for Invictus, at least on one or two of the maps. So that's a very scary proposition if I'm Vici Gaming.
And speaking about all these players and speaking about these two teams that did recently just play on the 21st of June, and it ended up going the way, if I'm not mistaken, of Vici, but it took a hell of a grind. It took 3 maps. It took Jam Young going 75 and 54, plus 21 in kills, Kaze going plus 29 at 79 kills, and Almond even at going plus 14, where on the other side, Xiao Sage was the top frag for them at 65, and he went net 0. So it's going to be a tough match for Invictus, and that actually went 14-16, 19-16, 16-10. And it was still that close of a game, even with a couple of frags not really coming through. But we do have our picks and bans here. We have our vetoes, so we're going to throw those up on your screen, and we should start to talk about these things. I'm going to probably much throw this over to you, Mitch, as well, because you've been relatively quiet, just giving some cheeky smiles to the camera. Looks like we're going to have Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno.
Nuke, Mirage, Inferno. Okay, well, when I look at these maps, I got to say Nuke obviously looks pretty good for Vici. The games they've played, they've been flawless in. We saw them beat Lucid Dream. They've destroyed Beyond, Invictus even alone. Lucid Dream 3 times, actually. That map should be pretty damn favored towards them. But when we move to Mirage, I see a pretty good chance for Invictus to actually do some damage. You pointed out the previous series they played against. And one of the missing factors, exactly, and one of the missing factors was Flying. He was not performing on quite the same level as we saw even versus Tai Lu. You remember that game? 30 kills on the first map, 32 on the second. A large reason why they, if not the main reason, that they managed to take Tai Lu down 2-0. If he's showing up now in the same form he has in most of the games, maybe not Divine Vendetta quite so much, I think Vici could be in for a really, really rough game, let alone the fact that obviously when you look towards Nuke, it in theory could go their way. I mean, like, it was close last time they played. They've got a decent opportunity. If Flying can show up, I could see a world where it's 2-0 for Invictus.
Well, I mean, we did have Mirage go the way of Invictus, Nuke go the way of Vici, and Inferno obviously the way of Vici. I think you guys are all kind of right on the sense. It's kind of about who shows up on any given day. When you have Jam Young, Kaze both dropping 50 plus kills total combined between the two, like, that's ridiculous. Then you have Flying, he went -2 in that series, and Destroyer, like, we need to see some op played to compete against the likes of Kaze. He went -24. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Invictus' side. However, I feel like there's good and bad pressure for them. The pressure to beat Vici where they previously lost, but also the fact of, hey, if we beat Vici, we can slowly work our way up as being like maybe the number 2, maybe, someday becoming the number 1 team in the region here, Dinko.
Yeah, I think Invictus are definitely looking steadily better. I think that my main talking point for coming into this series will be the way this tournament has played out so far. Vici have beat the teams they should, and when they played against Tai Lu so far, they've looked rough. So these are the important games for Vici, and so far, from a small sample pool, we have seen that they don't really step up in those games. The likes of Jam Young can go missing against teams that they have to struggle against to put up a fight. And so coming into this match, Invictus have actually looked good against the teams that they should struggle against, right? Tyloo, all the players are showing up. Flying had a good performance across 3 maps. So if you've got your individuals all showing up in matches that matter, then this is a good sign for Invictus. And Vici have the complete opposite, right? The players are going missing during these important matches. So coming into this is all on Vici to show up and really keep their level high. Because if they show up and they're the Vici we know and they keep that performance, then they should be the team that walk away with this. But if they don't and they have those players going missing, well, I can definitely see Invictus taking this because those individuals, they've just been consistent no matter who they're playing against.
All right, well, we're about to hop into our game here. So really quickly, I want to hear your prediction, Mitch, and how you think this game's going to go.
I'm going to play it relatively safe and say a 2-1, but I'm going to swing with Invictus on this one.
I'm going to go 2-1 over to Vici, personally. I think they have what it takes. I feel like they know how to beat Invictus where they struggle against Tyloo. We'll see, though, as we're going to hop into our first game here. Dinko and Bled, why don't you guys take it away?
Thank you very much, Jason. You guys get a very well-deserved break. And, well, coming into this, I think deep down I want to predict Invictus to win it, you know, just based on the performances so far. But I can't. The logic plays through. I have to predict Vici to win this one.
I won't really, I can't really argue with that. I feel like I want to see this matchup play out, and honestly, okay, fine. I'm gonna say Vici as well. I think it's still gonna go all the way to 3 maps.
Oh, definitely.
The caveat would be based on the previous result. If you look at it, it was a close first 2 maps, and then Vici ran away with Inferno as a decider, right? And we're seeing the same 3 maps being played out here today. It's gonna be Nuke, it's gonna be Mirage, it's gonna be Inferno again. The caveat being, I casted that previous game, and right before Invictus played Vici, they played a 3-mapper against Beyond, where one of the maps went to quadruple or pentuple overtime, and the other 2 maps were like 16-14 and overtime as well. So they had like almost a 4.5-5 hour game before they had to play Vici, and you could see clearly they were making a little too many mistakes. They were exhausted by the end of it. This time around, they're well rested, they're ready, they're maybe even prepared to face off against Vici here. So I feel like even if Invictus win this one 2-1 or 2-0, I wouldn't really be too surprised. They have impressed me. They beat Tyloo, can't really count that out. And here we go, the Vici do have them on the T side here, side being picked by the side of Invictus, but that is that's very, very weird from Invictus. Just getting picked apart one by one. Vici swarming all over the place. Great utility usage, and Invictus not really looking to take the fight early on, meaning that Xiao Sage, the in-game leader, the captain, is going to be left alone in a 1v5. He finds one, but this should be it.
Well, Xiao Sage down here in the bomb site. He will eventually go down. Chongqing gets rid of him, and there it is. Vici with a pistol win. Now, last time we get to see Invictus play on this map, we got to see Flying get a 1v4 clutch with a Zeus. Well, it all started with a Zeus, not 4 kills with a Zeus, so I have to preface that. But it definitely was some crazy stuff coming in from Invictus, so I kind of want to see that level keep up again. I want to see them be able to show us what they've got. Right now, though, the most exciting thing for Vici is they've got off to the good start. Now they get the SMGs into play. It's Alman, Joking, Advent as well on the SMGs, 2 rifles, no AKs, it's just the Galils. Look what we have here. Invictus on the Deagle's player. Now we know throughout this tournament, this has been a scary prospect.
This has been a scary prospect, and it slipped my mind, Dinko. Thank you for reminding me of how absolutely insane Invictus can be with the Deagle. So my Deagle meter is going to come out. I'm opening my Excel file. In a number of rounds, Invictus win only with Deagles, but it's... I was about to say, you know, it doesn't go off to a good start with Zoking getting the opening kill, but Flying will ensure that a trade does come in. So for Vici, it's about using utility, trying to work as a pack, not really giving too many opportunities for Invictus to spam those body shots. The Diva's getting hunted down, and it's going to go for the peak. Gets a tag onto Jammin, causing taking a bit of damage as well. Oi. Comparatively a quieter player in the server, but he does have his moments. But it looks like normal services will reign here. Dinko, the Deagle's not doing much. All the Flying does get a kill. And Jam Young is kind of low, so Flying could do a bit more damage. Deagle's going to come on out. He's feeling more comfortable with a hand cannon, and he's going to creep on up, upgrades to a Galil. There is a player not really going to go for the hunt. A peek comes in from Jam Young, trying to time the opening of the door, and Flying, he could make this possible, Dinko. If he clears the angle, gets a kill up close, that could be quite scary, but no, Alman's going to deny him, and that will be the Galil and the UMP retrieved. Bit of damage being dealt, though.
Well, you take a look at coming up here, it's going to be the rifles again for Vici, this time and a little bit of AK-47 presence. And Invictus, they do not
You
win the
don't really
deagle,
have
so
to
we
do
will
that.
be
It's
seeing them
fine.
just on the USPs. Full eco coming up here for Invictus. Over for Vici, this should be an easy round. This is one they should be picking up with not too much resistance at all. Now, well, I want to talk about Destroyer. We didn't really get to talk about Destroyer much throughout this pre-show, and I think he's a player with flashes, glimpses of his performance, you know, his capabilities, but he never really shows it consistently, and it's frustrating because I feel like he's got that raw talent, but doesn't really come through all that often.
I agree. I feel like I think one of the more frustrating things about Invictus, like if you look at, for example, Vici, right? You know what you're getting with the players. You know what Kazi is gonna do. Like right now, the best player playing in Asia, not counting Bented, who's an NA right now, and I don't think anyone's gonna argue with me on that fact. By far the best AWP player, by far the best player as well, the Malaysian Wunderkid, and then the second best player, or maybe sometimes even the star of this team, is Jam Young. You know, kid out of nowhere, getting picked by Advent and just being absolutely phenomenal. And then you have Alman and Zoking. Zoking, the entry guy, the guy you send in to go for these crazy plays. Alman, kind of like the X factor. And then you have Advent, big brain Advent, not really much of a fragger, but he knows what to do when it comes to calling. You know the elements in this lineup. And you look at Invictus, and like you said, Destroyer, I've seen him play certain series against Vici's, against the Tylus, against some of the better teams in the region, and just dominate, look so damn good. You've seen Flying, you've seen Viva, Xiao Sage, Oi, not so much, but you know the level that these players can hit. It's just that I rarely see all five of the players not necessarily peaking at their absolute best, but playing at a high level at the same time. If that happens, if they're able to crack that puzzle, I feel like they could be an even way more dangerous team than what they are right now. And I agree with you. Destroyer is a very capable opper, but the consistency, and when I say consistency, I'm not just throwing random words. It's just about sometimes the placement, sometimes the timing of the rotation, sometimes he doesn't know when to peak with his teammates. And I'm not just putting the blame on him. The entire system.
That's
it's
what I was about to
lose.
bring up. Now we talk about Xiao Sage being a fragging in-game leader, but for the most part we don't really see a system in place here for Invictus. So perhaps if they work something out there, that's when these individuals can be fully unlocked. And while Viva getting aggressive, he's going to find one, goes back in for an opportunity onto the second here, but the smoke's going to deploy, and Viva, well, he's under pressure, still going to stay alive, now gets out of position. Luckily his teammate's Molotov can assist him. So he gets out of position now. 4 versus 4, initial damage being traded back and forth, but a double stack towards Heaven from the CT side.
Molotov a little too late though, and that's a free kill. Zoking gets taken down, trade does come in. Advent and Kaze, oh, that's rough. I really felt like Invictus would have had a better opportunity there. Now Destroyer creeping up in hand, timing needs to be perfect. Advent peeks out, brilliant shot. That should be the call for the save. Yeah, there we go. Viva just goes, he climbs up, he climbs down Dinko. He knows it's done.
Yeah, he's just going to climb away. And he was a player that started this round off pretty well for Invictus. Gets aggressive in towards the ramp. He's confident to take those fights early on. And that's what I want to see from Invictus. I want to see them be confident and take these fights to Vici and show that they'll be able to out-duel them. Not really working out in this round. Invictus may go down. We'll feel molly that from Kaze, but he does get the flashbangs through nonetheless. And then actually drops to, oh, catch now fly. Okay, that's a round from Kaze. You know, ups and downs. It's like life, Blair.
I'm confused. The flying, I mean, the flashbangs, the failed Molotov, that should be a dead giveaway. That it plays right above him, and he doesn't bother waiting or maybe making sure his process trained there. I'm confused.
Confusing times ahead, and well, it's going to be Destroy that takes down Joking through the smoke. And now man advantage in play for Invictus, thanks to this man on your screen. Now Jam Young towards outside. Kaze behind the smoke. Advent already down towards Secret Stairs. They are looking for this trade. They've been unable to find it so far. Flash in towards Mini. Shasake over there. And he is going to go down. Kill from Jam Young to start things off. And now, 4 versus 4. Still plenty of time left to work with here as well, Bless. So This isn't going to be easy for Invictus to hold on. They have got a good bit of control now, info as well, as Viva pushes through lobby, but he comes back to the site. They're scared of this Heaven Wrap, but the players are going towards the lower bomb site from this T side.
Yeah, at least can't really blame Invictus for being extra proactive in this one. They're going for the risky plays, and they need to, right? I mean, they just have the 2 deagles, the M4 in the hands of Viva. Viva kind of on his own, which I'm not personally a big fan of. I would rather have one of his teammates be with him on this little excursion of his. It's all about timing. Jamming spots him out, but nice play from Viva. Doesn't take any point of damage. However, his position has been given up. 3v3. This is doable if Viva stays alive here, and his position has been announced. Advent taking a bit of damage. Now he's waiting for his teammates to come on in, try and play a little bit of a distraction. Give him a little bit of a window to make that M4 go to work.
Well, Alman from the vet launches onto the head of Flying. And now it's just Oi with the AK trying to get back into his lower side. Now winning the round, looking impossible. He is going to go down to Advent. It was all about the damage that he could do there. Now the money available to Invictus, so they can get that AWP out in the hands of Destroyer. They can get the rifles in play. Viva can do whatever the hell he likes. You know, that's the potential we have here with Invictus as well. Viva very solid on that AWP, so we can get a real great double AWP setup. But pulling that out early would be a bit of a risk. So they're going to save as much money as possible left over in reserve cash on Viva and get the rifle out instead. So 5-0, what a start from Vici, really. They haven't been tested too often. I think the initial aggression coming in from Invictus has been fun to watch, but for the most part, Vici have actually been able to neutralize it. That's something Tyloo do so well, actually.
True. And I, again, right, I mean, if you just go back to that particular series, Dinko, where Vici played against Tyloo, Vici played scared. There's no other way to kind of describe it. The system wasn't really, it didn't seem like it was in place. The peaking wasn't on point. They were just getting manhandled by the individuals on Tyloo, and that is something that rarely happens to Vici against any other team in Asia. And here we go, Advent opening it up. We talk about Advent and not really being a big fragger, but he has really been stepping up, at least in the past few games we've seen of him. Trade still coming in. Viva doing great work. A player has crept up from the vents. That is a huge one. Now Alman inside a hut. Destroyer also trained. Viva's going to spot him out, and that's going to leave Zoking with that crazy mouse movement of his left in a 1v3. Now bomb is planted for him, Dinko, but this is looking unlikely. This is going to stick it. He's going to have to spam through the smoke. Does a bit of damage with Xiao Sage. Finds the kill. It's going to be round number 1 for Invictus. A great round from Viva from above, from the heavens, getting the 3 kills. And of course, I think it was Xiao Sage creeping up from the vents with a frag of his own.
Yeah, it was. Xiao Sage getting involved. Good stuff. Catches out Advent. If Advent gets that bomb down and also able to get out of position, then obviously you've got a much better chance for Vici to win this round. But there's a pretty lackluster showing going on towards the site. And Viva, well, he has shown up today. I think early signs, he's got 5 kills right now, but early signs, he's confident. He's taking big swings. He's taking fights to Vici, and that's what we want to see. So Viva can continue to land shots. He's going to be very fun to watch in this series. Kaze as well. Not such a bad start at all. 8 kills collected, and there's another one.
That's what I'm talking about, going for individual plays. Even if Kaze hadn't hit that shot into Destroyer, there were 2 Ts looking his direction. There were 2 other Ts apart from Kaze. And they just go for these, to try to catch a timing, to try and go for these kind of like wild peaks. And I just feel like it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. And that's how Vici punishes you. They're so methodical in the way they approach it. Look at this. Like, Viva just walks out trying to again catch a timing, gets taken down. No trade. Right, always push up towards lobby, which is fair, trying to find at least a little bit of real estate to work with. But what do you do in a 5v4? Heaven's control has been lost. Oi knows where he is, and it's just looking pretty grim right now.
Now, Vici answering back almost immediately. After that 1 round from Invictus, it wasn't even that convincing either, unfortunately, for Invictus. Come down to a few individuals making plays in the right place at the right time, and when it's the next round, Vici prevail. They only lose to 1 player. 6-1 on the board. So far, so good from Vici. I mean, the money's not really all that bad for the most part here from Invictus. They won't be able to get perfect buy here. Probably going to have to go for a little half investment. So we should be looking at 7 rounds on the board for Vici here. On the T side of Nuke, that's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all. And Kaze, man, like 11 kills, and he's opping. Oh, and I feel like it's not just about how skilled he is. We of course know what the shots that this man can hit, but also the system that Advent provides him, I think, really adds a lot to it. And I feel like if you slot in almost any other Opper in the Asian region into Kaze's position, I think it would do much better. And I think it's credit to both, you know, Kaze's individual skill as well as how Advent works him, you know, in the midst, kind of like a moving mobile turret of death, basically. And then of course, you know, he's left in a 1v2 clutch situation with the Op, and we still know what he's gonna do, right? So just such a great player, and I feel like one day it would just make me happy for him to go the way of Bentet at one point in time. You know, if Vici continues to just kind of like remain the second best team in Asia, at one point I would love him to kind of fulfill his dream, so to speak. You know, just play in some team, NA, EU, I don't care. He can speak very good English.
Well, that is always the positive sign for players that start to come out of these regions. And I think another amazing thing, obviously the ideal situation would be the whole Asian scene rises up, right? You wouldn't have to go and leave. Unfortunately, right now, it's not really in that place. And while Destroyer is going to catch Advent, Jamyoung and Shoking getting the kills on the last few. So 7-1, Vici keep 3 players alive. And now we move into this next round with Invictus finally getting the money back in. It's going to be the ult back for Destroyer, the rifles in play. A couple of rounds ago, we got to see Invictus take their first win. Was very short-lived, though. We did see an immediate answer back coming in from Vici.
I remember, I think it was Mitch who was bringing up this entire thing about like comparing UK Irish Counter-Strike with Asian CS, and I think he had a very good point when it comes to how in the UK some of the players, some of the better teams are, you know, they're basically the big fish in a small pond. In Asia, it is a bigger pond. It's almost an ocean, but it's a very shallow pond, which is kind of a weird analogy if you ask me. But okay, that's messy. That is messy from Vici, though. I'm gonna get back to the point later on. It's 2 free kills. They know where the third player is as well. They saw him drop down towards fence, and it's still gonna get the bomb down. Advent's alone. Kazi's towards outer yard. He's far, far away. And the other teammates towards the lobby. So Advent has to do a lot of work. This is so weird. Almond gets taken down. Now it's Advent basically in a 1v5. Okay. Denko, help me.
Well, we'll see if Advent can do this. He is not really known for his frightening ability, but he has been showing up. And now that Molotov, that causes a few issues for him. And unfortunately, it burns him to a crisp. Now it's just Kaze sprinting in with his Tech 9. Oh, God, what a round that was. At least Invictus do clean it up, only losing the 1 player. Each get the bomb plant. Their money's looking solid. They don't have to worry too much going into this next round, but that is not the performance that Vici were kind of hoping for in that round. So coming into this next one, it's the AKs out in play. Invictus gaming over here, Destroy with the AWP, the AK-47s recover for the CT side, and the M4A4s for Viva and Oi. So this is a good chance for them to start grinding their way back into this first half, because immediately they've been on the back foot quite significantly. Vici have been dominant in these first couple of gun rounds, but finally Invictus fighting back.
Fighting back, helped out by a very weird round from Vici. Then they go back to bread and butter again. Just as outer yard control, non-existent for Invictus. There's no other word for it. Zoking's already just pushed towards the lower bombs. It's 1 minute and 26 seconds. So I think it was 1 minute and 30 seconds there, Dinko. They've lost 2 players. Make that 3 now. And they've lost control of the lower bombs. I know it's all going to come down to Viva. And unfortunately, the timing is absolutely terrible. And it's all on flying. And he needs to be perfect, but yeah, I don't think. Yeah. No.
Well, my feed kind of lagged out a little bit there, Bless, so unfortunately...
Okay, I thought that was just mine, so just like...
yeah, so
winged it.
That's okay. Just wondering, in case you're wondering why I was able to provide any input, what the hell just happened? Well, Alman, very confident in terms of the fights that he's taken. And I think Vici, this is a different face, you know, you brought up the point, okay, they're looking so scared against Tyloo, and I think that was the exact way to put it. They give them way too much respect. I think they have this huge mental block against them, and they just completely play a different style. They don't play Vici style, they play anti-Tyloo style, and it doesn't really work for them. So coming into this game, you know, they're just more confident. It's like they have less respect for Invictus, and I like it. I like this Vici.
Yeah, it's complete faith and trust in the system, and it shows, right? Viva now floating above. This could work on out, but he should get checked, and he will get checked. So methodical, Avicii. This is so good. I mean, I don't want to sound like rude, but after watching 2 games we've seen so far, this is probably the best side we've seen from any team. Like, Vici just looks so clean and methodical. Yeah, they fed a couple of kills to Destroyer there, at least the second one. It was a little bit unnecessary, but still 3v3. Advent has been looking so very good, though. He's found 2 kills already. Almost actually does find Destroyer in the end, leaving it all on Oi, but Kaze is there to deal the final blow, 9-2. But you gotta say, Dingo, this is clean Counter-Strike from Vici.
Oh yeah, it's really clean. This is probably the best Counter-Strike that we've seen in terms of being fundamentally sound as well. And also, they're just playing well on an individual level. So it's good to see. Kaze's 13-4 right now. So the quickest starts, one of the most impactful starts from a team we've seen so far. It is a marathon, not a sprint, Blazu. We already seen, you know, huge scorelines can be a little bit misleading. We've seen Bren a little bit earlier on toss away a very convincing lead to go on to lose the series. And while Jam Young taking down Destroyer, that's not exactly the position Destroyer would like to have found himself in. That Molotov certainly threw a few issues at him. And now Vici with the man advantage, looking to take 10 rounds.
Yeah, this is extremely lopsided at the moment.
Oh.
Okay.
What's going on?
All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
Step 1, Blair. And Viva get another one here. It's going to drop down into Vent. He obviously did the initial damage, but it's Oi that has taken the kill. Well, Oi still alive, lurking on this A-bomb site, searching for his next victim. And oh, there we go. Jam Young goes down. Oi with the headshot. And now it's a 3 versus 3. Oi getting aggressive again. Around the corner, Alman. He knows that Oi's likely to get aggressive, and he's ready for it. I feel like that might be a little overzealous from Oi. You can't blame him. That was a brilliant round so far from it. Now his teammates have to pick up the scraps. Viva has taken a lot of damage on board.
I have my Excel sheet open now. Yeah, I'm just ready to like write in, you know, the rounds won by Invictus. Fat zero right now, which is so strange. I just want to point out, like, the previous time these two teams played Nuke, it did go down to overtime. I feel lagging a little bit for me, Dinko, so take this one away.
Indeed. Oh well. It's just not really missing too much, really. It's just this hit call having to come in from Viva and Charles Sergei. And, well, this isn't the start that Invictus would have hoped for. I think that's pretty obvious. But with the situation that they find themselves in, it's now going to be incredibly difficult to just get into this game overall. And it feels like this game has just started, but already Vici have 10 rounds coming out of the T side of Nuke. You go into this next round, and I'll be honest, there isn't too many signs of life from Invictus. There aren't anything, nothing's been shown from Invictus to make us feel confident in this team on the CT side. They've had sporadic gun rounds, the rounds they've looked good in, or sometimes just deagle rounds. So for the most part, I'm definitely seeing a world in which Vici go on to get more than 10 here, probably more than 11, I'd say. Maybe if we're looking at 12 rounds picking up here for Vici, unless Invictus can scrap together a couple.
Yeah, and this is rough, innit? I feel like for Invictus coming into this, I mean, again, I've seen Invictus come back from so many deficit rounds time and time again. Nice shot from Destroyer there. That was no flashbangs, nothing to help him out, but I still managed to win that initial deal. But yeah, for Invictus, I don't really worry for them too much, even if they get like dismantled on this map. I think they have the experience and the mental tenacity to come back on their map pick. But speaking about tenacity, I don't know how that kind of just fell apart. Jam Young, 2 insta headshots back to back, and that's gonna funnel the remaining members of Vici straight into this B bomb site. Bomb's gonna get planted. Jam Young holding the off angle. The 2 players ready and waiting, but Jam Young is not stopping anytime soon. Kazuya finds the store. It's all gone wrong again. Dinko Flying's gonna be left in a 1v3. There is still a chance for him to pull this one off, but it is kind of slim. There's no kit on his body. He's got a smoke and a flashbang, and Kazuya is holding on to the angle, and he's gonna get the double kill. Jam Young and Kazuya, just like that. I think it was like a man advantage for Invictus for like a couple of seconds, and boom, just like that, Vici just wiped everyone else out of the server.
Well, that was gun round. So now we go to the next one. Finally, starting to see where Invictus are at, and I think this going into week 2. I think this is a very convincing looking Vici so far. A little bit scary for the rest of the teams in this tournament. You know, if they can't beat Tyloo, fair enough. But if you could beat every other team in the tournament and hope that Tyloo get taken down before they reach the final, and Vici, who knows what they might be able to do, Blair. I would love to see them sort of get this right. So the storyline develops, they go down to Tyloo. I'll get back to the point because this MP9 looking to try and rattle them away. It's Viva that takes down Advent early on. He is going to go in towards the lower bomb side and reposition himself for this potential aggression. And while Viva, certainly under pressure, Mart's handling it well at the moment here. And Shao Sage is able to assist him. Shokin goes around the corner, and this is just good positioning really from Invictus. Vici kind of giving them fights, but Kaze is going to pull one back. 3 versus 4, still a man advantage in play for Invictus, and Viva has repositioned, aggressive yet again in towards ramp.
Well, this is the, I mean, even if Invictus win the next couple of rounds, I still don't fancy the chances on this map, but whether they win this couple of rounds is going to depend on this one. Kazi and Zoking both kind of low. Zoking somehow the head not spotted out. Almond strikes. And suddenly, a round which I thought was in the back for Invictus, it's down to a 2v2. And when you have Almond 100 HP, Dinko, even though Zoking's low, look at the health on Viva and Shao Sage. They're both blood bleeding out internally. And Zoking's holding a little bit of an off angle. It's just all gone wrong.
Shao Sage coming back into the lobby. He's going to find at least 1 kill here. Spots the barrel. There's the headshot. Now sprinting in towards the site. There's just enough time, but probably not enough to clear this heaven position, unfortunately. And now there's just no time to win the round. He's going to be Pete. Alwyn plays that one well. Just passively sits in heaven, uses his position. And well, I said I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen 12 rounds. I didn't expect it to come that quickly and that easily, Blair. And now I wouldn't be surprised if we see 13. Because going into the last round of the half, they'll have rifles, they'll certainly have those, but for the most part around it, they don't have a whole lot else. They've got a little bit of utility, there's no AWP, there's a FAMAS in the hands of Oi. What's happened here, Blair? It's meant to be the best game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of predicted the first 2 games to go 2-0, right? And then we like easy games, and we expected this one to go all the way. You know, it's going to be close back and forth affair, and as Mitch likes to say, how the turntables.
So topsy-turvy. Well, shout out to Jason and Mitch. I'm sure they're still recovering from that blockbuster of a game in the second. And well, Soking and Kaze with the kills. Now 4 versus 3. A man advantage in play for Vici, and it's going to be followed up by Kaze. He'll look for more. A second picked up. That's job done. It's going to be 13-2 at the half. Jesus. Oh my, okay. Viva has pulled it back. He's going to go back for more. That's a 3K. And now just 1 more player to collect an incredible 1 versus 4. This would be one of the best plays of the tournament so far. Viva looking for it, and there it is. How clean can you get? Viva, 1 versus 4, 12 rounds on the board for Vici. But Invictus, they managed to scrap together a 3rd round all off the back of Viva. Oh, he's the only player really delivering today as well.
Yeah, I was just about to, I was literally about to start singing a poem praising Kaze, and then Viva just shuts me up and shuts everyone up as well. 1v4. Will it still be enough though, Dinko? I mean, that was very impressive. Can't take it away, right? We speak about the moments of brilliance that Viva can have, but at the same time, 12-3 on the T side of your map pick. That is just phenomenal from Vici. Now, I will never count out Invictus. I know what these guys can do, but I feel like in Nuke especially, Vici are... Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think anyone else is going to correct me even if I'm wrong, but I feel like Vici are the best team on Nuke in Asia. So for Invictus to win this one back with the 12-3 deficit, it's going to require an insane performance. And Advent, man, I keep joking about how he's not really a fragger, but he's been putting in the numbers, at least on this map so far.
I think what we have to say here is, because a lot of players, a lot of fans, should I say, think, okay, in-game leaders, we talk about them not really being a fragging in-game leader, and they think, okay, he's a bot, basically. He's only the brain of the team, but he's not, right? So these guys are incredible individuals. And so the difference between a professional player and an average player is incredible. Like, the difference is just unexplainable.
Yes.
And Advent, he's got so much he has to think about. You know, he's got such a system in his head that he has to put all of these players into a position and also concentrate on his own ability. The fact that he's able to compete against some of the best players in China and be able to frag out like this while also thinking about everything, it's definitely impressive. Lazo King takes down Oi. Charles Sage takes him down as well, and that's just Jam Young. There's nothing he can do here. Feature going to lose the pits around. There's a chance here off the back of Oi, giving them a 4th round and a slight way into the second half.
Oh yeah, indeed. Oh, nice shot from Jam Young there, but yeah. I just want to add on to what he said. I completely agree with you. Even though we might make fun of people like, oh, yeah, Hunden, you gone frag, you know, you're talking about like Advent, for example, and we see some of these pro players where, you know, they whiff a few shots and whatnot. Trust me, they would destroy you if you're just playing off against them. Doesn't matter if it's a 1v1 aim map or a pug or a scrim or anything, any game mode you choose in Counter-Strike, they would just take a dump all over you. You wouldn't even know what hit you. And I know this for a fact. I have, I'm not even bringing up some of the top EU players. I've played against Machine Gun. I know how that felt. I haven't felt that violated since my previous relationship. It was painful, excruciating. And we're talking about a team. Okay, I mean, but yeah, I just want to point out that it's not an insult to their over individual level. It's just that compared to, you know, all the actual professional players, they still are, you know, trailing by a little bit. But anyway, getting back to this game here, Invictus, they've started on the you know,
the right
foot forward here. Yeah, right foot forward here. They won the pistol. This anti-eco is looking solid. I would like Vici to save the pistols and the scout they have here and be a little bit more threatening the next round. But I still feel this could be a little bit too much to ask of Invictus.
Well, I think it's been too much since we've seen the first half play out. I think towards the later stages of the first half, I realized, well, it's probably going to be a nuke win here from Vici. I don't see a way in which they drop the ball on the CT side enough for them to not win 4 rounds. So, yeah, this is definitely going to be a situation where Invictus are going to have to do everything right and hope that Vici makes some unlikely errors, should we say. So this is definitely not looking too likely from Invictus. They're going to come into this round with the MAC-10s, looking to try and continue to bring the cash to the bank accounts. And well, over here for Vici, they're saving most of their money. They know they have rounds to play with. They know they don't have to force the issue early on here. So Invictus should get a few more rounds to at least make this look slightly more respectable.
Well, pistols up close. Jam Young with the deke finds one. Kaze with the scout. The safe pistols and the scout in the hands of Kaze being quite deadly indeed. There we go, the Malaysian prodigy just dismantling everyone. It's still a 2v3, still able to bring it back. If Flying can somehow find a couple of kills here, but he needs to go big. He doesn't know there's a player near towards Squeaky as well. This could be brutal indeed. Almond's holding the line, waiting, gets spotted out though. The MAC-10's going to come out on top, but he's done the damage. Molotov to keep Kaze at bay towards Heavens. It's 2v2. They can potentially bring this one back. However, the player with the bomb, Oi, he needs to cross on over, and the smoke is going to help him out.
Well, Jam Young coming back in from Mini. They line up on the MAC-10. Although Flying turns on just the right time, but he's so low, and Kaze's going to pull it off. Oh my god. Well, Vici, they're going to be very happy with that. That's an absolute steal. Invictus commits that with everything going their way. Vici, oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what they were hoping for. That kind of round just turns the game entirely now at this point. Jam Young delivering. A player that wasn't there against Tai Lu, showing up against the third best team in China. And Kaze, well, he delivered shots against Tai Lu and he continues here as well. Jam Young could have ended the round himself, but it does fall to Kaze. Two brilliant players delivering successful kills and a successful round here for Vici now, 13-5 up.
13-5 up. Yeah, that was a round I was a little worried for, right? And again, man, Kaze, dude, like, that final shot, just like the tip of the head poking out. That's the kill. An advent from above. Ain't quite a problem, using the top of the edge of the smoke. The trade does come in, Kaze should be... Whew! He's so consistent. He is so consistent with his shots. He's like the complete opposite of someone like Machine Gun. And I don't know if you've seen any of his interviews, Dinko. I guess you haven't, but if you've ever seen his interviews in English or like you've spoken to him, he is probably the softest spoken professional Counter-Strike player out there. But he's just a beast in the server. Here we go. 2v4, they come charging in. A little bit of damage being done on Viva, but Zoking holding the line, finds Destroyer, and it's all in Viva. 1v3. Almond looking to, well, just takes the fight all by his lonesome. There we go.
Yeah, this is
14-5.
This is just a little heartbreaking for Invictus. I don't think there's too many positives really to take here. Apart from that, you know, clutch play from Viva, there's not really been too much for them at all. They've won sporadic rounds throughout the first half. One pistol round where it came close as well, and for the most part, they've just looked so rough. Back to player interviews, though. I mean, there's some players in Counter-Strike that just give incredible interviews. My favorites are probably Steel, the Brazilian one.
Oh yeah.
Hooch, I loved his interviews. I love Jerry's as well. And one other player I'm trying to think of.
You got Hooch, you got Man, that's of course Steel. I even like NA Steel. I think he gets very open and honest interviews, right?
Oh, and Dozier, of course, best interviewer.
But I kind of feel like in general, if you look at the players you mentioned, no EU players in the mix. I think EU players generally, you know, even though they have better players, better teams overall, they just give such stagnant answers. But like, come on, man!
It's like they're too PR.
We played our game.
Way too PR. Well, I suppose Steel now into European team. Well, it's just Shasage left alone into the 1 versus 3. There's been a little bit of damage being done. Jam Young and Alman going down, but for the most part, this looks like a 15th round for Vici. It's just Shasage left alone in the world. We'll see if he is a survivor, and he is going to find himself a headshot. Now sprints towards the A-bomb site. He actually has clutched this play. He's got 3 already. Needs 2 more. Can hear those footsteps coming up the vents. He turns around to try and catch off Advent. Oh my god, no! Oh, that's so unfortunate. He thought he got the kill. The nade. Oh, it's actually the nade that got him. Okay, well, nonetheless.
What's the trajectory of the nade? Replay. I need to see that nade.
Well, nonetheless, he could have made that work, Blair. I've seen a world in which he peeks around the corner, there's a nade at the ready.
No, listen. That was Advent with his 10,000 IQ nade.
Yep, he was really expecting that.
Oh, I feel bad for Shao Saga. He played that the best he could.
That's unfortunate.
Can we see the nade, please? Okay, look at the trajectory of the nade, alright? Let's see if it shows up here. It bounced back!
Oh, that is just perfect.
Oh, what a god.
Well,
what an absolute god.
That's that big brain you talked about, Blair. Coming through. Another spray down in towards Alman. He's going to catch out Oi, and now he looks for a little bit more as they push in towards Secret Stairs. Alman throws the Molotov, so if they are to chase after him, they have to take a lot of damage. And that's not going to happen. Instead, they sit back, and now Destroyer crosses just as he knows the smoke is fading. He does take a little bit of damage, but he stays alive. And that's all that matters right now. Invictus need the players, while Alman looks to try and pick them off piece by piece. Just get around the corner. They will be slowing the play down a little bit here.
It's just been, well, is Kazuya at like 30 kills already? I think it's close to 30 kills by now. Just feels like it's a Kaze and Jam Young show with everyone making cameo appearances. There we go, another kill for Mr. Kaze. And this looks like it, Dinko. I don't really see them bringing this one back. And to be honest, I expected Nuke to go the way of Vici, but I felt like it would be a little bit more of a closer affair. But this is the Vici that we are now used to seeing, right? Whenever they play against any other team whose name is Atailu.
Yeah, it's strange. Shasage again after long 16-5, and that's definitely a quick performance from Vici coming in today, showing one of the best performances from anybody in this tournament so far. Vici probably looked like the best Counter-Strike team in terms of playing actual Counter-Strike with the system and the pieces. Tyloo individually are probably the best team, and I would definitely stand by that very, very strongly. But for the most part, Vici are looking like, on average, better than every other team in this tournament. So we have got Jason and Mitch sitting by. Hopefully they've had time to mentally recover from their marathon. We've kind of switched roles. You guys have had the long games the past couple of days, and we finally get a quick one. Well, so far anyway. We'll see what happens.
Rub it in, Dinko. Rub it in.
Yeah, and the worst part was we got 2 in a row, Jason, right? So, I mean, it wasn't a...
And no, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that we're sitting there like...
game.
It's like, yeah, we were like, you know what? We had the Tyloo, we had the Vici match. We want to be nice. We want to give you, obviously, another good match that potentially happen, Vici Invictus Gaming. So we'll do the first 2 games, and then we get the really long ones. But you know, besides all that, obviously this match was so dominated. Vici was still really cool to see him. And again, 2 of the players that we talked about that were highlighted from all of us, Jam Young and Kaze. If they show up, it's going to be a tough game for Invictus Gaming. And this was such a landslide match. I mean, again, Kaze in the series overall had plus 29 kills, and Jam Young had plus 21 when they last met on the 21st of June. This time, you had Kaze finishing with like 25 plus kills. You had Jam Young with 20 plus kills, like ridiculous stuff. And unfortunately, a player I'm going to have to point out again in particular, it's going to be Destroyer, because in the last series they played, he was negative 24 in kills. He really struggles for some reason up against Vici, really struggles up against Kaze. But this just looked like a Vici unleashed, right? This looks like the Vici out for redemption, out for blood. They're like, all right, well, Tyloo made fools of us again. We're going to take it out on you, Invictus. And they sure as hell did.
You know, you can see the difference as well when Invictus are playing versus some of the other teams in this region, even the likes of a Tyloo, versus when they're playing against a well-structured team of Vici. As Dinko was saying, this is probably the most structured team that we've got in this region. And flying, he can't deal with it. When you give him space and opportunities, when there's sloppy Counter-Strike at play from time to time, relying on individual play, he comes miles ahead. For God's sake, he dropped 62 kills in 2 maps versus Tyloo. And then here we are, where he's struggling to breach double digits. And that is strange to see for sure. They've been absolutely dominated. And I think that it's just down to him not having that space that the other teams in this region give him.
Yeah, I think I want to touch on that point as well, the fact that we talk about Vici having a system, we talk about them having that in place, but for the most part, I feel like Invictus struggle on that front, and they only can play against these loosey-goosey style plays, where their individuals have a bit of space to work with. And I feel like if Invictus had a better system in play, and they had a sort of Advent player in their team that could put these players in good positions for them to succeed consistently, I think Invictus could be one of the best teams in this region consistently, right? Beating everyone below them. But it really feels like right now they're just capitalizing on their opponent's weaknesses and really using their individual skill to get them over the line. And that's great to an extent, right? You can win a lot of qualifiers, you can get into these tournaments in this region. But when you want to go international, that's not going to really work that well.
Yeah, and again, flying was another piece of the puzzle that we talked about of really needing to step up to see Invictus winning. Only 10 kills, but we're going to have to talk about the MVP. On the other side for Vici, Kaze, I mean, 27 kills, 116 ADR. He was just flying off the ropes. And the thing is, we've seen, and I feel like I'm correct in saying this, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, though I'll hate you forever and unfollow you on Twitter, is that Kaze's been quiet. I feel like so far this tournament, we obviously hear big things. We've seen big things out of him, but it feels like only till this map in particular, today, that we're actually able to see him excel.
I will agree with you on that, but I also feel like it's 2 reasons for that, Jason. Firstly, would be in the earlier games which they played, it was such a convincing win from the team overall that he didn't have to shine. He didn't really have to perform. Everyone was stepping up, right? We even saw Almond top fragging. I feel Advent was having a good game as well earlier before they played against Tyloo. Against Tyloo, he's still top fragged. It wasn't good enough though, but that's because Tyloo just steamrolled him. And then you see them playing against Invictus, and you see on a map like Nuke, when the AWP in his hands, T-side, CD side doesn't matter. He can just go for these multi-kill rounds. And the system, you just look at it from a top-down view, the system that Advent built around Kaze, giving him the freedom to work with, it's just brilliant. And I think Kaze, he rises up to the occasion. On the other hand, for someone like Destroyer, I gotta feel bad for the guy. It's almost like he's just caught on these rough positions where he doesn't know what to do. He has to go for a dry peek. There's no flashes coming out for him on a CD side, no pop flashes from his teammates, no double peeks. He's just going for individual plays, which I'm guessing Shao Sage is allowing him to do. He's like, hey, Destroyer, just go for a peek to its outer, and it just gets taken down time and time again. So it's just a difference in play styles, but can't take anything away. Kaze, he's just a beast.
I just imagine Destroyer sitting there, but they flash for him. Can you flash for me? No. We need to use it somewhere else. You got this. You got this, bro. Well, you know what? That was a very quick first map. I think most of us out there didn't expect it to be such a landslide first map victory for Vici. However, after a short break, we're going to the map pick of Invictus game. It's going to be Mirage, and you're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you guys soon.
Mirage 地图往事。Mirage 作为一张热门的竞技地图，其合理的地图分布以及远近兼顾的交火距离，都给人留下了非常深刻的印象。A1是双方的主要交火点之一，当时仍效力于 Liquid 战队的 Simple 在这里上演了一招天外飞仙，乌克兰剑圣的名号就此得来。穿过 A1 来到 A 区，作为常规的爆弹点，这里通常会上演投掷物的交互博弈。 当年 Free 在对阵 Cloud9 的比赛中，就凭借着灵性火焰，完成了一波出其不意的3杀。
Triple spray runs through the smoke and a CP out, and that shatters the defense. Cloud9 in a 2-on-4.
中路作为连接 B 区和 A 区的重要通道，也是双方抢夺的重要战略区域。波黑天才 Nico 曾在此处凭借一把 AK 完成了单人灭队的壮举。
может выйти. Как же бандиты на Ника Бомба, напоминаю, стоит Бэм, подставляется Ника, это этот раунд, это эйс от Ника, минус 5, 6-1.
当然 ，Mirage 地图最为人津津乐道的操作，当属冷神在白车的跳狙。2016年哥伦布没。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get things underway here. Map number 2, Invictus Gaming taking on Vici. We were kind of expecting this to be the game of the day, the one to watch, the battle between number 2 and number 3 in China. But so far, it has been an absolute bloodbath. Vici taking Nuke away. It's Invictus looking to fight back on Mirage.
Yeah, but honestly, here's a problem for me, Dinko. Vici know how to play Mirage. It's not like, you know, on Nuke where Invictus looks so very lost and Vici were clearly the better team. They had the right idea to approach it. Mirage is a map where Vici are very, very competent on it. You know, it's Mirage in Asia. Everyone knows how to play this map. So for Invictus, they have to really dig in deep here. Need to land all the shots. Kaze going to be making contact. All his teammates baiting it out for him, but the flashbang's not going to work on out. Kaze not getting a single kill, and now Admin's going to be forced. He's got that smoke to work around the edge with, but nice openings coming in from Invictus. That should be the round. Very fast, very confident take coming out, and that one flashbang not really working in the favor of the CTs. However, Jamyang gets a kill, so that's going to make things a little bit more promising. Zoking finds another one. Suddenly, this is almost falling apart, but it's still a 2v3 favoring the Ts.
Oh, Jamyang, that's nice. Flicks out to the right side, catches out Viva. Knows that Xiaosage is down in behind this bench, but he cannot get the shots in. Just jumping wildly into the site. And while Alman is going to be down, destroy him with the headshot. Big double kill from the van. And that's 1-0. Invictus Gaming will find the pistol round. And it's scrappy, but nonetheless, could favor the Ts.
That was a little funny. a little bit of a dancer from Jamyang, a nice attempt from Vici Gaming. If it got that kill on the Xiaosage on the bench, I felt like that could have been a very, very winnable retake. But nonetheless, Vici still going to be going for the buy. Double scouts this time. It's going to be Alman and Kaze. And we've seen what these pistols can do, Dinka. So still worried for Invictus. But at least they get off to a flying start. No pun intended.
Well, someone who was not off the best of starts was indeed flying. I think on Nuke kind of underperformed. Again, Mitch probably highlighted it perfectly. Didn't really have the space to work with. Didn't really get involved. There wasn't any mistakes being made that he could capitalize, and Vici shut him down. And Destroyer getting up in towards Connector. He's got a good position here. Kaze needs to be aware of this. Scout to the left, he's completely aware of Blair, but he's not going to find the kill. At least he does know that the player is inside of the Connector, so they can be aware of this problem, or potential problem. If they can handle it well, they might get rid of it. Alman has taken down Flying, and around the corner, Advent's going to clear it. There we go. Hard checks with the Deagle. Oh no. Vici with a 2-man advantage and absolutely no map control, really, for the T side. Always going to try and make a little bit of space. He takes down the player inside of Jungle, spots Alman back in Murder Hole, and Soaking in the meantime has got another kill for the CT side. Traded back a 3 versus 2. Invictus trying to make it happen, but damage has been taken on towards Viva, but luckily still fighting with a Galil. Now it's just 2 scouts, and when I say just, there's a kill from Alman, and Kaze seals the deal. Vici Gaming with the second round 4-spy win. That is heartbreaking for Invictus.
I don't know what to say. Oh, I mean, the pistol round, hard fought, hard won. And then the scouts. Oh, that's a nice shot there from Alman. Flash pops behind him, and then they just get trapped. You know, this is like, look, just look at the positioning coming out from the Ts. They had some utility to work with as well. You don't want to walk into those crossfires, and then again, like, that second shot was disgusting from Kaze, by the way. But you can't allow yourself to get picked apart like this. And this is also with Jamyang making the mistake of running up Connector in that 3v2, and he got taken down, right? But you can't afford this. You can't afford to lose rounds like this. You need to play the anti-ecos better against a team who are superior. And it just blows my mind. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me how Invictus beat Tyloo. Vici gets smashed by Tyloo. And then Vici are beating Invictus. Like, it you know, logically, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. And that's what proves Jason's theory completely wrong, I guess.
Math is all wrong. 2 + 2 is 5. But right now, the hit coming into his inner bombs, sorry, this B bomb site, Almond, M4A1 in hand, just snipes a lot of players down. Yeah, it is a force buy, remember, so it's an investment. It's not just like Glocks.
Yeah.
And it's got nothing done, Dinka.
And that's something that never really happens for Invictus. They always seem to do something in these kind of rounds, and that's what we've been talking about throughout this tournament. Teams have struggled to deal with Invictus' skill on the Deagles, but for the most part, the Vici have looked damn solid against these force buys. We've seen it on Nuke as well. There was only one scary moment with the Deagles, and Oi got a kill down into towards lobby, but for the most part, Vici dealt with these force buys really easily. And now we go into this next round. Like you said, it was an investment, so that means there's not enough cash to get a buy here. And so now they're looking at a full eco, with Vici getting off to a good start here on Mirage as well. 3-1. We'll finally see the buy come in from Invictus. We'll see. They'd love a bomb plant here. They might just get that opportunity as they dive out of Palace on towards the site. Avid's going to be under pressure. Okay. Still recovers well enough. Takes the kill on towards Viva. Now Zoking up on top of the stairs. Can he find anything? The answer is indeed yes, and now Sandwich is the next position where Destroyer is going to do a little bit of work from. They have got that bomb plant already, so job done. Now they need more, and what Destroyer is going to attempt, but it's Almond with the double kill, and a third round collected for Vici.
It's still mission accomplished for Invictus there. They wanted to get the bomb done. In fact, they do a little bit better. They get a couple of guns, although I believe it was just the SMGs lost there, so Vici is still going to be pretty happy with that, but so will Invictus. They at least get the rifles in the hands of the players. Viva probably debating if he wants to go for the glass cannon, but the AK will be coming out, playing this one a little bit more safe. They have the utility, they have everything to work with here, Dinko. They have 5 smokes, 5 Molotovs, just 5 flashes though, and an HE in the mix. So yeah, basically the only thing missing here is an AWP, but 5 AKs can get a lot of work done. Let's see what they would do with this though. Fast take coming out towards mid. Zoking's going to be playing at the edge of connector, just waiting for them to push on out, but look at the re-aggression from the CT. Zoking finds one. Viva with a quick trade. Almond losses in the flashbang, but he's not able to find the trade onto Viva or flying. The early trades going either way, but Almond breaking the vents, showing his position. Just being quite a thorn. Look at how Vici are just not really necessarily taking the fight, but making it quite painful for Invictus to get this map control early on.
Ooh, Viva.
Nice.
Taking down Advent. Almond gone as well, but Kaze, he's still alive. And you never count out Vici when Kaze still alive. A good double kill. Now playing with a smoke as well. He might just find shots. Okay, this is unbelievable from Kaze. What? What is that? 4 kills.
What?
In the A bomb site on his own. Comes in from CT. Finds 4 kills in the round. And Vici, well, I'll be so happy they've got this guy on their team.
We talk about how Advent sets him up, but that was just Kaze.
That was
Mr.
all,
Kaze.
yeah, that was Kaze all over. Smokes, edge of the triple box. He was doing everything.
Kaze in Japanese means wind, but this guy is basically a Category 5 hurricane when it feels like it.
Hurricane Kaze.
Yeah, like you said, 1v4. Pretty much a 1v4 in the bomb site.
Nuts.
In his positioning, even the re-peeking, he knew like he's gonna hit the shot, and even the third play, he read it to perfect. He read them like a book.
Unbelievable stuff. And now Viva. Well, he's another player that we're gonna need to see show up. Kaze's delivered to the server. Viva was the player looking good for them over on Nuke. And I agree with you in the respect where you have actually kept saying that Viva is the player that usually is the one that you would say is the star of this team, the one that has that potential. Now we have seen Flying be that player for the majority of this tournament. When it comes to the teams that you need to be competing against, you know, the ones that really matter, Vici, Tyloo, this is where we get to see the real stars of this team come through, the ones that have the potential to go and fight with the best. And so far, Flying has been a bit quiet coming into today. And Viva, well, he was delivering a couple of big clutches for him. Still wasn't enough, really, to even get competitive. So I'd love to see both Viva and Flying stepping it up here on the T side.
This is something that Invictus can't allow. They can't allow VG to, like, you know, have a very solid start here. VG are one team who don't kind of choke when it comes to closing out. You know, after having a good half and just closing out a series, they're the one team who doesn't struggle. Most teams do, at least in the Asian region. Even Tyloo, I'm gonna name here. I'm gonna name and shame a few teams here and there, but well, Kaze and Mr. Zoking having no trouble there finishing off the players. They do lose Advent, but honestly, I think they're going to be pretty okay with it. Look at the money, Dinko. Almonds in 10k, Jammings are on almost 9k. Sure, Advent will probably have to buy on up, but, you know, he's not the player we're looking at when it comes to the fragging department. It's everyone else in the team, and everyone else seems to have a pretty decent bank to work with. And they're full 5-1 up. Average HP left at the round end. I'm assuming this is across all the rounds. 39-4, I think, yeah, that's pretty fair.
Well, Invictus running on towards the A-bomb side. It's Advent and Kaze with the kills. And gonna go back for more, but Kaze falls. Oi with the quick headshot. He's held back by the Molotov. Luckily, Destroyer doing a little bit of work here as well. Should be confirming the bomb plant momentarily here. Viva getting it planted. Now 3 versus 3 post-plant position. Invictus don't lose any players in that fallback either, so they have got pretty solid positions to play this. A good bit of utility now used up. So it's just 3 flashbangs. Vici definitely have the utility advantage in terms of that Molotov. Flashes, smoke still at the ready. Now they go in towards the bomb site. Alman takes down 1. He's going to go up, low HP on Oi. He's taking the fight and he's going to fall. It's all on Viva. The 1 versus 1. And oh, so close to hitting the shot. The time, it's ticking. But he's going to go for the defuse, holding it without the kit. The spray on the Glock, and there it is. Viva comes in, gets the round. And it's going to be Invictus taking it on the board. But my god, every single one of these rounds are scrappy and down to the wire.
Yeah, that was just like so very close there. Almond played that to perfection. Just that off angle, just missed the shot. Could easily have been 6-1 to Vici. A little bit of a uncharacteristic mistake coming out there from Kaze. He went for the repeat without any flashes from his teammates. I felt like he thought he could probably catch one of the keys out of position because of the Molotov. But yeah, good trades coming out from Invictus despite losing the 2 players early on. And then in the end, it does come down to the final player, but they win the round. And right now, it's not about money. It's not about how many weapons you take into the next round. It's about getting as many rounds as humanly possible on this T side. It's not going to get any easier when Vici moves on over to the second half on the attacking side. Pretty aggressive angles being held here by Zoking and Advent. Advent playing the kind of the anti-flash, not getting spotted out, head tucked underneath the box. But that means they're giving up jungle, and Viva somehow spots Advent, decapitates him through the box. This A-bombs is going to be a problem, Dinko. It's going to be a problem. It's going to come down again to Mr. Kaze, alone. The AWP in his hands, but he's got to get a lot of kills.
Well, Kaze, flash up. Kaze sits back in CT. They're looking up as Shasage wants to come around this corner, but Kaze's just going to be holding on planted. Now look at this flank from Destroyer. This could be the round win off the back of this one play. Kaze and Jam Young down in towards CT. This is such a play from Destroyer. They have no idea. 1 kill picked up. Now Jam Young fully focused, able to take him down, but that is crucial time gone now. 18 seconds. Only a few of those actually viable to get back into this bomb site. Now Viva just sits back in the ramp. There's absolutely no time now at this point to win the round. They need these kills quickly. It's just not going to happen. And Invictus will find a 3rd round on the board. Success on the A bomb site yet again, Blood. Maybe find a little bit of a weakness they can puncture through now.
Yeah, I gotta appreciate how brilliant that flank was in Destroyer as well. We talk about how he was basically absent in the first map, but yeah, it's been pretty solid here, Viva. T-side opping. How did you even spot him? I know that we had X-ray, but that's like... Okay. Hey, if it works, it works. But yeah, a couple of rounds back-to-back for Invictus, showing some signs of life. They're not yet... I don't really have to call the... what do you call that in hospitals when someone's like about to die?
accident emergency. I don't know.
No. Like
An ambulance?
I think no. It's like you're in the hospital and you're like plugged into all the devices and everything, and then a code blue or something when someone's having a cardiac arrest, and you're like, oh, it's gonna die. The patient's dying. Well, basically, we haven't reached there yet, but right now, Jam Young and Almond shutting it down. This B hit has been completely dismantled. Flying, lucky to get a kill. Viva replies back, but Almond floating around the side is going to be a problem. He spots ahead. He spots a barrel, I believe. And he knows there's a plane inside. But Viva, what a shot! How does he find him? I don't know. But that does neutralize the man advantage that Vici had for a few seconds. And it's going to be Kaze and Advent. 2v2. Destroyer and Viva. Op M4, Op AK-47. They need this round, and they need it very, very desperately.
Well, Kaze scoped in. Viva around the corner. Kaze looking for the shot, and there it is. The first and he goes down immediately. Now Viva looking for the 4K. A little bit of time now, switches to the AK-47 instead of the op that he had in his hands. The op that delivered so many impactful kills, and the rifle might just be the right call. Unfortunately, Advent is too quick, and Viva comes off the bomb to find death. It's a 6th round picked up here for Vici, and Invictus. Well, that's an unfortunate one, but right down to the wire yet again. This CT economy is not looking healthy. Need some multivitamins.
I need to pop some multivitamins. I haven't seen the sun in 4 months.
Same, actually. Well, I have. Out the window.
Oh, alright. My windows usually like have those blackout curtains, which I really, really do enjoy. Yeah, I think for Invictus, firstly, they win those 2 rounds after the pistol, and then they keep the money honest. We were like talking about the money for Vici just a few rounds ago, like how much cash they have, and yeah, like you said, they're almost down to nothing here. MP9, FAMAS, a couple of M4s, and again the AWP in the hands of Mr. Kaze. And this A hit, it's worked out for them. Can they find success again here? Hit gonna be coming in. Utility deployed early on. They have a number of Molotovs as well. Kaze again pushing in through the flashes, but he will fall on back. Decides it's really not worth taking the fight there. It's an expensive weapon to work with, and he'd rather just play for the retake with the rest of his teammates. You can't fool Big Brain Advent flying. You can't. Advent just knows. Advent just knows.
Well, 4 versus 4. Vici taking their time on this retake. Really taking their time right now. Viva. Oh, I don't think Alman actually spotted him. They come around the backside anyway. Viva. Oh, he's going to go down. That's an easy kill. Alman, that's such an important play from him to come around the backside, but the time is really ticking. They need to get on it, and they are. Defusing through the smoke. Destroy completely preoccupied. And Vici, they calculated that. They didn't rush into anything. They sat back. They waited for their opportunities. They waited for Alman to get in towards jungle. Brilliant stuff from Vici. So disciplined. And that's something a lot of the teams in this region don't have, is discipline.
That's true. And again, we want to go back to what Mitch mentioned, right? Like the mistakes, you don't get punished for the mistakes you made. In fact, you actually get punished for playing the right approach to Counter-Strike sometimes at times. And then these teams, teams like Invictus, they just rely on the sheer firepower, going for plays where it's low. It's it's like super high stake, high risk plays, which you don't really get punished for. And then you face up with a team like Vici, where every mistake you make, they're going to punish you for it. And they have the firepower as well, like people like Jam Young, Kazin, and occasionally even Almond and Zoking. So I just kind of wish like teams just took a leaf, especially Invictus. Like we spoke about this during the death segment, or rather, our four-man segment, where we spoke about how with the right in-game leader, with the right approach to the game as a team, they could be really scary. We know what these players are capable of. It's just that they just refuse to learn, to adapt. I don't know which word you want to use, and it's frustrating. And it makes me happy to see Vici play that way. But it also frustrates me that they kind of just fall asleep, or I don't know, turn into like chihuahuas when they face off against Tyloo. I just don't know how to describe it.
It's just
all
too
the chihuahuas
respectful.
are nasty little things.
Like,
yeah, that's just
right
too respectful.
now,
I don't
the
get it.
guy who rides the motorbike and the guy that, your daughter's dad's scared about. But, or if that doesn't really make sense. Anyway, but we're right now into this. It's 7-3 on the board, 30 seconds left. And Vici with the flashes up in towards the bomb site. Zoking sits back, and it's now Advent looking to hold on. It's Oi. taking the shot, taking down Advent. Advantage in play, but not for long. Soaking gets the line up, 2 kills. Oi finds the headshot back, and now Kaze delivering. He's got 2 in the round so far, and a 3rd as well. You just cannot peek him and hope to win. 3 on the board. Vici have already won the half by a minimum of 1, and we will go into the next with them leading the way, and probably by a little bit more now. As you take a look at what Invictus have, it will be enough, but not enough for a good buy with AKs across every player. So we're going to be the Deagles out, a little bit of Kevlar. Hope they can win some miraculous round.
Stop going for peaks. You're talking about Kaze. The guy doesn't miss. He actually doesn't miss. Stop going for these peaks. Use the utility you have. Like, you have the one flashbang, $200. Use it. Use it to give yourself that little bit of a chance that it's not going to hit you. You're just giving free individual duels. You're just going for duels against players who, when they're on their game, are better than you are. You need to rely on your teammates. You need to work as a unit. You need to play Counter-Strike the right way. Invictus aren't doing that right now. They won a couple of rounds. Kudos to them. Good job. They kept the money a little honest. They're still keeping the money honest for Vici, but they need rounds. Like you said, Denko, they're going to the second half with at least a minimum 1-round lead here with an 8-3 scoreline. And now just with the pistols again for Invictus. And for the very first time, I feel like in a series, Invictus have been impotent with the Deagles. I never thought I'd say that, but here we go. Kaze. This is going to be easy pickings for the man. He knows what a couple more players are. Advent getting a little... Advent's been feeling it today. He's like, I'm hitting shots. I want more. This feels good getting kills. And the funny thing is he's farming it against, well, the 3rd best team in China.
It's hilarious to see it because we know what Invictus have, and it's those incredible individuals that you shouldn't really be able to 1v1 aim duel and win a lot of them. But for the most part, Vici have been dominating on that front. And I think the clear difference is here, Kaze versus Destroy, when you look at that head-to-head in terms of what you're going to get out of your Ulpras. Kaze is like a world-class Ulpra. Destroyer he's kind of just an Ulpra, you know what I mean? Like he gets,
he's just an Ulpra.
Yeah, he just gets these kills every now and then, but you'll never really rely on him to get too much done. I feel like he's very, very quiet, but he also has that potential. It's annoying. And now Viva's got the AWP. So Destroyer's 12 HP on an AK, Viva with the AWP.
Probably should be swapping over, but I do notice how, like, Viva T-side, it's like they swap roles, right? Like, oh, there we go. Bogdan's Law. I like how that's all he'll be remembered for, Mr. Bogdan.
It's true. I remember I used to say it wrong. I used to call it Bogdan's theorem, and that definitely makes it sound a little more impressive, I think.
Look at this from Jam Young, by the way. 1 HP, and he just goes to the fight.
He's very confident, and he wins it, he gets away. Kaze, well, he can't really see too much, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt in terms of missing that shot. Oh, there again, into the wall, he's going to go down. Finally, Destroyer wins that battle. Kaze's going to burn away flying, and now 3 versus 2, but the position of Almin is everything.
Bomb has been planted.
It is. And Advent just trying to play, kind of play the role of being the distractor here and giving an opportunity for Almin to sneak in. But I think the call is wrong out. They're like, yeah, money's not that great. I just save this one. Now, Kaze can buy for himself. Zoking can as well. I think Jamming's going to be dropped a rifle by Almond. They just want to save the 2 rifles, so there's no point giving it away. And I like this from Advent. They're probably trying to get the exits. That's not going to happen, though. And the AWP's going to be saved as well. That's good. So with just 2 more rounds remaining in this half, I do believe that VG should be able to buy up pretty comfortably, at least the next one. But if Victus can somehow break the link, if they can steal away all the rifles, they have a chance of getting to 6 rounds on the T side. If that can happen, then maybe I'm starting to believe that they have a shot and potentially taking them out number 3.
That is definitely a very... keyword is potentially there, definitely. Very unlikely in terms of what we've seen so far from Invictus. It hasn't been great, but we'll see if they can do anything and maybe turn this around. quite a bit of B presence early on. Two players looking into the apartments. Viva just holding for the aggressive angle. Some utility comes in towards the apartments, and that slows things down. Very slow round playing through right now. Victor's looking to take mid control. Just over a minute left in play. Smoke up towards the window, now charging right down in towards middle, is flying with a bomb on his back. Yeah, players towards the chair. Oi looking to be the playmaker on this B bomb site. And he's a bit slow in terms of getting back, but he will get round behind the wall. Jamyoung just sits back. Molotov forcing him out of position. Smoke at the ready. Down and towards the left side. That's going to cover him off, but he can't line them up in short. Alman gets a double. A third kill. This is disgusting from Alman. He's going to get a 4K. Huge, huge stuff from Alman. They needed a pillar of the B bomb site, and well, he absolutely destroys them. 4 kills collected. Kaze comes in and seals the round. 10-4. And that was perfect for Invictus. They had the opportunity, but Alman just says no.
Yeah, we talk about how, you know, you have Kaze, and then of course you have Jamyoung, and then Alman. He just has these games, right? He just has a game of stuff. So that was such a brilliant hole as well coming out from him.
Oh, disgusting.
A1, Dinko, A1. Who said that A1's a bad gun? But on that, well,
Alman's
the money,
just a good
of
player.
course. Alman's really a good player. I'd probably get 1 kill, maybe, in that round kind of situation.
The way he plays it just from start to finish, though, he knows he's going to be pressure from the apartments. So smokes down in towards the left side, then peeks down in towards short. And just so calm under pressure, does a really good job at taking them away. Now we head into last round of the half. It's Invictus Gaming with whatever they can scrap together. It's a UMP for Destroyer, Galil for flying, and the AK-47s as well, alongside the AWP. And while Viva out on towards the A-bomb side, he's going to hit the shot. Kaze down to 17.
As down 17, and for Vici, have everything to work with. Here, Advent gets the kill, but the quick trade coming from Destroy. They need to cross on over. Use your utility, please. Use your utility for crying out loud. Well, and it's all again on the hands of flying. They had a smoke, Denko. They had a smoke before they had to cross there. They had the flash as well, Denko. I'm losing it. I am actually losing it right now.
I lost you for a second, Black. But now it's a 1 versus 2. And Jamyoung is going to take him down. And that's going to be 11-4 on the board here for Vici. Another convincing half.
I don't know if you heard me completely, like, actually lose it, though.
No, I don't think I did. I sort of, just as it was about to happen, you just disappeared from me. And then I came back and it ended. So I kind of, you maybe went into a whole parallel universe at that point, Blay. You know, you're just too much of it.
I think that's a very good explanation for that, because they had a smoke, and they cross jungle without using the smoke before it blooms, without a flashbang. They had a man advantage, and they just kind of just throw it away. And when Advent has, Advent has as many kills as the top fragger on your team, well, I'm sorry, but you're in for a world of pain. Oh, a little bit of a restart coming in. That was the round for Invictus to get to round number 5. That was, I felt like, theirs. They've done the job. They've got the opening couple of kills. They traded it back in their favor. It's 4v3, and then they just walk into, like, rifle just staring straight into them. And it might work in the lower tiers of Asian CS with some of the teams you might be facing up in China. All they want to do is they literally just want to play deathmatch. It's basically deathmatch with optional bomb plant, basically. But you don't do that against Vici. You just don't do that against Vici or Tyloo, because they'll just smack you down to the ground. There you have it. Okay, just look at this, right? Destroy first Kaze, great nade. Now see what happens. They had the smoke. All right, the replay's not showing up, but maybe later on we can see the replay. They had a smoke. They had a flash. They could have tossed it in. They don't do that. It's basic fundamentals. It hurts me deep down in my soul, deep down in my I don't even know where to go with this here, I think, but yeah, it just hurts overall, all over my body.
Well, we'll see if Vici can continue to penetrate as they run down in towards middle, up towards top connector. Destroyer throws the pop flash over the top towards the front of connector. Now, a lot of damage being done on towards the T side, but Vici looking to try and go for a little bit of a different play. You don't see this often. What's going on? Oh my god.
What
is going on here, Blair? What is this?
It's a circus.
And it's worked. The A bomb site is empty. They haven't taken it though. They have a little bit of timer on this. They have to move quite quickly. Shotsuke is like, okay, what's happened here? We gotta try and figure out what's going on right now. And they're slowly reapproaching this A bomb site, and they actually get back to CT in time. Now, this could have been absolutely fantastic for Vici. It's still looking pretty good, but they haven't taken the site. And that is the one issue, because now we have 2 players in towards CT spawn for the defense here. So this could potentially crumble in front of our eyes right now. All plant does come through. Almond takes a little bit of damage as Jam Young comes in. And now this is having to be a big step up from Shao Sergei. He's got a headshot. He'll move back in. It's been very quiet in this map so far, and finally he will go down. It's Viva on the flank, flying 12 HP towards CT. And the smoke in front of Viva's face is a big issue, but he's going to hear the reload. He knows there's a player close to the left side, and he'll take that a second as well from Viva, and he can deliver death onto a couple more. This is huge. Viva!
Oh.
How the hell does he make that happen? 4 kills, comes back in from the ramp, and delivers death to 4 players of Vici Gaming. A round that no one ever expected coming through.
Didn't he have that 1v4 nuke as well?
He did. To round out the half for them.
Well, there you go. Viva, he has his moments, but I still don't know how he won that. That was brilliant. And I feel like Kazi, yeah, he really couldn't move from their position. They had no idea that he'd be sneaking in there from behind, but there you have it. Oh, just confusing. That was perhaps one of the most confusing rounds of Mirage I've ever seen. And I've seen quite a few rounds where, you know, teams go for around the world play. They come in from A, jump in towards Ram, you know, go towards underpass, head towards B apps and planet B. I've seen some ridiculous rounds, but this is up there, one of the more befuddling rounds I've personally witnessed. The Force, of course, going to be coming in for Avicii, though. Here's a guess, Dinko. Who won that round? Look at that. Look at the buys. Who won the pistol round?
That is it's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh. That's the thing here. Invictus do all that hard work. The round's done. Viva comes in and is a hero. Delivers an incredible 4K retake. Then they go on to win the round, and now in a position where they have a worse buy. Flying, he's going to get 1. Oh, I'm going to know. Alongside Advent, taking 2 kills back, and now Destroyer. He almost has to frag out here. He needs at least 1.
Notice how Vici slows it down. They get 2 kills, right? Every other team we've seen so far in the PAL 2020, they would just start pouncing onto the bomb site. Look at how patient they are. Now they get, fine, 2 kills happen, but they immediately know where the final player is. This is kind of falling apart. The Almond's going to do a lot of work here, and Destroyer gets the kill in the end. But I still want to point out, despite Invictus winning that round, the patience on Vici, they get the opening kills, they slow down. They wait for the rotation to take place. They wait for a reaction from the CTs into just running to the bomb site where they might have leave a corner unchecked in all the chaos. And that's one thing I really want to appreciate from Vici. Yeah, they lost that round. That didn't really work out, but at least I appreciate how calm they are in some of these mid-round situations where most other teams just come swarming into the side the moment they get 1 or 2 kills.
Oh, that's a lot of damage done on towards Jam Young. You know, I'm quietly more confident in 11 rounds being posted for Vici, you know, of this falling away for them. I'm definitely in a position now where I can see Invictus coming back in the Mirage, whereas at a certain point over on Nuke, it just felt as soon as the first half was over, I'd never seen that comeback even being a possibility. But now here in Mirage, it's definitely open. Still unlikely, but so far so good in the second half for Invictus. Sergei, he's going to line them up, good double kill. Should be getting a third pretty shortly here as well. Advent right into the rifle. 7 rounds picked up for Invictus Gaming. Now we go into the next round. The gauntlet will hit the deck. It's going to be a buy coming in from Vici Gaming.
Here we go. The real test for Invictus. 11-4 coming to the second half. Invictus winning the pistol. Surviving the force buy and the eco. And for a moment there, I was like, where the hell is that position in Mirage? But okay. Wow, it's kind of weird how you don't even notice these little things on the periphery of the map. You're so busy looking at the crosshairs that kind of forget how pretty some of the maps are. A little bit of the small little Easter eggs perhaps left behind by the creators. But here we go. buy coming in from Vici. They've slowly crept up towards T-Ramp. Advin's going to be the guy. He's going to be playing the anti-flash, waiting for an aggressive push from Viva. That could be the play here. Flash going to pop. Viva comes in. Advin's waiting, and that's a free kill. Viva, why would you switch to your knife? Why would you do that? And Advin, he just immediately gets 2. Jam Young, waiting patiently, waiting for the flash from his teammate. Smoke's going to dissipate from Palace. And Almond now looking for the flank. Oh, I like this from Almond. If he catches the flank towards B... Actually, no. I think the player is towards short. There's no one towards B apps. If you can someone get the kill onto the player playing short, that's Oi. That's pretty much the round there. Snatched away by Vici. See how this one plays out. A flying and Xiao Sage on this A-bomb side. They're waiting patiently, waiting for play. Almond creeping up towards B apartments. Oi. It's all about timing. Both spot each other out. Almond. No, Oi's not aware. He didn't see him. How did he not see him?
I have no idea
how does he not see him?
how Oi has not made eye contact there. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. 30 seconds. Almond's position is huge. Oh, it's going to continue. And now it's just flying the last remaining player over here on this A-bomb site. He gets a headshot onto the first. Almond stopped peeking him, but anyway, Almond's going to take a 3K. What a round from Almond. Just up inside the apartments. Have no idea how he is not spotted by Oi. And now 12-7. Vici Gaming 4 away from victory.
There's no way he didn't see him. I'm sorry, just for harping on the same fact again and again. This is played so perfectly by Advent. Like, he knew they were going to be going for the aggro play. But I still am... I don't know. I really don't know how I didn't see that. Well played, though, from Vici. Again, like, how they tend to, like, you know, even if it's a 3v3 or 4v4, doesn't matter. Once you go through the initial skirmish, you slow things down and basically just, like, catch their opponents, you know, over-rotating, whatnot. Xiao Sage peeks on out. Og doing good work. Aggression from the CDs towards mid. And Oi actually walking up apps as well. And now, and he just... There's no need to over-aggress any further. Jam Young. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill. That's a kill. But Oi recovers in time. Finds 2. That is massive. Jam Young. He should have had that frag. But Oi survives by the skin of his teeth. He's got the bomb at his feet as well. And right now for Invictus, they've pretty much guaranteed the round. It's about trying to keep as many players alive as possible. Don't lose anymore. Oi and Xiao Sage. Oi's going to burn alive, so I say that. Almond now on a mission. And if you can clutch this one out, at least if you can do the damage, take away a couple more guns, you can keep the money very, very honest indeed for Invictus.
I feel like Invictus are definitely going to make a half out of this one at least, make it very, very close. Almond, oh, he's walking right into the waiting arms to destroy it. There we go. Yeah, rounds picked up. That's better from Invictus, more discipline, a little bit more confident as well. Oi getting involved, getting 2 kills there. 12-8 on the board, money gone for Vici, so this is likely a 9th round for Invictus being picked up. And who knows what they might be able to do off this opening in terms of an opportunity to get back into things. And well, they've gone for the AK, they've gone for the Khalil. It's a last-second force spy coming in from Vici.
Well. Diva. Not a big fan of this. He's got to stick around for a bit. Alright, he falls on back now. Deep nade being tossed in. Pickles zoking and Advent a little bit, but look at the pace being set now. They know there's a player on the side. Oi playing at the back though, as Xiao Sage is going to be found out. Oi, it's all on him. He's going to find one. Now position compromised. Rotation coming in. He needs to do more, but Jam Young strikes. And with that, he's going to get the bomb done in time. It's a question. Viva, does he peek? He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him, and the bomb gets planted. He could have prevented that from happening, but in the end, it's all an Advent in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2, but this should be impossible as the score is going to find him. Oh, gotta suck if you're Viva there. You could have prevented bomb from getting planted, could have prevented an extra bit of money, but at least you win the round, Dinko. You get to round number 9, just 3 rounds deficit.
Only behind by a few now. This game is once again completely open. Up for grabs. Not for a second. Things are going to spiral out of control. As you never really know which way these kind of rounds are going to go. Could definitely go either way, but now we get into this one. Vici, they're going to go for the investment. They have got the AKs, the Galils. It's not the best buy, but it's certainly one you can see Vici working with. Now Invictus, this is their prime opportunity to get 10 rounds. Money's going to be gone. It's not going to be looking good for Vici in the next round. Probably looking at things getting close to being tied up. So, yeah, this game is certainly on right now. Always getting confident. Through the apartments he goes again. This time, no one here to meet him. And so, a lot of control and information gathered for Invictus early on into the round.
I feel like at this point, Vici should have an inkling as to how Oi is playing his B apps and make off the timing on that. The timing on that. Is he expecting the second? No, he's not admin, but the quick trade. Early map control, mid control being rested here, and Zoking. He hasn't spotted Alman out. Alman has. He might be waiting for the flasher. He's going to be played as passively. Alman, Xiaosage has no idea Alman's pushing towards ladder room. And despite Destroyer getting the kill on the Kaze, that's so much information gleaned flying. Meanwhile, finding Jamyoung as well. Alman needs to make a play here. But he's still like so paranoid. He wants Xiaosage to walk in. He wants to guarantee he gets the kill. And Advin's nowhere nearby. In fact, he's going to be taken down by Destroyer. Is he going to get the kill though? No, he's not. Xiaosage is going to come on top. That's just unfortunate for Alman. He was there waiting so patiently, Dinko. In the end, it goes to show sometimes patience doesn't quite work out.
Well, this is definitely looking like, for the first time I feel in this series, Invictus coming into their own, getting confident, getting kills going their way. But it hasn't really been the case for the entire series so far, so nice to see. And now they have a good opportunity to try and move forward and continue this, because you go into this round and Vici don't have anything. So Invictus should be taking 11th round. I respect Vici going for the full eco here, and I hope they don't purchase like they did in the last second a little round ago. But I like them going for like the minimal investment. You know, a little bit of Kevlar, a Tech 9, Eagle, some players take Glocks. Because I like that they experimented with their economy a couple of rounds ago. They tried to go for these force buys, knowing that, okay, the CT's economy is probably on the ropes here. If we catch them out one of these force buy wins, we might be able just to win the game and close it out here. Obviously, there is a tiny bit of a risk, but they make the right decision here, I feel, in saving as much money as possible, instead of continuing down that. So I think they've realized now, we've had our opportunities to go for a couple of force buys. Now we just need to try and get the guns into our hands.
Yeah, and like you said about economy, Invictus's money isn't exactly that solidified yet. Yeah, that war chest up there is still a little barren. They have enough to eke out a pretty decent buy the next one, but the B-bomb side, here the hit coming in. And they've actually had pretty decent success on some of these force buys on B, so I'm actually surprised they haven't gone for more of the hit towards the B-bomb side. But Oi, Viva, and Xiaosage just shredding the ecoing players of Vici. Alman in the smoke, trying to be cheeky. He's gonna get another one. He's found a double, looking for another kill, but Viva's finally gonna put an end to him. But a bit of damage again dealt onto Invictus's money. A couple of players will have to buy back again. Almost at 28 kills and 12 deaths.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable on Mirage. So many impactful plays, so many big anchor holds on the CT side as well. He's been fantastic to watch. Very exciting. And I think we're starting to see a little bit more depth as well in Vici. This is what we like to see in this tournament. Some different individuals showing up. You know, Kaze is unbelievable. He's consistently good as well. It's good to see, you know, Jamyoung, Alman step it up.
For Invictus, I mean, this is you got to give credit where it's due, right? 11 to 12. It was 11-4 for Vici, and after that, Invictus have basically won 7 rounds, well, almost 7 rounds in a row. Of course, there was a 1 round which Vici won in between there. This has been a pretty impressive comeback from the side of Xiaosage and this man. Oh, that flash is brilliant though. Destroyer will have to fall back, but flying. They're holding the line. The double peak comes in, but Destroyer with a quick trip. Oh, that is sick! That is pure filth from Destroyer. Bomb down on his feet as well. And now he knows, well, he should have an inkling as to at least where one of the players is for Vici. And just like that, they get shut down, smacked down into the ground, Dinko. Just 2 players remain. And Invictus, 2 kills remain before they're able to tie this up 12-all.
Yeah, the CT half has been much more confident, much more convincing. Across the board from Invictus, Destroyer. has got Viva to assist him, and it's cleaned up. 4 players staying alive for Invictus Gaming. And Vici, we need another pause here, I think. This has to be a pause coming up, because they have been struggling. None of these gun rounds have been good. They have had these force buys, they've went amid the risky plays, but none of them paying off. And then as soon as they get the rifles in play, they just get dealt this. Flying aggressive in towards ramp. Destroyer somehow getting a double. Just unbelievable stuff coming in from Invictus. And now we stand 12-12, 4 away from victory for both sides. An investment from Vici. This is the turning point of this game. This is such an important round coming right up.
And the crazy thing is, 24 rounds played, and Flying has just 11 kills. He has been extremely quiet this entire series, but everyone else stepping up for the side of Invictus. Flying though, he opens it up this time around. Viva with the second kill. No trade coming in yet for Viva. And right now, this kind of smells like desperation. Look at them just pushing up here, getting smoked off. Great utility usage by the side of Invictus, keeping them at bay, not really over-aggressing, not really going for more fights. I say that, but Viva walks on out. It's going to give Almond a free kill. Position compromise is going to fall on back, ensuring the trade doesn't take place. Kaze snuck his way down towards Shadow, and Advin's push up towards Sandwich. So this is something that can still work with Advin, just running on out, taking the fight, doesn't spot anyone close by. Problem here, Dinko, not a single bit of utility remaining for the Vici players in this 4v3.
And they can't get rid of Destroyer. You can just sit back in CT. They'd love a smoke or a Molotov to get rid of him. Also the connector to worry about with a man down. This is not looking good. That's all for Vici, but they will get the bomb planted, and the shot lands, but it's not death. Kaze gets away with it, and now there's a chance for Vici, but Almond, unbelievable, but he tries to get aggressive and goes down, and now Advent stepping up in his stead. It's 1 kill on the Khalil, but the wrap-up is there. It's Invictus with 13 rounds. They take the lead. Vici getting the bomb plant, getting 2 kills. We'll see where that leaves their money. And it's in a good spot right now, but Invictus, they are now into the lead blend, 3 away from sending us to map number 3.
Well, I didn't think it was going to happen, but here we have it. Vici Gaming. A dominant nuke. A dominant first half of the second map, and then it's just all gone wrong. Invictus Gaming waking up, especially Destroyer, Viva. 2 players we have pointed out, Dinko.
Yeah.
That, they have been struggling a little bit, but it seems like Mirage is their map.
It is indeed. And well, Oi, he's got the worst job in the world. He's the B bomb site anchor. He's done a decent enough job here time and time again, but Viva aggression is the name of the game. A double kill, taking down 2 players in the underpass. He'll look for more as the AK is collected. It's a gun game for Viva. How is this guy still alive? He's still kicking. He's going back for more. He's just taking fights everywhere. A 1 versus 2 battle inside the middle, and he's going to find a kill. Of course he is.
That was a buy round.
Yeah, he takes down Kaze, and that was a buy from Vici.
Was it? It looked like an eco mop-up if you ask me. That was insane.
26 kills, 17 deaths, and 5 assists. Unbelievable. Viva is just so aggressive. He's been pushing that connector smoke every round. Every single round without fail. He's been down middle through that smoke.
He does kind of like, I mean, that's the way he likes playing, right? He's kind of like a slightly lesser skilled somebody, where he's just hyper aggressive, in your face, a little bit one-dimensional at times because of that, and most of the times when it doesn't work out, he just gets completely utterly wrecked by the opposition. But when it works out, he can have those rounds. He can have those 4K rounds. How many clutches did we see from him? We got that 1v4 in Nuke. We saw that 2v4 on the pistol round, I believe it was, where he basically got 4 headshots coming in from behind. And of course, have a round like that against a full blind nonetheless. He's not exactly kind of like, a stable player like a Flying, or maybe even a Xiao Sage can be. But it's more like an explosive guy. A guy is going to change the entire complexion of a round and single-handedly kind of like turn an entire game on its head. But here we go. Pistols out again for Vici. They've been having no luck at all, and the A-bombs are again going to be the site where it's going to be seeing the action. And this time, Viva, I told you, Dingo. Sometimes it's beautiful, and sometimes it just falls flat, and that is a round it falls flat. Viva giving them a free gun. And also some great entries coming in through the smoke by the T's, but the nade is a little bit of damage, and there's a big chance for Xiaosage to clean this one up. He finds two, and it's down to Kazi and Advent versus Xiaosage and Oi on his post plant.
Well, Xiaosage, Kaze going down. That's just Advent with a P250. Surely no way in which he wins this. He's been an absolute nuisance at the moment, though, keeping them both off of the bomb. And now I go back into the right side. Xiaosage, he's just covering off his teammate. He tries to swing, but Advent goes down. 15-12. Invictus could be winning this. And almost likely at this point, it has to be flawless. It has to be overtime for Vici.
Now it's all gone wrong for Vici. And so this is what I'm talking about for Viva, right? When it pushes in and it works out, it's just amazing. Like, what an absolute genius. It's like Stewie 2K. He's like the Asian. He's like the Chinese Stewie 2K. And when it doesn't work out, you're like, yep, they had pistols, they had Tech 9s. They knew their money wasn't great. They just go peeking and dry through the smoke. For what? Like, for what? They're actually... I feel like Invictus got very lucky that that rifle didn't get involved. Or rather, the rifle player died very, very early there. Or else it could have been very messy. But yeah, they get a map point. 3 map points. You just need 1 round here to take it to map number 3, which I do believe is going to be an Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno should be a fun one. I actually want to see Inferno because when you see these two teams on it, Inferno could deliver it. You get to see a clash of styles. I think Invictus have a few weaknesses when we talk about their CT side. The same could be said for Vici though in their opening matchup at least. So yeah, the Inferno could be a real barn burner. One of the maps that it's kind of hard to call. Although I would slightly edge it to Vici, depending on how this one ends here, then obviously Invictus will feel quite confident, all that momentum going their way, especially because we have such a quick turnaround in terms of maps. There's none of this waiting around for 20 minutes in between maps, so a little momentum is certainly going to come through. And now Oi in the apartments, he will take down Jam Young. Another push coming through. Xiaosage holding on. He's finally dealt with another reply. It needs to come through here from Viva. He has rotated over. He's trying to plug the hole here on the B-bomb site, but he's going to go down. And finally, this Kupia round picked up for Vici. They can't remember what victory tastes like. They have lost so many rounds in a row. And now Flying and Destroyer. Well, back into the 2 versus 3. To quote Johnny Cash, an old familiar sting.
I like the code. That's a good one. Alvin has a nade out. Okay. They know exactly where the 2 CDs are coming in from. Almond faces, taken down, but soaking with a quick trade. And they know there's no time remaining. The Destroyer's just gonna get the hell out of dodge, and that should be the round. So,
okay, that's quite good because look at the economy right now. At least Kaze stays alive. Yeah, if they'd lost the AWP, that's the one issue. Luckily, Kaze stays alive, and there's a lot of money left over for the rest.
they're losing with Almond dropping over 30 kills. I mean, not over, but he's dropped 30 kills right now, but they're still like losing 15-13.
Yeah.
That's a second round for Vici after an 11-4 half. That's how ludicrous the second half has been. And again, taking nothing away from Invictus, they have shown a lot of tenacity to bring it back all the way to 15, 13. 2 more rounds. They still have the money, Dinko. And even if they lose this, they still have more money to buy. So even if they lose this round, they're going to keep buying for the remainder of regulation if needs be. For Vici, it's somewhat trying to break this defense. They tried B, it worked on out, and this time it looks like the A bomb side is going to be their target again. There's going to be a little bit of contact play, but Flying sends Jamyoung flying off his feet. Does a bit of damage. Incendiary to keep Advent at bay as well, and Advent doesn't quite burn alive, but takes a little bit of damage. But with that rotation getting called out to see a lot of members, all the CDs pouring in, they just completely relinquished B. And this could be a slaughter once a retake takes place. They do have a little bit of extra utility for the T's to deploy. They have the one smoke, a Molotov. Xiaosage through the smoke finds Advent. Bomb won't get planted. It's a 5v3, heavily favoring Invictus.
Well, this looks like it is done. Alman comes off the bomb, but Flying is there available to take him down in a second as well. Flying 19-23, not the kind of performance we expect from him, but the rest of his team delivering. Viva in particular, man, this guy is incredible. Really shows up here on Mirage. The aggression was unbelievable to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Viva can keep this up going into the next map. So Jason and Mitch, are you excited for another one? You love all the maps, so we've got more. Keeps coming.
We figured you guys wanted a little bit more after the one-sided game we had on Nuke. That was honestly a ridiculous game. I mean, again, we talked about like certain individual players, Kaze, Jam Young, like really standing out. No one ever mentioned Almond. No one ever like thought like, hey, he's gonna be a player that's gonna carry through this game. 30 kills, like this man put up some insane numbers. He kind of struggled towards the end of the T-half to really continue that momentum. But I think he almost single-handedly like got them the 13 rounds and ended up getting. He was a big pivotal point to get him that far. And I kind of wonder when you're up, 11-4. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of 11-4s over the course of PAL 2020. You should have the game, in your hands. But for Invictus to kind of pull it back together to really grind that game out, you have to give them credit.
Yeah, I think you saw consistently when they ran towards the B site, they ran into Alman, an absolute brick wall holding down. And he was fast on the rotates, finding himself a lot of damage across the map. And I think it's a really exciting thing to see the level of depth, but at the same time, it's sort of a bad sign when Alman is the one dropping 30 kills and you end up losing out the map. Invictus with the strongest CT side, I think, that we've seen so far, especially for a team that comes in evenly matched. If this was Vici versus someone like Mazalai and they pulled out that kind of CT, I wouldn't be too surprised. I don't think anyone would bat an eyelid. But in this kind of instance, especially considering how that first map went, this is almost unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to add to that, right? Almond dropping 30 kills. I keep harping on the fact that all you need is Kaze, Jam Young, and either Almond and Zoking have an okay game. Almond had an incredible game. 30 kills, Kaze 20, Advent, I think he hit 20 kills. But Advent's actually outfragging both Jam Young and Zoking and yet you're losing with an 11-4 lead. Yeah, credit to Invictus, but at the same time, Vici, I think somewhere they kind of dropped the ball. And, well, here we go. Map number 3 coming up because of that.
Yeah, moving on to the third map, Inferno is going to be a bloodbath, I think, between these two teams. You've seen Vici show absolute dominance within the first map and the first half of the second, but they do crumble. So that has opened things up completely heading into this next one.
I am a little bit worried. I don't know why I do, but when it comes to Vici and Inferno, like just watching their initial game when they're putting up against Bren, like the one-man holds towards CT spawn on the B site just really kind of confused me. And there was a lot of holes within like their defense, but I imagine they're going to tighten, quite a bit of this up. You can see Viva, another big player we haven't seen stand out too much here for Invictus. Destroyer, he had a very rough first map. Nice to see him in particular be able to bounce back, and you even saw like that aggressive play towards A ramp, the second little quick flick that he pulled off to get the 2 kills, to get the bomb down, and to get them another round on the board. He only got 7 kills total on Nuke. Like that's how big of a turnaround it was for him. Obviously, the map didn't last as long as this one. But still, I mean, to have that kind of player who can just need to switch it back on, not let themselves get their own heads after such a devastating loss, it's good to see for Invictus. And I have hopes that they still could take this series, even though I think I put Vici up 2-1.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive to see. I think the thing that blew me away the furthest was the fact that you've actually got Flying not turning up on the level that we've seen him, as we said, 62 kills in 2 maps versus Tyloo, and here they are versus Vici. I think this goes to even further prove the point we were making on the previous map that, yes, he is a solid player. He's got that individual skill, but he's just not used to playing against structured teams that are ready for you to try to make those plays, that are countering that sort of individual prowess. And something Invictus I thought would struggle massively with after that first half. I was convinced that was it. They were out of it. I mean, they won the pistol, walked away with 4 rounds, and yet you see them bounce back on the CT side, where I think it's a little bit easier to approach from a new angle in a way. Like if you consider Invictus generally as a very loose team, when they try to have a strict T side, that's very difficult to manage on the fly. But when you go to the defensive side, I think it's much easier to communicate to players, hey, let's pull back a little bit. You can command the aggression one at a time. It's sort of easier to micromanage.
Well, let's take a look at our MVP of that map. And I mean, there's obviously a lot of names. We could throw it out in there. It's going to be Viva. So coming through big when they needed it. 26 kills, 8 multi-kill rounds, 4 openings. The ADR, only 87, but hey, it was enough to close it out. And, I don't know what it was necessarily about that map, but he's not necessarily a player. I mean, he has stood out a couple times, but to see, Flying still kind of struggle here, it's good to have another player be able to stand out. I mean, Zhao Sage, we've seen him do it before. We saw Destroyer do it. I don't think we've seen Oi do it too often, but Invictus are showing like they have a bigger depth to them here, Bleh.
Yeah, especially with Viva. Look, here's the thing. Coming to this event, I've seen the way he can approach a round or a fight, and I really like the way he takes some of his fights, right? And if you look at the scenarios where he got the big rounds, Nuke 1v4 again, kind of fed to him by Vici. We saw that 4K he had as well against a full bar. I love the aggression from him, but needs to temper it a little bit more. I feel like if he approaches a few of his rounds with a little bit of restraint, he could be the next Flying. He could be even better than Flying. I feel individually he's more gifted, but he needs to stop throwing his life away unnecessarily. It's a very simple concept. It's not hard to really wrap your head around, but for some reason players like this, they kind of live or die with that, hyper aggro in your face playstyle. And if he can restrain himself a little bit more, I feel like he could be kind of like the missing link that Invictus need.
Well, I know what Mitch would say. He would probably get into their team house and force them to play poker throughout the night to obviously, learn a little bit about that. We're going to be heading to a break yet again here while we get things set up for a final map of the day. It's Inferno. It's Invictus gaming up against Vici game. We're going to find out, well, within the next hour, who will be the victor, who will take home the victory, and who unfortunately will have to look forward to the next game with the big L added to their tally board. We'll see you soon.
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强 ，A2 楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2 楼总有出乎意料的故事上演 ，Nifty 就曾端着大局开镜远眺，精准爆头。 离开 A2 楼，来到 A 大坑， 在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。A 连接和书房作为重要的 CT 回防通道，来往的人群也是络绎不绝。2018年伦敦 Major，XCC 头顶烟破坏了风连接的烟位。 随后依靠个人实力，围绕书房和连接游刃有余，拿到5杀。
No, he isn't. Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting from Xcura.
而香蕉道就更是著名的网红打卡点了。Shokes 自信驾驭。
Changing things up. They're gonna flash their way through the smoke, and now it's gonna come down to Shoxy. He's gonna get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth. Shoxy is a god. The ace. What did we just witness? Furnace Pro get a flip.
地铁通道口 Happy B 的杀鹰灭队。 这些精彩操作都给玩家留下了深刻印象。期待本次比赛中，亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜哦。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get PAL 2020 underway, the 6th day, I believe, here. We've had so many days, they're all blending into one blur, but we're here on the final map of the day nonetheless. We went the distance, and again, it's Vici taking on Invictus, the Battle of China number 3 and number 2, and well, it's time to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's been Vici all the way, to be very honest. Like at least till the first half, till the second half of map number 2, and felt like we're all gonna be wrong for a moment. All of us are like, it's gonna be a close series, it's gonna be a 3-mapper. You know, Vici's still gonna take it, but it's been a very, very convincing CD side from Invictus, showing that they're not gonna take the line down. Heading into Inferno, this is pretty much the same scoreline we saw in the previous game when they had I think it was a Pro League's lower bracket finals where Vici beat them 2-1. First map was Nuke, which Vici won in overtime. Mirage was 16-14, again a very close scoreline for Invictus. And in Inferno, Vici just ran away with it, just steamrolled Invictus. Hopefully, this could be a chance for Invictus to kind of get their vengeance. They've already beaten Tyloo 2-1. If they pull it off against Vici, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, you beat the 2 top teams in Asia. Are you really number 3 or are you number 1 at this point?
Well, who knows? I mean, I think it's tournament basis. I think obviously you have to find more head-to-heads between the teams to really see where the consistency's at, because that really is where the best teams are made, is whether or not you can keep it up over a long period of time. And now we find ourselves Vici on the CT side, Invictus starting on the T side, or it's a knife round actually, so we'll get to decide that in a little bit. Well, I always forget. And the knife round coming in the third map. So really, I actually want to talk about this because for me, both of these teams look much better on the T side than they do over on that CT side.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I feel like which is weird, right? Which is weird when it comes to Vici. I think Vici would be the only outlier here. I love their banana hold, and I hope they put up a show here. Hopefully, you know, even might actually impress you, Nico. Like, I'd really enjoy how they use the utility, not just control banana, but just like bombard them. And they always have this approach to B where they make it very hard to take, and start playing mind games with you, where the T's just basically give up banana for the longest time, and then by the time they try and retake banana, Vici just they strike the right moment to re-aggress out and catch them off guard. So I'm looking to see how they set up the CD side banana, but yeah, I do agree with you. Overall, I feel like almost all the other Asian teams struggle in CD side of Inferno, which is so strange when you think about it. I mean, look at how Inferno's played or has played out for the rest of the world. It is kind of a little topsy-turvy, but here we go. Invictus on the CD side of the deciding map here between Vici. Vici, right now, undefeated, and the only team undefeated if you don't count the loss they had against Tyloo. And if you ask me, I'd expect them to go almost flawless this entire event, apart from Tyloo.
Yeah, I expect that as well. I think I was talking about that pre-game, the fact that the consistency there from Vici, I think they definitely should be beating everybody else. Invictus could be another thorn in their side. obviously it is a bit of a rivalry being a domestic matchup, and what Viva looking to try and hold on. The itchy grenade going around the corner. It's going to land on top of Advent and drops him to 2 HP, but he's still alive and will get the bomb plant. Outside Gay getting rid of Jam Young. King coming back in as well, delivers death to Viva. And now 4 versus 4. Advent gets to the far back of the bomb site. Oi trying to get the flank on in towards Banana, but he's been spotted, tagged up. And now the kills, well, they ran on in. 3 versus 4, man advantage for the T side. And well, it's followed up. Kaze with the kill. Finally, Advent's going to go down. And Bunnick's just flying. He's stuck and he will go down as well. It's Vici with the pistol pickup. 1-0.
Lovely round there from Almond and Zoking, doubles for the 2 players, and yeah, Vici again off to a pretty good start. They've always had a good start in all the 3 maps I've seen so far, except second half of Mirages, everything went very wrong indeed. But good take, good Zoking holding up close there, and of course I like the way they just like peek together. The comms are always in point. Zoking faces, and then Kazi's at peaks on out at the same time. And of course, Almond doing great job towards Banana, keeping the rest of the CTs at bay. On the retake, full spike coming in for Invictus. The Deagles, once more. 5 Deagles, quite a bit of utility as well. And Xiaosagi looking to take the fight. Shot's going to ring on, not really finding its mark though. These rifles could be a problem. Nate's going to be tossed in a little too deep. Zoking. How is Xiaosagi still alive? I don't even understand. He's going to make his escape as well. 45 HP. And if you look at Vici, they've taken way more damage.
Oh, well, Jam Young gets rid of Destroyer. Now a 2-man advantage for Vici as they cut through as a bomb site defense. There's 3 players on the other end of the map. It's going to be a round win for Vici. 2-0 up. It's good that they get those 2 kills on the Mac 10 as well. You know, they get that money in the bank. They had a huge investment in terms of bringing the rifles, the AKs, into the second round. But they wanted to ensure that they win this. They want to get off to the best of starts on their T side right now.
Well, I like that. I like that from Vici. You know, they play these anti-ecos so much better than many of the other teams. Like, they have the player walking the flank, just basic stuff. They know when to rotate back out. They don't overcommit with some of the fights they take. Even though you know your opponents are in pistol, you don't want to just like continue holding W and going for those kills. You want to like kind of recompose yourselves and like wonder, all right, you got 2 players over there, maybe 3. They would have definitely maybe drawn the rotation over there towards the B bomb site. And once Jamyang catches the flank, that's a round right there. Don't lose any single player. For Invictus though, they do save the 3 Deagles, so still quite deadly. We've seen this so many times, Dinko, where Invictus have been so deadly with their 4 spies, but against Vici, it hasn't happened yet so far. I think that's definitely a first for Invictus.
Yeah, I think they've come close. I remember on Nuke they had that one round where Oi popped off, but other than that, yeah, they haven't really been able to do it. And I think it is probably the first game we've seen where they haven't been able to win off the back of Eagles at least once across the entire series. And we're here in the 3rd map. So I think that's a real good testament to this system of Vici. And well, Xiaosage, he gets 1 kill on the Deagle. Wow, we just ruined this. It's Xiaosage looking for more, but he will eventually go down. So King able to trade back, and now they push up in towards the B bomb site. They're gonna have the utility at the ready. They haven't fully committed here on towards the site either, so at the moment, Vici are just sitting back. And the A bomb site is open. As the full rotation comes through from Invictus, Vici have made the right call. Instead of fully committing in towards that B bomb site where there could potentially be a stack, a full rotated setup, then instead they go back over towards A and try and figure out what's going on over here. I love this from Vici.
It's a breath of fresh air, isn't it? Like, yeah, they lost Mirage after having been 11-4 up, but apart from that, the counter-strike from Vici has been nothing too wild. Yeah, you've had the individual moments from players like Almond and Kaze, but it's all been off the back of solid fundamentals. And that's one thing I really enjoy. And if you speak to Elfish Guy and Pilly, you know, from down under from Australia, who do a lot of the coverage of the Asian Oceanic region as well, one thing that they always, like, they want Vici to win so badly. They want Vici to be the team that represents Asia so badly because of how you know, how much joy they get from watching the clean CS that Vici plays. But Tyloo always just keeps stashing their hopes into the ground. And I gotta say, at one point, it just, you stop looking at the logic. Why does this team struggle so badly against Tyloo, a team who we've seen they can bleed? They've lost to Invictus very recently. They lost to Tiger in the previous RMR. They can bleed. Tyloo are not an unbeatable team, even in Asia. But for some reason, Vici just completely choke when it comes off to, you know, facing against the somebody and his merry men.
I think it just comes down to lack of self-confidence, it seems, when going up against them. Because for me, honestly, they looked so passive when we were watching that game. Jam Young wasn't going for the plays you'd expect from him. I think the only player really doing anything was Kaze. Even then, it wasn't a whole lot. So it's a bit unfortunate to see, but we'll see if they can fix that as we go deeper into the tournament. Viva, okay, that's a little wild. He's diving straight into Banana. He is going to go down, and luckily his teammate Shalsake getting a double. How's that happen? And that was just Kaze, the last remaining player, and the round's virtually just begun.
I blinked and I missed it. Okay.
That's just straight up fights in Banana. I mean, Viva just dives on in like a crazy man. Dies, of course, but it's Shalsake who gets the triple kill. And now Kaze looking for the 1v3. Oh, he had plenty of time. Unfortunately, Flying's just kind of hiding around the bomb site. Well, that's unfortunate for Kaze. Committed to the plant immediately. And that is going to cost him. 3-1, Invictus Gaming. And he will get there first on the board. And here it is from Shalsake's position. He's going to take himself 3 kills in this spot. Really beautiful stuff. A little lucky in that third kill, but nonetheless, still good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. Yeah, I think they'll take whatever they can get. And there we go. First buy round. We lose a number of players, so they need to approach the following couple of rounds a little bit more carefully. I want to get reset immediately. Only damage being dealt to a Shalsake and Viva. A little bit of nade damage there, but return fire from the CT is good spam damage on the Zoking, especially, and 52 HP. Advent down to 81, so a little bit of initial exchange of some tough love. And here comes Explode. This is much faster, but Destroyer, what? Did he get the shot before the smoke bloom? Because that's just filth. Still holding the line. He slowed them down. And Advent is Zoking, just waiting it out, waiting for the aggression. They think with a pistol, they're probably like, alright, if he has a deagle, he can probably win the deal, and Zoking's gonna be out in the open, but not expecting the MP9 was he. Quick trades, all of them going the way of Invictus, leaving it all in Kazi again. But this time, it's a 1v4. The bombs again drop, well, pretty much in almost a very similar position, this time towards Boiler instead of top and mid. And Invictus a couple of very good rounds back to back, and Kazi just might have to hold on to his AK-47 here.
Well, chilling up in the T-apps. There's a radio, there's a sofa. It's actually a computer around the corner you can play 1.6 on. Everything you could possibly want.
Counter-terrorists win.
So it's got a kitchen around the corner. It's not too bad.
A little radio as well.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Slicing chicken. Is that what it says?
Which mouse do they have? Wait, do they even have a... Singing Chicken. Singing Chicken. That's the name of the brand. Do they have a mouse? I don't see a mouse. Huh.
Well,
okay.
They don't need one. They aim with their eyeballs, Blatt.
Oh, that's... Oh, I feel bad for Almond. The timing by Destroyer. Singing Chicken.
Yum.
I'd be disturbed eating a chicken that's singing. Like, imagine you're about to eat a chicken and it starts singing Song of Death or whatever it sings. Oh, the timing, that is just miserable for Shalsake. Spam from Almond, the bullets keeping Viva at bay. Doesn't want to cross on over, still sticking on around, waiting for backup to arrive. And the smokes are keeping the T's at bay, but they're going to be going for the boost here. Return boost of their own. Viva expecting this. And Zoking just waiting patiently. They're not overstepping. Destroyer has a flashbang. primed and ready. And he's going to pop the second the smoke dissipates. The flashbang's going to pop on out, but 3 players waiting. Destroyer's going to fall as well. There we go, Zoking. 2 quick kills. That's a bomb site gone, and that's a round gone as well. Vici going to get 4 rounds here. Some good openings, and again, good patience waiting for Invictus to go for a play. And you can't really blame Invictus. They wanted to, put a stop to it. They threw the flashbang, they did Destroyer, but it didn't blind anyone. Not a single player for Vici got blinded with that flashbang.
Well, flying on the bicycle. It's a good spot to save in. That's all they'll be doing. Yeah, I've had a lot of these rounds now, Blair, where it's just been sitting back and trying to carry over what you've got left. Now Young comes out of the apartments. He will find a headshot at least. That gets rid of flying. And now Oi. Well, if they're going to take anything into this next round, he has to stay alive. Looks like he will be able to do so. And the round for Vici. Another good round as well. Immediately forcing the save call from Invictus. Now we take a look at what Invictus have got in their back pocket. They have got enough to purchase up. They will have a weakness in terms of Destroyer, but the rest should have good enough rifles in play. But if Vici win this round, then that's the money gone for Invictus, and Vici right back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's something they don't want to happen, right? They won 2 rounds back to back. Well, I mean, it did happen to Alban earlier to destroy his Deagle, so I guess it's kind of fair in some weird, twisted way. It's still quite disgusting. As Invictus, with that kill, they will have to keep the 2 players towards B. Destroyer pushed up quite deep towards the bottom of Banana. He's got Shaosaki behind him as well with the smoke of his own. So they have some utility to work with to the couple of players, but the play is going to be fast. Destroyer needs to find another kill, but the trade comes in very quickly indeed. Kazi down to 25 HP though. So despite a trade taking place, man advantage still with the T's. Now what do they do with this? They're slowly creeping back towards top of mid. We have Alban rattling a few bullets towards B, keeping 1 player over there. That is, of course, Mr. Shaosage. Hit coming in towards A. They're not wasting any time. Flying gets spotted out. Admin knows where he is. He knows where both the players are. He's done his job. If he gets a kill, it could be good enough, but he won't get the frag. At least information gleaned. But him getting taken down, that's a problem, because he had the bomb, Dinko. Big brain Admin forgot that he had the bomb and went just to take the duel with the player towards pit. That's a brain fart. It's a big brain fart.
Well, Alban takes down Shaosage, and now 3 versus 2. Now Flying just sits back in the pit with the bomb in front of him. He nearly catches the timing there. Flash up. Flying just sits back, but it's Oi that takes the headshot. Jam Young now pushing forward. Flying the lash emitting player, and 2 players trying to come over the top of him. Oh, he's going to turn it into 1 versus 1s, but Jam Young gets rid of Flying. It's a round picked up for Vici again. Alban is the MVP. But Vici, well, that's an important round for them to win. I'll take a look at what Invictus have. It's another one of those rounds they're going to have to pick up a couple of Deagles and not much else.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can really... There's not much you can really do about that. Money completely crushed. That did come under wire. I'm still wondering why Admin just run on in. He spotted both the players, it's fair, but... Had the bomb, you have such a big advantage. That was just not worth the risk, and almost kind of threw the round away. But there we go, Vici 5-2. Pistols out again for Invictus.
Well, Zoking, good start. Flying to be picked off. Destroyer swings into the open, attempting a follow-up kill on the Deagle. Of course, a difficult scenario that only ends in death for him. So again, this is the perfect time, but Kaze, he's aware. He turns around, he's not going to be caught out by that. And now it's Viva charging through with the USP, and Zoking at the ready to decapitate him. And another round where Vici deal with a pistol as well. 6-2 on the board. This is much... Oh no, they're disappearing.
No!
It's like Infinity War. Thanos has snapped his fingers.
Oh no. You hate to see it, Dinko. Reach the end of the day. It's a final map of a decider. We're excited about it. We're seeing which team's gonna come out on top. And then they decide to leave the server.
They just disappear without a trace, and well, hopefully they return.
You know who's kind of disappeared without a trace in this game so far? Viva.
Yeah.
This map at least. Zero kills.
Yeah. We
Well,
have got some PC drops for the Vici players. That's not good.
Yeah, especially the 2 stars, Jamyang and Kaze. All right. Hopefully it'll come back real quickly here. But yeah, I mean, so far on this map, it just seems like Vici just looks much better than Invictus. I won't lie. Like, yeah, we had a couple of rounds where they got just wiped out top of mid and it got picked apart the immediate preceding round. But apart from that, the decision making, especially with Vici, has been really, really solid. And no matter what Invictus does, like be it aggressing down banana, being holding like a couple of players setting with crossfire towards apps, they're just like making the right decisions almost every single time. And despite a couple of mishaps here and there, like Admin running in, dropping the bomb, they're just so much more methodical in the way they approach these sites, where basically Invictus, yeah, they get a kill, but a trade basically never happens. And at least in Inferno, Dinko, if we see a similar T-side from Vici as what we saw in Mirage, I don't see Invictus bringing this one back. I won't lie, because CD side Inferno is different. It's a very different beast altogether than CD side Mirage, for example.
Yeah, it's very difficult to bring it back because it's so even, I feel like. It's a very balanced map in that respect. And you're not going to see one team, well, hopefully, and again, I do definitely preface that with hopefully, that one team was going to drop off significantly from one half to the other, especially coming in from the T side or the CT side. Generally, you don't see a huge drop off in that respect. So, yeah, this is kind of scary if Invictus let a few more rounds slide here, because Vici should be going up to 7. Then we can see a buy come in from Invictus again. But it seems with Destroyer buying it for mass, we're probably going to see the full buy actually across the board now. So, yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be a do or die time for Invictus, really. They lose this one, their money is going to be gone down to the eco. And Vici probably steamrolling ahead.
Yeah, do or die round. Huh, okay, no... Is Oi going to drop an op towards Destroyer? That is the question. He can be useful. He can have his moments, but right now, Invictus... There we go, restore coming in. Everyone's back in the server! Alright, that was quick, Dinko.
That was. In comparison to a lot of other issues that we have had in the past, I think Mitch and Jason got probably the longest one over there. But yeah, that's very quick. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully we have no more issues as we can get back underway here. Vici with the 4 AK-47s and MAC-10 for Jamyang. Over for Invictus, they've managed to get a real solid buy across the board. Viva with the AWP in his hands, yet to get a kill. So keep an eye on this guy.
It's a classic matchmaking. I'm not getting any kills. I'm going to buy an AWP right now. I'm going to get... Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, the debate coming out from Almond. Doesn't peek, doesn't face. Beaver just waited in the flames. His toes getting scorched. And he's like, he's going to peek now. He's going to peek now. He's going to... Oh, it's hurting too much. I got to get out of there. 17 HP. He will make his escape. But... a lot of damage being dealt by Vici, and they're going to be heading straight into this B-bomb. To the explode comes out, Jamyang leading the side. Oh no! They're blind! He's so blinded by his own teammate's flash. The Destroyer is able to turn him around and get a kill when he's alone and he's trapped between Advent and his teammate. And with that, it's a 2v2.
Well, my feed is frozen, bless, so...
Well, it's not just mine, so I'm happy about that. Oh, we're back.
We are indeed. Well, just okay. Smoked off. A little bit of a gap to play with on the left side. He's going to get an opportunity just yet. Molotov down into mini pit. They'll be holding for the player exiting, but there's no one there. At least that's information gathered. Advent holding on inside the side. They're not looking at him. His teammate's distracted long enough, but now it's a 1 versus 1 up against Xiao Sake. And of course, the battle of the in-game leader goes in favor of Advent.
4 kills for Advent there, with a 1v2 in the end. He can frag, Dinko. Well, he can at least frag better than Viva right now in the server. And Oi. More kills than Oi and Viva put together.
Not the most
from Mr.
difficult task.
At the moment. Oh. Even though we keep harping on like an admin not really being the big in-game big fragger, and he's not. He's not. He has a few games here and there, but he's really not a player you rely on to consistently, you know. Forget top frag. He's never going to top frag in his team. But he's, you know, even being in the middle of the pack, so to speak. But I won't lie. So far in the games we've seen from Vici in the PAL 2020, he has been pretty solid. He's been pretty reliable in getting some of these kills, getting the openings, getting the trades. You know, working alongside Zokane. Even kind of sometimes being the bait for Zokane. You know, he just runs on in, he gets taken down, and Zokane gets the immediate trade. Nice flash there from Advent, enabling Kaze to get the kill. And it's all in flying, all alone, nothing can do. You just pounce on him, and Vici 8-2. This is, it's kind of slipped away from the fingers, Dinko. When it was 3-2, I felt like Invictus had a chance to kind of like make things a little bit more closer. But 8-2 T-side Inferno. That's rough.
This is the Vici we've seen on Nuke, that's for sure. And on the first half of Mirage as well. It's quite good that they've kind of mentally reset coming into this though. They have been able to immediately get off to a good start and continue it. There have been rounds where that looks tested, but for the most part have been able to clutch out when needed. Now they've won the half. Money available, obviously the loss bonus is just going to keep piling up here for Invictus, but they haven't shown us they can win off the back of rifles in quite some time, so they have to change that. And in comes the drone, and today presents us with Viva.
The utility file.
One assist.
Well, at least he's used a few grenades.
Yeah, at least he's doing something.
We are feeling a little ruthless today, aren't we?
Here we are. I mean, it's the last game of the day. I mean, double op setup. Let's see. This is where Viva can maybe do something right now. He's going to get up on top of the sandbags. It looks down in towards Banana. Molotov in the close corner. Comes down to can he get this shot going. Loves the aggression. There's two players here, one in the coffins. It's almost, one and done here at this point. One kill, good flashbang, gets away. That's good stuff. He needs to be quick, and now he flees the scene. Viva with the first on the board. He's going to go back inside the site. And that's a good man advantage picked up. That's what you want to see from Viva. We've seen it on Mirage. He's lighting up the scoreboard.
Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the moment that Viva finally wakes up. He's sunk his teeth in. He's had his taste of blood. Now looking for more. Dual up setup, mind you. A little bit of a switch up coming out from the T's here. Nice pacing. Nice spacing on the flashbangs. Oh, Viva, he should have hit that. And he's going to stick on a run. Destroyer's going to get a kill in the meantime towards Jam Young. And what is Viva? Oh, what is that? What in God's name is that from Viva? That was a sick flick, but what a play. And with that, it's a 2v4. He's done his job. There's not much more you can ask of the man. And it's all on Advent in a 1v4. He finds just one constellation frag, and Invictus, they finally get a third round on board. But what a round from Viva. Unnecessary aggression in that second kill of his, but hey, at least it's fun to look at.
Yeah, it was brilliant stuff. That's we called out, him not really getting involved just yet, and as soon as we call him out, there we go. Delivers what we expect. 8-3 on the board. Finally, Invictus get a gun round win under their belt. It's all about finding more of these, though. They can't afford to just drop off immediately after one picked up. Their economy will go right back to the bin. Vici likely to storm ahead, and now the utility being used up in Banana. Viva is going to be under pressure. More so as Sharksake, though. He's going to be caught out of position. The Molotov forces him into the open, and Advent just chases after him. Viva now trying to position on the B-bomb side, but Vici have left Banana. They have gone back over towards middle. You have one prong to the approach up in the apartments, and as Destroyer rotates over, there's currently 2 ops on that B-bomb site, and only 2 players waiting on the A side itself. Oh no. starting to see a lot of issues right now. Zoking getting rid of flying. Now the push coming forward. It's utility down and towards the pit. Oi trying to hold on as they overwhelm the A bomb site. It's not going to be easy for him to do anything as he's shut down through the smoke. And no matter where Vici go, they find kill after kill. Viva, the last remaining player with the AWP in his hands, with absolutely no money left in the bank for any of these players. It has to be the save call, but doing so will be so difficult with the hunt on.
And to hit those. Ooh, that was a sick shot into Almond, but yeah, nothing saved Dinko. He needed more than a kill. He needed to stay alive, and yeah, look at the cash. Destroyer and Viva can buy. So can Shellsog. I can see a forest coming out here, but these are the hard decisions you have to make as an endgame leader. 9-3. You have 3 rounds remaining in this half. You kind of force it up here. If you lose that, you're gonna have to go for an eco, and you still won't have enough money in the final round. Or just save it. Just give up this round, have a few pistols, and then try and show you at least win the final 2 rounds of the half. Right? It's kind of like very hard decisions, which well could go either way. But Viva bought up and everyone else ecoed. Okay, there was choice A, there was choice B, and then they went for choice number C, which wasn't even in the question. Viva full squad. He has $0, and everyone else went for just the pistols.
You love it.
No, I don't love it. It makes no sense.
If you say enough flair, you will, and that's all that matters.
Oh, God.
Oh,
damn it.
okay, Destroyer with the Deagle now. Has got himself one alongside Oi. Zoking fights back, but it's a 2 versus 2. Now, Vici have been really good against these Deagles. Shasa Gates left B.
Oh, no.
He thinks they've gone archway, but they've just run back down middle. What a play. It's not even that difficult to make, but they've just kind of got lucky on the gamble that Shasa made. And well, now they go back in towards the B site. Smoke down for CT. The site's clear. They can get the bomb plant. And now, probably having to be a save call for Shasa and Oi. And they have an AK, they have some armor here as well. It's not like they have enough cash really to go for this.
Well, they need the rounds as well, Dinko. 9-3. Every round
true.
they get. Like you said.
Well, there's an opportunity now with Oi just catching Zoking looking the wrong way. And now Alman, well, he's in second oranges right now. Decent position to hold from. And now they start to come on towards the site. They haven't checked him just yet. They're really wasting time at this point. Alman, he's going to line up one, but they go back. Is there enough time for the defuse? I think there might just be...
No, does he have a kit? No. No, there's no time.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Well, that's going to be a round picked up for Vici. Alman plays it in the corner. I love how he doesn't give away his position immediately because they didn't spot him. So they didn't react to his position. So he's like, okay, I'll just buy an extra second here until you start to react to my spot. And then he takes 1 kill. Probably could have got 2 if he had just taken a little sooner. But for the most part, he's done enough. And now 10-3. Oh, this is heartbreaking for Invictus. I feel like they did take a little bit too long getting onto the bomb site there. They were waiting on each other to come in together from the ruins, but even then they were clearing it a little too slow.
I kind of feel like I agree with you. They could have maybe just saved it, but at the same time, I mean, 4 of the players had money, so it wasn't that hard decision to make. But like you said, they need to be a little bit faster. In that 1v2, they should have pushed on. And Viva, man, oh, he needs therapy after this.
He's not really having a great time, is he?
And sometimes it's not. Yeah, a couple of rounds we've seen him just pushing in unnecessarily, but some of these rounds it's more like just unfortunate. He's being supported by his teammates, flashbangs and 8 smokes being used up, and he just gets deleted through the smoke. And he was a player with the MP9, mind you, because he didn't really. He bought up the previous round, so I guess.
Soaking has crazy aim, doesn't he? What is this? It's hurting my hand. It's so quick. What the hell is going on here?
He doesn't have high sensitivity, mind you.
He just moves his arm like a robot. And well, Omen get a headshot, flying. He gets 1 before going down, and 2 versus 3, man advantage in play.
Well, lag a little bit for me there, but yeah, call for the save. This time, yeah, you have to save, but 11-3, Dinko. 11-3. Vici have just been an unstoppable just force of force. I don't know what force. I'm running out of like analogies or whatever. It's just been unstoppable. And Invictus have had no answer, like actually no answer. Viva, we spoke about how he was impactful on Mirage. He got nothing done here. Flying, 8 kills, that's the best he has. Destroyer once again with the AWP. It's been swapping hands between him and Viva here and there. But again, the ops getting nothing done. And Vici Gaming just running away with this. Everyone's showing up as well. It's not just a one-man show. Omen on 11, Zoking on 12, Advent on 10. And for a change, Jamyang and Kaze bottom fragging for the team, and they're still 11-3 up. I haven't seen that often. Yeah, Jamyang and Kaze have 8 and 7 kills. Everyone's above them. Omen, Zoking, and Advent.
Yeah,
It's
this is
ludicrous,
weird,
Dinko.
right? This is weird.
Yeah.
Well, they had an 11-4 half on Mirage. Now 11-3. We've discussed how it is unlikely to see back-to-back 11-4 chokes, especially on Inferno, coming out of the T side. And we'll be looking for 12 rounds though here, Vici. Almond, he's going to get a good start. Viva gets aggressive, going through the smoke. Shoutside Gate, able to trade back. And now 4 versus 4 will ensue. Shoutside Gate has been pretty decent in a few scenarios at trading back his fallen teammate. But now he needs to come back into a more passive position. Destroyer setting up with him. They don't get him off this angle. He should be guaranteed at least 1 kill, but here comes the smoke. Destroyer, instead of falling back, realizes he would like to try and fight for it, get more info. Instead, Vici, instead of committing towards B, they're going to go back in towards middle, and there currently are 2 players over towards A, and 2 on that B bomb side. So wherever they go, they'll be favored in the fights, but it's a double stack around this corner. Now, they might not be expecting this.
Oh, the timing.
They messed it up.
No.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. That's the worst. Well, Advent luckily goes down to his teammate, so at least they get something from that position. But that is the worst timing ever with Flying coming off the angle.
Starting to feel paranoid, starting to feel that worry that something might be happening towards Apps. But like you said, yeah, nothing going their way. Shouts like a destroyer. They have a kit and a flash. Use up whatever utility they've had. Shouts like it's going to come down to this. Op's not going to make it easy, though. He scopes in, but doesn't click the mouse. And with that Xiaosage, the captain, the in-game leader, everything on him in a 1v3. Something to work with on the second half. He spots out Jamyang, but now position compromise. Zoking ends him. Getting a 4K that round, including a little bit of a TK as well. But Zoking on 14, 11 kill to Advent, Omen on 12. 12-3 scoreline at T-side Inferno, Dinko, and I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Kaze and Jamyang still haven't hit double digits.
The T side was just brilliant from Vici. Zoking was doing a really good job at just finding these opening kills and opening up those choke points to allow the team safe access to the site. He's been real solid. 12-3, Vici, well, they're 4 away from victory in the series. If they win this pistol round, will be in prime position to take it over the line. Invictus, they only won 3 rounds within the first half, all of them sporadic, none of them being picked up in quick succession. Or succession at all in that respect. And now Invictus, they are sending most of their players over towards B. Currently, the vast majority of them positioned in Banana. Kaze holding in from the long side of A. And Invictus, well, they're not making any secret about it to us. They are certainly hitting this B bomb site. Or middle, should I say. And now they go through. 2 players down in towards Banana as Kaze looks to hold on the CT Splinter in towards the B bomb site. Looks to be the call, but it's Kaze holding down from Library. And now that he has info, the players have gone in towards CT. They should be aware of this B split potential. Well, Advent towards the back of the bomb site. 1 kill from him. Omen delivers 2 on the USP, and now it's just Oi out of there. Job done. 13-3. Vici 3 away from victory.
Yeah, that was a must-win round. It was looking unlikely, but even if they managed to bring this one back, like they needed the pistol round, they needed to win the anti-ecos, they needed to slowly grind it back. And if I'm Vici, I just don't let go right now. I just put my foot to the throat, don't let go, just finish this one off. And yeah, I like the concept behind that play, But Kaze, just all the information he gathered from library, just neutralizing whatever play they had in mind. Of course, the B bombs at hole as well. They played it patiently. And at one point, Invictus, they didn't know which direction to look at. They were getting hounded from every single direction with the USPs. And yeah, 13-3, Vici, 3 away. And for me, I'm just getting a sense of deja vu, where it was a close series in the previous game they played for the Pro League lower bracket finals. It came to Inferno, and Vici won, I think, 16-8 or 16-9. And this is even more dominant. And at that point in time, I chalked it up to the fact that Invictus are probably exhausted after playing like 8 hours of non-stop Counter-Strike. But Vici showing that, no, it's Inferno. Inferno is their map. It's their playground. And they're making it look so very convincing. Yeah, it was 16-10, Dinko, when Vici beat Invictus in the previous time they played on Inferno. And this is looking even more lopsided.
So far, and well, smoke goes down towards CT. It flashed through it as well, but right now, Invictus will take anything they can get. Destroyer up and short already with the Deagle. Walking forward, playing contact on towards this A bomb site. Kaze, his head spotted and taken right off his shoulders. And the flight from Zoking, player in front of him, is destroyed. The lineup of 2 kills. That's Zoking getting it done. Now Sao Shage and also Oi and Viva, the last remaining players outside the B bomb site. Smoke goes down, but the position from Advent should be good for at least one, and that is indeed all he will get. Sao Shage able to reply on the Deagle, and now the bomb plant coming through.
Can they make it happen? If this round works out as a miracle round, a round they desperately need, it's going to come down to the hands of Mr. Viva, a guy who has been so very quiet this entire map. He's got a Deagle in his hands, he's got health, he's got the armor, and he needs to land the shots. He lands the body shots, but doesn't get the kill. But Xiao Sage, he finds one. Look at how low the players are. He can even line them up, but he needs to just find one bullet anywhere, on any part of the body. He's not going to find it, and they're going to go for the 10-second defuse. Fortunately for the CTs, they have the time, despite not having the kit, and they will win yet another round, 14-3. Invictus, it came so close, Denko. He could have even got a collateral kill, I feel like, with one bullet with the Deagle there.
They definitely could have won that. That would have been the one round we see from them on the Deagles. And that's such a big part of Invictus's playstyle within this tournament so far is, yeah, okay, they play this style of play where they can lose quite a few gun rounds, but always having it in their back pocket where they might potentially steal away around on Deagles, that just hasn't been a factor here against Vici.
I think they've won at least 2 rounds just with pistols in every series where I've casted of them in the past couple of weeks, or 3 weeks rather. And this is the first time I haven't seen that happen. I don't think they've won a single force fire round against Vici. And I think that's very telling. They're very telling as to the capability of this Vici side. Jiameng and Kaze, 2 quick opening kills, and just feels like the final 2 nails remaining the coffin here. Even look at that flash from Zoking, by the way, for Almond, right? He used that for him to enter from library into Moto. And how many times have we seen the flash fail for some of the Asian teams we've been casting recently? Forget recently, even today. It's sloppy utility usage, sloppy crossfire, sloppy teamwork, and Vici, it's complete opposite. Apart from the second half in Mirage, this has just been a masterclass of Counter-Strike from the Vici side.
Well, Jam Young gets rid of Destroyer. Zoking helping as well. I'm flying. It's picked apart. This is just shooting gallery for Vici. I feel like Inferno was, just a formality at this point. We don't really even need it. Vici have just been biding their time, winning round after round. Inferno looks just about done now. Invictus are going to need every single remaining round just to pull it to overtime. And that is
not going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going to happen. Not going to happen, Dinko. Listen, I've been told that I should be a little bit more positive in life. And okay, Kaze. Okay.
Well, you got to take a shot even if it's through your teammate.
Knowing Zoking, he's okay with that. He's okay with that. He's like, yeah, I don't care. Just kill everyone. Kaze wants to get double digits before this game ends. He's still at 9 kills. I don't think I've seen a game of Vici where they're winning 15-3 and Kaze hasn't hit double digits yet.
That's so mental, isn't it? Zoking 17-8 right now. One of the kills coming from his own, one of his deaths coming from his own teammate, but Advent versus Shasage. For the majority of Inferno, Advent has been winning this 1 versus 1 battle between these two players. Now Shasage goes forward with the MAC-10. Advent forced into the open by the Molotov, but the flashbang is good. That is not though. What is that? Well, the bomb has been dropped. That's all that matters. All when getting rid of Viva. And now a 3 versus 3. Destroyer goes back and collects it again. With 40 seconds left, they might just overthink this. Destroyer is now separated from his teammate. He has to get back across. Oh no, this is not looking good. But Jam Young is going to provide a free kill. Why?
They don't know they don't.
Oh,
they don't have utility.
Okay, well, Gaze, he's just gonna go down. Well, that's a round that I just want to forget, really. That's one of those strange ones, I have to say.
I think it's kind of ironic that the gods of irony basically just ruined it for me. They just came smiling. They're like, oh, Vici haven't played a single really bad round. And then, of course, we have this round. Kaze with the TK early on, albeit, he did get a collateral kill. And then, of course, 3v3. Bomb's not down. They go for the re-aggress. And Invictus had no smoke, Dinko. I don't think they even had a flashbang. They needed to cross on over into the bomb site. And the early re-aggress on Vici just kind of throwing that round again. But still, 15-4. Can't take away the fact that Vici need 1 round out of the remaining 11 to close the series out.
Jammer didn't even hear bomb plan or anything that would signal for him to go for that. But anyway, he's boosted up this time, looking to try and make up for his previous mistakes, but that's not going to work. Oh, that's lovely. I like that. They fall off the boost, trying to bait a player to peek in towards top middle, but waiting for them is Kaze around the corner, and he's not going to miss that, but he will miss this shot. Destroyer coming in with an AK. Oh, somehow recovering his crosshair in time to shut down Zoki. Now Jamyon getting aggressive. This is Invictus finding a few rounds now. Money's gone for Vici, so Invictus have an opportunity to make this look a little more respectable.
It's happening. I believe. I believe in a comeback, Dinko. Starting to believe right now. I can smell it.
Well, I don't smell it. Oh, Destroyer getting 4 kills. Not bad. Now, 15-5, we go into this round with Vici on the eco. I would like to see them eco. Please don't buy. And over here for Invictus, they've got so much to work with in terms of the rifles. Gonna have a head-to-head between Aviva. 3 kills to 17 over there for Alman. I mean, this isn't the classic performance from Viva, so I wouldn't really pay too much attention to this. But on Inferno, definitely an underperformance, to say the least.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, you gotta remember, out of 3 kills, 2 of them were against Mr. Alman. That's about it. Like you can't win like. I mean, you can't win like this. I don't want to say that Diva is like the major factor for Victus to win the round, but okay, hold on. You see so many players here. That's the call to head towards B. That's the call for at least one of your players to just run towards B and clear it out. Gather information. Instead, they just stick around towards top mid, taking these fights. Fine, they mob up the players, but how's he? Oh man,
that's unfortunate. But the round, nonetheless, is won by Invictus. 6 rounds. Now Vici, take a look at what they've got. It's not going to be enough really for the full buy of all the bells and whistles, but they'll certainly get the rifles out at least. A little bit of utility around it. This is one that Vici can win off, but if not, then back down to the eco. We'll see Invictus take a few more. And then who knows where they might be able to bring it back to.
Alright. One more opportunity for BJ to close this one out. No AWP from Mr. Kaze this time. They did not have the money. And I'm glad they didn't go for any glass cannon buys, although I don't expect they did have the money even for the glass cannon. Alman. Oh, the flashback is perfection. Absolute perfection from Advent. The timing on that. And with that, I love how Trepidant needs to retrieve the AK-47, waiting for the warning shots through the smoke. Early man advantage for Vici. 4 more kills is all they need. And they're making a lot of noise towards top mid. They're announcing their presence. And Avicii like, yeah, that's fine. We're not going to fight top mid. We have the man advantage. We have 3 players ready and waiting. Jamyang waiting on top of the balcony railings. You have Kaze on the bomb side, albeit he doesn't have that M4 of his. And of course have Zoking waiting from the library. And even Almond waiting towards Archway. All the 4 fraggers for this side waiting. The trap lying in wait. They just might get slaughtered here.
Kaze with 1 kill, Oi and flying alongside Oi again. And it's looking good for Invictus up until this point as Kaze reaches from the back of the bomb site to deny the bomb safe passage. But it's not enough just yet. Advent alone. Take note of the lack of kit, so he's got to move quite quickly. And this smoke is going to buy the T side a few seconds. A re-smoke coming up as well. Oh, this is not good. This looked like Vici could have done it. But Oi says no. And now Advent having to pull off an incredible 1 versus 2. And I always hit these kind of retakes. We've got this one player inside the site and then down in the pit as well. But he's got the pit, he's got the site player, now just the pit player in front of him. And now Advent runs over the top trying to take the fight. He knows that he has to be quick, and Flying is going to win it. Every round matters here for Invictus as they continue to rack the tally up. It's another 3K in the bank for here in the hands of Vici, but they don't really have much to go for the investment. So please, just a couple of deagles, save for the next round. And that should be the case coming up here from Vici. We very rarely see them make errors when it comes to their economy.
For a moment there, I started to believe that Advent would probably close that one out. Gets the first kill. He knew where the second player was, but unfortunately didn't quite have it in to finish it off. But still, 15-7 Vici, they have the luxury of just doing whatever they want. They could even go for the full 5-man stack. I'd like for them to go for something similar to what they had on that just the USP rounds, but with the deagles and the utility they have to work with here, instead of just playing the defaults, because they're playing the defaults right now with these pistols, and not much of a switch up when it comes to positioning either. So I would really prefer if they went for a little bit of a hyper-aggressive play, maybe just catch him off guard. Sure, you lose the deagles, you lose a very light buy, big deal. You have like still 8 rounds to play with, you barely invested anything into this round. So these are one of those rounds where I feel like, yeah, they could play it a little better. Invictus slowly creeping up towards top mid. They have sent Xiao Sage towards Banana just to spot out any players, call it a rotation. And the wraparound coming in towards A.
Destroyer's starting to run forward. Good headshot. A second kill as well. These are just absolute massacres that keep ensuing on the same bomb site. Time and time again. Almond and Kaze, the last 2 remaining players. And we're looking for a little bit of damage, but moving into this next round is where they will have the money available to them. But now, 8 rounds picked up for Invictus. They might be able to get the same scoreline that they did previous.
You said I didn't believe, Dinko. Are you starting?
I don't.
Is it like, is it still creeping? No? Nothing? No? Okay.
No, nothing. Smell still isn't there. Need to brew for a little while longer, I think. Viva, round MVP. I think that might be his first one, right? Bomb plan, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, kind of feel bad for the guy now. He has really been strong. But Destroyer has been quite instrumental in a few of the rounds that they have managed to string together. Did he get the round MVP because he got the bomb down? Because he just has 3 kills still.
Yep. He got probably got the MVP for the bomb plant.
Classic Valve.
Well, Destroyer gets all the entries, of course.
Maybe that's why they get the bomb planner to get the MVP for the moral little uplift thingy there. Imagine you're a bottom fragger and your teammates like, you know what? Oh no.
Oh, goodbye, no. Viva. You have the worst game ever, my friend. Kaze's gonna take him down. A man advantage now doubled here for Vici. This just looks like the end. The end is near, blah.
Yeah, this is it. Wait, why was no one spotting that angle? Why were they so confident that no one's going to be playing up close? I don't understand. Like, you fought your best. You fought tooth and nail to bring it back, to grind it back here. You've got a few rounds together, and then suddenly you just kind of throw it all away. That was such a weird angle from Viva. And Kazi was just waiting for him to peek, and finally he just had enough. He just shoots his hands off. And the Counter-Strike, if your hands are taken away, you can't even carry a gun. You're pretty much as good as dead, right?
Well, yeah, I guess. Unless you headbutt people.
Yeah, okay.
Well, 2-man advantage in play. Can't see what's going on right now, Blair. And well, luckily, Alman is going to be there with a headshot. Oi coming back through as well now. Advent looking to hold on, looking to get it done, but it's not going to happen for him. It's Destroyer into the 1 versus 4. We talked about his elevation in performance in these recent rounds, but now he needs to hit the peak. Flashes up, and now Destroyer heads behind the coffins. He'd love to put a few of these players in them. And well, there's one from him, but it's not going to be enough. Vici will get it done. It's the series cleaned up from the number 2 Chinese team as they take down Invictus. I think they cement their place there for a little while longer, Blah.
Yeah, they do. And that's the thing with Vici. They will never play at their opponent's level in Asia. They are so dominant. They beat Invictus. They beat almost every other team in the region, except against Tyloo. I don't know. They just seem to not show up at all. But that was quite a showing from Vici. I don't know about you, Mitch and Jason, but I, for one, I was impressed with the performance, except for the second half of Mirage there from the Vici side.
I think we need to get you some oil, Blah, to help with some issues you're having on your side. I think 2 other people here will get the joke on that one. Yeah, Vici, what is it about them? 13-2 in the first map, 11-4 in the second map, 12-3 in the third map. They are seeming to be unstoppable today when it comes to their first half performances. Now, part of that might come off the back of Alman, Advent, Joking, everyone pretty much, hitting their shots. But also maybe it's the help of the other side with Viva only on 3 kills towards the end of that game. I think he even finished off just on the flat 3. I don't know if he got any more than that. Very rough times for him. And as you saw in that last round, and you even pointed out, kind of peeking up middle with an op, the barrel was seen. Kazi's like, all right, free kill. Maybe he was actually getting baited in or something like that. It's rough for Invictus, and this is a team who beat Tyloo, and Tyloo beat Vici. I don't know what it is about the transitive property, but it doesn't seem to exist when it comes to Asian CS.
Yeah, I think for Vici, realistically, in those first 2 maps, they were either winning the pistol round and converting massively on it, or they were finding the force buy right afterwards. And I think that's why you get that nice little injection of rounds coming into the first half. The same thing happened here. Sure, they went up on a 3-2 after winning the pistol, answered back with a massive T-side and buy rounds. And it is odd, though, that we sort of saw them slow down to the point that I started to believe in Invictus's potential comeback. They started to look a lot better when it came into those buy rounds. There were a couple mistakes, Kaze even pulling out a team killer too. But no, at the end of the day, even with Flying stepping it up and showing us his true performance, unfortunately, the player we'd highlighted previously, we were talking about Viva, saying that he could do a lot of damage, that he had a great series, and then he dropped, 3 kills that game?
It's that fall from grace, right? Coming through, to top frag for your team to I think it was the MVP, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was the MVP. And then to get nothing at the end, that's I don't understand what goes through with that mental process and how frustrated he must have been. I mean, Destroyer, he stepped up again. He was one of the players I kind of stood out there or pointed out as, really not performing the last time they met. He went -24 on Inferno. He went -4 last time. So he definitely stood out for his team. Flying 15 kills, second on his team, but he typically puts up bigger than numbers than that. I was really surprised to see him struggle as much as he did today in this whole series.
Yeah, I think, again, Flying, Mitch hit the nail on the head a little bit earlier on. I think, going up against a structured team, it's very difficult for Flying to be as impactful as he was previously because he's a very solo player. We've seen him, a lot of the impactful kills he was getting was all off the back of his own intuition and really finding the right timing to get the plays going. And against Vici, that wasn't very easy for him. So I think Flying, he definitely stepped up towards the end of Inferno and across this map. He 15-15, I mean, he's at least even. But again, you definitely expect more from him, I agree, and I think moving forward, if Invictus are going to beat the rest of the teams in this tournament, Flying, I feel like, is definitely going to be showing up in those games. But when it comes to these better teams, consistently beating the likes of Tyloo, Vici, and even beyond at this point, it's you're going to need Flying to step up consistently there as well, alongside Viva. You can't have them dropping off and not being available.
And maybe there's that mental block as well for them. Let's take a look, though, at the MVP of that map, and I think it's got to be this guy. It's got to be Alman over on Vici's side against 6 multi-kill rounds, but for me, the 6 opening kills to really get them through in towards these sites to really crack it open and allow Vici to go on such a massive run they did on the T half. Like, he was an integral part of that play.
Yeah, he was, and I feel like just got to point out this particular series, overall, the effort coming in from every one of the players for Vici, that's a good sign. We always look at Kaze and of course Mr. Jam Young being the top fraggers, right, being the stars of this particular lineup, while Alman and Zoking kind of play the supporting role. But for Alman, Zoking, Advent to step up. Advent's been having a pretty good series. He's not a top fragger, but he's always been in the middle of the pack when it comes to fragging as well. This map, like, look at how convincing it was, and Kaze and Jam Young were bottom fragging for the team despite winning it very convincingly. It's a little bit of a surprising affair, but I'm happy for Vici. It shows that his system works. It's not just about Kaze and of course Zoking or Jam Young stepping it up. So yeah, good signs, good takeaways for the side of Vici Gaming, despite that dropping from Tyloo they received a few days ago.
Yeah, so obviously that does wrap up our last series of the day, and it feels like it's been an extremely long day because you know what? It has been. We went the full spiel except on one game, except we did go overtime in that one. Let's take a look though at the results we had if you just joined us or missed out on any of the other games today. 19-16 in the very first map, brought to you by Mitch Knight. Seems to be U9 overtimes is where it's going to be. And then that actually finished off with Beyond taking the nice 2-0 victory. It was kind of like a domestic matchup. It was a little bit awkward at times. And later on, we went to Mazalite up against Bren Esports. And that match, I hate to say it, but I feel like we should at least acknowledge it. There were so many sloppy plays, Mitch, that we couldn't tell who was going to win anymore.
Well, we were only one round away from hitting every possible round bar OTs on that Inferno game. That would have been great then. Yeah, we played 4 maps worth of Counter-Strike across the length of some of those. And it was incredible to see that as we went throughout, the standard didn't really increase that much. Although I guess it makes sense when you've played a series that goes on for, 3 hours by the time you hit the final map. I think it's understandable that you're not then going to be innovating and fixing all those mistakes. You're probably just slouching in your chair going, oh, can I please, death, come and take me. But luckily, we managed to still see some flashes of brilliance from them. I think it is just a matter of it's a big fish, small pond situation. They're not really getting the sample. I think if these guys were situated, even from what we see in the Middle Eastern teams, if you're positioned in a spot where you can play against European teams, it opens up a whole world of possibilities, even just in the numbers game alone. And look how many EU teams are in the top 30, top 50 versus how many Asian or North American or anything like that. I think getting those teams to the European region to actually practice and scrim against this whole different style of Counter-Strike is something that can elevate their level massively versus everybody playing with sloppy CS against sloppy CS.
Well, that does round off our day 6. I want to see how the standings might have shaken up, because I know we have 2 teams currently sitting on 3 wins. That's going to be Beyond Esports in first place at the moment, Vici Gaming in second, both at 3-1. But the important part, looking down towards the bottom hand side of the screen, Mazalai got their first victory today. Not only that, they got their first map victory. Obviously, you have to get a map victory to win the match overall. But Bren Esports, you got them, you got Mazalai, you got Lucid Dreams, all certainly sitting at 1 and 3. And only one of those 3 teams, if it continues to go this route, will be able to make it into the top 8 and survive into the playoff split.
Yeah, can't really count out even the rest of them, right? They still have to play out the duration. We're still not even halfway through the group stage, so you never know. We might even see like Divine Vendetta, for example, struggle a little bit. They still have to face off against some of the bigger names coming up here. But I do agree with you. I feel like Mazalai, Bren, and Lucid Dream, they are right now looking like the usual suspects. Bren especially, man, losing today, like losing to Mazalai, especially after such a big lead they had. They won the first map. Takes to 5 map points, 5 match points overall, and they still throw it away. That's not a good sign at all. I thought they might be able to make it out.
Just want to bring that up.
There we go. Almost broke the 2 of you, Jason, Mitch.
Well, there was definitely some points. I think some things were breaking on our end. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up tomorrow, though. What 3 games will we be bringing you, since we're bringing you 3 best of 3s every day for 5 days in a row until we get into week 3. We have Tyloo up against Bren Esports. Now, I mean, Bren beat Tiger. I don't know if they can beat Tyloo. Tyloo definitely looks stronger over the course of this last 6 days. D13 up against Beyond as well. That should be an interesting game. Love to see some D13 action. Annihilation, he can pop off at any given moment. Definitely one of the best and flashiest offers we've had so far in this tournament. And then Tiger up against Divine Vendetta. Now, for me, Dinko, that match is so important to see where Tiger's currently at, because they've been so hit or miss.
Yeah, the good thing about Tiger is they've aggressively got better, I feel. You know, Urcast is finally consistently good. He wasn't there in their first opening game, so hopefully now, coming into another week, they've had a few days to iron out a couple of the issues and realize what's going on, because there were a few issues definitely evident there for Tiger, but they were fixing them as the days went on, so hopefully with a little break and now a weaker opponent, I would say, in the form of Divine Vendetta, this should be a Tiger we see show up. But if not, well, everything's open again. Those top 3 spots are completely open.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for all the work today. We will see you tomorrow again, bright and early. Also, a big shout out to PGL for the production they've been doing here. Fantastic job. All the little tweaks and updates they've been doing to Droney McDroneface. Still waiting on your new name there, Dinko. And of course, the mini map as well. So that's going to round out our day 6 here of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Asia Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, depending on where you are in the world, at 7 a.m. CEST for day 7.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. Nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked.